Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. 1138 Benefits for 2, Divine Ancestor. Are you implying that if I were to use the sky-wielding crystal, I would not have a chance to become the Tai Yuan Venerate? Said Luo Yunyang while putting on an anxious facade. Contrary to this expression, he was calm and collected deep down. It was only normal that he appeared anxious. Appearing unperturbed would seem abnormal. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and everyone else was beaming. Even though Luo Yunyang currently possessed the sky-wielding crystal, his inability to become a Tai Yuan Venerate meant that the rest of them still stood a chance. Although it was not certain who would get the opportunity, they still had a much better chance of becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate than if Luo Yunyang used it straight away. Even though many of them were rejoicing inwardly, they also knew it was important not to show their joy at this critical juncture. Otherwise, well, it would not be impossible for you to become a Tai Yuan Venerate if you use the sky-wielding crystal. However, it would take you a hard grind of about 100 yuanwis, the human race's divine ancestor told Luo Yunyang after some hesitation. 100 yuanwis was the equivalent of 10 million years. From the standpoint of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, 10 million years was not a long time. However, while a great calamity was imminent, 10 million years of seclusion would be a big joke for the human race. Luo Yunyang was completely immersed in his act. Although there was disappointment all over his face, in just a short moment, it seemed as though he had thought this through. He confidently replied, "Divine Ancestor, I am willing to do this. 10 million years may be quite a long time, but I can endure this. As long as I end up attaining the Tai Yuan Venerate, everything else will be worth it." There was a ringing decisiveness in Luo Yunyang's reply. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, the Southwest Heavenly Ruler, and the others instantly felt the shamelessness in Luo Yunyang when he said this. Anybody there could endure 10 million years easily. The most important thing was who would actually be the one to use the sky-wielding crystal. Otherwise, what business of theirs would it be if he actually chose to lock himself up in seclusion for 10 million years? Master, I think that it would be extremely inappropriate for the human ruler to isolate himself for 10 million years at this critical juncture. After all, the Great War is about to begin. If the human ruler is in seclusion during the war, our fighting strength will suffer a significant loss. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had been really unwilling to say this all along, but now that things had reached this development, he decided to say what he could to salvage the situation. He went on to confidently say, "As your subordinate, I plead both the divine ancestor and the human ruler to make a decision based on prioritizing the human race. Senior brother is right, the human ruler has a massive responsibility. Even if he went into seclusion for 1,000 years, let alone 10 million years, it would be a great loss for the human race. Human ruler, the entire human race cannot survive a single day without you." The Southwest Heavenly Emperor chimed in. The other 4 heavenly rulers also chipped in to back him up and show the importance of having Luo Yunyang around, as well as their disapproval of Luo Yunyang secluding himself. Luo Yunyang smirked as he glanced at the fake selfless behavior displayed by the heavenly rulers. These fellas were really thick-skinned indeed. They had managed to decry all the initial praise for them just moments ago. I can resign from my position as the human ruler. From my point of view, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky is the most suitable person to replace me. Not only does he have a high cultivation base, but he was once the hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. He can definitely improve the unity of the human race. Although he had already made up his mind, Luo Yunyang just wanted to give Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky a taste of his own medicine. While Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had very much wanted to be the human ruler in the past, he didn't want this position now, even if Luo Yunyang were to abdicate his position for him. What was the human ruler? He was merely a signboard. As long as one was able to become a Tai Yuan Venerate, one would have an equivalent status to the human race's divine ancestor despite still being weaker in terms of power. In that case, would the position of the human ruler matter anymore? Thus, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky proclaimed loudly, "The position of the human ruler carries grave responsibility. If I had been given the position before, I might have agreed to it. However, right now, it is Your Majesty Luo Yunyang who helms this position. It could be even said that you are the core of the 36 cosmoses and Tianding realm. This sudden change might even lead to discontentment and turmoil, which can be detrimental to the hard-earned unity of the human race. These words and pretense made Yuan venerate flowing sky extremely uncomfortable. However, he felt as though he still had to keep up this act. After all, what was this discomfort compared to attaining the Tai Yuan venerate status? The Southwest Heavenly Ruler, who had always been close buddies with Yuan venerate flowing sky, stayed silent at this point. While he had close relations to Yuan venerate flowing sky, he secretly did not want to lose the Tai Yuan venerate status to someone else. The human race's divine ancestor sighed. It was clear that he wasn't very comfortable with what his disciple had said. After all, his disciples were also Yuan venerates in their own right. Seeing them unite against Luo Yunyang made him feel some sort of discomfort. Yunyang, while we may have annihilated the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race, the Great War is still impending. The human race will need as much fighting power as it can have to tide over this difficult period. The sky-wielding crystal should be yours, and I would surely have supported you in the past, said the human race's divine ancestor solemnly. However, the human race cannot afford to wait 10 million years. In exchange, I am willing to grant you 3 wishes. How do 3 wishes in exchange for the sky-wielding crystal sound? The 3 wishes granted by the human race's divine ancestor were not wishes meant to be taken lightly. Since Luo Yunyang had already made the internal decision not to use the sky-wielding crystal, he was definitely ready to exchange it for some benefits instead. The 3 wishes offered by the human race's divine ancestor were extremely generous. He looked at Yuan venerate flowing sky and everyone else before smiling and saying, "Divine ancestor, since you have personally made this request, it would be unbecoming of me not to comply with your request. However, I have one more small request I hope you will also agree to." The human race's divine ancestor looked at Luo Yunyang and smiled, as though he knew what was coming. Go on. There are 6 half-step Tai Yuan venerates in the human race. Am I correct to believe that whoever receives the sky-wielding crystal will become a Tai Yuan venerate? Luo Yunyang made eye contact with Yuan venerate flowing sky and smiled. This smile sent shudders down the spine of Yuan venerate flowing sky. Luo Yunyang was definitely up to no good. The human race's divine ancestor had a bad feeling as he replied, "That is correct. Whoever receives this will become a Tai Yuan venerate. In that case, I am willing to help the divine ancestor share his burden," exclaimed Luo Yunyang as he clasped his hands respectfully and faced the human race's divine ancestor. There was a glimmer in the eyes of the human race's divine ancestor. He immediately understood what Luo Yunyang was getting at. He wanted to have the right to decide how the sky-wielding crystal would be divided. As the person at the helm of the human race's divine ancestor definitely had the right to decide what he wanted to do. However, dividing the sky-wielding crystal amongst his 6 disciples would be a great headache for him. After all, the sky-wielding crystal was priceless. Any one of his disciples would hope for sure that they would receive the sky-wielding crystal. If he were to bestow the sky-wielding crystal on any of his disciples, he would end up only satisfying one and angering the remaining 5. One could even say that the remaining 5 disciples would feel never-ending anger for the divine ancestor. Therefore, it was definitely great that Luo Yunyang had volunteered to help with this difficult job. He knew that, during this process, Luo Yunyang would also benefit greatly. However, Luo Yunyang wouldn't benefit as much as he would. Very well, since the sky-wielding crystal was acquired by you, I grant you the right to decide how it should be distributed, even though you can't use it, the human race's divine ancestor said solemnly. Yuan venerate flowing sky looked extremely unhappy. Although the other 6 heavenly rulers weren't really close to Luo Yunyang, he was the one on the worst terms with him. Should Luo Yunyang decide not to give the sky-wielding crystal to him, he would definitely have a tougher future. Divine ancestor, how? Say no more. I have already made a decision. The human race's divine ancestor said gravely without even allowing Yuan venerate flowing sky to finish. Although his actions might anger Yuan venerate flowing sky slightly, angering one of his disciples was still better than angering 5 of them. Furthermore, now that Luo Yunyang would decide, Yuan venerate flowing sky's anger would be directed at Luo Yunyang. If you have nothing else to say, you may take your leave, the human race's divine ancestor said, not wanting to entertain his disciples any further. Luo Yunyang had been initially preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to move, he had a sudden thought and turned to face the human race's divine ancestor. Since the human race's divine ancestor had already agreed to help Luo Yunyang with 3 of his wishes, it would be hard for him to decline now that Luo Yunyang had asked. "Just speak your mind, human ruler. I will do what I can to help," said the human race's divine ancestor. His attitude toward Luo Yunyang seemed way more cordial. It seemed as though he owed Luo Yunyang a favor. "As your subordinate, I wish that your honor would grant me a favor. A big one at that." Luo Yunyang began to talk about his mother, sister, and son's plight, in hopes that the human race's divine ancestor would be able to help him search for them. At first, the human race's divine ancestor had not expected much, as there was too great a difference between the Tai Yuan Venerate and the Taichu Yuan Venerate. He could derive whatever he wanted, no matter what it was. However, just as the human race's divine ancestor tried to derive the whereabouts of Luo Yunyang's mother and family, he frowned. After a moment, he said, "I am not sure exactly where your mother and child are. What I can do is make a simulation and send you to where they were last seen a year ago. Are you willing to go?" 1139 Transcending beyond even the human race's divine ancestor had no idea where his family was and could only show Luo Yunyang the last place where they had been seen. The human race's divine ancestor had the same solemn expression while Luo Yunyang gazed at him in disbelief. "Ever since I became the human race's divine ancestor, I've basically known anyone's fate as long as they are from the human race. However, regarding your family, I was only able to find out that they were brought out of this realm via a path of light. Perhaps they transcended," said the human race's divine ancestor solemnly. Transcended. Luo Yunyang did not doubt the human race's divine ancestor. He had already cultivated to the limits of the Taichu Yuan Venerate himself. Given his bloodline technique, he could even easily find out the whereabouts of anyone within 100 generations that was related to him. However, he was just unable to discover the whereabouts of his family. Luo Yunyang was already surprised by the human race's divine ancestor's ability to simulate the whereabouts of his family. Transcended. "What do you mean by that, divine ancestor?" "What I mean is that they could have already left this realm and no longer have to worry about war and disaster. According to legend, this is actually another way of escaping and not having to deal with war and disaster," the human race's divine ancestor said. "The 36 great cosmoses of the human race, the mysterious underworld race's great cosmos, as well as the divine incarnate race's great cosmos spread across an extensive area. Where could they have transcended to?" Luo Yunyang asked in bewilderment. "Tai Yuan Venerates have control over the heavenly Tao," said the human race's divine ancestor. "Because the heavenly Tao is everywhere, my state of mind can travel boundlessly over vast regions. Of course, there are some special areas I have no access to. That's how I realized that the territories of the human race, the mysterious underworld race, and other races are like individual spheres floating in a large mass of primal chaos. The partition between the races isn't much of an obstruction. However, it feels to me as though these territories are sealed up by a giant barrier. Despite my cultivation base, I am unable to break through this barrier. Each obliteration of a great era, as well as the difficult resistance put up, has already allowed many distinguished people to find what is known as the path of transcendence." The human race's divine ancestor lamented. "Although all the previous attempts to transcend have resulted in failure, those who have attempted have garnered some form of experience. For example, there are Tai Yuan Venerates within the human race who feel that we are all imprisoned in this land, and as long as we are able to break free from this realm, we should be able to transcend outward. It is only through transcendence that one can forget about the worry of death and attain true immortality." Luo Yunyang listened to the human race's divine ancestor as though he was listening to an imperial edict. The words of the human race's divine ancestor weren't too difficult to understand, but Luo Yunyang's current cultivation base just wasn't sufficient for him to understand everything that he said. As he waited in silence for the human race's divine ancestor to finish speaking, he was in a daze. "The reason I am able to simulate the way your family left is because of the heavenly Tao laws," the human race's divine ancestor said solemnly. "Furthermore, this technique drains a large quantity of resources even from me. Of course, if you could search for a path of transcendence, it would be a massive contribution to the human race. There are naturally dangers to doing this, as even I do not know exactly where you are headed." Luo Yunyang glanced at the human race's divine ancestor, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said, "I will think about it. If the need arises, I might have to come and trouble you, divine ancestor." "Go on." The human race's divine ancestor was beckoning to Luo Yunyang to leave, his initial enthusiasm over this issue obviously waning. The 36 great cosmoses of the human race contained hundreds of cosmoses and voids. While the territory of the mysterious underworld race was slightly smaller than that of the human race, the territories of the star sky race and the divine incarnate race had to be considered as well. How vast was the area when all these territories were combined? However, according to the human race's divine ancestor, this was actually prohibited ground. His family had actually drawn help from his father's item of protection to leave the so-called prohibited grounds mentioned by the human race's divine ancestor. Luo Yunyang had vast experience in many matters, but the blow this matter dealt to him was really big. He would not have believed this if these words hadn't actually been said by the human race's divine ancestor. However, upon thinking about the previous calamities of great eras and the amount of futile effort put in to track his family, Luo Yunyang began coming up with more and more guesses on his own. Searching for his family members was one of the plans Luo Yunyang had made deep down. However, after hearing what the human race's divine ancestor had said, he was uncertain whether he should carry on. As these thoughts were going through his head, Luo Yunyang heard someone asking, "Your Majesty, could you spare me a moment?" The person speaking was the mysterious water heavenly ruler of the 6 joint heavenly rulers. He had never had much contact with Luo Yunyang before this, and Luo Yunyang only had a vague impression that he was the first hall master of Dark Hall. It was always Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky who dealt with him regarding the matters of the 6 joint heavenly rulers. Hence, Luo Yunyang had had very little contact with the other 5 heavenly rulers. At any other time, Luo Yunyang might have stopped to have a small chat with him. However, right now, his head was full of thoughts about this strange transcendence. "Sorry, I do not have time," Luo Yunyang replied frankly. The mysterious water heavenly ruler felt dumb. He did not know what to say now. His question had really been just a formality, as he had never expected Luo Yunyang, as lofty as he was, to actually reject him. After all, he had the status of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Even if he did not end up becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate, his status should have made Luo Yunyang think before speaking. He had never expected that his request would actually be rejected in this manner. This left a bitter taste in his mouth. However, he eventually quelled his discomfort, only because Luo Yunyang still possessed the sky-wielding crystal. He had no choice, while Luo Yunyang had 6 choices. Even if he was not chosen, his brothers would also seek out Luo Yunyang to get on his good side. It was just too difficult for any of them to cross over and become Tai Yuan Venerates. Plus, becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate meant that they could then forget about many other things. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, I understand that you have recently invaded the divine incarcerate race and attained a great victory. I have already prepared a pot of 10,000-year-old Wudao tea for your enjoyment," the mysterious water heavenly ruler said smoothly with a sheepish grin. He had cast aside his pride and ego, so his words now flowed freely. Luo Yunyang glanced at the smiling mysterious water heavenly ruler and said, "I shall go ahead and receive this benefit then." That was when the mysterious water heavenly ruler finally heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yunyang was the last person he wanted to offend at this point in time, and he was worried that Luo Yunyang would reject his offer for tea just like before. "Your Majesty, after you." The mysterious water heavenly ruler gestured. As the mysterious water heavenly ruler was showing the way, another voice was heard from a distance. "Your Majesty, I spent many years breeding this Sky Soul Infinite Fiery Plum and it has just ripened. I hope that your Majesty will grace us by having a taste." The voice in the background belonged to the Southwest Heavenly Ruler. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler had not cared much about Luo Yunyang in the past. However, he was now cupping his hands in respect. It was obvious that his current degree of respect meant that he also had a request to make. Luo Yunyang did not reply, but the mysterious water heavenly ruler immediately frowned. "Senior brother, there are some things that were agreed upon. I hope that you will honor our agreement," the mysterious water heavenly ruler said. "Don't blame me for being impolite if you don't. I will definitely honor my agreement. I am merely extending my invitation. I do not intend to prevent you from having a chat with the human ruler," the Southwest Heavenly Ruler replied with a grin. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was enraged but unable to accuse the Southwest Heavenly Ruler of anything. As he was fuming, someone chuckled and said, "Human ruler, I have a sky gem here. Your Majesty should definitely take a good look." It was yet another heavenly ruler. However, just as this heavenly ruler was about to speak, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and 4 others also began extending their individual invitations to Luo Yunyang with smiles on their faces. It was evident that none of them was willing to let the others get the upper hand. While the mysterious water heavenly ruler was livid, he could only wait until all of them had extended their invitations before he could lead Luo Yunyang to a small realm. This realm wasn't just calm and serene. It also contained a surprising level of spiritual essence. After Luo Yunyang had taken a seat, the mysterious water heavenly ruler gently clapped his hands. When he did, a child walked over to them respectfully and placed down 2 cups of tea. The aroma of the tea was fragrant and exotic. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, just a sip of this tea could allow one to go from the pinnacle of the universe grade to the heavenly venerate. Casting aside the troubles in his heart, Luo Yunyang gently took a sip from the cup before smiling and casually chatting with the mysterious water heavenly ruler. While the mysterious water heavenly ruler was a wily old fox with many years of experience, he knew he was in for some trouble when he saw Luo Yunyang have this sort of attitude. While he really wanted to discuss certain terms with Luo Yunyang over tea, the very thought of his brother's actions caused him to get straight to the point. Your Majesty, as long as you are willing to assist me in becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate, I can use all the powers at my disposal to support you into becoming the true master of the human race. No one from the 36 great cosmoses or Tianding realm will dare disobey your will. I also have a set of valuable treasure banners I can offer, Your Honor. While saying that, the mysterious water heavenly ruler waved his sleeves and 6 banners appeared before Luo Yunyang. Hidden within each banner was a badly damaged Great Path nomological law. The convergence of these 6 types, even though incomplete, would still make it seem to produce a power that surpassed Great Path nomological laws. Each banner was already on par with Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell. Luo Yunyang studied the banners and said, I am extremely touched by your gesture. However, I should still give the others a chance to show what they can offer too. Don't you think so? 1140 Mutual Fate Treasures, a cultivation technique, promises. Various options were offered to Luo Yunyang, leaving him in a dilemma. Each of the offers made, from the mysterious water heavenly ruler's offer to the southwest heavenly ruler's offer, were equally attractive in their own right. It could even be said that many people would envy these options. However, Luo Yunyang never made any promises to the 5 heavenly rulers who offered all these things to him. In fact, their offers were nearly similar and made little difference to him. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was the last person to visit him. Amongst the 6 heavenly rulers, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had the biggest conflict with Luo Yunyang. However, he too was now chummy with Luo Yunyang and he smiled a lot. Yunyang, I know there is some sort of misunderstanding between the two of us. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said respectfully. Luo Yunyang knew that all this was obviously a pretense and once the sky-wielding crystal got what he wanted, he would revert back to how he had always been. He could even become much worse once he became a Tai Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang smiled without saying anything. With this in his possession, he did not even need to care about the feelings of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. Luo Yunyang's indifferent attitude infuriated Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. However, he remained calm on the surface, as he had the smallest chance amongst the 6 heavenly rulers to receive the sky-wielding crystal. He wouldn't be receiving the sky-wielding crystal for sure if he did not make an extensive offer to Luo Yunyang. Your Majesty, I am sure you have seen enough of these treasures. Even if I were to offer you some more, it would just be the same offer my fellow brothers are making, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said after a brief moment. You are right, the treasures and gifts offered to me by the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the others are more or less the same. Even if you were to offer me a much better gift than them, I wouldn't choose you, Luo Yunyang replied. These words were direct and cutting, leaving no room for Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's ego. However, he did not react upon hearing this. Instead, he responded by laughing. Since Luo Yunyang wasn't hiding his intentions, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky would be able to use that to his advantage to convince him. The only thing he feared was that Luo Yunyang would have something up his sleeve. I know, that is why I am prepared to give you a massive gift, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky replied. He took out a white jade box. The jade was flawlessly translucent, so this was obviously a rare treasure at first glance. However, it still paled greatly in comparison to the rest of the treasures left behind by the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the others. Click. The small box was opened by Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, revealing a small jade seal roughly about the size of a hand. While the craftsmanship of the jade seemed exquisite, it seemed to only be inferior to the jade box. Luo Yunyang glanced at the gift with some distrust. "Honorable human ruler, I present to you a part of my spiritual consciousness," Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said. "I have already engraved the Lone Heart Seal in this will. With this Lone Heart Seal in your Majesty's hands, you will have full control over my fate. Of course, if your Majesty wishes to get rid of me as soon as I become a Tai Yuan Venerate, you will suffer a similar backlash. In that case, both of us will die," Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said. "May I also add that, as long as your Majesty is willing to combine this gift with your state of mind, I too will be transformed into ashes if your Majesty passes away." Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said nothing else, as his message had been conveyed. He was a rather valiant being willing to risk his life for the sky-wielding crystal. "I must say that it is very hard indeed for me to turn down your gift," Luo Yunyang replied in all seriousness. "Your Majesty, I do not have much of a choice either. After all, it is extremely important to me that I become a Tai Yuan Venerate. If I were to miss this chance, I do not know when the next chance would present itself," Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky replied without making any effort to conceal his emotions. "Therefore, it is really important that I grab this opportunity." Luo Yunyang reached out to take the jade before carefully inspecting it. "All right, I will accept this jade. You can go to the Divine Ancestor to redeem the sky-wielding crystal. I will tell you about it." Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had a look of rapt ecstasy on his face. Luo Yunyang felt newfound respect for Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. While he might have used underhanded means to handle his affair previously, he had definitely won this round of the competition. The reason for his victory was that he was definitely tough on himself. Becoming Tai Yuan Venerate meant that one would become the second in command in the human race. The person who attained that status could even stand side by side with the human race's divine ancestor. Attaining this status and respect came at the price of one's life, as well as their families. With the jade in his hands, Luo Yunyang now had full control over Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. However, he would surely be met with opposition if he were to go overboard. After putting away the jade, Luo Yunyang's eyes fell upon a jeweled halberd. In terms of quality, it was only slightly inferior to Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell. It was definitely a rare treasure. While Luo Yunyang may have accepted the jade of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, he had also accepted the halberd. He was aware that his relation to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky would have remained the same even if he had rejected the gift. Hence, it had made sense for him to accept it. Luo Yunyang had a thought when he looked at the halberd. He thought of picking the halberd up and splitting the void. A moment later, he saw Yuan Zi. Unlike before, Yuan Zi seemed to be in a sorry state. The initial confidence he used to have had been replaced with hints of anxiety. Who could have put him in this sorry plight? Luo Yunyang opened the door. "Brother Yuan Zi, are you being chased by anyone?" "Hee, I ran into an old friend I had offended previously, so I need to lie low for a while," Yuan Zi said in embarrassment. "I might know who your enemy is." Luo Yunyang nodded. "Let's not talk about him. Your Majesty must have a reason for coming to look for me." Yuan Zi smiled. "It is about the sky-wielding crystal," Luo Yunyang said as he threw the halberd toward Yuan Zi. "The sky-wielding crystal now has a defect, as it was stabbed once by the supreme incarcerate ruler. According to the divine ancestor, we will have to isolate ourselves for 10 million years in cultivation before being able to attain the status of a Tai Yuan Venerate. I sold it away, as I was unable to wait that long." Yuan Zi accepted the war halberd and examined it. While the sky-wielding crystal may be good, to actually prevent the Great War, it would be better if you relied on your strengths rather than on the position of a Tai Yuan Venerate. Otherwise, while things may look good on the surface right now, you will still very likely regret your actions in the future. Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Zi. This chap knew a lot, but he did not really say much about his reservations. Instead, he changed the topic. "Brother Yuan Zi, have you ever heard of transcendence?" "Transcendence? You also know about it?" Yuan Zi smiled in surprise. It was obvious that transcendence was a word strongly ingrained in his memories that affected him greatly. "Isn't it just transcendence? Why would I not know about it?" Luo Yunyang continued to put up a calm front, despite being extremely concerned about these words. Yuan Zi then regained his composure. "As the human ruler, you know it is inappropriate to talk about transcendence. The very word actually appeared in a great era a long time ago. Some people might even say that this great era was even more splendid than the great era I came from. Luo Yunyang listened quietly, as he knew absolutely nothing about this issue. However, the term transcendence lost popularity after a while. When our great era came, people started to bring up this term again because they began amassing huge information on the great eras and knew that our resistance each time was futile. That great era has since been destroyed, and even the strongest martialists have also passed away. That is why people are once again bringing up this topic, to transcend out of the realm of this great era and enter a new realm where there is no imminent threat of a great war. Yuan Zi's explanation seemed clearer than that of the human race's divine ancestor. Have people transcended in your era? Luo Yunyang asked after analyzing Yuan Zi's words for a moment. Yes, I used to have a friend who acquired an unknown treasure and borrowed its powers. He transcended out of the era, which was destined to be destroyed, Yuan Zi said enviously. However, I do not know what that treasure is or where his current whereabouts are. The only thing I am certain of is that he transcended. Luo Yunyang nodded. There was a rising sense of urgency in his heart, an urgency to see his mother and sister, as well as find their whereabouts. Thank you for the information, Luo Yunyang said respectfully. You have asked so much on the topic of transcendence. Have you actually found a way to do it? If you have, I'd advise you as a friend to do it as soon as possible, Yuan Zi said solemnly with his eyes fixed on Yunyang. Otherwise, you're likely to turn into ashes if you stay here. Do not place your confidence in the human race for garnering so much strength in this short time. In fact, their chances of preventing the Great War are slim. If you have a way to transcend, just do it. Do not be foolish. 1141 Great benefits transcending this land meant that one could attain freedom. Luo Yunyang very much wanted to try it after hearing everything that was said by the human race's divine ancestor as well as Yuan Zi. He would not be satisfied if he didn't try. He had made so much effort all these years just so that he could search for his mother, sister, and son. The moment the human race's divine ancestor mentioned it, Luo Yunyang knew he had to give it a shot. While he was about to casually chat more with Yuan Zi, something made his face stiffen. Brother Yuan, I would love to chat further with you, but something has come up that requires my immediate attention. Brother Luo, please go ahead. I will take my leave, Yuan Zi replied with a smile. After sending Yuan Zi off, Luo Yunyang had a skeptical look on his face as he communicated with his Nalanye clone embodiment. Nalanye had some news. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord wanted to have a meeting with Nalanye. According to the human race's divine ancestor, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord should have already been trapped. How could he meet with Nalanye in that case? While Luo Yunyang was not able to guess what the first ancient Yuan underworld lord wanted, he felt that this meeting might not necessarily be a bad thing. Even though he had already made a decision, Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment still summoned Ouyang Tengfei as he went to meet the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. Although war was raging between the human race and the mysterious underworld race, Ouyang Tengfei, who was always beside Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment, was never mistreated in any way. Furthermore, as Nalanye began climbing up the ranks, Ouyang Tengfei's status within the mysterious underworld race rose up quite a bit as well. At the very least, people were now more accepting of who he was. While things were like that, Ouyang Tengfei still felt a little uncomfortable. The reason for this discomfort was mainly that he was now on the side of the mysterious underworld Great Emperor. Although his predictions were right, he found that he didn't have many things to do, so he led an easy life. However, what he truly wanted was to lead this life in the human race instead of the mysterious underworld race. What a great feeling it would be to be valued in the courts of the human ruler instead of in the courts of the mysterious underworld race. My respects, Your Majesty. Ouyang Tengfei greeted Nalanye with respect upon seeing him. Ouyang Tengfei had never felt any hatred for Nalanye. In fact, he felt some form of respect and fear for this martialist from the mysterious underworld race. He respected the fact that Nalanye had allowed him to continue coexisting peacefully in the boundaries of the mysterious underworld race, but feared that if he wanted to, he could kill him at any time without leaving any traces behind. Ouyang Tengfei, I would like to go out. What do you think of this? Luo Yunyang asked. There was a suspicious look on Ouyang Tengfei's face as he eyed Luo Yunyang. While his physical self was in the mysterious underworld race, Ouyang Tengfei was not trapped in any way. Hence, he got information rather easily. The war between the mysterious underworld race and the human race was already a well-known fact he had known for a long time. He wondered if he should answer Nalania's sudden question with a lie. Besides, given the mysterious underworld race's defeat in battle, Nalania's future seemed bleak. It would be a good idea to tell the truth if he got killed instantly by Nalania. However, just as he turned to face Nalania, he realized that sparks of energy were emanating from Nalania's body. From the looks of it, Nalania's trip would actually allow him to prosper and reap huge benefits. How is this possible, Your Majesty? If you were to go, I'm afraid. Ouyang Tengfei stammered. Looks like you are more of a martialist from the human race rather than the mysterious underworld race. Luo Yunyang replied after shooting a glance at Ouyang Tengfei. Shock was written all over Ouyang Tengfei's face. He had never expected Nalania to be so impressive. His lie had been transparent even before he had completed it. Just as Ouyang Tengfei was pondering what to do next, Nalania's body rose up in the air and disappeared into the void. He was immediately pushed out of the large hall by a gust of warm energy. Ouyang Tengfei stood outside the hall for a long while. During that period, not a single martialist from the mysterious underworld race came by to look for him or ask him about the situation. Heaving a big sigh of relief, Ouyang Tengfei then turned around and began heading for his living quarters. A sudden thought came to his mind while he was on his way back. A thought about the mysterious underworld race. Did the human race really stand a chance in the war against the mysterious underworld race against Nalania and other strong martialists? A world of chaos and ruin presented itself before the eyes of Luo Yunyang. He had been here before when this had been one of the prosperous lands of the mysterious underworld race. However, now, one could not even feel a single mysterious underworld presence here. As time had passed and laws had shattered, this place had also deteriorated into what seemed like purgatory. You are here, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord said as he emerged from the shadows. It was strange, as he appeared to take the form of an illusion that could be destroyed without much effort. Still, Luo Yunyang was not going to belittle this Tai Yuan venerate of the mysterious underworld race, even though his earlier plans had failed and endangered the entire race. According to Luo Yunyang's memory, this was a being greatly respected as one of the top influential figures of the world. My respects, first ancient Yuan underworld lord. Nalania, who was disguised as the clone of Luo Yunyang, greeted him. Let's dispense with the formalities. It is really regrettable that my plan failed entirely this time. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord replied. There was clear bitterness in the first ancient Yuan underworld lord's voice when he mentioned the word, regrettable. While these words were not directed at himself, this hatred sent chills down Luo Yunyang's spine. Surely, my lord has a purpose for summoning me this time. Luo Yunyang said feebly. Of course, without the great extinguishing black hell portrait, the 12 ancient Yuan demons will not last too long before the human race's divine ancestor rips them apart. Once the foundation of our race falls apart, our cultivation levels will also decline greatly, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord said gravely. We will not even be able to keep our hands on the sky-wielding crystal. Luo Yunyang did not say anything. He had actually expected the first ancient Yuan underworld lord to say all this. When you have shaken off the martialists from the human race, do not engage with them forcefully, as they won't have any chance of winning. Instead, go with the mysterious underworld elites you command to the land of the ancestral grounds of the Star Sky race, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord said. That way, you will still provide the mysterious underworld race with an opportunity to survive or maybe even a small chance to win. Nalania, who was disguised as Luo Yunyang, put on a calm front. However, many thoughts were going through his head. He knew that coming here had definitely been the right choice this time. Even if we were to live on, we would still be classified as strays, Luo Yunyang replied dejectedly. My lord, we are losing strength. As more and more of us die, our cultivation base is taking a big hit, Luo Yunyang said dispiritedly. Nalania, you are the great emperor of the mysterious underworld race. Your negativity will definitely affect the martialists of the mysterious underworld race one way or another. If the mysterious underworld race was not really lacking now, I would definitely not have sought you out. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord lamented. His tone then changed. In critical situations like this, living on is even more difficult than dying. Nalania, as much as I wish to live on and get the mysterious underworld race out of this crisis, I am unable to do so. The human race's divine ancestor isn't going to spare me, and the most suitable person to take over will be you. I will not leave you with nothing to fend for before leaving. I will give you the sky-wielding crystal. The sky-wielding crystal of the mysterious underworld race must never fall into the hands of the human race. Although it may be hard for you to instantly become a Tai Yuan venerate upon receiving this, with some cultivation and hard work, you will surely one day reach the ranks of Tai Yuan venerates. The sky-wielding crystal. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord was actually bestowing that crystal upon him. The human race's divine ancestor can actually force you to give me the sky-wielding crystal. Luo Yunyang did not immediately decline the crystal. Of course he can't. However, I too am a Tai Yuan venerate who is no weaker than him in any way. While it is true that I will slowly deteriorate, I have not lost my status yet. Therefore, I can still use some of my strength to bestow the sky-wielding crystal upon you and send you all to the Star Sky race. Remember, the Star Sky race has its own trump cards. They can give the human race a surprise if they close in too much. At this point, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord's expression changed again. Bring your cultivation base to its peak. I will take out the sky-wielding crystal shortly and then send you and your subordinates to the territories of the Star Sky race. Luo Yunyang felt peculiar while watching the first ancient Yuan underworld lord making preparations in all seriousness. He had never known that such benefits existed in the world. 1142 Vast Sky Sacred Realm. A quarter of an hour was very short. However, a quarter of an hour could allow Nalanye to go from the desolate mysterious underworld lands to the endless starry heavens of the Star Sky race. Although the Star Sky race powerhouses had already started to revolve around Nalanye, it wasn't too much of a problem. They were already allied races, and the strong common enemy of the human race had made them even more intimate. After allocating his subordinates, Luo Yunyang had to make a decision that made him rather gloomy. He debated whether he should use the sky-wielding crystal. Only Luo Yunyang had such woes. He had merely given away a sky-wielding crystal and had now obtained another one. Although the sky-wielding crystal was repelled by the attribute regulator, it was still an extraordinary item that could allow Luo Yunyang's cultivation base to reach the Tai Yuan venerate level if he were to use it. Furthermore, the sky-wielding crystal given by the first ancient Yuan underworld lord didn't have the flaws of the supreme incarcerate ruler's sky-wielding crystal. After some hesitation, Luo Yunyang chose to wait and see for the time being. After all, he wanted to search for his family. Luo Yunyang's original intention was to use a clone embodiment to enter that unknown place. However, such a thought had been shut down by the human race's divine ancestor. According to the human race's divine ancestor, this power had only taken people with blood relations to him away and left Yunshi behind amongst a crowd of people. This meant that this place had some sort of link to Luo Yunyang's bloodline. The probability of failure was rather great if he hastily used a clone embodiment. There wouldn't be another chance if this round was a failure. Luo Yunyang thought carefully after the human race's divine ancestor explained the circumstances. If he advanced with his main body and suffered a setback, the losses would be great. However, it wouldn't be that much of an issue if he used a clone embodiment. Still, the human race's divine ancestor's apprehension meant that Luo Yunyang had to think things through carefully. After mulling this over for some time, he finally decided to go in person. Even if his real body was lost, the chaotic four-origin beast clone embodiment could still replace it. However, losing his real body would mean basically losing the attribute regulator. Then, the sky-wielding crystal would be the best option. Because Luo Yunyang had already gained the sky-wielding crystal of the divine incarcerate race and the mysterious underworld race had already retreated to a place where there were no traces, the human race was currently very peaceful. On this seemingly calm and peaceful day, Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position on a huge altar. This altar seemed ordinary, but every single stone on it had already been meticulously refined by the human race's divine ancestor. Countless resources and treasures were piled up like mountains all around the altar. However, all these things weren't of much use. What was actually useful was the human race's divine ancestor's help. As Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position on the altar, the human race's divine ancestor, who had been silent, spoke. It isn't too late to choose to back out. Back out. Luo Yunyang had already made up his mind. There was no way he was backing out. Thank you, divine ancestor, but my mind is already set, Luo Yunyang said without looking at the human race's divine ancestor. Alright, since you have decided to go and investigate, go on. I hope that the place you go to is an unparalleled transcendence ground. The human race's divine ancestor nodded and clasped his hands together to form a hand seal. As this seal glowed, a beam of light quickly gathered around Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang had been present when Shen Yunyang had broken the jade talisman, he would have realized that the power of this glow was exactly the same as it had been at the time. It was emulating this power and deriving its destination. It wasn't just looking back on the past. It also involved special space-time mystic abilities. This was definitely many times more difficult than reviewing the past. When the human race's divine ancestor finished making all the hand seals, Luo Yunyang's body was already shrouded by that glow. As the human race's divine ancestor observed the glowing lights, he noticed that Luo Yunyang had already vanished from the void. I wonder where exactly he has gone. The human race's divine ancestor mused after Luo Yunyang vanished. While the human race's divine ancestor had sent Luo Yunyang to find his family to keep his promise, he also hoped to find a path of transcendence for himself. Hopefully, he will return safely. The human race's divine ancestor muttered to himself with lament. Luo Yunyang couldn't hear all this. The instant the glow had engulfed him, he had felt a very familiar sensation. He had also felt that everything in his surroundings was strange. His spiritual consciousness had also been restrained within this glow. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt this restraining power diminish. Then, he saw blue skies. Blue skies and white clouds. The first impression that Luo Yunyang had of this realm was that it was very relaxed. However, just as he started loosening up, a wave of suppressive energy suddenly rushed toward him. This energy was extremely powerful and made Luo Yunyang feel as if his body was going to be shattered by it. It was nomological law suppression. No, it had to be nomological law rejection. The nomological laws of this realm had started to intensely reject Luo Yunyang, an entity who wasn't from this realm. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang's main body was strong enough to slowly endure this ferocious rejection. This way, Luo Yunyang still felt as if he was incapacitated by an extremely heavy steel lock. In the territories of the 36 great cosmoses, Tianding realm, and the mysterious underworld race, not even a Tai Yuan venerate had made Luo Yunyang feel this way. However, in this realm, Luo Yunyang felt entirely suppressed, which he found extremely unbearable. He even felt that just being able to use half of his power was already good enough. Luo Yunyang inhaled and prepared to calm his mind. Then, a voice was heard. The voice was as sweet as music. The person speaking was a young lady who seemed to be around 17. Her appearance didn't seem very different from an ordinary human's. However, Luo Yunyang sensed that there was something on her body that was linked with this realm the moment he saw her. Therefore, she moved with a faintly discernible grace. Luo Yunyang also understood the meaning of the lady's words. This lady had addressed him as young master. Luo Yunyang had actually been addressed as a young master. He didn't immediately reply. Instead, he seized up this lady. Although his cultivation base had been greatly suppressed, Luo Yunyang could sense that this lady had a cultivation base around the 3rd or 4th level of the universe grade. Who are you? Have you seen them? Luo Yunyang drew in the air after a momentary pause. An image of Luo Donger and Shen Yunyang appeared in midair. Yes, of course I have seen them. It's madam and young mistress. How they have pined for young master to come. The lady said before a short pause. Young master, you must be very inconvenienced by not being able to move. The vast sky sacred realm has always repelled outsiders. However, it will be alright as long as you adapt to it for some time. It's just that. The lady hesitated for a moment before chuckling. Young master, I was sent here to await your return. I originally thought that young master would never return. I never imagined that you would really come. Vast sky sacred realm. What was this place? What kind of entity was his father in this place? Why would he enter the space of the Da Alliance and disappear so mysteriously? Luo Yunyang slowly calmed down as these thoughts revolved in his mind. Although his cultivation still experienced suppression, he had already sensed that his attribute regulator could be used. His body was also slowly adapting to this nomological law's suppressing power. Take me to see my mother and sister. Luo Yunyang glanced at the lady and added, how is the child that is with them? The child you are speaking of is little master. The lady giggled. Little master is doing very well. Even though his aptitude is ordinary, he is cheerful every day. His child's aptitude was ordinary. Luo Yunyang stiffened for a moment but quickly understood that it wasn't his child's cultivation base that was ordinary. The so-called vast sky sacred realm's suppression was too strong against his son's cultivation base. Come with me, young master. The young lady seemed to have realized she had said the wrong thing and now spoke cautiously. Luo Yunyang nodded. Although he wanted to learn more from this young lady, he decided to ask more questions after he saw his mother and sister. This wasn't the world he was familiar with. Therefore, he definitely had to be very careful in it. He had to keep some cards hidden up his sleeve and not reveal all of them right away. The young lady whistled and 3 huge rocks with shimmering golden feathers flew over. There was an extremely violent vibe in the blood of these giant rocks. Luo Yunyang felt as though his mental state would be restricted in the face of such a ferocious vibe. However, the young lady didn't show any fear. She said some words to the 3 giant golden rocks and they willingly lowered their mighty heads. Young master, this giant rock is fast. We should be able to reach your clan's land in a quarter of an hour to see madam and young mistress, the lady said with a smile as she got up on the giant rock. The giant rocks spread their wings and covered millions of miles in an instant. Luo Yunyang's spirits were soaring. 1143 Stroke of circumstance on a sacred mountain filled with spiritual influence, a lady in red clothes gazed toward the distant horizon longingly. Although she knew that the good news from that direction had a very low probability of being real, she hoped that such a miracle could really happen. Young mistress, go back. You still haven't completed your homework for the day, an exquisite young lady said respectfully. The lady in red smiled. All right, I will go back in just a little while. The maid hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Miss, you should also advise Little Master Chong not to become enemies with Little Master Heng in class. Little Master Heng's natural aptitude is splendid and he will definitely become a pillar of the Luo family. If Little Master Chong offends Little Master Heng too much, there might be future problems. The maid counseled her. Luo Donger patted the maid's shoulder and said, Xiao Yi is considerate. I will talk to Chonger when I get back. His temperament is really just like his father's. Luo Donger's eyes became moist when she mentioned his father. Even though she was provided for, her family ties were something that couldn't be erased no matter what. She missed her brother terribly and always reminisced about that time. It was a time when she'd had no worries or concerns. Unfortunately, that time was gone and would never return. As Luo Donger was about to turn and leave, a loud cry resonated across the vast sky. Luo Donger, who heard the cry of the rock, quickly turned her head in that direction and saw 3 huge golden rocks flying over. She then saw the trusted maid on the giant rock in the lead. The fact that this maid was coming signified that Luo Donger got excited when she recalled the task she had given this maid. What she had wanted for so long might finally be coming true. As she was full of anticipation and apprehension, Luo Donger saw a familiar figure. Even though she hadn't seen this person for so long, she could ascertain who had come. Her brother had really found his way over. She had asked her father about the possibility of her brother moving back. However, according to her father, unless her brother could become the master of that world, there simply wouldn't be any way for him to return. Her father had also said that Luo Yunyang couldn't possibly become the master of that world. After all, in that world, a supreme entity caused endless destruction. The life-preserving talisman left behind by her father hadn't been made by him. It was a sacred realm-splitting talisman made by a similarly supreme entity. Based on what her father had said, there were only 2 pieces of the sacred realm-splitting talisman in that refining land. One had already been used when her father had left, while the other had been used by Luo Donger and her mother. Without this type of sacred talisman, her brother simply didn't have any way to reach this world. As her longing proved fruitless time after time, Luo Donger had already started to doubt whether her brother, who she thought dearly about, would ever come to this world. Just as her doubts had started to turn into despair, Luo Donger unexpectedly saw her brother. Big bro. Luo Donger immediately soared upward toward Luo Yunyang even before the huge rock had started descending. Luo Yunyang saw his sister at the same time that Luo Donger saw him. He was also overjoyed. He had never imagined that he would actually see his little sister so easily. His young sister was wearing red clothes and had the same complexion. However, unlike before, Luo Yunyang felt sort of calm now. If he had seen his sister in the 36 great cosmoses, he would definitely have been happy. However, Luo Yunyang now felt his heart sink. Big bro, mother will be overjoyed when she finds out that you have come, and Chonger, how he has pined for you and sis-in-law. Luo Dong'er rushed over to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang also wanted to see his mother quickly. Upon hearing what his sister had said, he immediately said, "How is mother? Is she well? Where is she? Take me to her." With Luo Dong'er leading the way, Luo Yunyang reached a massive palace. Shen Yunying, who had already heard the news, had brought along a child who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Moonlight like water and a breeze like rare stars. Many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind as he observed the world around him. Right now, he was thinking about the experience he'd had in the past few days. The vast sky sacred land was probably the transcendence land. Although all the understanding Luo Yunyang had gained about the vast sky land was derived from the words of his sister, everything that Luo Dong'er knew had shocked him greatly. The vast sky sacred realm had no end or boundaries. According to Luo Dong'er, even the highest level of entity in the vast sky sacred realm hadn't yet reached the extremities of the vast sky sacred realm. Besides this area, the thing Luo Yunyang paid the most attention to was the cultivation level of the vast sky sacred realm martialists. According to his initial conjecture, the vast sky sacred realm had rejected him because the divisions of martialists in the vast sky sacred realm were different from those in his own world. However, unexpectedly, the division of cultivation levels here was rather similar to the human race's cultivation levels. Universe grade, heavenly venerate, Yuan venerate. Yuan venerates were split into Taishi, Taichu, and Tai Yuan venerates here too. However, above these seemingly all-powerful Yuan venerates was an even more powerful entity that controlled everything and was the embodiment of the endless sky and earth, the sacred venerate. Although Luo Dong'er didn't have a low status, all she knew about the sacred venerate were just some legends. According to these legends, the vast sky sacred realm had been created by the sacred venerate. Heavenly venerates could split the sky and earth, Yuan venerates could reverse and control all sorts of great laws, and Tai Yuan venerates could control heavenly Tao laws. However, the sacred venerate that Luo Dong'er spoke of was the being that had created everything. The people, the laws, the heavenly Tao. Although Luo Yunyang wanted to know much more about what was beyond the Yuan venerate, this was all Luo Dong'er knew. Compared to the sacred venerate that had created this great realm, Luo Dong'er knew that the one who understood the most was their father, the sacred East Sky continents, and 4 war emperors, Luo Judian. Because the vast sky sacred realm was endless, the area was split into 4 great sky continents. Each sky continent had 4 war emperors who controlled everything. What controlled the vast sky sacred realm was the sacred emperor palace. The master of that sacred emperor palace was the sacred venerate that had created the vast sky sacred realm according to the legends. Luo Dong'er explained that their father, Luo Judian, was someone with top aptitude. It had taken him only 1 Yuanwei to reach the Taichu Yuan venerate level of the war emperor. This was because he had switched worlds and entered the Da Alliance entirely because of a plot during a campaign that had resulted in him being in dire straits. Helpless, Luo Judian had utilized a mind-splitting technique to allow his spiritual consciousness to escape. To help him escape with his life, his spiritual consciousness had been split into countless pieces that all entered different spaces. However, the majority of these spiritual consciousness pieces that were surging towards different spaces were immediately wiped out by his opponent. It was only thanks to chance and coincidence that a bit of his spiritual consciousness that had entered the Da Alliance void had safely escaped. Even so, a lot of power had been consumed and that spiritual consciousness had fallen into a slumber after entering the body of a baby. Thus, the only ordinary Luo family martialists were Luo Yunyang and Luo Dong'er. However, before Luo Yunyang had been born, Luo Judian's spiritual consciousness had awakened. By using the sacred talisman fused with his consciousness, Luo Judian had left the place where he had ended up. While his memories of his life in the Da Alliance hadn't completely vanished, the body he was in control of had already turned into War Emperor Luo Judian. For the sake of regaining his cultivation base, Luo Judian had left the Da Alliance. What he'd left Shen Yunying was the sacred talisman she could use to escape the Da Alliance when the Da Alliance encountered grave danger. I have only seen father once. He arranged the best treatment for me. Even my cultivation studies and resources are top-notch. However, after meeting with mother, he has never appeared again. According to the supervisor, he is very busy. There was a hint of bitterness in Luo Dong'er's voice. Even though she had never seen her own father before while she was young, Luo Dong'er had always felt a sort of longing for her father. The longing a little girl had. She had never imagined that even though she would get to see her father, it would be just one meeting. Compared to Luo Donger, Shen Yunyang didn't take it to heart as much. She even consoled Luo Donger by saying that finding Luo Judian was already good enough and there was no need to be so demanding. By a stroke of circumstance, Luo Yunyang had become the child of an official in this world. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard about his own status. However, what he was more concerned about was the rejection he was experiencing from this world. Luo Donger also expressed her views on what she knew about this sort of rejection. Luo Yunyang would have to choose a cultivation in this world and convert his entire cultivation base into the power of this cultivation power. By doing so, he would suppress this rejection. Both Luo Donger and Shen Yunyang had resolved the suppressive force of this world once they had chosen this sort of cultivation technique. However, because they weren't from this world, even Luo Donger cultivated slower than an ordinary person in this world. Over the past few days, Luo Yunyang had been thinking about whether he should completely convert all his cultivation techniques to techniques that belong to this world. Young master, His Majesty the War Emperor has arrived. Please come over. As Luo Yunyang was lost in thought, a tall peaked Taishi Yuan venerate entity spoke in a muffled voice. 1144 Attribute Regulator changes a figure that was both majestic and elegant sat in the center of the palace hall. Luo Yunyang was just unable to believe that such a perfect being even existed when he saw this person. Or rather, he couldn't believe that such a beautiful and perfect immortal actually existed. Luo Yunyang had seen tons of good-looking people in the 36 great cosmoses of the human race. He probably had seen way more men with better-looking features than this man. However, the high and lofty attitude of this person, in combination with his features, gave off an intimidating vibe. Luo Yunyang, I never imagined that you would come here, the man said while glancing at Luo Yunyang with a puzzled expression. However, his expression returned to normal in an instant. Although Luo Yunyang had very vague memories of his father, he believed that this was the actual Luo Judian in the vast sky sacred realm. He would have been a well-known figure if he had kept these features back in the Da Alliance. I was just lucky that I managed to ask a Tai Yuan venerate about the whereabouts of my mother and everyone else. Luo Yunyang considered acknowledging his father but eventually gave up on that thought, not because he was unwilling but because he was just unable to. I heard from your sister that you were quite extraordinary on that side. However, that realm isn't an ideal place for settlement. Now that you are here, your cultivation efficiency will be cut in half even if you convert the power of your body. This is because you aren't a born native of the vast sky sacred realm and don't have any Tao energy within you, Luo Judian said sympathetically. This will also limit your level of success. However, it should not be a problem since I am around as long as you don't go overboard. Things will be fine as long as I do not go overboard. It looks like my father really intends to cultivate me like white silk. Thank you, Luo Yunyang replied. He still couldn't bring himself to call this man father. Luo Judian smiled before adding, I know you might not be very pleased with what I said, as you feel that you will certainly be able to find your own path. In fact, I also hope that you will be able to find your own path. Here is a cultivation path for the 9 breaking sky cultivation technique that you may look into. The 9 breaking sky cultivation technique was a top cultivation technique in the vast sky sacred realm that not just anybody had access to. I believe that I will be able to complete it. 100 days later, Luo Yunyang realized that he might not be able to do what he had claimed. The contents of the 9 breaking sky cultivation technique might have been deep and complex, but there was a number of records that referred to the heavenly Tao. However, he was regrettably unable to find a method to convert the power within his body to the power of the vast sky sacred realm. Luo Yunyang wasn't stupid, but the amount of strength and control that the paths and laws in this land required was just too massive. Without any Tao energy, it was simply futile for him to try and absorb the energy of the sky and land. Was he really going to spend a year there and then return? Luo Yunyang was not satisfied. While he didn't go out too much because of his cultivation base, he was still looking forward to exploring this new land. After all, this was a realm where an entity greater than a Tai Yuan venerate existed. He even had the feeling that he would find a way to deal with the power of the black palm that moved behind the scenes back where he was from. The attribute regulator has finished updating. Would you like to make some adjustments now, given the different laws of strength? Luo Yunyang immediately had a mind to accept. Astonished, he quickly turned on his attribute regulator. The font of the numbers remained black just like before, each one representing the various attributes of Luo Yunyang. Should I adjust the attributes so that they suit the vast sky sacred realm? This was the only question in his mind. Luo Yunyang mulled it over and then decided to go ahead with the change. This was the first time he would be making adjustments to the stats on the attribute regulator. Even if things went south, he should be able to revert the stats back to their original state. In the blink of an eye, the numbers on the attribute regulator were changed to a myriad of different colors. Apart from the change in color, there was a small change to the numbers. Some numbers also remained completely the same. The suppression and rejection were gone. Luo Yunyang felt as though he was back in the 36 great cosmoses. He was now able to completely use his full strength and he wouldn't face any difficulties while cultivating either. Luo Yunyang felt a great sense of satisfaction when the attribute regulator regained its initial strength. He had at first thought that he had already mastered and acquired full control over the attribute regulator. He had never imagined that it would yet again give him such an advantage out here in the vast sky sacred realm. Without the suppression and rejection of the realm over him, Luo Yunyang relaxed slightly. While he might have spent a great deal of time while going through the ancient records of the vast sky sacred realm, he still felt as though they were providing very little information on what he wanted to find. Along with his mother, his sister and son practically became the gist of Luo Yunyang's life in the vast sky sacred realm. On the other hand, Luo Yunyang never got to see his father again after their last encounter. According to the servant accompanying him, the 4 great war emperors were now cultivating in seclusion. Luo Yunyang really enjoyed not having to lead a pampered life. He was really enjoying his stay here. His only issue was that he was still separated from Yunxi. If he was able to bring her here as well, he might really have zero thoughts of returning home. Xiaokong, don't be too hard on yourself. If you feel that your training efficiency is low, then one of these days, I'll take you to a place where time flows 100 times faster so that you can train even more efficiently. Luo Yunyang smiled as he held onto the hands of his son, feeling overcome with sentiment. His son was good at everything, but he was just too mature. Even though this was considered a good trait by many people, from Luo Yunyang's point of view, it was not good to be mature at his age. He believed that it was best to be innocent and oblivious at such a young age. Father, it will take a lot of resources for us to get to the place where time flows 100 times faster, the child called Luo Xiaochong said without any regard to his father. Luo Yunyang stayed silent for a moment before replying, he. I definitely do not have these resources, but your grandfather does. He is one of the 4 great war emperors. A brilliant father, but a useless son. No, that would be wrong. You cannot even be known as a useless son. You are simply a disgrace to the Luo family. A cold, raspy voice spoke before Luo Xiaokong could even reply. To be honest, without Uncle Judian, you would have been dealt with a long time ago. After all, you are not even related to him by blood. Having you all around definitely destroyed the reputation of the Luo family. A lady in purple robes had appeared, her voice filled with contempt as she spoke. The lady was at the 7th layer of the heavenly venerate. While this couldn't be considered rather high in the vast sky sacred realm, it was not too shabby either. Luo Yunyang neither liked nor disliked a lady like her. He was already experienced in dealing with conflicts like this, so he patted his fuming son on the back while saying, "That's enough. Stop looking at others in that manner. Son, you must always remember to stay calm as much as possible when others try to incite you. Besides, it is not our fault for having a competent father." Luo Xiaokong glanced in confusion at his father, who was standing proudly. After all, according to Luo Donger, his father was an upright and honorable individual. I am all right, competent father. Since you acknowledge Uncle Judian as your father, do you know that he is facing one of the fiercest and most dangerous battles right now? The lady hissed icily. His old rival has made great progress and wants to challenge him for his position. However, ever since he entered that despicable realm of yours, his Tao energies have been affected and it now takes him much longer to increase his cultivation level. There are many people who already frown upon this battle. Some even say that his old rival will definitely take advantage of this chance to kill him. If anything untoward happens to Uncle Judian, let's see if you guys will still strut around here and say all these things. The lady then turned to leave, not wanting to associate any further with the duo. Father, can you check if grandfather is all right? Xiaokong asked Luo Yunyang worriedly. Rest assured, your grandfather is the last person who will face any problems. Luo Yunyang patted his son's shoulders as he spoke. You are right, grandfather will be fine, Xiaokong said with clenched fists. However, while Luo Yunyang was encouraging his son, a huge face appeared on the great sun in the sky. The face was bright, scorching, and hard to look at. Luo Judian, you have lost your Tao energy, so aren't qualified to be one of the 4 great war emperors. I am now giving you a chance to give up this position so that I will spare your life. The powerful voice came like fire and swept through the sky. Chapter 1145. 2 great sacred sects. Father had lost his Tao energy. Luo Yunyang now had a clearer understanding of Tao energy. Tao energy was extremely important for people who were born in the vast sky sacred realm. Whether one could become a martialist depended on whether they were born with the Tao energy. This very same energy also affected one's ability to grow as a martialist. Take Luo Judian for example. He had been naturally born with 9 layers of Tao energy, and his natural aptitude had decided that he would gain many resources and benefits of the vast sky sacred realm. Regardless of the rate of spiritual influence absorption or the comprehension of great paths and laws, or all these endowments had allowed him to become the disciple of a respectable sect and eventually become a respectable war emperor. Although there were also Tai Yuan venerates and even stronger entities amongst the war emperors, a Tai Yuan venerate emperor would not belittle an emperor who was at the Taichu Yuan venerate. Furthermore, some of the weaker Taichu Yuan venerates had to even call their fellow war emperors brothers of the same path. In the vast sky sacred realm, once one's Tao energy was damaged, it would result in a great decline of strength as well as the ability to cultivate further. The subordinates who were following Luo Yunyang around tensed up. Some of them even looked as though a great calamity was about to befall them. As Luo Yunyang thought about his elegant, majestic, and seemingly godly father, he began to ponder if it was time for him to rescue his father. While this thought popped up in his head, a voice came from a small mountain behind him. How dare you try to fight me after being defeated? A scarlet sword shot down from the sky the moment this was said. This sword, which looked ordinary, managed to capture everyone's attention at that moment. While watching this sword, Luo Yunyang was reminded of the 4 sword techniques he had acquired from the Sky Martial Divine Bowl. Unlike those 4 sword techniques, this blade lacked killing intent. However, it also seemed capable of empowering anyone who was using it. While he too was a Taichu Yuan venerate, he believed that the best thing to do when he saw this sword was hide in the great extinguishing black hell portrait so that he could avoid having to clash with that sword. Ha ha, what an insignificant genius. Sarcasm was all over the face that had appeared on the sun. A pair of hands appeared within the sun and began pressing onto the descending sword, reducing everything to almost nothing. To put it simply, it was as though this pressure had compressed everything within this land, making it difficult for any object to go against the sheer pressure of this force. However, just as the hand and the red sword were about to collide, it seemed as though the red sword emitted a tremendous power. The magnitude of this power was far greater than that of the hand, which was coming down and was thoroughly frightening. How is that possible? Is that the strength of the 6-layered heavenly Tao? The face on the sun asked in terror as his hand was severed by the sword light. He understood the prowess of the 6-layered heavenly Tao and was about to leave. However, Luo Judian, who was controlling the scarlet sword, would not let him escape so easily. With one fell swoop, the sun in the sky was split into 2. Tu Mingyang, you have to pay the price for provoking me. While saying all this calmly, Luo Judian disappeared into the sky and immediately the wind caused the clouds to shift. A large number of martialists were bracing their mental state, while those unable to handle it started coughing out blood. Luo Yunyang was pretty interested in his father's battle prowess. While he may only have been there for a couple of days, he felt as though his dad was controlling him just like an animal. Although he was free to do anything he wanted, he had limited autonomy over matters related to cultivation. He was free to browse through some of the records in the ancient books, yet he knew very well that the most important matters of the vast sky sacred realm were not written in books. The battle between Luo Judian and Tu Mingyang should be considered one of the most epic top battles fought in this world. It would be a waste not to go and watch. Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness followed Luo Judian outside a giant palace built upon a large mountain. By now, Luo Judian's sword light had been unleashed once again. The heavenly laws contained within this sword seemed even greater. As the powerful might of the sword descended, it instantly ripped through the defenses of the giant place and split the mountain into 2. Tu Mingyang seemed to be a middle-aged martialist, but he had a pair of small eyes that made him seem devious. While he might have been defeated by Luo Judian during the battle, he did not look discouraged at that point in time. Luo Judian, I would never have expected you to return. You were actually able to condense your Dao energy when your Dao energy had been destroyed and your cultivation level had fallen. I would never have expected you to be able to do it. Tu Mingyang said with a tinge of respect. While the Dao energy is natural, there is something called not giving up, Luo Judian said calmly. Since I have decided to make a comeback, I will definitely not let myself be defeated by your low blows. I would rather die than be defeated. While Luo Judian's tone was calm, his last sentence seemed determined and anyone who listened to it would shudder. Tu Mingyang felt the intensity in his voice. I must seriously have a death wish if I continued to provoke a lunatic like you. Luo Judian's sword descended once more without any haste. However, it felt as though the sky and the land were split into half. Luo Yunyang felt as though he should be able to handle this sword. However, after experiencing the might of the sword, he breathed in heavily. His father was strong, and his mother really was. Luo Judian's name had already appeared many times since he had entered the vast sky sacred realm. For example, he was the first swordsman, the most attractive man around. While Luo Yunyang was thinking about all these things, Tu Mingyang's body had started crumbling because of the sword light. One could say that Tu Mingyang had considerable cultivation standards, but the blow from Luo Judian was just too powerful, so he was reduced to pieces instantly. Luo Yunyang snapped out of these thoughts and tried to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt a massive spiritual consciousness enveloping him. Luo Yunyang quickly gathered his own spiritual consciousness in an instant. While he did not fear his father, he did not wish to battle him right there and then. It did not matter who would win or lose. Luo Yunyang was just not in the right frame of mind to fight. Luo Judian retracted his spiritual consciousness as well. Luo Yunyang only retracted his spiritual consciousness after Luo Judian had left. Meanwhile, the huge War Emperor Palace erupted into cheers of fanfare and celebration. Although Luo Judian had been seated at the throne of the 4 War Emperors ever since his return, no one knew how people had managed to deduce that he had lost his Dao energy due to his transcendence. Nobody concealed this fact, so it appeared that Luo Judian's War Emperor position was extremely unstable. The reason nobody openly challenged him for the position was because of the sacred laws set in place by the supreme entity. Ever since the news that Luo Judian's protection by the sacred laws was over had spread, some people had foolishly started to think they were powerful enough to take his position. While the subordinates had been getting ready for this day ever since they'd received news of this battle, they still feared for their lives. For most of them, the defeat of their masters also meant that they would perish as well. However, they had never expected that their master would fully regain his cultivation base and return even stronger. Tu Mingyang was no ordinary martialist. He had previously been able to challenge Luo Judian and be on par with him for 100 bouts. However, he had been defeated in one fell swoop this time. It had been an easy kill without any remnants of the deed left behind. Young master, you will soon get countless congratulatory visits from guests. I know you do not like to deal with customary formalities. While I may be able to welcome some of the guests, there are some who have a higher status and may have to be welcomed by you personally. The supervisor of the War Palace was a polite fatty who was a Taishi Yuan Venerate. The Taishi Yuan Venerate was considered a formidable position in the vast sky sacred realm. The reason this supervisor was at the beck and call of Luo Judian was because he was indebted to him. Luo Yunyang was just not very keen on entertaining visitors. However, as he was about to decline the request, the supervisor said, "Young master, amongst those who will be paying us a visit this time are sects that master has helped you seek out. Once the guests leave, you too will have to leave with your master. Actually, His Majesty really has your best interests at heart. To ensure you could enter the Taishu sect, he called in a lot of favors and used large amounts of resources." The Taishu sect. Information about the Taishu sect appeared in his head. Although the sacred emperor place ruled the vast sky sacred realm, there were 2 large sacred sects that surpassed the sacred emperor palace. These 2 great sects were the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect. According to legend, the founders of these sects had been the disciples of the sacred venerate. They possessed deep knowledge and had massive influence over everything, including the divine emperor's palace. Also, at least half the war emperors from the 4 great sky continents originated from these 2 sacred sects. His cheap father had actually found him such a sect. Chapter 1146-9. Layers of Heavens. Yuan West Sky Continent's War Emperor Lingwu has arrived. Black North Sky Continent's War Emperor Xuanli has arrived. Spirit Soul Sky Continent's War Empress Lingfeng has arrived. As these announcements were made, distinguished martialists strode into the palace, which was entirely constructed from a scarlet sacred stone that Luo Yunyang had never seen before. The lowest cultivation base amongst them was the peak Taichu Yuan Venerate, but there were even Tai Yuan Venerates. Luo Yunyang felt as though some of the Tai Yuan Venerates seemed weak, just like the self-severed supreme incarcerate ruler. While the supervisor had told Luo Yunyang that he was supposed to entertain and welcome the guests, Luo Yunyang slowly began to realize that it wasn't necessary. He had been told to welcome the less important guests, while the VIPs would be personally welcomed by the members of the Luo family. The Luo family Luo Judian had been born into. Luo Yunyang had not had much of an impression of the Luo family prior to this until Luo Judian had slaughtered those who'd provoked him. Basically, only Luo Yunyang's family resided in this giant war palace. The Luo family's relatives came from the sky when it was time to welcome the guests. Luo Yunyang learned from Qing Ruai that Luo Judian had been born into the Luo family, which was one of the 9 great families of the eastern sacred sky continent. However, the relations between them had become strained when Luo Judian had returned with his injuries. There were hardly any visitors in Luo Judian's war palace, except for the occasional visits from 1 or 2 disciples. Based on the way the Luo family joyously welcomed its guests, it was obvious that they were living in comfort and prosperity. However, right now, Luo Yunyang's thoughts were focused on getting into the Taishu sect. Who would have known that there were 9 layers of heaven in the vast sky sacred realm? While Luo Yunyang was not sure about the specifics of the 9 layers of heaven, he was quite sure that the door to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate was slowly opening up for him. "What are you doing here? Can't you see that everybody is busy?" Someone's voice was heard in the background. Luo Yunyang hadn't noticed the person standing right next to him because he had been deep in thought. He only looked up after hearing this reprimand. It was a teenager who looked around 17 or 18 years of age and had the cultivation base of a 6th-level heavenly venerate. It was actually rare to see someone of that age reach such a cultivation level in the vast sky sacred realm. Luo Yunyang had seen the teen before. Since his father seemed to have some sort of relation to the Luo family, this was also one of the family members who had come along. This fella definitely gave off an unpleasant vibe. Luo Yunyang was completely disinterested in having to deal with the likes of someone so insignificant. "Who are you?" he asked while looking at the seething teen. "Who am I? I am one of the core members of the Luo family. Remember to use honorifics when you see me," he replied arrogantly. "Can't you see that everyone is busy? Quick, go get a few more stools," he ordered him before pointing in a certain direction. There were already servants who were responsible for arranging the stools. This action was a deliberate attempt to strike back at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang glanced at the youngster before he turned and left. He was simply uninterested in having a squabble over something so trivial. Many people in the giant hall had already seen the small tiff between Luo Yunyang and that youngster. These were, after all, exceptionally talented people, so this matter couldn't have escaped their eyes. Did you not hear my orders, you low-born maggot? Do not consider yourself part of the Luo family just because you have some kind of relation to us. Let me tell you something. You do not share the same bloodline with us. Furthermore, pieces of trash like you, who do not have Dao energy, are. Luo Yunyang felt that it would be a waste of energy to retaliate. He thus glanced at the servant assigned to him by Luo Judian, who was a peak heavenly venerate martialist. "Li Wu, send him away." Li Wu was one of the bodyguards of Luo Judian. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's orders, he rushed over and glanced at the teen awkwardly, finding it hard to take action. "Ha ha ha, you actually tried to get a servant to deal with me. Ask him if he even has what it takes to deal with me. If he dares lay a finger on me, I'll make sure he meets a miserable end," the youngster said fearlessly. "Also, you really are useless if you are getting someone else to deal with me on your behalf. In that case, what right do you have to waste our resources and enter the Taishu sect?" The youngster clearly expressed a mix of anger and jealousy when he mentioned the Taishu sect. Luo Yunyang understood more about what was going on when he noticed the youngster's behavior. The reason he was picking a bone with Luo Yunyang was because he was jealous that he was able to enter the Taishu sect. Luo Yunyang felt that he would be wasting his energy by dealing with such an insignificant person. Have you forgotten who you serve? He glanced at Li Wu. I will comply with your orders. Li Wu replied with a sudden change of expression. Li Wu then threw a heavy punch at the teen. While Li Wu may not have reached the status of a Taishi Yuan Venerate, his attacking prowess wasn't something a 6th-level Heavenly Venerate youngster could handle. The youngster rose into the air in an attempt to retreat from the attack. However, Li Wu's punch was strange and seemed to block off any form of escape route the teen had. The instant Li Wu's fist was about to strike the youngster, it came to an abrupt stop. There hadn't been any intent to stop him, but this was the result of a force that left him frozen in midair. Luo Yunyang felt it instantly. The one behind all this was a Taichu Yuan Venerate. There was no way that Li Wu could contend against someone who had control over Great Path nomological laws. He, so young. Instead of learning as much as you can, you are bullying others. What a disappointment. Initially, I still hoped that you would become a trusted aide of our family, but since you are so worthless, I will never let a jerk like you enter the Luo family, said one of the 4 elders of the Luo family. He was the one who had dealt with Li Wu and also the one who was reprimanding Luo Yunyang. The Luo family is established and prestigious, but I have never thought about being a part of it. Could this just be wishful thinking on your honor's part? Luo Yunyang could sense that his father's spiritual consciousness was present. Hence, even though he could settle this matter in an instant, he just did not want to personally make a move. Please take a look at the mirror in the future to remember where you stand before you try to talk and take on other people. Luo Yunyang rebutted. Furthermore, this is my house. You are an outsider who is interfering. Did you actually think that my father is a pushover? What nonsense. I am one of the 4 elders of the Luo family. Naturally, I have a say in matters regarding anybody within the family. The elder laughed. Even if Judian were around today, I would still have to teach a jerk like you a lesson. He reached out with his hands to grab Luo Yunyang as he spoke. While Luo Yunyang had already regained his strength, he did not wish to reveal his powers in a world he knew so little about right away. Furthermore, he too wanted to see what he was actually worth in the eyes of his father. Father, save me, someone is trying to kill me. Luo Yunyang screamed like this for the first time as the man reached out to grab him. In that instant, a wave of powerful sword intent surged over and enveloped the elder. While the elder was also a Taishi Yuan Venerate, he felt fear and anxiety under the influence of the sword intent and immediately stopped. Judian, this man right here disrespected his elders and embarrassed you. He is an utter disgrace. I have to bring him back to the hall of the Luo family and make him reflect. The elder spoke to Luo Judian deferentially despite obviously showing signs of discomfort. The reason for his cordiality was Luo Judian's cultivation. Only I can put my son in place. What does this have to do with your family? Luo Judian said icily. Judian, are you not intending to adhere to the rules of the family? The elder asked despite knowing that he was not a match for Luo Judian. The reason he could speak like that was because he had the support of the entire Luo family. Scram. Luo Judian replied. What did you say? The confused elder stammered. He had initially thought the words weren't meant for him, but judging from the look on Luo Judian's face, it was obvious that these insulting words had been directed at him. While the elder was in a difficult predicament, Luo Yunyang scoffed. The Luo family is bullshit. Like my father even cares. Poor relatives like you who come from afar hope to gain some benefits because of my father's war emperor position. Given my father's status, it would have cost almost nothing to give you some benefits, but you obviously tried to take advantage of our kindness. Scram, we have nothing to do with your side of the Luo family. Luo Yunyang's words left the elder feeling thoroughly embarrassed. He wished he could kill Luo Yunyang right then and there. Judian, what this wretched being has said. His words are my words. Do you want to leave by yourselves now, or do you want me to escort you out? Luo Judian glanced straight at the elder as he asked this. The Luo family bit their teeth and left. However, some other onlookers stared at Luo Yunyang in contempt. It wasn't a crime to not be naturally well endowed and talented, but relying on one's father was just. There are 2 Luos, Luo and Luo. The Luo in Luo Judian's name is different from the Luo in Luo Yunyang's Nam Chapter 1147 The Path of the Tai Yuan Venerate. Senior Brother Luo, please make a record, for I would like to borrow the mysterious copper body technique manual, a chubby chap said with a smile. Luo Yunyang looked him in the eye before replying. The mysterious copper body technique isn't bad indeed, but it is not suitable for you. Senior brother, my Tao energy is affiliated with. The chubby chap retorted in embarrassment. I do know the attribute of your Tao energy, but the cultivation technique you chose really isn't suitable for you. Instead, you should go find a technique called the inextinguishable gold body. You will then be able to train faster, Luo Yunyang replied. Whilst the chubby chap did not seem to quite agree with him, he still quietly clenched his teeth and entered the repository once more. After 2 hours, the same chubby chap walked out of the repository excitedly, holding an ancient book. Thank you so much, senior brother Luo. Without your guidance, I might actually not have been training to my fullest potential. Luo Yunyang waved at the chubby chap, gesturing that he was busy. The young chap continued to be respectful despite being chased away. Who knows how many of the ancient books senior brother Luo has read during his time in the repository. It is a pity that he does not have any Tao energy, or he would definitely have been the most promising martialist in the Taishu sect. The chubby chap did not hide his gratefulness, and neither did a few other disciples of the Taishu sect who had left the repository as well. However, other people did not seem that pleased. He became a core disciple of the Taishu sect the moment he entered. What's more, he was given the good job of looking after the repository. If I had access to such resources, as well as such a capable father, then surely I would have been able to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly venerates within a year. He is wasting all the resources indeed, a pale young man lamented. In fact, many disciples in the Taishu sect were not happy with the fact that Luo Yunyang was able to use so many of their resources despite not having any Tao energy himself. Being one of the 2 great sects in the world, the Taishu sect was highly selective when it came to its disciples. That said, there was still a total of about 3,000 disciples in the Taishu sect alone. These 3,000 disciples were split into 3 tiers: core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. All these people were outer disciples. While the Taishu sect was extremely generous with these disciples, they still did not have access to the most premium resources. Although they were not very comfortable with their limited access to the resources, they did not have much of a choice, as they were largely limited by their cultivation base. However, their discontentment had become much greater ever since Luo Yunyang had joined as a disciple half a year earlier. No disciple would instantly become an inner disciple or core disciple from the moment they joined or have access to the most premium Tao energy resources. Luo Yunyang wasn't just devoid of Tao energy. His cultivation base was also much worse than theirs. A person like this had managed to become the core disciple of the Taishu sect just because his father was a war emperor. I have always respected His Highness Luo Judian. I never expected that his son would ruin his reputation. Have you heard? He is the son His Highness Luo Judian had when his spiritual consciousness hadn't recovered yet and he had to use secret techniques to be resurrected. His honor's blood doesn't flow in him, and he also has no Tao energy. Even so, he was allowed to enter the Taishu sect because of his honor. I even heard that his honor Luo Judian had an argument with the Luo family over him. Core disciple Luo Yunyang had become the object of their envy during all the discussions amongst the disciples. However, senior brother Luo has great perception. The chubby chap argued in favor of Luo Yunyang. He quickly realized that what he'd said was not well received by the others. Eventually, he meekly used Luo Yunyang's insight as a method to validate his initial statement. Luo Yunyang was tidying up the repository while the others talked about him. Although there were various array formations that could be used in the repository to keep the place neat and tidy, Luo Yunyang still enjoyed the process of tidying up. He was also mulling over his situation in this realm while tidying up. While he'd gained a very vague understanding of how this world functioned during his stay at his father's war palace, he actually had a very clear understanding of what it was like at the repository of the Taishu sect. There weren't any top-notch cultivation techniques in the repository. Even after completely mastering the highest cultivation technique here, one would only be allowed to be a Taishi Yuan venerate. However, Luo Yunyang still benefited greatly from being in charge of the repository. It could even be said that the repository had allowed him to develop far more than some of the best cultivation techniques could. Firstly, it had given him a much better understanding of the vast sky sacred realm. Back when Luo Yunyang had first entered the vast sky sacred realm, he'd thought of it as nothing more than a massive area many times larger than the great cosmos or just a Tianding realm that had expanded many times. It was only after viewing the ancient books in the repository that Luo Yunyang had realized how shallow a viewpoint he'd had of the vast sky-sacred realm. Anything else aside, there were 9 sky laws there. Based on what Luo Yunyang felt, these sky laws were unique and could be split into countless other great paths. The sky laws of the vast sky-sacred realm had their own ranking system. Great path nomological laws born from the sky laws were also classified accordingly. According to the ancient records of the Taishu sect, these 9 sky laws had been created when the sacred venerate had first established the vast sky-sacred realm. The existence of these 9 sky laws was the reason the vast sky-sacred realm could prosper. Besides, one didn't need the sky-wielding crystal to become a Tai Yuan venerate in the vast sky-sacred realm. As long as one could follow the guidance of the 9 sky laws and incorporate a sky law that belonged to oneself within the body, one could eventually also become a Tai Yuan venerate. There were differences between the 9 sky laws. Hence, the strength of each Tai Yuan venerate who could incorporate the various sky laws would also vary depending on which laws were incorporated. Luo Yunyang strongly favored this method of attaining the Tai Yuan venerate. After all, his attribute regulator clashed with the sky-wielding crystal. However, he also knew that it was not going to be easy to incorporate any of the sky laws and become a Tai Yuan venerate. Many people had already attained the status of a Tai Yuan venerate in the vast sky-sacred realm, and most of them had begun establishing their own great cosmoses throughout the vast sky-sacred realm. As their sky laws were already established, these great cosmoses were greatly influenced by their will. Luo Yunyang did not check how many Tai Yuan venerates were in the vast sky-sacred realm, but he was able to roughly estimate their number. On top of this, Luo Yunyang was even more interested in the sacred venerate who had established the vast sky-sacred realm, as mentioned in the legends of the 2 great sects. The sacred venerate had not shown himself in a long time. While many people could confirm the supreme entity's existence, his influence within the vast sky-sacred realm had already begun dwindling with the passing of time. According to the records of the Taishu sect, the vast sky-sacred realm had never faced a great war or disaster. While this was merely a guess, Luo Yunyang felt that being in the vast sky-sacred realm would bring him massive gains. These gains would help him break through to the Tai Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang had not wanted to use the sky-wielding crystal to become a Tai Yuan venerate back in the 36 great cosmoses. However, he had eventually realized that it was nearly impossible to advance without it. After doing some research on the ancient records of the vast sky-sacred realm, Luo Yunyang realized that there was another way to become a Tai Yuan venerate. He could completely simulate a perfected sky law in his mind. By simulating completed sky laws, one could enter the boundaries of the Tai Yuan venerate. While this might sound easy, it was very hard to accomplish in reality. After all, it wasn't easy to record the formulation of a sky law that could eventually establish a great cosmos. Besides becoming a Tai Yuan venerate, Luo Yunyang was also very interested in Dao energy. In fact, he was currently preparing to condense some. Dao energy could take form because of the existence of the 9 sky laws. If Dao energy reacted to different sky laws differently, it would mean that the power drawn from the sky and earth was different too. Besides the natural occurrence of Dao energy, it could also be condensed by using a large amount of willpower. However, this was an extremely difficult feat. Condensing Dao energy from nothing was extremely difficult even for someone as exceptionally talented and brilliant as Luo Judian. That was also why the Luo family had chosen to abandon Luo Judian. However, they had never expected him to eventually manage to condense a new Dao energy. Furthermore, the Dao energy he had attained had a higher grade than his previous one. Although all the experiences Luo Yunyang had gone through had allowed him to understand that the vast sky-sacred realm was an actual transcendence land, he still felt that it was a little difficult for him to assimilate this. He was trying to use the viewpoint of an outsider to look at this realm. Following his observation of the vast sky-sacred realm, he felt as though it was time for him to get some hands-on experience by accumulating his own Dao energy. However, before he could even start accumulating Dao energy, he received a piece of news that shocked him greatly. Someone had actually proposed marriage to his father. Chapter 1148 Marriage Agreement. The South Seoul Sky Continent's War Empress Ling Feng wanted to marry the sacred East Sky Continent's War Emperor Judian. This news immediately spread far and wide. After all, 2 war emperors were impressive characters in this realm. Not counting Tai Yuan venerates, War emperors were basically existences that stood on the peak of the vast sky sacred realm. As one of the two great sects, the Taishu sect was well informed. Therefore, in no time, practically everyone in the sect knew about this. The disciples that came to the repository had looks of slight glee or pity as they glanced at Luo Yunyang. How could Luo Yunyang know what these fellas were thinking about? However, he basically didn't care about them. Luo Yunyang might still have hoped that his mother and father would be together before he had met his father again, but he felt that he shouldn't hope for that anymore. After all, the gulf between the two of them was just too huge. Although Luo Yunyang could help his mother achieve a peak heavenly venerate cultivation base, it was difficult to change one's demeanor. How could the lofty, magnificent Luo Judian feel that he was compatible with the rural, ordinary Shen Yunyang? Even Luo Donger had once mentioned such a thing to her brother. According to her, their mother was no match for their father. Although Luo Yunyang had just replied with a laugh then, he too felt that what his sister had said made sense. Now, their father would be marrying War Empress Ling Feng, who had a similar status, so Luo Yunyang found this rather normal. Senior brother, don't be too mindful of this. My father is only a lowly starlord and he has about 7 or 8 wives. A chubby youngster reached Luo Yunyang's side and spoke softly. Luo Yunyang had been pondering how he should go about his own cultivation. Upon hearing this chubby fellow, he felt a little dumbfounded. However, he immediately understood that this youngster was trying to console him. Luo Yunyang really didn't know what there was to be upset about. In a previous call with his mother some time ago, he might have heard his mother sound a little dejected, but at the same time, he could sense that his mother was also accepting. Luo Yunyang could understand where this acceptance came from. After all, being with an absolutely outstanding person was also a huge pressure in its own right. Thank you, junior brother. Luo Yunyang had already forgotten the little fatty's name. He patted his shoulders as he said, "You are my younger brother from now on. Just mention my name if anyone tries to bully you." Luo Yunyang said this with full confidence, making many other disciples around look strangely at him. Someone without any Dao energy had actually dared say such big words. This left them completely speechless. However, they knew that Luo Yunyang could back up what he was saying. His cultivation base might be lacking, but he was a core disciple of the sect. Furthermore, thanks to the person backing him, most people really wouldn't dare offend him. The little fatty didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he quickly calmed himself down. Thank you, senior brother. Luo Yunyang was about to ask this junior brother his name when he heard someone say, "Who is Luo Yunyang? Come out for a walk." The fat junior brother at Luo Yunyang's side froze when he saw who had spoken. Outer sect disciples like them all wore blue robes. This young man was wearing a violet robe. Violet robes symbolized that the person wearing them was an inner sect disciple of the Taishu sect. While outer sect disciples were also proud fellows, they never had any intention of picking a fight with an inner sect disciple. Luo Yunyang was dressed casually. The Taishu sect had rules after all. Green for outer sect disciples, violet for inner sect disciples. Core disciples could dress any way they wished. Get out. Is this a place you should be at? Although this was the first time Luo Yunyang had seen this inner sect disciple, he could sense that this fellow didn't harbor any kind intentions. Thus, he chided him straight away. Within the Taishu sect, inner sect disciples had a considerably high status. After all, out of the 3,000 disciples, only about 200 were inner sect disciples. Even though they were respectful to the small number of core disciples, they would basically boss outer sect disciples around. Luo Yunyang had a backer and was also a core disciple. However, these people didn't think much of him. Although he might have a backer, he was incapable of condensing any Dao energy. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang was merely a special outer sect disciple. What did you just say to me? That inner sect disciple glared at Luo Yunyang angrily. I said you should leave this place. This repository is only open to outer sect disciples. Only outer sect disciples and core disciples who manage the repository can enter it. Luo Yunyang pointed to the door. You have 3 seconds to leave, or I shall take you to the disciple hall so you can explain why you entered a repository for outer sect disciples to steal scriptures. Anyone that could become an inner sect disciple was basically an outstanding genius within the sect. Besides being intellectually gifted, they were also very conceited. That inner sect disciple seemed livid upon hearing what Luo Yunyang had said. Would the deacon in the discipline hall believe an inner sect disciple like me would come to steal scriptures from the repository meant for outer sect disciples? Ask yourselves, who would you believe? The violet-robed inner sect disciple shot a look at the outer sect disciples before him. The Taishu sect's rules were strict. Amongst outer sect disciples, very few would dare pick a fight with inner sect disciples or even dare disobey one. While most of them lowered their heads, the fatty beside Luo Yunyang was about to speak. Luo Yunyang made a gesture to stop the fatty and said, "It doesn't matter whether they believe you or not. What's important is that I will be the person taking you there. I believe that the people of the discipline hall will know who they ought to believe." The inner sect disciple's face darkened at once. Although he had acted high and mighty before the outer sect disciples, he was merely a mid-ranking existence within the Taishu sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't get sent out to run errands. You are just using your father's power. What would you be without it? The embarrassed inner sect disciple roared furiously. That's right, I am wielding my father's power. Who asked your father to be useless and unable to even become a war emperor? Luo Yunyang was naturally skilled at verbal combat. The inner sect disciple's face flushed. Even though he felt extremely sullen, he seemed to be at a loss for words. Junior brother Shao, back down. A sweet-sounding voice spoke before a beautiful lady in violet-red robes strolled over. Although the aura of this lady was already retracted, the blazing spiritual essence all around seemed to have been amplified several times. The outer sect disciples watching the spectacle bowed the moment they saw this lady. Greetings, senior sister Wangyu. Junior brother Luo, this time, I have come mainly for one reason. Wangyu's eyes seemed to be sparkling like electricity as she glanced at Luo Yunyang. I have a country in the South Soul Sky continent with millions of citizens and hundreds of five-element sacred mountains. This land is currently lacking a ruler. I wonder if junior brother Yunyang would lower himself to take this post and bring his family to rule over that land. All the outer sect disciples were stunned. They had never imagined that Wangyu's reason for seeking out Luo Yunyang would actually be to offer him such a huge present. While the Taishu sect was powerful, those core disciples really seemed like royalty. Even if inner sect disciples strived and slogged their entire lives, it still wouldn't be very easy for them to become the ruler of a small country. Now, senior sister Wangyu had merely spoken and had already given Luo Yunyang a huge gift that would tempt many people. Luo Yunyang sort of understood senior sister Wangyu's intention after hearing what she said. Although he didn't oppose his father personally, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to accept this sort of exchange. Senior sister is too kind. Unfortunately, I don't intend to do so. Luo Yunyang shrugged and spoke nonchalantly. Senior sister Wangyu was very confident regarding this matter but had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually not show her any face. A moment later, her face turned dark. Junior brother Yunyang, you aren't giving me face, neither are you giving the Wangling clan any face. If that is the case, then don't blame me for not giving my junior brother any face within the Taishu sect. The haughty Wangyu told Luo Yunyang disdainfully. Her cultivation base had already reached the Taishi Yuan Venerate, so she was mighty and imposing regardless of whether she was in the Taishu sect or anywhere else. In the past, she wouldn't even have spared a single glance for a person like Luo Yunyang, who relied on his backers. However, this time, she was following the orders of a clan and removing a hindrance on War Empress Lingfeng's behalf. Actually, in Wangyu's opinion, Luo Yunyang couldn't even be considered a hindrance. He was at best just a troublesome pest. Whatever. Luo Yunyang waved Wangyu away and said unperturbedly, if there is nothing else, please leave immediately. I still have matters to attend to. Wangyu scoffed. She was just about to speak when a jade talisman suddenly flew into her hand. She stiffened when she saw the contents. Luo Judian, he actually dared break off the marriage agreement. Chapter 1149. The 9 Sky Yuan map. He was breaking off the marriage agreement. Luo Yunyang wasn't any less shocked than Wangyu upon hearing the news. In his opinion, his father had no reason to back out of this marriage. War Empress Lingfeng might not be the #1 beauty in the vast sky realm, but she had definitely been in the top 10 back in her heyday. In terms of cultivation base, she was the only one who had become a war empress out of her generation of beauties. It could be said that she was a combination of beauty and strength with a status way more powerful than the #1 beauty of the past. She and his father seemed so compatible that it was startling. Not only were they gifted geniuses, but they were like the sun and moon that illuminated everything around them. He's not breaking off this arrangement because of me, right? Wang Yu, who had been thinking of getting even with Luo Yunyang, now backed off quietly. She wasn't afraid of Luo Yunyang, but this matter was no longer something she could handle, so she would be taking a temporary leave first. After Wang Yu left, the others dispersed as well. Luo Yunyang pondered what had happened as he contacted Luo Donger. Big bro, have you heard? Father broke off the wedding arrangement. How assertive. The chattering Luo Donger seemed to have transformed into a young lady that loved gossip. Tisk tisk. An old fogey from the Luo family said that this was supposed to combine the strength of the two clans. He said something when it was decided by the family patriarch. Father didn't have to understand it. All he needed to do was follow the patriarch's decree. Luo Donger enthused. Father said imperiously that whoever decided on the marriage could marry her instead. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunyang smiled as well. The main reason he had entered this unknown world was to find his mother, sister, and son. He had never imagined that his father would actually be such a domineering individual. Even though he had also been rather dazzling back in the human race, he still paled in comparison to his father. Big bro, do you think that father declined the marriage because of mother? Luo Donger asked cautiously before immediately rejecting the idea. Even though I really hope this is the case, I think that the possibility is extremely tiny. Luo Yunyang was speechless for a moment. Would their mother teach her a proper lesson if she heard this? However, Luo Yunyang agreed with Donger's view deep down. Luo Judian's marital status wouldn't really influence Luo Yunyang that much. He continued following his plan while preparing to condense his own Dao energy. In the vast sky sacred realm, Dao energy was like a martialist's foundation. It could link up with heaven and earth. Since Luo Yunyang intended to use the vast sky sacred realm to become a Tai Yuan venerate, then he would need to condense Dao energy. However, even though he intended to condense Dao energy, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. As Luo Yunyang followed his plans and started to condense his own Dao energy, he slowly realized that his status in the Taishu sect had started to change. Even though the things he managed hadn't experienced many changes, the attitude some people had toward him had changed. For example, Yuan venerate Qingli, who had brought him to the Taishu sect, hadn't called on him for quite some time. In the past, Yuan venerate Qingli used to check in on him every fortnight even if Luo Yunyang hadn't made any improvements. Also, some inner sect disciples that Luo Yunyang didn't like had started to swagger and strut in front of him. Junior brother Luo, a man with a grim face, walked over to Luo Yunyang casually. In 3 days, the 9 Sky Yuan realm will open. You must head to the sky sacred place earlier. Don't be late. Luo Yunyang had seen this man once. He was core disciple He Yunzi, who was in charge of internal law and order within the sect. Many Taishu sect disciples were extremely fearful of him. Even inner sect disciples would feel their hearts shudder when they saw him. Naturally, Luo Yunyang didn't fear this core disciple. However, after being in the sect for so many days, he had also heard quite a bit about the 9 Sky Yuan realm opening. It was said that the 9 Sky Yuan map was actually an ultimate treasure given by the sacred venerate to the Taishu sect's ancestral master. This ultimate treasure didn't just contain powerful might. It was also a self-formed realm. It was extremely abstruse within and contained countless treasures. Every core disciple of the Taishu sect would have an opportunity to comprehend the 9 Sky Yuan map. As for whether they could obtain treasures from it, that would depend on their fortune. For example, Yuan venerate Qingli's strongest treasure, the green cloud sky flag, had been obtained by the 9 Sky Yuan map. Thank you, senior brother He Yunzi. Luo Yunyang thanked He Yunzi in earnest for the information. He Yunzi eyed Luo Yunyang, wanting to speak. However, in the end, he just shook his head and left. Although He Yunzi didn't say anything, Luo Yunyang already understood his intent. He wanted to tell Luo Yunyang to just give up on this opportunity. Or rather, he didn't want Luo Yunyang to waste such a good opportunity. Instead, he should give it to someone who was more suitable. But how could Luo Yunyang give up such a good opportunity to someone else when he intended to find out the secrets of the vast sky sacred realm as well as the sacred venerate? As for what others said, Luo Yunyang never cared about it. In these 3 days, others had hovered around Luo Yunyang, wishing to negotiate an exchange. However, they ultimately didn't speak when they saw him. Half a day before the 9 Sky Yuan realm was about to open, Luo Yunyang had already arrived at the Sky Sacred Palace. The Sky Sacred Palace didn't look too tall. but its ancient and simple walls that were adorned with array inscriptions would awe most people who laid eyes on it. Luo Yunyang had arrived half a day before, but he still wasn't the earliest to arrive. When he reached the Sky Sacred Palace, there were already 7 or 8 people waiting there. Out of these people, Luo Yunyang only recognized one person, the proud Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu seemed unfriendly, there were still a handful of men around her. The lowest cultivation base amongst these men was the peak 9th level Heavenly Venerate. Ever since Luo Judian had broken off the marriage agreement, Wang Yu had no longer appeared before Luo Yunyang. Now, upon seeing him, her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. Perhaps due to some unknown apprehension, Wang Yu glared coldly at Luo Yunyang but didn't speak. However, even though she didn't speak, this didn't mean that others were forgiving. A man in golden robes with a pair of golden wings said icily, "Even if a crow joined a flock of phoenixes, it would never change the fact that it is a crow. Some people clearly lack ability, yet they rely on their elders to come mix with us." Even though this person hadn't mentioned any names, everyone who heard this could tell what he meant. Wang Yu didn't speak, but she shot a glance at this golden-winged man, indicating her approval of these words. The golden-winged man's spirit soared as he asked Luo Yunyang delightedly, "Brother Luo, don't you think so?" While most people in this realm looked similar to the human race, Luo Yunyang couldn't call them humans. After all, there were still some differences between them and the human race. Take this golden-winged man for example. While his appearance didn't seem too different from a human's, the golden wings meant that he possessed the bloodline of a natural divine rock. Yes, Brother Jin, you are right. I totally agree with what Senior Brother Jin says. Some golden sparrows only dream about eating the flesh of phoenixes. Why not take a proper look at oneself and see whether one has a pair of golden wings to match a phoenix? Even though Luo Yunyang knew shooting his mouth off wouldn't be of much use, he belonged to the second generation of a war emperor and people would assume he was easily bullied if he backed off so easily. The face of that golden-winged man darkened. He had just been unceremoniously exposed by Luo Yunyang and had even been called a bird that overestimated its abilities. This was too much. Everyone present basically knew his designs on Wang Yu, so nobody knew what to say. Being disgraced in front of the girl he loved was unbearable. However, right now, he didn't dare make a move either. Luo Yunyang, your good days are coming to an end. Slowly enjoy your last few happy days. In time, let's see if you'll still be able to smile without a backer, the golden-winged man said, sounding completely bitter. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Yunyang sensed that this wasn't retaliation. It seemed as if he knew something. Could his father have encountered some kind of problem? As Luo Yunyang had this thought, a bell chime was heard. Then, an ordinary-looking old man stepped forth. This man seemed as though he had fused with the world yet also as if he no longer existed. Upon entering the Sky Sacred Palace this time, each of you will have one opportunity. Whether you will obtain a treasure from the 9 Sky Yuan map will depend on our destiny. It will be due to your own fate if you are unable to obtain anything. Therefore, you must give it your all. There won't be another chance like this in the future. After he said that, he eyed Luo Yunyang and said, "Of course, if anyone wishes to give up their spot, they may do so." Chapter 1150 The Six Dragon Sky Striking Bow. This was an undisguised request for him to give up the spot. Dream on. Luo Yunyang pretended he hadn't heard what this old man had said. The old man didn't say anything else either. Instead, he slowly strolled with a wide smile. His Taishi Yuan Venerate aura was much stronger than Wang Yu's and the others' auras. Wang Yu and the other core disciples had strange looks on their faces when they saw this person. However, they all bowed before the Taishi Yuan Venerate who had entered. Greetings, Mountain Lord Fuyuan. Luo Yunyang had never heard of Fuyuan Mountain Lord's name, but he understood the status of a Mountain Lord. Within the Taishu sect, anyone that could become a Mountain Lord was basically from the previous generation of core disciples. When the current batch of core disciples matured, they too would become Mountain Lords of the thousands of mountains in the Taishu sect. Basically, they would have full authority over the mountains they governed and would also be important characters within the Taishu sect. Ha ha ha, greetings, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Mountain Lord Fuyuan returned the greeting while glancing at Luo Yunyang. Junior brother Luo, the probability of you obtaining anything from the opening of the 9 Sky Yuan portrait this time isn't high. Therefore, for your sake, you should sell that spot to me. Don't worry, I will take care of you regarding all future matters of the Taishu sect, Mountain Lord Fuyuan said. Luo Yunyang smirked and said disdainfully, Senior brother, since you are so haughty, why don't you become a war emperor? That way, you can prove you are different from the masses and protect this junior brother. Mountain Lord Fuyuan flushed upon being ridiculed by Luo Yunyang. While his cultivation base was sufficient for him to become a mountain lord, becoming one of the war emperors of the 4 great sky continents was basically a fantasy. Or rather, a pipe dream he had no hope of realizing. Luo Yunyang grinned and no longer paid attention to this person. Although Mountain Lord Fuyuan very much wanted to twist Luo Yunyang's neck, he still contained his anger. This wasn't because he had a good temper but because he really couldn't afford to offend the person behind Luo Yunyang. Junior brother Yunyang, I have a few yuan venerate treasures that can be given to you. How about you give me the spot to enter Sky Sacred Hall in exchange? A bunch of treasures appeared in Mountain Lord Fuyuan's hands as he said this. While these treasures were inferior compared to Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell, they were still rare treasures. Exchanging these items with Luo Yunyang was magnanimous on Mountain Lord Fuyuan's part. I'm not interested. Luo Yunyang waved him off. Junior brother Luo, you have to consider this carefully. Even if you enter Sky Sacred Hall, you won't have any way of obtaining anything from the 9 Sky Yuan portrait, so you'll be wasting this chance. Wouldn't it be better to exchange it for a few treasures? Even though Mountain Lord Fuyuan was annoyed by Luo Yunyang, he continued to patiently negotiate. He had ended up returning empty-handed from his previous foray into Sky Sacred Hall because of other people's conspiracies. Not only had he suffered a considerable loss strength-wise, but he had also lost the opportunity to gain many treasures. He wasn't going to give up on this rare chance when someone like Luo Yunyang had a spot to enter the 9 Sky Yuan portrait. Luo Yunyang laughed heartily. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. The 9 Sky Yuan portrait was an ultimate treasure passed down by the sacred venerate. I really wish to broaden my mind with this experience. As for your concern, tisk, to be honest, my family's treasury has lots of items like this. I think you should keep them for yourself, senior brother. Luo Yunyang's smile grew even wider at this point. Even though the senior brothers here have considerable value, they still aren't much compared to me. Luo Yunyang used a somewhat polite tone, but his meaning was clear. You are nothing but a pauper, so stop putting on airs here. Mountain Lord Fuyuan nearly coughed up blood in a fit of anger. He was a mountain lord and a reputable person within the sect. The fact that Luo Yunyang was humiliating him in such an unbridled manner made him redden. Junior brother Luo, I will remember everything you have said. Mountain Lord Fuyuan turned his head and left. He knew very well that even though he had his master's support, it would be best to keep a low profile in Sky Sacred Hall. Wang Yu and the others watched Luo Yunyang with peculiar expressions. When Mountain Luo Fuyuan had appeared, most of them had thought that it would be an interesting spectacle. Even if Luo Yunyang was very unwilling and might have to feign civility with Mountain Lord Fuyuan for some time, nobody had expected that he would piss off Mountain Lord Fuyuan so bluntly. Mountain Lord Fuyuan was speechless from anger and had to walk away sullenly. Anyone that could basically become a core disciple of the Taishu sect had a decent foundation. However, in that case, they would be careful when handling matters. Luo Yunyang was basically the first person who had no qualms about coming at him head-on. The old man who had spoken now looked somewhat pissed. Even though Luo Yunyang hadn't specifically attacked him, he had still lost quite some face. Young man, it is best to not be overly conspicuous when going about things. After he said that, he formed hand seals before adding, all right, enter the hall. Let me remind you all one last time that whether you can obtain anything in the 9 Sky Yuan portrait will totally be down to your own luck. Luo Yunyang followed Wang Yu and the others into Sky Sacred Hall. He and the others had never paid any attention to the surroundings of Sky Sacred Hall. What immediately caught their attention when they entered the large hall was a portrait. A portrait suspended high up in the middle of the large hall. The portrait was close to 30 meters long and was made entirely of dark violet material. Compared to the material of this portrait, its contents seemed difficult to understand. The best portrait Luo Yunyang possessed was the Extinguishing Black Hell portrait. While the Extinguishing Black Hell portrait had wondrous uses, it would merely look like a portrait of hell when it wasn't being used. However, the 9 Sky Yuan portrait was a mass of ink. That's right, on the 9 Sky Yuan portrait were just wads of ink and nothing else. However, When Luo Yunyang focused his attention on the 9 Sky Yuan portrait, he understood why this treasure portrait was called the 9 Sky Yuan portrait. If a treasure could assimilate a sky law, then it would truly be a completed great realm. However, in the 9 Sky Yuan portrait were 9 sky laws. 9 heavenly laws that were mutually corresponding with this vast sky sacred realm. If he could take the 9 Sky Yuan portrait away and return to the 36 great cosmoses, Luo Yunyang believed that he could save all the people of the 36 great cosmoses from the being that destroyed eras. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang believed the Almighty in control of the 9 Sky Yuan portrait would immediately turn him into ashes if he tried anything funny. Furthermore, the sacred venerate had not appeared for a very long time and might not necessarily permit such a thing to happen either. As his spiritual consciousness entered the 9 Sky Yuan portrait, Luo Yunyang felt that even though the 9 Sky Yuan portrait seemed whole, it was actually a confluence of 9 sky laws. 9 sky laws assimilated together in a void, making this realm seem perfect. Furthermore, when the power of the 9 sky laws converged, countless treasures were derived within the 9 Sky Yuan portrait. It was a top-notch treasure that could birth ultimate treasures. Thus, one could imagine how important this was to the Taishu sect. Even though Luo Yunyang felt that he had been very comfortable during his time in the Taishu sect, he now realized his understanding of the Taishu sect was merely a drop in the ocean. Or rather, the sect grounds on the mountains were merely just for show. The Taishu sect's actual strength was hidden in some unknown land. Many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind, but he quickly tossed them aside. Right now, his priority was to find a powerful treasure. Core disciples entered Sky Sacred Palace to seek out treasures. What kind of treasures they would obtain would depend on their own fortune and opportunities. Luo Yunyang wasn't mentally weak to begin with. Thus, he didn't hold back when it was time to obtain treasures. In a short while, his spiritual consciousness had already found a spot within the treasured portrait where 3 sky laws converged. In this location, Luo Yunyang saw a treasured mirror. The mirror contained 3 sky laws, so it could be considered a supreme treasure. Luo Yunyang felt that his power would experience massive improvement because of this mirror alone. In the end, however, he didn't pick up this treasured mirror, not because he didn't need it, but because each core disciple could only find and obtain one treasure in the 9 Sky Yuan portrait. Although the treasured mirror was very strong, Luo Yunyang hoped to find treasures that were even better and stronger. The 9 sky laws were like 9 strings interweaving in the 9 Sky Yuan portrait. Trying to find the source or the point where they converged wasn't an easy task. While Wang Yu and the others had an outstanding aptitude, they were basically searching for branches of a certain sky law. Their objective was to search within the 9 Sky Yuan portrait to find the strongest and most powerful treasure of the sky law branch they practiced. This process was basically dry and dull, as their spiritual consciousness was basically searching in an endless mass of primordial chaos. Although Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness was much more powerful than Wang Yu's and the others, he quickly realized that his mental strength was being consumed too quickly, which was difficult to bear. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang had the attribute regulator, which allowed him to find a spot where 6 sky laws converged. What Luo Yunyang saw in this spot was a bow that seemed to be entirely created from stone. It was the 6 dragon sun striking bow. Chapter 1151 Scarlet Phoenix Sky Wing. A person was sitting in a lotus position on top of an ordinary stone platform. The figure was so unmoving that it seemed like a ghost. The figure sitting atop the stone platform exclaimed in surprise as his eyes gradually opened. He had an ordinary pair of eyes that seemed to hide a limitless amount of wisdom, and the 6 dragon sun striking bow was actually found. The figure said with lament before closing his eyes once again. While the 6 dragon sun striking bow was a precious treasure in the eyes of many people, it was merely one of many powerful treasures within the 9 Sky Yuan portrait for the being who owned it. It would provide a good opportunity for any junior who managed to acquire it. The reason the man hadn't paid attention to Luo Yunyang was because Luo Yunyang's cultivation base wasn't significant enough to be noticed. Luo Yunyang, who had acquired the 6 dragon sun striking bow, did not carry on searching in the 9 Sky Yuan portrait. While many other treasures were comparable to the 6 dragon sun striking bow on the map, Luo Yunyang was only able to bring back one. Most importantly, sourcing for another treasure comparable to the 6 dragon sun striking bow would simply take up too much willpower. Luo Yunyang was unsure whether his spiritual consciousness could support him in continuing to find a treasure that was comparable to the 6 dragon sun striking bow. Knowing that it was pointless to continue staying, he chose to exit the 9th Sky Yuan portrait. Just as he was about to leave the portrait, he felt a force expelling him out into the vast sky sacred hall. "You came back so quickly," the elderly man who had sent them in asked, looking at Luo Yunyang with contempt. He felt that Luo Yunyang was being obstinate for not letting Mountain Lord Fuyuan enter the portrait instead of him. Having Luo Yunyang enter was a massive waste of resources. Entering the 9th Sky Yuan portrait was not an opportunity that one came by often. Even this old man would find it difficult to get such an opportunity ever again. Luo Yunyang looked at the elderly man before smiling foolishly and saying, "Seeing all that was good exposure for me. I even brought back a weapon." While the 6-dragon sun-striking bow's name was strong and bright, it looked like nothing more than a bow made out of stone that lacked a bowstring. The reason there were no bowstrings wasn't because of a defect, but because of the mystical powers harnessed by the bow. The bow used the 6th sky law as its bowstring and its unparalleled power as its arrows. "You call this a weapon?" the elderly man replied without even giving the 6-dragon sun-striking bow a second look. As a Tai Yuan venerate himself, the elderly man shouldn't be this careless. However, Luo Yunyang had truly exited the map way too quickly. Previous expeditions by other martialists had normally taken much longer, so he was really uninterested in the stone bow Luo Yunyang was holding. "Regardless, this is still something that belongs to me since I found it in the 9th Sky Yuan portrait." Luo Yunyang smiled. "Elder, in that case, I shall not wait here any longer. I'll just take my leave." Luo Yunyang picked up the stone bow and left, leaving the elder seething with anger. This old man was just an ordinary Tai Yuan venerate in terms of cultivation, so even he might not win for sure if he were to fight against someone who could become a war emperor. Besides, it was possible for every war emperor to actually attain the status of a Tai Yuan venerate. A war emperor who could do so would simply have more authority over one that couldn't. The elderly man was not going to make things difficult for Luo Yunyang, even though he seemed unhappy with his lackluster performance. The one who truly wanted to cause Luo Yunyang trouble was Mountain Lord Fuyuan. While Mountain Lord Fuyuan was just a Taishi Yuan venerate, there were people in the Taishu sect who actually listened to his orders. "Have you heard that Wang Yu obtained a Scarlet Phoenix Sky Wing from the 9th Sky Yuan portrait? I heard that it even contains one of the Sky Laws." "Really? Looks like Wang Yu is really going to improve by leaps and bounds this time." A Sky Law treasure is an object some Tai Yuan venerates do not even own. Yes, one would have to master at least 3 of the Sky Laws before being able to own a treasure like this. Thanks to her ability to possess a treasure like this at such a young age, Sister Wang Yu's future. At the same time, Luo Yunyang was dragged outside by another group of people for returning with a stone bow. No, it should be described as a stone pole instead. A curved stone pole. From the viewpoint of many people, it could not even be considered a treasure. Treasure. Hee. Only the object brought back by Luo Yunyang can be considered the best object in the 9th Sky Yuan portrait. The person who said this intended to make fun of Luo Yunyang's situation. Luo Yunyang did not care much about all this. Aside from continuing to do his usual duties at the repository, he focused most of his attention on the 6-dragon sun-striking bow as well as one of the books known as the Taishu Annihilation. This book was not really an ancient record on cultivation methods, but it explained in detail the destructive sky law, which was one of the 9 sky laws in the vast sky sacred realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, this book was a very ordinary ancient manual that was widely distributed. However, after giving careful thought to the path he wanted to take to become a Tai Yuan venerate, Luo Yunyang felt the importance of understanding the destructive sky law, which was recorded in that book. The destructive sky law was the only sky law he stood a chance of being able to formulate perfectly within himself. While he did have a certain understanding of the sky laws, it was extremely hard for him to formulate them within himself. Half a year passed quickly, but Luo Yunyang still only barely understood the formulation of the destructive sky law. Nevertheless, he had successfully managed to create Tao energy within himself, which was the very foundation of the formulation of the destructive sky law. The formulation of this Tao energy also gave Luo Yunyang a much more in-depth understanding of cultivation paths in the vast sky sacred realm. While one could easily increase their cultivation speed quickly, within the vast sky sacred realm, they would be limited by their spiritual consciousness as well as their understanding of the laws. These limitations would also eventually determine how far these martialists could go. While those who had poor quality Dao energy might be able to progress and become Tai Yuan venerates, their weaker understanding of the sky laws within their bodies could mean that they were sometimes still weaker than some Taichu Yuan venerates who had a much stronger quality of Dao energy. Luo Yunyang's level of respect for the sacred venerate grew as his knowledge and research on Dao energy deepened. He had a feeling that by using this Dao energy, the sacred venerate has used a secret technique to exist in the body of every single martialist out there. This secret technique allowed the vast sky sacred realm to continue to expand and become even stronger. However, it also created a restriction that martialists of the vast sky sacred realm found difficult to break out of. 1 year wasn't a long time. Luo Yunyang started to ponder whether he would be staying in the vast sky sacred realm. Since there were many strong martialists in the vast sky sacred realm, he did not have to worry about the prospect of this place being exterminated. While he may be safe staying here, Yunshi and his other companions. Whoosh! A jade talisman surged into Luo Yunyang's abode. Luo Yunyang frowned upon seeing this jade talisman appear. The jade talisman had been sent by Luo Donger and it contained an urgent message. She had agreed to use the jade talisman only when something extremely urgent happened. Luo Donger and the others were in the war palace. What could possibly have happened to them? Duolu Fenshin, the teacher of Tu Mingyang, has broken through to the Tai Yuan venerate and wants to avenge his disciple. He has trapped Luo Judian in the 10,000 Flame Sea. Luo Yunyang knew fully well that Tu Mingyang had been slain by his father. It was said that Luo Judian had regained his reputation after killing Tu Mingyang despite sustaining injuries in his Dao energy. Duolu Fenshin, who had attained the Tai Yuan venerate, was suddenly launching an attack against Luo Judian. While his life might not be in danger at the moment, it could not be assumed that it would always be that way. Luo Yunyang did not have much of an impression of Duolu Fenshin. However, he was able to find some information on him in the repositories of the Taishu sect. The resources stated that Duolu Fenshin had once been a disciple of the Dekongfan sect and that he had sustained an internal injury. The only way he could have broken through and become a Tai Yuan venerate was by acquiring a treasure such as the divine phoenix soul crystal. Luo Yunyang attained a better understanding of him and his weaknesses while going through the records. While he felt that this was something not very dignified, he had to admit that it was one of the ways he could leverage the resources he had. It was hard for him to rescue the trapped Luo Judian based on his strength alone. Luo Yunyang knew too that while his father had a great amount of cultivation strength as well as an abundant amount of resources, he had very few friends because of his high and mighty attitude. The reason Luo Yunyang had been able to enter the Taishu sect was because of the mutual exchange of benefits between his father and the sect. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to get into the Taishu sect based on his father's relations alone. It looked like the only people who could rescue his father was Luo Yunyang and his father himself. While Luo Yunyang initially intended to hide his prowess before leaving, this matter left him with no choice but to change his decision. Aiya, isn't this senior brother? Luo, where are you going with that stone bow? Are you actually going to rely on the treasure you obtained from the 9 Sky Yuan portrait to go save your father? One of the other disciples said snidely as Luo Yunyang walked out of the repository. Chapter 11 52 Thousands of flames gather and converge in a finger. Many people were jealous of Luo Yunyang in the Taishu sect. They were jealous that Luo Yunyang had easily gotten an opportunity to enter the 9 Sky Yuan portrait just because he had a good background while so many others could only dream of it. Who else could they channel this hate at? Now, he had finally encountered some difficulties. Luo Yunyang's greatest supporter, Sacred East Emperor Judian, was now being trapped by a highly formidable opponent from the Dauphinkong sect. Given how the Dauphinkong sect normally operated, those who went up against them mostly had a good outcome. Many people would not hesitate to take this chance to beat War Emperor Judian while he was done. Luo Yunyang had no interest in the people who were gloating at the downfall of his father. In his opinion, it would be a waste of time to go after them. It was simply beneath him to get even with these people. However, while Luo Yunyang didn't bother others, this didn't mean that some outer sect disciples would just let this go. While Luo Yunyang had never offended them in any way, their jealousy got the better of them and they really wanted to stamp on Luo Yunyang while he was down. Oh my, I must have forgotten that he is a core disciple. Why would he even talk to outer sect disciples like us? It is indeed an honor that Brother Luo even spoke to us. An outer sect disciple with a long face remarked snidely. Yes, Senior Brother Luo. Why don't you grace us with your words so that we can also show off to our fellow brothers? Although Luo Yunyang hadn't had many dealings with these fellows before, he knew exactly what they were trying to do. Get lost, or I'll make you all do chores in the Venerate Affairs Hall. I am still a core disciple after all. The Venerate Affairs Hall was the dirtiest place in the Taishu sect. Most disciples who were sent there were mostly serving some sort of punishment. A core disciple had the right to send unruly outer sect disciples to slog in the Venerate Affairs Hall. The outer sect disciples who had been making things difficult for him immediately stiffened up. They had thought that Luo Yunyang would be completely helpless now without any support and would endure this mockery silently. They had never expected him to remember his privileges as a core disciple. While Luo Yunyang might have been losing his scope of influence now that his backing was gone, his status as a core disciple remained the same. Thus, he could still order them to go to the Venerate Affairs Hall. Going to the Venerate Affairs Hall was definitely not a good thing. Senior brother Luo, we shall be on our way. Ha ha, please do not misunderstand, we were just concerned about you. Most of the disciples went their way after witnessing this, as they did not want to be dragged into this. Luo Yunyang shook his head as he watched them leave. He picked up his jade talisman and issued his first order as a core disciple. A few of the crestfallen disciples started seething with rage after making sure they were a safe distance away from Luo Yunyang. In the past, they might only have been uncomfortable and not angry if they had been lectured by Luo Yunyang. The current situation took place because Luo Yunyang's status had changed. How dare a fallen person try to lecture and scare them away? What an embarrassment. Let him gloat for a few more days. I'll give it to him once he is stripped of his core disciple status. The disciple with the long face said through gritted teeth. His fellow companion, who was much better looking, said, "My fellow brother, anyone who can become an outer disciple of the Taishu sect has a high quality of Tao energy. Even if he is not expelled eventually by the sect, I am pretty sure that he will end up being a servant. We'll get him to go then." Hee hee. While they were dreaming of this, two martialists in violet robes flew over. Everyone present greeted them respectfully. "Greetings, senior brothers. Did the few of you just run into senior brother Luo Yunyang?" A chubby young man asked with a smile. "Yes, we just saw senior brother Luo a while ago." The outer sect disciples replied truthfully, even though they felt as though something was amiss. "All right, please make a trip with us down to the Venerate Affairs Hall. Senior brother Luo said you were pretty good and would definitely do well there," the chubby inner sect disciple said with a grin. The long-faced disciple immediately felt a chill go down his spine. He definitely didn't want to enter the Venerate Affairs Hall if possible, as this matter would definitely affect his reputation as a whole and jeopardize his cultivation base. But Luo Yunyang said that he would not send us to the Venerate Affairs Hall. The long-faced outer sect disciple said, "I am not so sure about that, but I definitely received these orders. The few of you are supposed to be brought to the Venerate Affairs Hall, so stop complaining." The chubby disciple smiled. Right then and there, the disciples realized that they had been duped by Luo Yunyang. However, they were already bound by the circumstances. "Dear seniors brothers, please let us off just this once. Luo Yunyang is going to lose his status soon, but we will always remember this favor if you grant it to us." One of the disciples pleaded. "Hee hee, this disciple definitely knows quite a bit. However, you have to remember that, as insignificant as Luo Yunyang is, he is still a core disciple of the Taishu sect. While we may ignore him, we can't ignore the orders issued by a core disciple. Therefore, please cooperate with us on this," the chubby disciple said with a sinister smirk. Luo Yunyang did not care much about sending these outer sect disciples to the Venerate Affairs Hall. It also did not matter to him what difficulties they ran into. Right now, he was focused on heading to the 10,000 Flame Sea. The Taishu sect was located up in the 9 skies. There were transportation arrays from the Taishu sect to other places. As a core disciple, Luo Yunyang had special priority when he wanted to use these transportation arrays. Luo Yunyang got to the 10,000 Flame Sea in an instant by using a transportation array. The 10,000 Flame Sea was known as the place within the vast sky sacred realm with the greatest concentration of fire power. It was also known as the sacred land of the martialists who cultivated flame-based laws. However, the 10,000 Flame Sea wasn't as bustling as it usually was. What greeted Luo Yunyang when he arrived was a pretty shocking scene. 1,000 flames had gathered to form a large blazing flower. Each of the unique petals of the flower contained massive destructive power. In the center of the flaming flower, where the flames conjugated, stood a man who was silently controlling everything. He pointed in the direction of Luo Yunyang with a single finger. Luo Yunyang was right outside the flaming flower, withstanding the massive pressure and power exerted by the flames. He was currently using his sword to fend off the converging flames directed by that man's finger. However, half of his Divine War Emperor's sword had already turned scarlet from warding off the flames. If the sword were to crumble, the overwhelming power of the flames would definitely enter Luo Yunyang's body and turn him into ashes. Luo Yunyang had initially thought that his father was experiencing a crisis. However, after careful observation, he was amazed. As a veteran martialist, Luo Yunyang definitely had some degree of foresight. After carefully observing the situation between Luo Yunyang and Duo Lufenshen, he was able to make an accurate judgment on the likely outcome of the battle. While Duo Lufenshen had a higher cultivation level than his father and also had a decent level of fighting prowess, War Emperor Luo Yunyang also had decent opportunities to counterattack. Luo Yunyang actually believed that his father could have escaped if he wanted to. However, it seemed as though he wasn't willing to do so. He was using the power of the merciless flame sky law to temper and refine his blade. Once his blade law had sufficient power to overwhelm the coagulating flames, his cultivation base would definitely receive a huge boost. This would even raise the great law he currently controlled into a sky law and would instantly make him a Tai Yuan venerate. This battle could be considered both a calamity and an opportunity for his father. It was also obvious that his father enjoyed breaking through via battles with others. Luo Yunyang heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to sit down and spectate the interesting battle when a few martialists with similar attire to Duo Lufenshen flew over. Amongst the few disciples of Duo Lufenshen, the strongest one was a Taichu Yuan venerate. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang, one of them asked, "May I know who you are and what you are doing here? This place belongs to nobody, so why can't I be here? Could the Dafenkong sect be meddling with the affairs of the Taishu sect?" Luo Yunyang did not wish to make a move right now, so he spoke rather calmly. The Dafenkong sect and the Taishu sect had been established by disciples of the sacred venerate. However, the disciples of the two sects could never see eye to eye. The disciples of the Dafenkong sect tensed up after listening to Luo Yunyang's words. As the man leading the group was about to retort, a fellow disciple behind him suddenly said, "I was just wondering who this was. Turns out it is disciple Luo of the Taishu sect. Ha ha, since disciple Luo is here to accompany the War Emperor on this last journey, we shan't stop him. However, please be mindful of the power of flames here, or you could end up turning to ashes and the War Emperor would have to send you off instead." Chapter 1153 My sword can break but it will never bend. Luo Yunyang looked at the disciple of the Dafenkong sect, who was barely a 9th level heavenly venerate. "No wonder you are unable to attain the Yuan venerate. Your temperament is just too weak." This disciple had already been very vexed about being stuck at the 9th level heavenly venerate for quite a while. He had even previously sought help from various veterans within the Dafenkong sect, but they had all given him the same reply: his aptitude was insufficient. He glared hatefully at Luo Yunyang now that his weakness had been exposed. "Brat, you must have a death wish." Luo Yunyang glanced at the furious disciple from the Dafenkong sect. He had the urge to fight back but decided not to, even though he didn't fear any of them. He just did not want to ruin his father's impression of him at this point in time. Meanwhile, he realized that a number of people were gathering to watch the spectacle. Amongst them were disciples of the Dafenkong sect, as well as highly skilled martialists from the Taishu sect. It was obvious that this battle was extremely important to the two major sects. As the Dafenkong sect challenging the Taishu sect to a battle, Luo Yunyang exclaimed loudly so that everyone present could hear him. The leaders of the Dafenkong sect obviously were aware of Luo Yunyang's status. They also knew that various highly skilled martialists of the Taishu sect were watching. If they were to really engage in a fight against Luo Yunyang, they might eventually end up creating more trouble for their master instead. That was why he stopped his junior brother and said, "Enough, 9th junior brother. Let us stop causing trouble here." Then, he turned to Luo Yunyang and said, "The Dafenkong sect and the Taishu sect are siblings. Disciple Luo, you are definitely looking at the wrong place if you are trying to use dirty little tricks to rescue your father. Fancy you resorting to such tricks when you have no actual fighting power. You are simply disgracing your father and the Taishu sect." The Dafengkong sect disciples' words were particularly resounding. He knew that his master currently had the upper hand. In a situation like this, there was nothing to worry about. While Luo Yunyang confronted the disciples of the Dafengkong sect, a few highly skilled Taishu sect martialists gathered 100,000 miles away. Amongst them was Mountain Lord Fuyuan, who was peeved at Luo Yunyang. However, Mountain Lord Fuyuan was not the strongest individual amongst them. Just like the other Taishi Yuan venerates, he gathered around a wise-looking, middle-aged man. While this man had a mild nature, Mountain Lord Fuyuan did not act presumptuously before him. He had seen the might of that man in actual battle. When he went wild, even a Taishi Yuan venerate could be destroyed by him with a single blow. Humph, Luo Yunyang is indeed a disgrace to the Taishu sect. I think that now is the time for us to kick him out, Mountain Lord Fuyuan said, making full use of this opportunity to get back at Luo Yunyang. Everyone knew about Mountain Lord Fuyuan's defeat outside the vast Sky Sacred Hall. Hence, they were all snickering inwardly. Although some of them looked at Mountain Lord Fuyuan with disdain, they too had nothing against him and did not want to cause trouble. They weren't keen on helping Luo Yunyang either. In their eyes, without the support of Luo Judian, Luo Yunyang would be insignificant. It was simply foolish of them to offend Mountain Lord Fuyuan over the likes of someone so small and insignificant. The middle-aged man glanced at Mountain Lord Fuyuan blankly. However, his gaze still sent shivers down Mountain Lord Fuyuan's spine. The gulf between the two of them already made him feel pressured in a way. Are those people trying to imply that the members of the Taishu sect conduct their affairs with underhanded methods? The middle-aged man asked. These words instantly disappointed Mountain Lord Fuyuan. However, he then said, while the Taishu sect should defend Luo Yunyang, he shouldn't be allowed to keep the status he is enjoying right now. Senior Brother Jinta is absolutely correct. Mountain Lord Fuyuan replied. He felt that Senior Brother Jinta's method of handling this issue was much better than his own. Luo Jintian is indeed outright courageous for trying to use the endless coagulating flames to hone his laws in an attempt to break through his sky laws and improve further. Senior Brother Jinta chuckled. However, what he doesn't realize is that the Dafengkong sect is coming for him with the intent to kill him. Senior Brother Jinta, I am quite sure that Luo Judian can also understand what we have analyzed, said a man with a cold expression. However, it seems that he has no other path to take right now. Luo Judian is proud and aloof. Although the sword path he's created is very accomplished, it has also caused him to lose a lot of the help and friends he was supposed to have instead, he said solemnly. If he had not been abandoned by the elder of the Luo family, the Dafengkong sect would not have gotten to him so easily. Luo Judian definitely understands this, which is why he decided to borrow the powers of the coagulated flames. However, he does not realize that even if he were to break through the sky laws, he would lose his life and all his efforts would be in vain. The eyes of the Taishu sect martialists lit up, especially Mountain Lord Fuyuan's. There were also gaps in the standard of the Tai Yuan venerates who had mastered the sky laws. When someone mastered the sky laws, their level of mastery would also affect the amount of fighting prowess they possessed. Xingtian Tai, Shenshin Tai, Shantian Tai. Most people who had mastered the sky laws were at the Xingtian level. This meant that, in terms of their mastery of the sky laws, they had only obtained the form of the sky laws. However, they strongly believed that, given Luo Judian's level, his mastery of the sky laws would definitely reach Shantian standards if he broke through to the Tai Yuan venerate. If they obtained the laws of Luo Judian, they would definitely improve their strength greatly and give them more room to progress. At the Yuan venerate level, especially at the Tai Yuan venerate level, it became extremely hard for one to improve further. It could even be said that there were no Tai Yuan venerates who could improve much by themselves. They would thus never pass up an opportunity like this. Yuan venerate Jinta looked at his foolish comrades without saying a word. While he greatly revered Luo Judian's breaking thousand skies technique, he was not willing to give up his own aspirations to absorb Luo Judian's sword law. However, he would not easily pass up this opportunity so that others could have it either. He could exchange what he didn't need for other resources. His gaze fell on the long sword, which was single-handedly preventing Luo Judian from being burned by the endless flames. As he watched the godly Luo Judian, Yuan venerate Jinta's thoughts shifted to Luo Yunyang. The two of them could be described in 4 words: powerful father, worthless son. Was Luo Judian already aware of his son's incompetence? Was that why he had sent him to the Taishu sect to seek asylum? As Yuan Venerate Jinta was deep in thought, Luo Yunyang felt his blood run cold. Although he had already completely recovered his cultivation, his chances of beating Yuan Venerate Jinta in battle remained pretty slim. After all, Yuan Venerate Jinta wasn't someone who had barely scraped into the Tai Yuan Venerate. His mastery of the sky laws, however, was only at the Xingtian level. Of course, if Luo Yunyang used this chance to catch him off guard with an arrow, he might still have a small chance of victory. He did not place too much focus on Yuan Venerate Jinta. After all, this was a being with a great cultivation base. Luo Yunyang might unintentionally put him on high alert by focusing on him too much. What Luo Yunyang wanted to do now was wait for the critical moment and support his father when he was most needed. The 6-dragon sun-striking bow was already ready. Time passed quickly, so 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. From the looks of things, there weren't many changes to Luo Judian or his sword's appearance. Nothing about Duo Lufanshan, who was still shooting flames from his finger, had changed either. However, Luo Yunyang felt as though they had both reached their limits. Nevertheless, he still felt that Luo Judian's sword had the potential to break through that intense pressure. Going against the flow was sure to be explosive. As long as he could master this sword technique, his father would surely become the best of the best even amongst Tai Yuan Venerates. Luo Yunyang felt eager anticipation in his heart. Luo Judian, I must admit that you have exceeded my expectations. If I were alone this time, I really might have admitted defeat. Duo Lufanshan said sympathetically. Luo Judian remained silent, his calm unnerving expression never leaving his face. I am giving you a chance to concede and yield to the Dafenkong sect. If you do so, I will spare you and even aid you in completing your current metamorphosis. My sword can break but it will never bend. Luo Judian replied calmly with absolute resolution in his voice. Luo Judian, how can everything in this world go your way? Duo Lufanshan shook his head. Since you have chosen the path of death, I shall have the honor of sending you on your way. As he said that, a green leaf appeared in Duo Lufanshan's hands. While the leaf looked ordinary, it increased the fury of the flames 100 times when it was split in two by Duo Lufanshan. Chapter 1154 The Green Jade Bodhi Leaf. The strongest metal was only tempered through the toughest of fires. However, when the blaze of flames became too intense and exceeded the limit, then even metal would be reduced to ashes. According to Luo Judian, it seemed as though Tai Yuan Venerate Duo Lufanshan's merciless flame sky law was just the thing he needed to temper his steel. However, right now, the strength of the flames had increased 100 times. This caused cracks to start forming on the blade he was wielding. Despite the cracks, his blade remained as rigid as ever. Just as he had said, his blade could break but never bend. The unbending blade was sharp and invincible. However, when it faced a formidable opponent, the blade could break easily. Luo Judian's blade had already turned bright red. The hand that was holding the blade had turned equally red, as though a bundle of shapeless flames were burning in his hands. Luo Yunyang did not recognize that leaf. However, massive pressure started weighing on his heart as soon as that leaf appeared. If his current opponent was an ordinary Tai Yuan Venerate, then the power of the Jade Seal alone should have been sufficient for him to bridge the gap in standards between them. However, right now, the difference in standards seemed far too great. The best martialists hardly showed themselves in this world, yet this did not mean that they did not exist. Take the man who had given the leaf to Duo Lufanshan for example. Luo Yunyang had already started guessing who could have given Duo Lufanshan this leaf. Other than the slightly surprised expression of Yuan Venerate Jinta and the others when they saw that leaf, they remained as expressionless as they could. It seemed as though they had already known that Duo Lufanshan had hidden this trump card up his sleeves. The Dafenkong sect is rather careful and wouldn't casually bestow the green jade Bodhi leaf on just anybody, Yuan Venerate Jinta said with a hint of sarcasm. However, that was all he said. After all, if he continued and accidentally angered the person who had bestowed this leaf, he might end up regretting what he said. Mountain Lord Fuyuan did not say anything but he looked pleased. Although he wasn't too fond of the Dafenkong sect either, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Luo Yunyang's father, Luo Judian, should just die. As Yuan Venerate Jinta and the rest were standing on a massive meteorite 100 miles away, a bronze palace floated up to the level of the meteorite in the sky. Such a good opportunity was wasted. The Dafenkong sect is a bunch of tyrants indeed, a calm and composed elder said. While he spoke calmly, there was a hint of pride in his tone. In the center of the large palace sat a handsome middle-aged man in scarlet robes. His robes made it seem like he was surrounded by countless flames that were blazing all around him. What should we do? Luo Yunyang must have a death wish. The middle-aged man seemed happy about Luo Yunyang's current plight. It was obvious that he was quietly rejoicing. The calm, composed elder looked at the middle-aged man before saying, "Brother Huang, the Gui family has not handled this matter very well. The Dafankong sect has always taken advantage of other people. To make use of them, Brother Huang, you have to be careful not to end up paying a hefty price." The middle-aged man chuckled. While the Huang family may not be comparable to the Dafankong sect, our elders are all in name disciples of the sacred venerate. The Dafankong sect will have to think twice before trying anything. Furthermore, the Dafankong sect is creating trouble for themselves this time. How can you say that we are making use of them? The calm elder smiled. He didn't want to continue brooding on this topic, so he changed the subject. Luo Yunyang is asking for it. How dare he reject the marriage proposal of the Huang family? How preposterous. Brother, you must be kidding me, the middle-aged man said icily. Although they were in the middle of a conversation, their eyes stayed focused unintentionally on Luo Yunyang. After all, he was a crucial figure in this battle. The sword in Luo Yunyang's hands had begun melting at a very quick rate. The meter-long green tip was now 1/3 of its actual length. However, its tip seemed even more incisive than before. He must be insane to be absorbing this amount of force into his body. The calm, composed elder stuttered. Born from the scorching suns of the 9 firmaments, killed by withering like a shooting star. The middle-aged man recited before continuing solemnly. The reason our family used our best people to contact him is because we admired his will and resolution. It is a pity that he does not reciprocate our feelings. Killed by withering like a shooting star. This time, he is really going to wither away and die, the calm, composed elder said solemnly. The intense strength of the merciless flame sky law presented an opportunity before that he can no longer handle. He is really dead meat this time. The middle-aged man smiled and did not continue the conversation. Luo Yunyang was paying close attention to his father's current situation. He was already prepared to step in the moment he saw the leaf. However, just as he was about to enter the battle, he realized that his father had not chosen to flee even after the intensity of the flames had increased 100 times. Instead, he was now absorbing the merciless flame sky law into his body. This was obviously a fight one could not retreat from. While Luo Yunyang didn't agree with his father's methods, he still respected this choice. After all, only the best would emerge stronger from a crisis like this. Choosing to do this didn't just require a massive amount of courage but a load of wisdom as well. However, Luo Yunyang did not feel very good about his father's choice, as the strength of the flames right now was simply too great. The more intense the flames, the sharper the tempering of the sword. However, a flame of such strong intensity might melt the sword, causing it to be lost forever. Luo Yunyang glanced at the quickly disappearing sword and sighed. He had to make a decision now. He was confident about utilizing the 6-dragon sun-striking bow. Even if he couldn't kill Duo Lufanshan, he should be able to injure him sufficiently so that he could rescue his father from this perilous situation. However, things would not come to an end even if he were to destroy Duo Lufanshan. That was because Duo Lufanshan was just a person acting on behalf of somebody else. There were still others behind him who were plotting this. Luo Yunyang activated his attribute regulator. As a Tai Yuan venerate, Duo Lufanshan had a crazy amount of mind power. However, Luo Yunyang was able to handle that amount of mind power. That was why he activated the attribute regulator and reduced Duo Lufanshan's mind power by 2/3 after some hesitation. The merciless flame sky law used by Duo Lufanshan consumed a great deal of mind power so that he could create endless blazes. Due to the reduction of the mind power by 2/3, the power of the flames seemed to be collapsing. While the blazes didn't completely collapse, the amount of intensity being channeled toward Luo Yunyang was reduced by about 50%. The sword Luo Yunyang held, which was on the verge of melting, stopped shrinking following the decrease of Duo Lufanshan's mind power. One could even say that this caused Luo Yunyang's sword to become shorter in a moment. There was a suspicious glint in Duo Lufanshan's eyes. As a Tai Yuan venerate, while Duo Lufanshan still had not reached the highest standards of mastery of his sky laws, he was already closing in on becoming a Shenshin Tai Yuan venerate. This level of cultivation allowed him to easily have a clear understanding of his surroundings in an instant. He could even calculate the amount of time needed for his merciless flame sky law to reduce Luo Yunyang into a pile of ashes. How could his power possibly be reduced without any indication now that victory was within his grasp? His immediate thought was that someone was secretly plotting against him. However, even after careful analysis, he was unable to find the root of the problem. Meanwhile, Duo Lufanshan was frantically manipulating all the mind power he still had control of in a bid to kill Luo Yunyang. However, he began to realize that, despite his efforts, he was unable to reduce Luo Yunyang immediately to ashes given his current powers. To his horror, he realized that Luo Yunyang's strength seemed to increase until it could burst through the 9 heavens following the effect of his diminishing power of flames. He wanted to break through. This was Luo Yunyang's form while he was trying to break through. Once he successfully broke through, Duo Lufanshan knew that he would lose the chance to kill Luo Yunyang forever. What is going on? Why do I feel as though Duo Lufanshan is cutting Luo Yunyang some slack? Unless this is a trap, a disciple of the Taishu sect asked suspiciously. This is no trap. Duo Lufanshan definitely has the intent to kill Luo Yunyang, Yuan Venerate Jinta said. In that case, why is he going easy on Luo Yunyang? Mountain Lord Fuyuan asked. I am not sure exactly why either. Maybe he wishes to acquire the sky laws of Luo Yunyang once he becomes a Tai Yuan Venerate Jinta replied. Suddenly, the shrill ringing sound of a sword resounded across the 9 skies. Chapter 1155 The Sky-Splitting Stone. The shrill ring of the sword resounded across the 9 skies. Amidst this overwhelming sword intent, Luo Yunyang and everything around transformed into part of the sword. This sword completely dominated the sky and land. Luo Yunyang kept his eyes firmly fixed on his father. As much as he wanted to train to break through to the Tai Yuan Venerate, he knew that he lacked concrete, detailed information on how to truly become one. Right now, watching Luo Yunyang's breakthrough was an extremely good opportunity for him to see how it was done. Endless sky laws. That was exactly what Luo Yunyang was doing. He was fusing endless sky laws into his long sword. Right now, Luo Yunyang seemed as if he had created a great sword that could slice through the sky. Yuan Venerate Jinta's face fell. As a Tai Yuan Venerate Jinta was a rather prideful fellow. He actually thought that nobody was comparable to him amongst all the people with similar cultivation levels. However, Luo Yunyang's current transformation made him feel that they were now on equal footing. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang hadn't lifted a finger, yet he had already pressured him to the point of breathlessness. He wasn't happy that he had run into such a formidable opponent. However, it was hard for him to even block this imposing might right now. As Yuan Venerate Jinta was deep in thought, Mountain Lord Fuyuan, who had already come over, reminded him, "Senior brother, this is our last chance." Yuan Venerate Jinta knew exactly what Mountain Lord Fuyuan meant. He nodded his head heavily while watching Luo Yunyang's display of power. As Luo Yunyang's might increased, the impact of his blows would become stronger. This was the best opportunity to defeat Luo Yunyang once and for all. However, it would be great if he could kill Luo Yunyang right now. After all, if he was unable to, the grievances between the two of them would be almost impossible to resolve in the future. He also did not care too much about resolving these grievances even if they did exist. Most importantly, he wanted Luo Yunyang to die. In just an instant, a 5-colored war halberd appeared in the hands of Yuan Venerate Jinta while his energy was increasing. A surging killing intent soared straight into the 9 skies. Meanwhile, others were also getting ready to attack besides Yuan Venerate Jinta. For example, there was a man with a round smiling face on a mountaintop 100,000 miles away. His smile was wide but a tad sinister. "Useless creature," the man said calmly with a hint of anger in his words. Xiao Fanju, Duo Lufanshan made a juvenile mistake at this critical juncture and nearly ruined the plans of our sect. "This is unforgivable," a stern-looking man said. The person who had spoken had a cultivation base at the peak Taichu Yuan Venerate level. "The reason you are saying all this is because Duo Lufanshan snatched away your chance. Now, you want to seize this opportunity back, right?" Xiao Fanju replied. The man who had spoken had a square face and a robust appearance that seemed sturdy and reliable. However, his body was shaking in fear as a result of the pressure of Xiao Fanju. Xiao Fanju is extremely sharp at discerning things. There is nothing someone of a lowly status like me can hide from him. To an outsider, it would seem as if this man was speaking to a figure of authority. In the boundless vast sky sacred realm, very few people were able to gain the respect of this man. Most people who met him tended to address him and speak to him with reverence and respect. However, he had not only lowered himself, but he also seemed willing to embarrass himself. Enough. It only makes sense that you were thinking about this opportunity that was supposed to be yours. It's just too bad that this Luo Judian fellow eventually landed in the hands of Duo Lufanshan. Xiao Fanju's voice was calm, which comforted his companion, lifting the huge weight in his heart. After all the years he had been serving alongside Xiao Fanju, he knew Xiao Fanju's temperament very well. The warmer Xiao Fanju was to a person, the more careful he or she had to be in order to keep their life. A lecture like the one he was currently giving meant that the worst part of the situation was over and there wasn't much more to fear. Xiao Fanju, thank you for showing mercy. The square-faced Taichu Yuan Venerate said gratefully. Xiao Fanju's attention was currently on Luo Judian, who appeared ready to surge into the sky at any moment. A well-rounded stone had now appeared in his hands as well. The stone was black and smooth and lacked any distinguishing features. However, when that rock was taken out by Xiao Fanju, the square-faced Taichu Yuan Venerate inhaled sharply. He understood the sort of treasure Xiao Fanju was going to use. If he were to activate the sky-splitting stone, then Luo Judian would lose his life for sure. As Xiao Fanju was playing around with the sky-splitting stone in his hands, Luo Judian, whose aura had already reached its peak state, let out a roar into the sky. As he roared, the sky laws enveloping the merciless flame sky law charged toward his body. If the sky laws were combined into one within his body, it would indicate that Luo Judian had already completed the transformation and was now considered a Tai Yuan Venerate. Duo Lufanshan was burning with anger. His mission had been to kill Luo Judian. Failing to do so and instead aiding him in his successful ascension would mean that he would be subjected to disciplinary action even though he was a Tai Yuan Venerate. The punishment might even be harsher because of this outcome. Duo Lufanshan looked at the sky and let out a loud howl. He was filled with resentment, as he had been unable to find out why he had slipped up on a matter he had seemed to be in complete control of. Killing Luo Judian should have been an easy task with the aid of the green jade Bodhi leaf. However, while things had been going smoothly at first, he'd realized he was unable to control this crazy amount of force. His inability to control that boundless force had caused it to be reduced to half of its original magnitude. The flames that had initially been supposed to consume Luo Judian had ended up tempering and aiding his transformation. This whole matter ended up being embarrassing for him. He would not be a match for Luo Judian once he ascended into the Tai Yuan Venerate. He had to make sure he did not let this happen. Meanwhile, Duo Lufanshan frantically formed hand seals. He wanted the power of his boundless flames to coagulate into a massive mountain of flames and directly slay Luo Judian. It had been hard for him to use these techniques before. However, the power he needed to control now was 100 times greater, so this technique was more dangerous than ever. Luo Judian's transformation made him feel as though there was no time to waste. If Luo Judian successfully broke through, he would likely end up with nothing and might even lose his life. Rather than end up with nothing, he might as well gamble now and put everything on the line. Duo Lufanshan continued forming hand seals in succession. As he did so, a projection of a giant sacred mountain appeared within Duo Lufanshan's hands. Condensing the might of the sky laws into a mountain was an extremely dangerous task. However, Duo Lufanshan did not have much of a choice right now. Quick, quick, quick. Duo Lufanshan knew that he did not have the luxury of time. He formed hand seals even more quickly, but his mind started to ache even more as a result. He felt unbearable pain. However, this would all be worthwhile if it allowed him to successfully kill Luo Judian and complete the mission. Luo Yunyang glanced at the actions of Duo Lufanshan. He knew exactly what Duo Lufanshan was trying to do. Even if Duo Lufanshan did not risk so much, it would still be very difficult for Luo Yunyang to hurt him. However, given all the effort Duo Lufanshan was putting in right now, this was the perfect chance for Luo Yunyang to do something. Duo Lufanshan's mind power started to fall as Luo Yunyang controlled it. In an instant, the Tai Yuan Venerate level of mind power that Duo Lufanshan possessed had already been reduced by Luo Yunyang to the level of an ordinary heavenly Venerate. The mind power of a heavenly Venerate alone made it hard to even form a mountain, let alone conjure the magnitude of Duo Lufanshan's power. Instantly, the fiery sacred mountain that was about to take form right before Duo Lufanshan crumbled up. its massive power scattered in all directions like water droplets after a splash. It was nearly impossible to get rid of or kill a Tai Yuan Venerate like Duolu Fanshan. However, the magnitude of the force that spilled out in all directions this time was just too great. In an instant, Duolu Fanshan's body started to crumble because of this power. He did not even have the time to react before his spiritual consciousness was entirely destroyed. Yuan Venerate Jinta, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but curse Duolu Fanshan upon seeing this scene unfold before his eyes. This was plain incompetence. However, after he hesitated for a moment, Yuan Venerate Jinta's five-colored war halberd was hurtled in Luo Yunyang's direction. Even if that useless bum Duolu Fanshan were to fail, he couldn't let Luo Yunyang succeed so easily. Several martialists who had similar thoughts also took action at the same time. Xiao Fanju started to use his sky-splitting stone at the same time. Chapter 1156. Cowering from deterrence, the five-colored war halberd pierced the void as if it was going to pulverize the entire sky. The moment this attack was launched, a giant axe and a chain glittering with golden radiance also appeared in the void. In a matter of seconds, 7 or 8 treasures were sent hurtling toward Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang wasn't unprepared. It seemed like he had been ready for these attacks beforehand. He waved the sword he had condensed in his hand, sending forth a wave of sword light that transformed into many flows of thousands of stars that met the attacks head-on. In an instant, those sword lights collided with the supreme treasures, including the war halberd. The giant axe was enveloped by a flow of stars, while the chain was impacted by the giant axe, and almost all the other supreme treasures were enveloped by the many flowing sword lights, no longer posing any threat to Luo Yunyang for a moment. However, Yuan Venerate Jinta's war halberd was not an ordinary supreme treasure. It flickered while being bogged down by the sword light river and managed to shatter it with an extremely incisive, unparalleled power. The five-colored war halberd then continued moving with that shattering momentum and came crashing down toward Luo Yunyang. Anyone could see that Luo Yunyang would die a horrific death if he could not withstand the crushing blow of the war halberd. Of course, Luo Yunyang could choose to evade it, but there was little room for him to do so. At most, all he could do was weaken the power of the war halberd. Luo Yunyang chose to face the war halberd directly. When the power of the war halberd came crashing down on him, he conjured the long sword in his hand and slashed heavily. This time, he split it in half. Two mighty forces collided, sending a surge of energy into the 9 skies. A single one of these energies could shatter the sky, while another could sever and obliterate everything. Xiao Fanju, who hadn't lifted a hand all this time, smiled when the two powers clashed. He had already sensed that the time for him to strike had come. He would spoil everything for Luo Yunyang as long as he made a move now. However, just as he was about to utilize the sky-splitting stone, he felt a foreboding premonition of a threat. This feeling of being threatened had not appeared for no reason, as Xiao Fanju was extremely sensitive to his intuition. He knew that this sense wasn't baseless. Someone had to be preparing to make a move on him. The consequences would be dire once that person was allowed to attack him. Xiao Fanju was no ordinary person, so he understood the kind of impending danger he was going to face when he sensed this threat. In this realm, there weren't many things he considered dangerous or threatening, but all these supreme treasures and their respective owners were quite troublesome to deal with. It could be said that Xiao Fanju was unwilling to make an enemy out of those people. Who exactly wanted to keep Luo Yunyang alive? Could Luo Yunyang still have a formidable backer he was oblivious to? A stern-looking Taichu Yuan Venerate standing beside Xiao Fanju was muttering as well. He thought that this was the perfect time for Xiao Fanju to utilize the sky-splitting stone. If Xiao Fanju did so, Luo Yunyang would definitely be taken down. But why wasn't Xiao Fanju making his move? Was it because Xiao Fanju had changed his mind? Or did Xiao Fanju think that this wasn't a good opportunity to take action? Upon sensing Xiao Fanju's uncomfortable expression, the Yuan Venerate decided to withhold what he had been about to say. After all, he did not feel too much enmity for Luo Yunyang. Thus, Luo Yunyang would not try to cause him trouble after becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would get himself killed if he said anything wrong in front of Xiao Fanju. Hence, it would be the lesser of two evils if he stayed silent in this situation. The stern-looking Yuan Venerate wasn't the only one who was anxious about Xiao Fanju. Yuan Venerate Jinta, who had originally been very confident about his attack, couldn't help feeling a bit worried after having his attack blocked by Luo Judian. Naturally, he was aware of the presence of Shou Fanju. Hence, he was waiting and hoping that Xiao Fanju would attack to kill Luo Judian directly. In Yuan Venerate Jinta's opinion, it was not a bad thing to have someone share the burden of killing Luo Judian. However, he had never expected that Xiao Fanju would not attack while that window of opportunity was running out. Most of the remaining sword light had been absorbed into Luo Judian's body. In other words, Luo Judian's advancement had been successful. Luo Judian might not be able to do anything about Yuan Venerate Jinta even after stabilizing his cultivation base, but it would also be nearly impossible for Yuan Venerate Jinta to kill Luo Judian. After all, a Tai Yuan Venerate had many more life-saving techniques than a Taichu Yuan Venerate. Xiao Fanju, you are so soft-hearted. Yuan Venerate Jinta bellowed in great anger. Everyone that stood beside Yuan Venerate Jinta wasn't very happy either. Although they did not harbor much enmity for Luo Judian, all of them obviously hoped that Luo Judian would be killed. Now, Luo Judian was alive and kicking. Mountain Lord Fuyuan nearly cursed out loud. Although he had also expected Yuan Venerate Jinta to kill Luo Judian once and for all, he knew that it was not easy. In his opinion, Xiao Fanju was deliberately withholding his attack because he wanted Yuan Venerate Jinta to have one more opponent. However, this action was really doing him a disservice, so Mountain Lord Fuyuan had no idea why Xiao Fanju would do it. Swoosh! All the weapons attacking Luo Judian were withdrawn quickly. Obviously, their owners had realized that it was useless to continue fighting and started getting ready to leave. Although Yuan Venerate Jinta's war halberd had been locked in a battle with Luo Judian, Yuan Venerate Jinta did not want to continue this battle either. As soon as he waved his hand, the five-colored war halberd turned into a trail of colorful lights that shot toward his hand. Yuan Venerate Jinta's decision actually implied that the plan to assassinate Luo Judian this time had failed completely. It could even be said that their encirclement hadn't harmed Luo Judian at all and had instead made Luo Judian break off the shackles of the Taichu Yuan Venerate and advance directly to the Tai Yuan Venerate level. It was not an easy feat to advance from the Taichu Yuan Venerate to the Tai Yuan Venerate. Duo Lu Fanshan, who wanted to kill Luo Judian, hadn't just aided Luo Judian in becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate, but he had even paid for it with his life as a result. Is it over? Xiao Fanju glanced at the war halberd that flew off and spoke in a slightly more relaxed manner. However, he heaved a sigh of relief, as the foreboding premonition of a threat had vanished completely even though the plot to kill Luo Judian had ended in complete failure. Xiao Fanju, it's over. The stern-looking Taichu Yuan Venerate seemed to be pondering hard but still spoke to Xiao Fanju seriously. Xiao Fanju nodded his head. It's all good as long as it is over. The stern-looking Taichu Yuan Venerate's admiration for Xiao Fanju increased. Previously, he had still had his doubts about Xiao Fanju, but he was now confident that everything had been part of Xiao Fanju's plan. Xiao Fanju was making Luo Judian fall out with the Taishu sect completely. Although this was a disservice to Xiao Fanju must have been thinking way ahead from a strategic perspective that he did not know about. What he did not know was that Xiao Fanju, whom he was in awe of, was actually very depressed. It could be said that the plan, which had been on the verge of succeeding, had been completely destroyed by Xiao Fanju. Furthermore, what made him feel extremely perturbed was that the incident had already taken place yet he was still confused and did not even know who had made him feel threatened. Although he wanted to find out why, he knew that a crushing blow would await him if he dared to show any form of hostility. Xiao Fanju did not believe that he would surely be defeated by the hidden blow, but he wasn't confident at all. He was facing a death threat and he was aware that he wasn't sure he would win, so he made the decision to remain silent. Although his decision wasn't optimal, Xiao Fanju believed this was the best choice of action. Jinta, take my sword. As Xiao Fanju was mulling this over, a thunderous roar echoed in the void. After hearing that angry roar, Luo Judian, who had just broken through to the Tai Yuan Venerate level, continued to move forward with his sword and dashed toward Yuan Venerate Jinta. Yuan Venerate Jinta was already fuming over his failure to kill Luo Judian. Upon seeing that Luo Judian was actually dashing toward him, he glared coldly, swung his war halberd, and went up to meet Luo Judian. There were no moves exchanged during the clash between them this time. However, it could be considered a pure collision of power. When the long sword and war halberd collided in the void, both their bodies were flung backward simultaneously. However, Yuan Venerate Jinta was thrown over 3,000 miles back, while Luo Judian was only pushed back 1,000 miles. This outcome put an ugly expression on Yuan Venerate Jinta's face. He hadn't been overly concerned about Luo Judian at first, as Luo Judian was only a newly minted Tai Yuan Venerate. Yuan Venerate Jinta himself had been a Tai Yuan Venerate for tens of thousands of years. However, during their exchange, the sky law hidden in Luo Judian's long sword nearly pierced his defense. Besides, if his war halberd hadn't been a supreme treasure obtained from the 9 Sky Yuan portrait, his war halberd would very likely have been split apart by the clash. It could be said that he was utterly defeated during this exchange. Take another strike. Luo Judian did not give Yuan Venerate Jinta any time to react before he sent out another sword strike the moment he landed. Chapter 1157. Running amok. The sword light coming from Luo Judian flashed constantly, accumulating a destructive force that could decimate the void. Although he wasn't as proficient at the manipulation of sky law as Yuan Venerate Jinta, he had firmly gained the upper hand during this battle. Plus, his advantage was increasing continuously. Shantian Tai Yuan Venerated, someone said in a trembling voice as Luo Judian's sword light transformed instantly into a misty drizzle of stars all over the sky and sliced off Yuan Venerate Jinta's hair. Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate was the final tier of a Tai Yuan Venerate's control over the sky laws. Only a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate could break through the shackles of these limits and take one's cultivation further. The main reason Yuan Venerate Jinta was such an imposing figure was because his control of the sky laws had reached the point of a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate, and he also had the potential to further control a second sky law. Once a Tai Yuan Venerate could control a second sky law, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, he had just lost to Luo Judian, which meant that Luo Judian's control over the sky laws was obviously above his. Luo Judian, I'll take revenge for this humiliation someday. Yuan Venerate Jinta was burning with rage, but he knew that this wasn't the time to take revenge. He was aware that he was bound to lose if this continued. Under the circumstances, he made the wise choice to give up when the odds were against him. Yuan Venerate Jinta wasn't the only one who wanted to leave. Many of the people who were worried that they would be implicated had already decided to leave, including the powerhouses that had attacked Luo Judian before he had become a Tai Yuan Venerate. They weren't a match for Yuan Venerate Jinta, and they naturally knew that they couldn't go up against Luo Judian. When would they leave if not now? Some of them even decided to find a place to hide for the time being. You are leaving. It's too late. Luo Judian glared at Yuan Venerate Jinta, who was about to escape, and growled with a hint of murderous intent. As he said that, countless images of Luo Judian wielding his long sword started to fill up the surroundings. Luo Judian's figures were literally everywhere. If these figures were classified into reality or illusion, one would realize that all of them were in fact very real. They had been formed by Luo Judian by using the power of his sky law, so anyone that Yuan Venerate Jinta attacked would feel as if they were facing the real Luo Judian. Yuan Venerate Jinta naturally understood the reason behind this, but could only try his best while he was facing the figures of Luo Judian, which had completely covered the entire space. He had to fight his way out. His war halberd swept through the sky with immense power, but Yuan Venerate Jinta, who was already lagging behind in understanding his sky law and various other aspects, could only be beaten to a pulp. He wasn't just beaten, he was beaten to an extremely sorry state. After one of his arms was chopped off, Yuan Venerate Jinta split himself into thousands of fragments and fled hastily in all directions as he wailed unwillingly. This escape method was extremely embarrassing and would also destroy the physical body he had relied on for so many years. Normally, a Tai Yuan Venerate would not make such a decision as long as there was another way out. Yuan Venerate Jinta had been left with no choice but to self-implode. He uttered nothing about revenge as he fled. This wasn't because he did not want to seek revenge, but because he knew that he would only humiliate himself further if he made such a determined effort to speak again. After observing the situation unfolding in the distance, Mountain Lord Fuyuan and his companions all felt a chill go down their spines. They weren't the only ones, as even Xiao Fanju shuddered slightly. Luo Judian had just become a Tai Yuan Venerate and had managed to drive Yuan Venerate Jinta into imploding the body he had been building up for so many years. If Luo Judian was allowed to improve further, then many thoughts went through Xiao Fanju's mind. He was slightly rejoicing that he hadn't attacked Luo Judian before. Let's go, Xiao Fanju told his subordinates. However, just as he was about to leave, Luo Judian landed right in front of him while sending over a surge of sword intent that shrouded him completely. Luo Judian, what are you doing? Xiao Fanju had never feared anything, but this time, he was slightly worried when Luo Judian appeared in front of him. He really did not want to fight with Luo Judian now. Not only did he have no chance of winning, but it would increase Luo Judian's prestige if he were to fight with him now. Don't you know what I want to do, Xiao Fanju? Luo Judian said coldly. You would not dare say you don't know who Duo Lufanshan is, right? Xiao Fanju took a deep breath and replied, although Duo Lufanshan and I are both members of the Dekongfan sect, we do not have any affiliation. Plus, the plan to attack you has nothing to do with me. Luo Judian stared at Xiao Fanju, who appeared to be speaking the truth. I believe what you are saying. Xiao Fanju laughed. Since brother Luo believes me, then all is good. If there's nothing for me here, I'll be leaving now. Although Xiao Fanju wanted to speak more with Luo Judian's aura was now blazing hot. In the face of such a scary aura, Xiao Fanju wanted to avoid provoking Luo Judian when his strength was at its peak. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. Ha ha, I heard Xiao Fanju has a profound cultivation and is going to be the future ruler of the Dekongfan sect. I just broke through to the Tai Yuan Venerate today, so I hope Xiao Fanju can give me some pointers. As he spoke, Luo Judian sent a wave of crazy sword light over at Xiao Fanju. Xiao Fanju had never thought that Luo Judian would attack him while he was being humiliated and even give such an unreasonable explanation. He waved his left hand as a massive golden hand went up to meet the sword light of Luo Judian. Contrary to what Yuan Venerate Jinta had felt before, Xiao Fanju felt as though the sword light could cut through everything in its path. His massive gold hand was followed by a majestic aura that could crush everything in sight, yet this imposing aura was cracked by the sword light of Luo Judian. Although he might not necessarily be weaker than Luo Judian if the fight continued, he knew that there was no advantage for him to use. Luo Judian got stronger as the fight continued. Upon seeing that the sword light of Luo Judian began to split into millions of individual sword lights, Xiao Fanju decided to use his sky-splitting stone. He didn't use the sky-splitting stone to defeat Luo Judian but to force Luo Judian to retreat. There would be no benefits for Xiao Fanju if he continued tangling with Luo Judian. Hence, he took advantage of the opening created during the clash of his sky-splitting stone and Luo Judian's sword net to fly off into the distance. Xiao Fanju fled extremely fast. After the departure of Xiao Fanju, there was basically nothing that could threaten Luo Judian. Luo Yunyang watched Luo Judian attack Xiao Fanju directly and couldn't help admiring his father's dominance in secret. Since he couldn't find a good reason, it would be better to go over and learn from each other while sparring. Although it seemed very easy to offend someone by doing so, it was better to offend someone than make people think that he was a pushover. While gently tapping the ground with his six-dragon sun-striking bow, Luo Yunyang felt a little regret. He had intended to come over with the six-dragon sun-striking bow to test out his strength and intimidate his foes. However, it was very hard for him to realize his ideas now. Just as Luo Yunyang began to shake his head, Luo Judian's words echoed in his ears. What are you still doing there? Hurry back to the Taishu sect. Remember, what happened today had nothing to do with you. Luo Yunyang was not surprised he had been discovered by his father, as he was not hiding his aura at all. After hearing his father's orders, he pondered this for a moment before deciding to return. Although it seemed like he had done nothing, Luo Yunyang had actually helped Luo Judian a great deal. It's just that he had not received any credit for it. After returning to the Taishu sect via the transportation array, Luo Yunyang felt that the way many people looked at him had changed. Some people had become more jealous than ever, but many people also put on respectful smiles. Young Master Luo, your father really excelled this time. I guess he will now receive more attention from the Sacred Venerate and His Majesty will definitely give your father a position suitable for his current status. A man was beaming as he told Luo Yunyang, Young Master Luo, don't forget your old friends after you make it big. Luo Yunyang did not really have much of an impression of the man, but he didn't want to dampen the man's enthusiasm, so he replied, Of course, old friends can't be forgotten, but I have some urgent matters to take care of now that may require your help. A while ago, when my father was competing with Xiao Fanju, some people didn't like me. My cultivation is weak, so are you guys going to help me out? Although Luo Yunyang said this in a soliciting way, the way he looked at the martialists fawning over him seemed to be filled with hidden implications and a tacit threat. Of course, how dare they be rude to young Master Luo? This is truly reprehensible, the man said in indignation. This time, we must show them their limits and teach them who they cannot afford to offend. Although most of the people in the Taishu sect were talented, the majority of them would still choose to submit to people who were more talented or had more resources than them. While this sort of submission was uncomfortable, it was not shameful at all. Senior brother Luo, Master Jinta is asking you to go over. While many disciples of the outer gate were clamoring to teach those who had dared to be rude to Luo Yunyang a lesson, a disciple of the inner gate addressed Luo Yunyang respectfully. Chapter 1158. Jinta lowers his head. Boundless Taishu Jinta was looking for Luo Yunyang. This inner sect disciple's words made the outer sect disciples around Luo Yunyang raise their eyebrows. Why were they all running over to suck up to Luo Yunyang? It was all because they felt that Luo Yunyang's backing had become stronger once more and they could gain benefits by being around Luo Yunyang. However, before they could finish flattering him, Luo Yunyang was actually summoned by Yuan Venerate Jinta. They all knew about the feud between Yuan Venerate Jinta and Luo Judian. It could even be said that Luo Judian had become a Tai Yuan Venerate by stepping over Yuan Venerate Jinta. Luo Yunyang, who had not expected Yuan Venerate Jinta to look for him, glanced at the inner sect disciple and said, I am a disciple of Yuan Sage Yuxi's branch. I cannot be involved with Yuan Venerate Jinta. Please report back to Yuan Venerate Jinta that I cannot go. The inner sect disciple who had come to summon Luo Yunyang at first felt that he had shown Luo Yunyang enough respect. After all, a Tai Yuan Venerate had summoned Luo Yunyang. However, he had never thought that Luo Yunyang would actually come up with such a reason and act like he was being very reasonable. In the Taishu sect, other than the ancestral master that had founded the sect, there were also 12 of his disciples. These 12 disciples were known as the 12 Yuan sages. Each of them had a cultivation base that was at least capable of controlling a second sky law. However, the founder had not passed down his position as sect master to any of the elder disciples. Instead, he had handed it down to his youngest disciple. Although this young disciple had extraordinary talent, his cultivation base still could not hold a candle to his senior brother's cultivation. Hence, there were 12 clear, distinct branches within the Taishu sect. The patriarch of the branch Luo Yunyang was Yuan Sage Yushi, who was friendly with Luo Judian. Thus, Luo Judian had managed to make Luo Yunyang a core disciple of the Taishu sect with the help of this person. Yuan Venerate Jinta's patriarch was at odds with Yuan Sage Yushi, so he had attacked Luo Judian. As a result, even though the Taishu sect seemed large, everyone was actually managing their individual affairs. The main reason the Taishu sect had not collapsed was because their founding ancestral master was still around. The entire Taishu sect would stay as bonded as metal as long as their founding ancestral master just said a word. The inner sect disciple was from the same branch as Yuan Venerate Jinta. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here to pass on a message. He already felt that he had displayed a good enough attitude, but he had not expected that he would be turned away after conveying his message. The reason given had also been very unpleasant. This left him rather dumbfounded. However, it didn't matter if Luo Yunyang accepted or rejected the invitation. After all, the dispute between two Yuan sages wasn't something an insignificant figure like him could comment on. However, how was he going to tell Yuan Venerate Jinta when he failed to bring Luo Yunyang back? Should he act forcefully? Although he was confident that Luo Yunyang wasn't a match for him, the masses were on his side, so it was definitely not ideal to attack Luo Yunyang now. Senior brother Yunyang. After hesitating for a moment, the inner sect disciple said in a nearly pleading manner, Senior brother, this is the first time I have been assigned a task by Master Jinta. If I do not accomplish it, then, Junior brother, it doesn't matter if you accomplish your task. You can come see me if you can no longer stay with Master Jinta. While Luo Yunyang was not afraid of Yuan Venerate Jinta, he still felt that he should keep a low profile in a situation like this. After all, it was much better to have some trump cards up his sleeves in this seemingly calm yet dangerous vast sky sacred realm. The inner sect disciple left helplessly in the end. He had implored Luo Yunyang just to prove that he had done his best. Whether he succeeded wouldn't be up to him. The outer sect disciples that were flocking around Luo Yunyang stared at him with their jaws agape. They were utterly shocked. Senior brother Yunyang, is it all right if you do not see Yuan Venerate Jinta? I heard that Yuan Venerate Jinta isn't a reasonable person. An inner sect disciple whispered cautiously to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "What's the problem? Yuan Venerate Jinta just got his butt kicked by my father. He is in a bad mood, so he was looking for me to vent his anger. I would be a lamb about to be slaughtered if I headed over. What can he do to me if I don't go? My father is no longer trapped, and I believe the other patriarchs would not allow Jinta to bully me." The outer sect disciples looked at Luo Yunyang with envy. That's right, they were shooting envious glances at him. They were extremely envious of Luo Yunyang. All of them were disciples of the Taishu sect, but they did not have formidable backup, so it was impossible for them to speak in a domineering manner like Luo Yunyang had. It would be great if they could be as bold as Luo Yunyang. Hence, the urge of these people to fawn over Luo Yunyang got stronger and their actions became more and more cordial. "Junior brother Yunyang, Master asked me to invite you over." A short while later, a core disciple from the same branch as Luo Yunyang walked over to Luo Yunyang with a smile. Luo Yunyang knew this particular core disciple but did not have much of a relationship with him. As a Taishi Yuan Venerate, Yang Zan ranked 10th among the core disciples of the Taishu sect and was considered one of the brightest geniuses. Some people even said that it was basically a matter of time until Yang Zan broke through and became a Tai Yuan Venerate. "Senior brother Yang Zan, why is Uncle Master looking for me?" Although Luo Yunyang was in Yuan Sage Yuxi's school, he didn't have a master within the school. This was because the entire Taishu sect knew that he was only there to be idle, so no one really wanted to recruit such a disciple. Yang Zan was different. He was the disciple of Yuan Venerate Duo Long, the eldest disciple of Yuan Sage Yuxi, and could be considered much stronger than Luo Yunyang. Yang Zan glanced at Luo Yunyang with a complex look in his eyes before saying in a hushed tone, "Uncle Master Jinta sought out Master in hopes that he could negotiate peace with your father." Yuan Venerate Jinta had conceded. Luo Yunyang was really surprised by the news but realized it was normal when he thought about it. Luo Judian was a war emperor and a subordinate of the sacred venerate's court. What went on between him and Yuan Venerate Jinta was just a personal grudge. The elders of the Taishu sect would not personally act and make things difficult for him as long as Luo Judian did not go too far. Plus, this wasn't a good thing for Yuan Venerate Jinta. It was tough to be constantly eyed by an opponent who was much stronger than him. Since he couldn't win, he might as well throw in the towel honestly to save himself the trouble in the future. Luo Yunyang looked at Yang Zan and smiled gently. "I will remember what senior brother told me this time, and I will definitely pay you back for your kind deed." Yang Zan wouldn't have reacted with mockery or taken these words to heart if Luo Yunyang had said them before Luo Judian had become a Tai Yuan Venerate. However, things had changed. Luo Judian had skyrocketed and become a true almighty of this realm. Thus, he might really be able to get a big favor if he won over Luo Yunyang. "Junior brother Luo is really humorous. We should look after each other in the future." Led by Yang Zan, Luo Yunyang arrived at a huge palace. In the palace, two Tai Yuan Venerate powerhouses sat side by side. The one on the left was Yuan Venerate Jinta. "Luo Yunyang, the reason I asked you to come here is to mediate the feud between Sir Luo Judian and senior brother Jinta." Sitting opposite of Yuan Venerate Jinta was Yuan Venerate Duo Long, who smiled at Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Duo Long had been rather cold to Luo Yunyang in the past. He had merely regarded Luo Yunyang as someone he didn't need to concern himself with. However, he had given Yuan Venerate Jinta face now and was smiling widely while interacting with Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang grinned upon hearing the words of Yuan Venerate Duo Long. "Uncle Master, is there a grudge between Uncle Master Jinta and my father? If that's the case, I will make amends with Uncle Master Jinta on my father's behalf." Luo Yunyang acted innocently, as if he did not know anything at all. This made Yuan Venerate Jinta twitch with pent-up anger. He wanted very much to lay things out with Luo Yunyang and discuss this matter. He did not want Luo Yunyang to shirk this responsibility. "Ha ha, Martial Nephew Yunyang, you don't know the whole story. It was junior brother Jinta who mishandled certain things and held a grudge against your father. This time, junior brother Jinta has prepared some gifts to make amends." Yuan Venerate Duo Long frowned slightly before smiling again. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment and pretended that he knew nothing. "In that case, I should contact my father and hear what he says." "Good, Martial Nephew, please do so." Yuan Venerate Duo Long didn't want Luo Yunyang to accomplish anything. The reason he had asked Luo Yunyang to come was only because he wanted Luo Yunyang to contact Luo Judian. Luo Yunyang had the Jade Seal for communicating with Luo Judian and was able to get in touch with Luo Judian very quickly. Someone wants to talk about peace. Sure, agree with him, but tell him that you want a spot to enter Boundless Taishu. Otherwise, there's nothing else to talk about. Luo Judian spoke before Luo Yunyang could say anything. Boundless Taishu. Luo Yunyang suddenly recalled that he had seen this term in the scripture depository. It was something similar to the ruins of a great war. However, he wasn't sure what sort of great war that was. Since his father had actually asked for a spot to enter this location, could it be something good? Luo Yunyang answered Yuan Venerate Duo Long right away. Uncle Master, my father said it is good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. He is hoping that I can be granted the opportunity to enter Boundless Taishu and asks Uncle Master to agree to it. Yuan Venerate Duo Long's face darkened when Luo Yunyang mentioned Boundless Taishu, and Yuan Venerate Jinta stood up abruptly. Obviously, this condition had really angered him. Can't we discuss this? How about some other treasures? Yuan Venerate Duo Long looked back at Luo Yunyang and spoke with a smile. I have no choice. It is my father's decision. Luo Yunyang raised both of his hands and acted innocent. Chapter 1159. Reserved slot, impossible. Yuan Venerate Jinta had already shouted angrily before Luo Yunyang could finish. What sort of place was Boundless Taishu? It was not merely like the Ninth Sky Yuan portrait in their sect. Yuan Venerate Jinta was enraged that he had been asked to give up a spot for Boundless Taishu just because of a dispute. He was deeply angered by the shameless request of Luo Judian. Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Venerate Jinta, who was exasperated, and smiled gently. Since Uncle Master cannot agree to it, I will tell my father about it. We never like to force things on others. Yuan Venerate Jinta took a deep breath. He knew that he was being really rude by acting out this way, but the request of Luo Judian and his son was somewhat overboard in his opinion. However, it would also be very unfavorable if he allowed Luo Judian to make things difficult for him. After all, Luo Judian was better than him, and the enmity between them seemed like it would continue until one of them died. Yuan Venerate Jinta might continue to suffer if this was not resolved. Yuan Venerate Duo Long also saw Yuan Venerate Jinta's hesitation. He immediately turned to Yuan Venerate Jinta and warned him. Junior brother Jinta, remain calm for now. We should discuss this further. Yuan Venerate Jinta was already hesitant when Yuan Venerate Duo Long gave him a way out of that embarrassing situation. Thus, he snapped back, all right then. I'll listen to you, senior brother. Luo Yunyang glanced at the livid Yuan Venerate Jinta and got a clearer picture of the situation. The more impatient Yuan Venerate Jinta was, the more likely it was that he would concede. It could even be said that he had actually chosen to draw back. Yunyang, please tell your father that the Boundless Taishu spot is too precious. Junior brother Jinta cannot find one right away. How about he changes his request? Yuan Venerate Duo Long looked at Luo Yunyang and walked over. Luo Yunyang would not make things difficult for Yuan Venerate Duo Long when it came to this matter. Thus, he chuckled and said, Uncle Master, it's easy to negotiate with me, but this matter concerns my father. So, Luo Yunyang acted as if he were in a dilemma when he spoke about his father. Yuan Venerate Jinta snorted. He had no doubts about Luo Yunyang. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang was just a second-generation junior. The reason he was unhappy was because he felt as if he were begging Luo Judian. Please contact your father and say that I hope he can change his request. Yuan Venerate Duo Long had decided to help Yuan Venerate Jinta, so he would naturally need to do his best. Luo Yunyang nodded at Yuan Venerate Duo Long and said, Yes, Uncle Master. Luo Yunyang had nearly fully understood what sort of person Luo Judian was during the period of time he had been interacting with him. Hence, he did not conceal the fact that he was in contact with Luo Judian from Yuan Venerate Jinta and Yuan Venerate Duo Long. Change my request. Yuan Venerate Jinta said that the Boundless Taishu spot is too valuable. Is my life that worthless to him? Luo Judian's stance was extremely tough and unyielding. Yuan Venerate Jinta doesn't have to do anything if he can't pull this off. I don't like to force people to do things against their will. A cold glimmer flashed across Yuan Venerate Jinta's eyes. It could be said that he felt both anger and fear for Luo Judian. He had a weaker cultivation base, so given the mutual resentment, Yuan Venerate Jinta had no choice but to humble himself if he wanted to reconcile with Luo Judian. Junior brother, it's not that you can't obtain the spot. Just as Yuan Venerate Jinta was about to speak, Yuan Venerate Duo Long grabbed hold of him and spoke. But the price. Yuan Venerate Jinta did not finish his sentence, but the meaning of his words had already been expressed. This was a hefty price that would make even Yuan Venerate Jinta go broke. With a glance at Yuan Venerate Jinta, Yuan Venerate Duo Long said, while it is a hefty price, it is much better than getting ambushed by Luo Yunyang. All right then, Yuan Venerate Jinta finally made up his mind after pondering it for a while. He looked at Luo Yunyang and said heavily, all right, I can fight for this opportunity, but your father cannot take the spot. It can only be given to disciples of our sect. Luo Yunyang smiled gently. Thank you, Uncle Master, for reminding me. My father just said that this opportunity would be a gift to me. Yuan Venerate Jinta said nothing else. He stared at Luo Yunyang with a complex look before turning away and walking out of the palace. Yuan Venerate Duo Long glanced at Yuan Venerate Jinta, who had just left, and shook his head gently. While Yuan Venerate Jinta had finally accepted his advice, his proud junior brother was clearly unhappy with this. Yunyang, have a good talk with your father about this matter and tell him that Yuan Venerate Jinta has already agreed to provide the spot. You should tell your father not to break his promise either. The ancestral master of our sect is concerned about this. The ancestral master of the Taishu sect was concerned. While these were merely a few words, they were very threatening. How could Luo Yunyang not recognize the underlying meaning of these words? He politely responded, Uncle Master, don't worry. I believe my father would never do anything disappointing. Good, please come to me if you face any difficulties in the future. I'll definitely take care of them for you if I can. Yuan Venerate Duo Long's words were very kind, but Luo Yunyang knew that this was his way of seeing off his guests. After leaving Yuan Venerate Duo Long's palace, Luo Yunyang contacted Luo Yunyang again. When he conveyed Yuan Venerate Jinta's words, Luo Yunyang responded, since he agreed, all is good. Yunyang, this opportunity has not come about easily. This is your final chance to condense Dao energy. Luo Yunyang was rather touched that Luo Yunyang had obtained an opportunity for him through the feud with Yuan Venerate Jinta. However, before he could show his excitement, Luo Yunyang had already hung up the call. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't said much, Luo Yunyang could clearly feel his concern. He was in a good mood as he headed toward the repository he was in charge of. This time, he wanted to find out more about the sort of place Boundless Taishu was. The repository of outer sect disciples had been under Luo Yunyang's charge to begin with. Now that Luo Yunyang had become a Tai Yuan Venerate, the repository of outer sect disciples had practically become solely Luo Yunyang's. Even certain people with a status greater than Luo Yunyang's would not enter the repository most of the time. There were not a lot of books related to Boundless Taishu in the repository. Luo Yunyang was able to read through the books very quickly and gain a general idea of the origin of Boundless Taishu. It was the battleground of supreme beings. The Supreme Sacred Venerate had achieved what he had because he had emerged victorious from a battle in Boundless Taishu. Although most supreme beings fell in Boundless Taishu, there were also many great benefits left behind in it. Of course, these great benefits had boundless uses if obtained. It was just that Boundless Taishu was usually sealed up by a supreme force. Without the power of the Sacred Venerate, it was practically impossible to open up Boundless Taishu. Eventually, as the top powerhouses of the vast sky sacred realm had continued to observe Boundless Taishu, they had discovered that a crack would appear on Boundless Taishu every 10,000 years and allow powerhouses who could control sky laws to enter. However, the quota to enter was very limited, so even the Taishu sect had only 10 spots. Each time, the disciples of the Taishu sect would go crazy over these 10 spots. The core disciples of the Taishu sect would even fight for them. Now, his father had laid down his grudge to give him one of these available spots just so that Luo Yunyang could condense his Dao energy. Dao energy was no longer a problem for Luo Yunyang. He gently shut the book about Boundless Taishu and thought to himself. He might be able to find the answers to questions that he hadn't found in the repository in the past. Senior brother Luo, have you heard the news? The elders of the sect have issued a decree that the once in 10,000 years Boundless Taishu will open soon. Any disciple of the sect can apply for a slot. An outer sect disciple ran to the repository and said, Senior brother, are you also going to fight for a slot? I won't fight, Luo Yunyang said casually while browsing. The outer sect disciple was immediately distressed upon hearing what Luo Yunyang had said. He felt that he must have gone overboard with the flattery and replied awkwardly, "Boundless Taishu is a really dangerous place. It wouldn't suit senior brother at all." "Yes, senior brother Luo has his own cultivation resources. Why would he have to enter Boundless Taishu? Although Boundless Taishu is good, it is a paradise merely for us. Senior brother Luo does not think it is good at all." Luo Yunyang put up a hand while listening to these flattering remarks. "Although I will not take part in the competition, I will still enter Boundless Taishu. I have already reserved a slot of the sect." The few outer sect disciples who had been desperately belittling Boundless Taishu while trying to please Luo Yunyang suddenly felt their heads spin. He had reserved a slot. This was Boundless Taishu they were talking about. Even the best core disciples in the sect wouldn't dare say that they could secure a slot. However, Luo Yunyang had actually said that he had reserved a slot to enter Boundless Taishu. How was this possible? Luo Yunyang didn't look like he was lying, so the disciples felt that he had said the truth. "Senior brother Luo, I heard that only 9 slots have been announced this time. Is the remaining slot yours?" An outer sect disciple who seemed like he had suddenly recalled something asked in a trembling voice. "Yes, that slot is reserved for me," Luo Yunyang answered nonchalantly. The few outer sect disciples revolving around Luo Yunyang felt as though something was buzzing in their heads. At the same time, they found it extremely hard to accept this. What could a person who didn't even possess Dao energy do when he entered Boundless Taishu? Chapter 1160. You and I are different. Su Ming, 9 wins and 3 losses, 10 points, fail. A crisp voice resounded in the martial sky hall of the Taishu sect before a chorus of boos was immediately heard. The object of the boos wasn't Su Ming but someone who was watching the battle. The handsome man standing on the platform could hardly believe his ears. He had failed. He had actually failed. All the great opportunities he had pursued for a long time had always brushed past him ever so slightly, rendering him unable to accept this. Across the entire vast sky-sacred realm, all those that became supreme beings basically had to experience entering Boundless Taishu. It was nearly impossible for one to become a top-level existence even with exceptional cultivation if one did not obtain a great opportunity left behind by ancient supremacies in Boundless Taishu. Su Ming was destined to be extraordinary. He didn't just want to revitalize his family. He also wanted to soar. He wanted to. Now, he had actually lost his bid for the most important opportunity he had planned himself for, which made him feel completely miserable. He had done his best, and the reason he had lost 3 matches was because he had encountered 3 horrible monsters in those matches. Yes, they were monsters. How could the 3 of them be so strong if they weren't monsters? He hadn't complained about his loss in the 3 matches because his opponents had beaten him fair and square with their true skills. However, his heart was unwilling to accept the fact that the 10 slots that had been available usually in the past had been reduced to 9 and he was unfortunately the one in 10th place. "Uncle Master, I refuse to accept this." In the Taishu sect, rules were very important, and the disciples' obedience to their masters was equally important. One's future would basically be tarnished if one dared to break the rules in front of their master. Su Ming would never have said such words desperately if this matter wasn't important to him. "What are you unconvinced about?" The Taichu Yuan Venerate in charge of the matches this time responded angrily to Su Minghei's questioning. Although Su Minghei's status in the future was destined not to be higher than that Taichu Yuan Venerate's, it was clearly an act defiance on Su Minghei's part to even dare to talk back in such a manner. He would be treated as an incompetent person by the elders if he didn't handle it well. The resources and treatment he received would also suffer as a result. Since Su Ming had already made the first step, he could only continue down the wrong path. Hence, he continued speaking in a resolved manner. "We have always had the same rules in the Taishu sect. There have always been 10 slots available to enter Boundless Taishu. These 10 slots are the reason the disciples fight against one another. Why were we only given 9 slots this time? Who has the predetermined slot? I am incompetent but willing to challenge the person who was allocated the 10th slot. I will accept it if he beats me." Su Minghei's words won the strong support of many people in an instant. All the disciples who supported Su Ming shouted loudly, "Senior brother Su is right. The inner sect and core disciples have always competed for 10 slots. Why were we given only 9 slots this time? Who was the last slot given to? Let him come out and compete with senior brother Su." Even senior brother Zheng Rulai won many matches to reach this point. Could this person be better than senior brother Zheng Rulai? Are there any core disciples in the Taishu sect who are stronger than senior brother Zheng Rulai? Cheers erupted as a commotion was caused. Some people even cussed loudly, so the situation got a little out of hand momentarily. The Yuan Venerate running the event was furious with the ruckus that had come up. He knew that he would be labeled as incompetent for this ruckus. Hence, he had to keep the situation under control at all costs. The sect makes its own decisions. All of you will immediately return to your training grounds. Otherwise, I will deal with you accordingly. Uncle Master, we address you as Uncle Master because we respect you. We won't leave if you don't give us an explanation for this. Knowing that there was no way out, Su Ming stayed firm. Now that Su Ming was spearheading the cause, other disciples who had not obtained a slot also began to cause a commotion. At the same time, someone shouted out loud, the last slot was given to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's fame had spread far and wide throughout the Taishu sect. The reason he had become so famous wasn't because of his cultivation but because he was the weakest among the core disciples. The disciples, who were already furious, became even angrier when they heard that the last slot had been reserved for Luo Yunyang. Come on, let's go find Luo Yunyang. Why the heck does he deserve the slot? We'll make him give it up. An inner sect disciple who had a good relationship with Su Ming shouted loudly. They knew very well that it would not benefit them if they continued to coerce the presiding powerhouse. Finding Luo Yunyang and forcing him to give up the slot was their best choice now. Su Ming, who had been waiting for this moment, shouted along with the protests of his compatriots. This slot to enter Boundless Taishu belongs to all of us. Why is Luo Yunyang holding on to it? Make him give up the slot. As a result of the actions of Su Ming and the others, hundreds went over to the repository Luo Yunyang was in. The presiding Taichu Yuan Venerate host glared at the scene angrily but didn't dare take any action. This wasn't just because Su Ming and the other disciples had considerable backing, but also because the might of Su Ming and the other disciples was, in fact, comparable to his might. He would very likely be crushed by all of them if he were to insist on stopping them. That would be a fatal blow to his reputation. Junior brother Luo, according to the rules of the Taishu sect, all the slots for entering Boundless Taishu must be obtained through fighting with other disciples. I now challenge you to a battle. The winner will get to enter Boundless Taishu, Su Ming said in a loud, imposing manner. Luo Yunyang had been browsing through books on Boundless Taishu in the repository. Although he did not know what he could obtain in Boundless Taishu, gaining more things would result in more benefits. However, someone was now challenging him to a battle. Luo Yunyang was at a slight loss and nearly couldn't react to the stern-looking Su Ming. However, someone quickly told him what had happened. Thanks to the improvement of Luo Judian's cultivation, some outer gate disciples who hadn't trusted Luo Yunyang much before had now become his unswerving followers. Although they were not betting on Luo Yunyang coming out of this battle against Su Ming victorious, this did not prevent them from standing firmly on Luo Yunyang's side. After all, they were not following Luo Yunyang because of his cultivation but because of his father. Luo Yunyang understood what was going on and smiled gently. Senior brother Su Ming, are you looking for the wrong person? I don't have a slot to compete with you over. Junior brother Yunyang, do you think the information I have is wrong? Su Ming glared at Luo Yunyang and said with a smile, if the 10th slot wasn't given to you, then who was it given to? I don't know who it was given to, but my slot did not come from the Taishu sect. Luo Yunyang looked at Su Ming and said, my slot was the price paid to my father by Yuan Venerate Jinta. It has nothing to do with the Taishu sect. A cold glint could be seen in Su Minghei's eyes. He naturally knew the difference, but he only wanted a slot for himself, no matter the reason. Thus, after pondering this for a moment, he asked, Junior brother Luo, what's the difference? You're occupying one of the slots of the Taishu sect. Luo Yunyang had gotten a clearer picture of what Su Ming was thinking now. Thus, he glanced at Su Ming and sneered lightly. Senior brother Su, since you are going to pester me for it, I shall give up this slot. A look of slight ecstasy appeared on Su Minghei's face. Luo Yunyang was going to give up his slot. This meant that the slot would be his. Just as he was about to seal the deal once and for all, Luo Yunyang added, if he can't even settle such a small matter without creating a mess, I think my father has to resume their feud. After he said that, Luo Yunyang gestured. All of you head over to find Yuan Venerate Jinta. Tell him that I will not accept what he is offering anymore. Su Ming was still a little confused at first, but they realized what was going on after someone asked their seniors. Su Ming felt a chill in his heart when he listened to his companion. Yuan Venerate Jinta would definitely kill Su Ming on the spot if he really went to find him. After all, the person behind Su Ming was weaker than Yuan Venerate Jinta. Junior brother Luo, you should tell Yuan Venerate Jinta that you are voluntarily giving up the slot to allow us to compete for it to avoid breaking the rules of the sect. Su Minghei's suggestion was too unreasonable, as even he felt that he was asking too much. Luo Yunyang merely glanced back at Su Ming with a half-smile. After Su Ming was done, Luo Yunyang said, "Go and ask for it if you are capable. If you aren't, then get out right now. I can't beat you, but don't you think I could get you expelled from the Taishu sect in a quarter of an hour?" Su Minghei's face flushed red. He knew that, as he already knew that he had stubbed his toe on an iron plate. He glared at Luo Yunyang and roared, So what if you rely on your father? Even if you were to enter boundless Taishu, you would get nothing out of it. You are merely wasting this slot. That's not going to happen, because Yuan Venerate Jinta has already arranged for the remaining 9 disciples who received their slots to assist me. Luo Yunyang chuckled as he walked over. Chapter 1161. Boundless Sacred Palace, The Battle of Two Sects. Zheng Rulai, my request this time isn't too excessive either. I merely ask that you let Luo Yunyang get some opportunities, that's all. Yuan Venerate Jinta's voice echoed from above the tall, lofty hall. Zheng Rulai's expression stiffened after he heard what Yuan Venerate Jinta said. It was not like he had not received any care from other seniors or elders during the time he had spent wandering and seeking success on his own in the past. Although Zheng Rulai was very upset about this request, he had no choice but to agree to it. However, Zheng Rulai really didn't want to accept the request, even though this person's father was someone he admired. Can I refuse this request? Zheng Rulai answered straightforwardly. Although Yuan Venerate Jinta was not one of the 12 Yuan sages, he also had great influence in the Taishu sect, as many people had to submit to his authority. Still, the person that asked this question was Zheng Rulai. Yuan Venerate Jinta would never have been so polite with any other ordinary martialist. Even so, Yuan Venerate Jinta still felt a little displeased. He eyed Zheng Rulai and said, No. Zheng Rulai, I know what you want to say, and you must think that I am being unfair. However, I want you to know that I am paying this price on my own. Yuan Venerate Jinta said icily, You also know what happened. I really don't wish to get in too much trouble with that madman, so I have no other choice. Although Zheng Rulai's lips twitched, he could only reply respectfully, I shall obey the command. I will not disappoint you. Yuan Venerate Jinta had always had a good impression of Zheng Rulai. After being assured by him, Yuan Venerate Jinta smiled. I feel at ease leaving you to handle this matter. After he said that, Yuan Venerate Jinta raised his hand and a jade bottle flew over, landing gently in front of Zheng Rulai. These are Chaos Yuan Golden Dragon pills. You might need them after entering Boundless Taishu. Zheng Rulai was delighted. Chaos Yuan Golden Dragon pills were considered a supreme treasure in the Taishu sect. Although he could still obtain some with his current status, he would have to fork out quite a hefty price. Thank you, Uncle Master. After seeing off Zheng Rulai, Yuan Venerate Jinta let out a gentle sigh. After all, this was something he had been unwilling to do. There was a look of disdain in Zheng Rulai's eyes when he left Yuan Venerate Jinta's palace. He felt deep disdain for Luo Yunyang. No matter how strong Luo Yunyang's support was, he would still be a nobody if he did not have the necessary capabilities himself. Senior brother Rulai, what can I do for you? A scrawny man who came over asked Zheng Rulai. This scrawny man looked very ugly even when he was smiling. The man actually knew that his smile was unsightly, but he still had to smile when facing Zheng Rulai. This wasn't because Zheng Rulai liked his smile, but because his cultivation was much weaker than Zheng Rulai's. It would be disrespectful if he did not smile at Zheng Rulai. He could not afford to offend Zheng Rulai, so he could only smile when he saw him. Zheng Rulai said, We must take care of Luo Yunyang this time. Ha ha, seems like Yuan Venerate Jinta is going to teach our little junior brother a good lesson, the scrawny man said icily. Zheng Rulai shook his head and said, You guessed wrong. We must really take good care of him. It would be best if we could help him find a treasure in Boundless Taishu that can be used instead of Dao energy. Either that or let him obtain some of the fragments left behind by those ancient beings, and allow him to condense his own Tao energy. I have already agreed to the request. The scrawny man was surprised, as he had never thought that things would turn out this way. Uncle Master Jinta is really. Although the scrawny man did not complete his sentence, Zheng Rulai knew what he was going to say. Deep down, Zheng Rulai agreed with what the scrawny man was implying, but on the surface, he still needed to uphold the prestige of Yuan Venerate Jinta. Thus, he lowered his tone and said, "Don't spout nonsense. Uncle Master Jinta is trying to save our sect some unnecessary trouble." The scrawny man was a little unsatisfied. This time, the total number of Taishu sect members entering Boundless Taishu is the same as the number of Dekongfan's sect members. However, we will definitely be at a major disadvantage during the final battle in Boundless Sacred Palace if we bring along such a burden. Our benefits from entering Boundless Taishu will be reduced greatly if we can't enter Boundless Sacred Palace. Zheng Rulai had also thought of this problem, but he had already promised Yuan Venerate Jinta. Furthermore, he was very confident in his cultivation. "Don't worry about it, I'm in charge." Zheng Rulai looked at the scrawny man and spoke resolutely. The scrawny man sighed as he looked at Zheng Rulai and said nothing more. He knew very well that, given his position, it would be useless even if he said anything else. It was better to keep his mouth shut. 10 days later, all the disciples heading over to Boundless Taishu gathered outside a palace. Luo Yunyang did not want to wait, so he arrived on the dot. By the time he arrived at the palace, the other 9 core disciples had already gathered. Among those core disciples, Luo Yunyang only recognized Huang Yu. Huang Yu still seemed very angry with Luo Yunyang because Luo Judian had rejected the arranged marriage. Upon seeing that Luo Yunyang was the last to arrive, she said with a huff, "How unruly." The expressions of the other core disciples turned even nastier as soon as she said that. After all, they had fought very hard for their slots while Luo Yunyang had obtained his by merely lazing around. How could they consider this situation fair? Luo Yunyang was cool in the face of these stares. He smiled gently and walked quickly over to Zheng Rulai's side before saying, "Senior brother Rulai, Uncle Master Jinta said he will need to trouble you this time. He seems to have some complaints about you." Zheng Rulai's face darkened. How could he not see through this? Yuan Venerate Jinta definitely did not have any complaints about him. It was Luo Yunyang that Yuan Venerate Jinta had an opinion about. However, when Luo Yunyang mentioned Yuan Venerate Jinta, he had no choice but to show respect. After all, he would still need the help of Yuan Venerate Jinta in the future. "Junior brother Yunyang, you are a little late. After entering Boundless Taishu, you will follow us. The other senior brothers and I will take care of you." Although Zheng Rulai was reluctant, he still gazed at the others with an intimidating look. All the core disciples who loathed Luo Yunyang the most, including the scrawny man and Huang Yu, lowered their heads one by one when Zheng Rulai gazed at them. Although they were all chosen geniuses, Zheng Rulai alone was enough to suppress them all. Luo Yunyang grinned when he saw that the rest had stopped talking. This time, he did not want to obtain merely ordinary benefits upon entering Boundless Taishu. He was hoping that he could obtain a supreme treasure that could deal with the being acting from the shadows when he returned to his own realm. "Thank you, senior brother Zheng." After thanking Zheng Rulai, Luo Yunyang automatically found a spot for himself. While the others felt that he was merely a son that relied on his father, Luo Yunyang knew that he was his own man. A man who did not like to act too ostentatiously. "Zheng Rulai, since you are all here, let's go." A middle-aged man with an unadorned face who was missing an arm shot a glance at the group before waving his sleeves. That simple action made Luo Yunyang feel as though the world around him had spun and the stars had shifted. In a matter of seconds, he had arrived in a colorful void. Luo Yunyang had seen such colorful voids in the past, but this time, he immediately felt a surge of power coming at him the moment he landed. This surge was incredibly strong. So much so that he felt that breathing had become somewhat difficult under this suffocating pressure. The shattering great Tao energy in his body had also been lowered to its limit by the extreme pressure of that power. This is Boundless Taishu, where many supreme beings have fallen. There are many supreme fragments inside, but don't be too greedy when you enter. The middle-aged man then said coldly, "Otherwise, don't even think about ever leaving this place." After he said that, he flicked his empty sleeve and added, "See. This is what happened to me back then. However, I was much stronger than all of you, so I was still able to escape. Among you guys, no one can escape except for Zheng Rulai. Then, he turned to look at Luo Yunyang and said, I know about your father's hopes for you, but you should pay more attention. I don't want you to die in this place. If that happens, the Taishu sect will have no choice but to invite one of the 12 Yuan sages to deal with your father. Luo Yunyang smiled at the simple middle-aged man and said, I understand. The middle-aged man did not have much to say to Luo Yunyang either. After hearing Luo Yunyang acknowledge this, he also stopped talking. At the same time, a golden light began to fill heaven and earth. After the appearance of the surging golden light, a man with a round smiling face appeared in the void. Luo Yunyang recognized that man immediately. It was Xiao Fanju, the person he had threatened with his 6-dragon sun-striking bow when Luo Judian had ascended to the Tai Yuan Venerate. Naturally, Xiao Fanju wasn't going to enter boundless Taishu considering how high his cultivation was. Behind Xiao Fanju were 10 towering, imposing powerhouses from the Dekongfan sect. Many of them immediately looked at Zheng Rulai when they appeared, as they had obviously regarded Zheng Rulai as their natural opponent. Zheng Rulai, who was smiling wide, was at ease. Ha ha ha, Brother Xuan, it's been a while. Xiao Fanju glanced at the one-armed man and spoke cheerfully. However, before the one-armed man could speak, Xiao Fanju turned toward Luo Yunyang. Chapter 1162. Dao energy is useless without sky law. The reason Xiao Fanju had been able to achieve what he had was not only because of his cultivation but also because of his extraordinary perception. Xiao Fanju felt that the person he should pay the most attention to during his mission to bring his disciples to boundless Taishu this time was Xuantation from the Taishu sect. After all, this person had the same level of cultivation as him. However, he had never expected that a youngster would actually cause him to feel threatened as he was greeting Xuantation. Who the heck was this youngster? How could he make his hair stand on end? It had to be known that Xiao Fanju's mind had been tempered beyond the point of an ordinary person's mind. Even an elite powerhouse would not be able to threaten Xiao Fanju. However, unexpectedly, the fellow before him had actually caused an eerie reaction in him. Hence, he looked at Luo Yunyang right away and asked, May I know how to address you, sir? Xiao Fanju had noticed Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang was already prepared for this situation. He did not want to cause additional trouble, so he pretended to be straightforward and said, My name is Luo Yunyang, and my father is Luo Judian. Shan Fanju, who was stunned for a moment, felt slightly doubtful. Although he had met someone who would shout his father's name out right away before, was this youngster someone who would quickly shout out who his father was upon meeting another person? As he pondered this, Xiao Fanju replied, Have we met before? Luo Yunyang sighed softly to himself as he studied the stern-looking Xiao Fanju. Why the heck was Xiao Fanju's nose as sharp as a dog's? However, on the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened and smiled foolishly. A person like you, sir, would have left a deep impression on me if we had ever met. Obviously, I really haven't met you before, sir. Although Xiao Fanju also felt that he had not seen Luo Yunyang before, the imminent threat he was feeling still worried him greatly. He thus pressed on and asked, But why do I feel that I've seen you before somewhere? You also seem threatening. Naturally, Luo Yunyang knew that Xiao Fanju was not lying. However, he was absolutely unwilling to admit it for now. Although there wouldn't be any issues if Luo Yunyang revealed the truth, he would prefer it if people underestimated his strength in the vast sky realm, as it would be safer to live in peace. Uncle Master Xuan, I really have not seen this senior before. Luo Yunyang implored one-armed Xuantation. Xuantation did not like Luo Yunyang very much and loathed him for bringing up his father's name right away. He was a disciple of the Taishu sect. How could he do that? Even so, he was still the man leading this delegation on behalf of the Taishu sect, so how could he allow Xiao Fanju of the Dekongfan sect to reprimand his own disciple in such a manner? Therefore, he responded right away, Xiao Fanju, aren't you going overboard? He is only a junior without Dao energy. Plus, Luo Judian is no pushover. Xiao Fanju appeared unconvinced. A person that could make him feel imminent danger was definitely not someone without Dao energy. However, why had his extremely keen awareness developed such a dangerous sense of impending doom? Are you sure he doesn't have any Dao energy? Why am I feeling a sense of impending danger coming from him? Xiao Fanju asked Xuantation after a moment's hesitation. Xuantation's unadorned face did not change. He merely said, It seems like you have been scared stiff by Luo Judian. He didn't seem to be mocking Xiao Fanju but rather stating a fact. However, this recount still made Xiao Fanju feel very unhappy. Xuanming was too much. Xiao Fanju knew that nothing beneficial would come from continuing this conversation, so he scoffed and backed off. At the same time, another group of people appeared in the void. Although there were many people in this group, they were crowding around 3 young Taichu Yuan Venerate martialists. The 3 young Taichu Yuan Venerate martialists appeared obviously hostile when they saw Zheng Rulai and the rest. However, the old man leading this group looked very imposing as he guffawed. "Greetings, Mr. Xuan and Xiao Fanju. I'm Moli Qianzhou." Xuanming gently nodded in acknowledgement. As for Xiao Fanju, he chuckled sarcastically in response. "Mr. Mo, are these the elites of Sacred Emperor Palace? Ah, the standards of Sacred Emperor Palace's generation have been falling. Sacred Emperor Palace ruled the realm and was nominally the lord of the vast sky sacred realm. However, the Sacred Emperor's cultivation was much weaker than his 2 senior brothers and had resulted in Sacred Emperor Palace being somewhat soft and yielding." Although Moli Qianzhou felt slightly angry, he did not respond to that statement in the end. Only one of the 3 young Taichu Yuan Venerates continued to glare at Xiao Fanju. Xiao Fanju smirked. "Young man, don't be angry. I am just speaking the truth. Ha ha, I remember back when we entered Boundless Taishu. The Sacred Emperor Palace could still occupy 7 slots then. Now, they can only muster up 3 slots. It is really..." Xiao Fanju's implied meaning, which was obvious, made Moli Qianzhou stiffen. In the end, the young martialist glaring at Xiao Fanju stopped doing so after Moli Qianzhou said a few words to him. However, he felt slightly delighted when he noticed Luo Yunyang. "It seems like both of your great sects are running out of talent if they are wasting such a good opportunity on a person who isn't even a Yuan Venerate." He scoffed. Moli Qianzhou also glanced at Luo Yunyang, looking slightly angry. He was angry because this young martialist was mindlessly making enemies. They had been mocked initially by Xiao Fanju, but they'd ended up striking back at the Taishu sect. Although Sacred Emperor Palace was extraordinary, it was difficult for them to face 2 similar enemies. Luo Yunyang, who'd had a favorable impression of the young Taichu Yuan Venerate when he had initially gone up against Xiao Fanju, couldn't help sighing when he heard these words. This young man really did not use his brain very much. Xuanming did not say a thing. He would have never let this matter rest if it had been another disciple and would definitely have taught the young martialist a lesson. However, the target was Luo Yunyang, so he decided not to pay attention. After all, Luo Yunyang was not an authentic disciple of the Taishu sect in his opinion. Luo Yunyang's relationship with the Sacred Emperor Palace was much closer than his relationship with the Taishu sect. "Junior brother Luo, this is the time to announce your father's name." A tall, scrawny man standing beside Zheng Rulai interjected suddenly. Luo Yunyang knew that the guy was up to no good, but he did not want to cause trouble, so he stayed silent. However, Moli Qianzhou, who seemed to already know something, nodded at Luo Yunyang. "Mr. Luo, we are all on the same side. The 19th prince has acted recklessly this time." While Moli Qianzhou was speaking, others also began to arrive. However, these people were rather scattered, as most of them came alone. Although they were not as dazzling as the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect, they all had an extraordinary bearing. At the same time, a small vortex also began to appear in the colorful land of Boundless Taishu. The vortex started out at the size of a pebble and was enlarged each time it rotated. In just a short while, it had grown to at least 3 feet. Xiao Fanju glanced at the vortex that had already formed and lamented. "Boundless Taishu has opened again, but unfortunately I can't enter this time." He directed these words at Xuanming. He and Xuanming were part of the same group of people who had entered Boundless Taishu in the past. Xuanming wasn't feeling nostalgic. He instead eyed the vortex and said, "The Taishu sect should enter first this time." He did not even look at Xiao Fanju when he said that. He simply turned to Zheng Rulai and instructed him, "Rulai, all of you should head in now." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "Remember, after entering, you must bear these words in mind. Tao energy is useless without sky law." Xuanming did not explain this, but Luo Yunyang felt as though a crisp morning bell had sounded when he heard these words. Xuanming was 10 times stronger than Yuan Venerate Jinta. Although the 2 of them had similar levels of cultivation, this did not mean that they were equal strength-wise. Xiao Fanju also told the 10 disciples behind him, Please bear Mr. Xuan's words in mind. It will be good for you. Zheng Rulai was the first to fly toward the vortex. Then, the other powerhouses of the Taishu sect also followed and entered the vortex below. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the 10 disciples of the Taishu sect had entered. Luo Yunyang was the last person remaining. The moment Luo Yunyang entered the vortex, Xiao Fanju glanced at one of the 10 martialists he had brought along, who had a massive, muscular physique. Although Xiao Fanju didn't speak, he had already conveyed his intentions to that martialist. There was no need to remind the martialist, as he was someone qualified to enter boundless Taishu this time. He nodded at Xiao Fanju before following Luo Yunyang and entering the vortex. Luo Yunyang was very confident in his cultivation base, but after entering the vortex, he felt as though his surroundings would not stop spinning. The heaven and earth around him could not be considered heaven and earth, as they seemed like they were formed by countless joined voids. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang noticed that his surroundings had settled down. As soon as he stood up steadily, he discovered that a muscular, imposing disciple from the Dekongfan sect was already standing beside him. Hello, junior brother Luo. The Dekongfan sect disciple smiled at Luo Yunyang. Chapter 1163. Sky Law Fragments. Yuan Venerate Yunfei watched Luo Yunyang like a lion eyeing a tasty rabbit that was about to become its meal. That's right, a rabbit. Although he wouldn't kill Luo Yunyang, it was still necessary to teach Luo Yunyang a good lesson since this was an order from Xiao Fanju. Xiao Fanju was akin to a god in Yuan Venerate Yunfei's opinion. He had to accomplish any task given by Xiao Fanju no matter what difficulties there were, including beating up someone. Yuan Venerate Yunfei felt that this person, who immediately had brought up the name of his father after being eyed by Xiao Fanju, couldn't be tough. Otherwise, why would he use his connections to intimidate others right away? However, he had never expected Luo Yunyang to return the smile and reply, "Greetings, senior brother from the Dekongfan sect." Luo Yunyang's smile gave Yuan Venerate Yunfei an ominous feeling. However, this wasn't enough to capture his attention. What skill could a man who did not possess any Dao energy and relied on his father's name to get a slot into boundless Taishu have? Junior brother, Xiao Fanju said, your bones and muscles lack training. He ordered me to help give you some pointers. Rest assured, I will never beat you to death. After he said that, Yuan Venerate Yunfei swung his fist at Luo Yunyang. Outside of the vortex, Yuan Venerate Yunfei's punch would have contained a great path law that would definitely have been enough to pulverize an entire mountain. Unfortunately, they were now in boundless Taishu and the power of great path law had been suppressed within their bodies. Therefore, he was unable to unleash his power. Even though Yuan Venerate Yunfei's punch seemed impressive, it did not contain a lot of might. However, Yuan Venerate Yunfei was not worried about this at all. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang was also being suppressed. He would definitely remain stronger since both of them were being suppressed. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Yunfei and shook his head subconsciously. His spirit consciousness had been suppressed, so he could only observe in a radius of 100 meters around him. Within this 100-meter radius, Luo Yunyang was unable to sense any auras. Thus, he could only rely on himself. He retaliated the moment Yuan Venerate Yunfei's fist moved toward him. Yuan Venerate Yunfei felt that the sight of Luo Yunyang actually trying to rely on himself was comical. His punch and strength didn't waver. He wanted to complete the task given to him by Xiao Fanju with this blow. However, the moment the two fists collided, Yuan Venerate Yunfei felt a tremendous force reaching his body. The force didn't just fling his body backward. He also heard the sound of the bones in his arm snapping. The sound was sharp, but it was more painful than loud. What really made him uncomfortable was Luo Yunyang's strength. How can you be stronger than me? Yuan Venerate Yunfei ranked in the top 10 of the Dekongfan sect. Otherwise, Xiao Fanju wouldn't have assigned him this task. Originally, he'd felt that this job was overkill. Now, he realized that he had stubbed his toe on an iron plate. This iron plate hadn't just broken his bones. It had also put him in grave danger. Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Venerate Yunfei, who still watched in disbelief, and smiled gently. Senior brother Yunfei, this is no longer the vast sky sacred realm. Without the suppression of the vast sky sacred realm, it is only natural that I'm stronger than you. What are you trying to do? Let me warn you, I already created a substitute talisman before I came here. My soul will immediately return if you kill me. The Taishu sect must have made similar preparations, so you better not act rashly. Luo Yunyang knew that Yuan Venerate Yunfei wasn't lying. Boundless Taishu was really dangerous, so the disciples of the various factions in the two sects would definitely give them various ways of preserving their lives before entering Boundless Taishu. Luo Yunyang also had plenty of methods to save his own life. Senior brother Yunfei, you must be joking. You already said that you'd break my bones but not kill me, so how could I kill you like this? After he said that, Luo Yunyang threw another punch at Yuan Venerate Yunfei. After a quarter of an hour, Yuan Venerate Yunfei was already lying motionlessly on the ground like a corpse. There were all sorts of injuries on his body, so it was very gruesome to watch. Senior brother Yunfei, your injuries should heal very soon, so use this opportunity to get some good rest here. I'll go get busy first. Luo Yunyang kicked Yuan Venerate Yunfei and sent him flying once more before he surveyed Boundless Taishu meticulously. There were no sky laws in Boundless Taishu. There was not even a single complete Great Path law in Boundless Taishu. From the outside, Boundless Taishu appeared colorful. However, after entering Boundless Taishu, one would then feel that it was actually grayish and blurry. Various nomological laws were all mixed up in a disorderly way there. Anyone within would feel as though their surroundings were covered in mysterious ice before changing into a vast pit of flames at the next step. These sort of changes were seemingly commonplace and would make anyone feel like they were in a dangerous situation. After all, there were fractured spaces between the junctures of different nomological laws, and one could easily die within such a fractured space if they were not careful. At the same time, these nomological laws were also very useful. According to the records of the Taishu sect regarding Boundless Taishu, these nomological laws had been left behind by the supreme beings that could rival the sacred venerate. They had been left behind after the supreme beings had died in battle. Some of their shattered supreme nomological laws were scattered along Boundless Taishu, forming intersections of nomological laws. If one could find the Tao core of these nomological laws, one would be able to control those flawed nomological laws. Some fortunate people might be able to bring together the shattered Tao core of these nomological laws to form a powerful technique. For example, there had once been an incomparably strong existence in the Taishu sect that had managed to gather 5 different Tao cores and form a 5-element sky law. Although it had been weaker than the sky law in the vast sky sacred realm, the 5-element sky law had grown incessantly and made that person very famous in the Taishu sect. The purpose of most people who entered Boundless Taishu was to collect fragments of nomological laws to improve their cultivation. The Tao core of the fragmented nomological laws could be seen everywhere and depended largely on whether the martialists could obtain it or not. While those supreme beings were fighting for their lives, fragments of their supreme treasures would be left behind. Sometimes, they might even leave behind a complete supreme treasure. The most famous supreme treasure in Boundless Taishu was the 8-trigram sacred sky furnace. It was rumored that the 8-trigram sacred sky furnace had infinite uses and even contained 8 different sky laws. Although it was not as good as the 9 sky yuan opening portrait of the Taishu sect, it wasn't that far off. The 8-trigram sacred sky furnace was a treasure obtained by the sacred emperor when he had first entered Boundless Taishu. Treasures were hidden in all sorts of spaces. In Boundless Taishu, a massive treasure could be hidden even in a grain of sand, which could also house the supreme treasure of an ancient supreme being. This was also why the opening of Boundless Taishu made so many people go crazy. Although Luo Yunyang was not very interested in common supreme treasures, he still hoped that he could collect more fragments of nomological laws left behind by supreme beings stronger than Tai Yuan venerates. Even though most of the fragments were not of great use to him, there might be unexpected benefits sometimes if he collected a bunch of them. In some cases, people had managed to develop a Tao energy while searching for fragments of sky laws that had the same attributes they did. The reason his father had wanted a slot for him had to be because he wanted to give him an opportunity. Luo Yunyang glanced around while pondering this for a moment before deciding to dash toward a desolate space. During the journey to the desolate space, he passed by 4 or 5 spaces. Among these spaces, some were raging with ferocious winds, some were burning with blazing flames, and others were frozen in ice. A space even contained an infinite amount of lightning energy. Luo Yunyang expanded his spirit consciousness right after landing in the desolate space. What he had to do now was find the Tao core of this desolate space. This was easier said than done, as the Tao core had already turned into a nomological law and scattered around this unknown space. Trying to find the Tao core in this space was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. A while later, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up as his powerful mind sensed peculiarities within a pocket of dead space in a very faint location. His spirit consciousness instantly enveloped the odd location and severed the connection it had with the desolate space right away. After bringing the location to his hands, that desolate space suddenly shattered. Then, a crystal the size of a finger appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. Although the crystal was very small, Luo Yunyang could sense that there was an extremely powerful nomological law within it. Based on its grade, the nomological law was already a sky law. However, Luo Yunyang only managed to obtain a small piece that was vastly inferior to the desolate sky law that stretched for thousands of miles. This was already considered an incredibly supreme treasure for a martialist. Cultivating the desolate Tao, Luo Yunyang put the nomological law fragment away and continued his search. Since there was no way to calculate time in boundless Taishu, Luo Yunyang did not know how long he had spent there. However, during this period, he had collected a total of 13 or 14 pieces of nomological law fragments. Unfortunately, none of these belonged to the same person. During his search, Luo Yunyang suddenly saw the 19th Prince of Sacred Emperor Palace chasing something. Chapter 1164, Sky Seal Jade Plate Excitement. The 19th Prince of Sacred Emperor Palace was very excited. The reason for this excitement was the thing he was pursuing. Sky Seal Jade Plate. He had actually encountered a Sky Seal Jade Plate. Sky Seal Jade Plates were credentials for entering the core region of Boundless Taishu. Anyone that could enter the core region of Boundless Taishu could obtain benefits that were 10 or 100 times greater than those of the outer regions. In the past, the Sky Seal Jade Plates had always been in the hands of martialists from the Taishu sect or the Dekongfan sect. Now, he'd actually managed to encounter the Sky Seal Jade Plate. Even though the Sky Seal Jade Plate was too fast for him, he wasn't going to give up. That Sky Seal Jade Plate belonged to him. Chase, chase, chase. After chasing it for a long while, the 19th Prince finally saw hope of success. The Sky Seal Jade Plate seemed like it had slowed down considerably. This change surprised the 19th Prince as he whistled in excitement and executed a forbidden technique in the direction of the Sky Seal Jade Plate. There were no sky laws or great path laws in Boundless Taishu. All the great path nomological laws he controlled were also suppressed by the forces within Boundless Taishu. Hence, most people would use powers that stemmed from their own origin source. The 19th Prince, who had managed to rush over to the Sky Seal Jade Plate, immediately grabbed for it when it was within reach. A sense of thrill and ecstasy filled his mind as he grabbed onto the Sky Seal Jade Plate. He had finally obtained the Sky Seal Jade Plate. The 19th Prince was prepared to store the Sky Seal Jade Plate in his stash, but before he could do so, he suddenly felt a force strike him heavily on the head. He felt dizzy all of a sudden and fainted. After an indefinite amount of time, the 19th Prince finally woke up. He instinctively stretched out his hand to feel his head before realizing that there was a huge bump on it. He had definitely been hit by someone. Despite the pain he felt, the 19th Prince hurriedly searched his surroundings for the Sky Seal Jade Plate. Unfortunately, while everything else remained the same, he couldn't find the Sky Seal Jade Plate that he had been longing for. How could the 19th Prince not be aware that his loot had already been taken by somebody? Who was it? Who could have silently beaten him up and snatched the Sky Seal Jade Plate that had been right before him? The 19th Prince pondered this hard. As the son of the Sacred Emperor, he might not necessarily inherit the throne, but he had never suffered such a humiliation before in his life. He had been knocked unconscious when the greatest opportunity he had ever faced upon entering Boundless Taishu had been right in front of him. How could this be tolerated? He was furious about the bump on his head, but for unknown reasons, he could not make it go away despite using all sorts of methods. It seemed as if the bump had become a part of his body. No matter who did it, I will definitely take revenge, the 19th Prince said through gritted teeth. Luo Yunyang wasn't very concerned about what the 19th Prince was thinking. After snatching the Sky Seal Jade Plate, he sensed that this Jade Plate had a rather mysterious connection to a certain space. However, this connection was so vague that Luo Yunyang couldn't find the space even if he focused all his spirit consciousness on the connection. Thanks to the records in the repository, Luo Yunyang knew that this Sky Seal Jade Plate was a token to enter Boundless Palace. Boundless Palace was indeed the final battleground where the Sacred Venerate had fought the 10 strongest supreme powerhouses. The final victor had been, of course, the sacred venerate. None of the 10 supreme powerhouses had been able to leave Boundless Palace. In the past, the powerhouses that had obtained the greatest opportunity after entering Boundless Taishu had all come from Boundless Palace. Luo Yunyang had also been searching for the Sky Seal Jade Plate along the way. However, according to the records in the repository, the only way of obtaining a Sky Seal Jade Plate was by getting lucky. Luo Yunyang realized that he had indeed been quite lucky to obtain the Sky Seal Jade Plate of the 19th Prince. One Sky Seal Jade Plate could allow only one person to enter Boundless Palace. However, one Sky Seal Jade Plate was enough for a powerhouse who wished to enter Boundless Palace. With the Sky Seal Jade Plate in his bag, Luo Yunyang continued to search leisurely for all sorts of Sky Law fragments. Time passed without him realizing it. Just as Luo Yunyang got bored of collecting fragments, he saw a massive palace hall in front of him. Or rather, it was a massive dilapidated palace hall. The main door of the palace hall was no longer there, and the pillars that had supported the structure were lying around everywhere. Some parts of the walls had turned into powder. Such a palace hall should actually be called a pile of ruins. However, it was the first palace hall Luo Yunyang had encountered. Hence, he hurriedly entered it. Before he could walk in, he realized a dozen or so people had gathered inside the palace hall. Only a few dozen martialists had entered Boundless Taishu. Thus, it could be said that more than half of them were already inside the palace. Luo Yunyang recognized some of the members of the group. For example, he saw Huang Yu, the tall scrawny man, and other disciples of the Taishu sect. There were also some disciples from the Dekongfen sect that Luo Yunyang recognized but could not name, as well as a lone ranger. They stood in the middle of the palace hall, staring at a broken sword that was stuck in the throne of the palace. Although only half of the broken sword was there, the malicious aura exuded by it still sent chills down the spine of anyone that saw it. More importantly, there were 7 types of sky laws within the light illuminating the broken sword. Although the sword was broken in 2 and there were flaws in the 7 sky laws, its might should not be underestimated. While Luo Yunyang sized up these people, some of them also glanced at him. After all, if an additional person joined the fray for the treasure, they would be affected. Huang Yu and the other Taishu sect disciples were disappointed when they saw that it was Luo Yunyang who had come. After all, they would rather it had been Zheng Rulai. In that case, the battle would have basically been a done deal. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had arrived, which meant that the overall strength of the Taishu sect would not increase significantly. The martialists of the Dekongfen sect sighed in relief. Although this wasn't one of their own, they knew how insignificant Luo Yunyang was, so they weren't overly concerned. Junior sister Huang Yu, the name of this sword is Quaking Chastise and it is our sect's fate. After all, it belongs to a friend of the Dekongfen sect's ancestral master. We are going to bring it back, said a graceful, handsome disciple of the Dekongfen sect, who had a face that was as pure as white jade. This man's demeanor was elegant, but his tone was unquestionable. Huang Yu scoffed, "You're right. I heard that the master of this broken sword was killed by your ancestral master. It must be fate." That man laughed loudly in response. Junior sister Huang Yu, it's best if you don't talk about our ancestral master. Otherwise, he might make you shut your mouth for the rest of your life if he gets angry. Huang Yu naturally wasn't someone who got easily frightened. Thus, she snapped, "Senior brother Shengyu, I think we better see who is more capable of snagging that treasure." "That seems fair. We'll see who is better then." The pale man shot a glance at Luo Yunyang before adding, "Each of us has 5 disciples in this palace hall. Let's have a battle then. The side that wins will get this Quaking Chastise, alright." Shengyu's cultivation was at the peak Taichu Yuan Venerate. While he said that, a faint incorporeal boundary appeared behind him. This boundary was overbearing, and its power did not seem inferior to a Tai Yuan Venerate's power. The Lone Rangers were angered upon hearing what Shengyu said. They came from sects that were not comparable to the Taishu sect or the Dekongfen sect. Naturally, their thirst for that supreme treasure was much stronger than the thirst of the 2 major sects. This Quaking Chastise was a dream treasure for many of these people. However, they weren't going to join the fight at all. Senior brother Shengyu is right. Although Huang Yu was a woman, her decisiveness was not inferior to any man's. After Yuan Venerate Shengyu took a stand, she glared at the martialists that were not from the 2 great sects. "This palace hall was discovered by our sects. You can all leave now. Let's go." A martialist told his companion. Although they weren't weak, they were still not comparable to the disciples of the two great sects. Furthermore, the numbers were on their side, so it would be disastrous for them if the two great sects teamed up to deal with them if they objected. Now that someone had taken the lead, it did not take very long before all the lone martialists that did not belong to the two great sects left. There were many more opportunities in boundless Taishu, and since they couldn't beat the two great sects, why would they continue wasting time here? Senior brother Shengyu, having 5 separate battles is too troublesome. How about we each send one person out and decide who gets the quaking chastise? Yuan Venerate Huang Yu finally said after seeing the last of the other martialists leave. Yuan Venerate Shengyu glanced at Luo Yunyang again before commenting, "Junior sister, are you thinking that you'll lose?" Senior brother Shengyu, you clearly know that this is unfair. Huang Yu shot a cold glance at Luo Yunyang and added, "We can settle this with 4 battles or just 1. I will never agree to having 5 battles." Yuan Venerate Shengyu guffawed, "Junior sister, you're trying to take advantage of the Dekongfan sect, aren't you? How about this? Let's do what you suggested and have just 1 battle to decide who is going to walk away with the quaking chastise. Each side has 5 people. Both of us will draw lots to see who shall battle. How about that, junior sister?" Yuan Venerate Huang Yu scoffed, "Fine by me. I don't believe that he will be chosen when there are 5 of us." Chapter 1165. I'm quite impressive. Alright, the odds of choosing 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 4 were not very different. At least, in Yuan Venerate Huang Yu's opinion, the odds of them losing in such a setting were much lower than if they were to fight 5 battles. Naturally, Luo Yunyang understood the underlying meaning of Yuan Venerate Huang Yu's words. However, he had no intention of haggling with her. Although the quaking chastise sword was not bad, it was already broken in half. It was not even comparable to Luo Yunyang's bow in terms of strength, so Luo Yunyang felt that fighting for something like this was not worth it. Alright, since junior sister Huang Yu has agreed, let us begin. Yuan Venerate Shengyu said calmly as if he did not have a single care in the world. When he said that, 5 tiny stones appeared in his hands. These are Chaos Yuan Sky Stones, a specialty of boundless Taishu. Although there's no power in them, they can separate one's spirit consciousness. There are 5 people on each side. Should we select the person that gets the purple Chaos Yuan Sky Stone to partake in the battle? Huang Yu waved her arm and the 5 Chaos Yuan Sky Stones landed in her hands. She had also collected some of these stones. After taking a good look at them, she smiled. Senior brother Shengyu, these 5 Chaos Yuan Sky Stones don't seem to be in good condition. Little sis has 5 stones exactly like those. When she said that, 5 more Chaos Yuan Sky Stones appeared in Huang Yu's hand. However, they did not seem any different from those Yuan Venerate Shengyu had produced. The Dekongfan sect martialists immediately flinched. How could they not know that Yuan Venerate Huang Yu did not trust Yuan Venerate Shengyu? Alright, we'll use junior sister Huang Yu's Chaos Yuan Sky Stones. Yuan Venerate Shengyu said after observing the Chaos Yuan Sky Stones in Huang Yu's hand. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu couldn't rig the Chaos Yuan Sky Stones, they were still her own, so she did not have to worry that Yuan Venerate Shengyu would try to pull off an unknown trick. Since we're using my stones, seniors of the Dekongfan sect, please select first. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu pointed her finger at the 5 Chaos Yuan Sky Stones in the void and made them spin rapidly. As the 5 Chaos Yuan Sky Stones were spinning very fast, it was impossible for anyone to see the colors of the stones. Furthermore, the Chaos Yuan Sky Stones could block out any spirit consciousness that tried to control them. When the 5 Chaos Yuan Sky Stones stopped, 5 thick dark shadows shrouded them. Yuan Venerate Shengyu, you can start. Yuan Venerate Shengyu did not hesitate to tell his companions, junior brothers, let fate decide. The disciples of the Dekongfan sect then went ahead with their selection. They did not spend too much effort choosing. They just casually picked. Not mine, an impatient Yuan Venerate from the Dekongfan sect said indifferently after looking at his selection. Then, 2 other Dekongfan Yuan Venerates also presented their Chaos Yuan Sky Stones. They had not been selected either. Although there were 5 people, it came down to Yuan Venerate Shengyu and another Yuan Venerate. The 3 other Yuan Venerates had already started smirking. After all, the 2 remaining people were the strongest amongst them. Not me either. Seems like it's senior brother Shengyu, the Yuan Venerate who stood on the left of Yuan Venerate Shengyu said while revealing his Chaos Yuan Sky Stone. Yuan Venerate Shengyu waved his hand and the remaining Chaos Yuan Sky Stone that hadn't been selected landed in his palm. Its color was shockingly purple. Although Huang Yu was dissatisfied with the outcome, she knew that this was all due to sheer luck. Those stones belonged to her, so it would have been impossible for Yuan Venerate Shengyu to rig them. Well, it seems like senior brother Shengyu is really lucky, Huang Yu said sourly. Yuan Venerate Shengyu chuckled as he said, I'm just fortunate. Who knows, I might end up fighting junior sister Huang Yu. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu scoffed in response. Although she did not think that she might necessarily lose if she fought against Yuan Venerate Shengyu, she felt that her probability of beating him was only about 20%. Junior sister, please make your selection. Yuan Venerate Shengyu collected the remaining stones and mimicked what Yuan Venerate Huang Yu had done before letting her choose a Chaos Yuan Sky Stone. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu pondered it for a moment before telling her companions, you guys select first. The three other Yuan Venerates from the Taishu sect exchanged a glance before reaching out to make their selections. They knew that they weren't a match for Yuan Venerate Shengyu, so they were hoping that they would not be selected. Not me, said the first core disciple of the Taishu sect who looked at his stone. I'm not the one either. Not me either. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was ecstatic when she saw her companions reveal the Chaos Yuan Sky Stones they had selected. While these three core disciples might not necessarily have zero chance of winning, the odds of them losing were very high. Only Yuan Venerate Huang Yu had the best chance of beating Yuan Venerate Shengyu. Junior sister Huang Yu, it seems like we shall fight it out and see who will win. Yuan Venerate Shengyu didn't seem worried or anxious. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu merely smiled in response. Just as she was pondering how she should deal with Yuan Venerate Shengyu, she heard someone say, I think the purple Chaos Yuan Sky Stone is in my hand. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu turned her head swiftly when she heard this and saw that Luo Yunyang was holding onto a purple Chaos Yuan Sky Stone. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was stupefied, as were the rest of the disciples of the Taishu sect. They had never expected that the situation would turn out this way. This meant that the purple Chaos Yuan Sky Stone had not been selected by Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and had instead landed in Luo Yunyang's hands. This was really unlucky. Ha ha, I shall thank junior sister Huang Yu for her modest offer. Yuan Venerate Shengyu guffawed when he saw the purple Chaos Yuan Sky Stone in Luo Yunyang's hand. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was reluctant to give away the quaking chastised sword, she knew that she could not regret that things had happened this way. After all, the value of the quaking chastised sword was so great that she had to humble herself. Furthermore, the Dekongfan sect was slightly stronger than them, so they were also very likely to lose anyway. Seems like the heavens are on your side, Yuan Venerate Shengyu. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu glared angrily at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was unhappy as he saw Yuan Venerate Shengyu walking toward the quaking chastised sword. Although he did not care much about the quaking chastised sword, he felt that Yuan Venerate Shengyu's actions were too condescending. Yuan Venerate Shengyu, what are you trying to do? Luo Yunyang made up his mind after some thought. Since he had to take action in Boundless Taishu anyway, he would start with Yuan Venerate Shengyu. Yuan Venerate Shengyu stopped in his tracks and shot Luo Yunyang a glance. Junior brother Luo, could you perhaps think we should still have a fight? I did not pick you deliberately. The heavens are just helping me. After he said that, he glanced at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, as if he was implying that she should stop Luo Yunyang's nonsense. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was unimpressed. She disliked Luo Yunyang to begin with, so the annoyance she felt for Luo Yunyang would only grow after she lost the quaking chastised sword because of him. Junior brother Yunyang, back down. Senior sister Huang Yu, since I have been selected, the outcome of this round should be decided by me. I should also be the one admitting defeat if I have to. Luo Yunyang eyed Yuan Venerate Huang Yu with a serious look. How can you know that I will lose before we even begin, senior sister? Alright, do whatever you like, but let me tell you something. No one cares if you're the son of Luo Judian in Boundless Taishu. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu snapped angrily. The other three Taishu sect martialists also had strong looks of dissatisfaction on their faces. Luo Yunyang's selection would cause them to lose the quaking chastised sword, which made them feel very unhappy. They felt that Luo Yunyang simply did not know his limits if he couldn't concede voluntarily now. His actions could even be considered an utter disgrace. In that case, let's get this done quickly, junior brother Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Shengyu glanced at Luo Yunyang as he spoke politely. Yuan Venerate Shengyu looked like an immortal in his long white robes. Meanwhile, his opponent, Luo Yunyang, was holding on to a stone rod so nobody was able to treat him as a formidable opponent. Luo Yunyang smirked and said craftily, "Senior brother Shengyu, you are right. Let's get this done and over with. Let me warn you, though. I'm quite impressive, all right." "Great, junior brother Yunyang. Feel free to attack me." Yuan Venerate Shengyu gestured with his hand casually, as if he completely disregarded Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang swung the massive stick in his hand before taking flight in the air and smashing his stick heavily toward Yuan Venerate Shengyu. There were no variations in this move. Similarly, the body of the six-dragon sun striking bow remained the same, as if Luo Yunyang was a boar wielding a stone club. "Junior brother Luo, there are certain people that you can't challenge." While saying that, Yuan Venerate Shengyu blasted a punch at Luo Yunyang's stone rod. Chapter 1166. The Sky Palace appears. Yuan Venerate Huangyu did not feel surprised when Luo Yunyang waved his stone rod to attack, as it was a weapon that Luo Yunyang had been carrying around like a treasure ever since he had obtained it from the 9th Sky Yuan portrait. Although they did not think that the stone rod was anything precious, any treasure in the 9th Sky Yuan portrait should be somewhat unusual. He had to take advantage and use his stone rod to fight Yuan Venerate Shengyu, but such an advantage would disappear very soon and end in utter disgrace. Luo Yunyang's stone rod wasn't very fast and also had no variations. No one was surprised as they watched it collide with Yuan Venerate Shengyu's fist in the void. Then, as expected, someone was thrown off his feet. Upon closer look, Yuan Venerate Huangyu was confused. Why was Luo Yunyang flying forward? Wasn't he supposed to be flying backward because of the punch instead? "Senior brother Shengyu," a loud scream interrupted Yuan Venerate Huangyu's thoughts. Yuan Venerate Huangyu only then managed to see clearly that Yuan Venerate Shengyu had been blown away while Luo Yunyang stood unharmed and waved his stone rod. Yuan Venerate Shengyu fell to the ground. His arm, which had collided with Luo Yunyang, had evident cracks. If a Dekongfan sect Yuan Venerate didn't quickly apply ointment on him, Yuan Venerate Shengyu's arm might already have broken to pieces. Besides being horrified, Yuan Venerate Shengyu also seemed very fearful of Luo Yunyang as he glanced at him in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Yuan Venerate Shengyu's voice was trembling. "How can your strength surpass mine?" Luo Yunyang glanced at the terrified Yuan Venerate Shengyu and grinned cheekily. "Senior brother Shengyu, thanks for letting me win." Yuan Venerate Huangyu stared at Luo Yunyang closely. Her first thought was that this guy must have been faking it all this while. However, if he had indeed been faking it, it was still impossible to pretend that he did not have Dao energy. "Luo Yunyang, what is up with you? Why are you stronger than senior brother Shengyu?" Although she knew that it was a little inappropriate of her to ask now, Yuan Venerate Huangyu still couldn't resist the urge to ask. Luo Yunyang waved the stone rod in his hand and smiled. "My strength was suppressed by the 9 skies in the vast sky realm and couldn't be fully unleashed because I have no Dao energy. However, it's different here. My powers can be unleashed fully, yet you guys cannot make use of the power of the Great Path laws. Naturally, none of you can compare to me." After he said that, he waved the stone rod in his hand again and added, "This is my paradise. Senior brothers of the Dekongfan sect, feel free to come challenge me if you cannot accept the outcome." The disciples of the Dekongfan sect were also prideful people. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's provocation, they had the urge to teach him a lesson. However, Yuan Venerate Shengyu shouted first, "Stop it, everyone. Do you really think that your cultivation surpasses mine?" Yuan Venerate Shengyu had extraordinary prestige amongst them that was second to none. Each of the other disciples shut their mouths as soon as he opened his. "Junior brother Yunyang, as the saying goes, there will always be someone better than you. We concede this time. The quaking chastised sword is yours." Yuan Venerate Shengyu slowly stood up and walked out of the palace hall with the help of 2 fellow disciples. Yuan Venerate Huangyu nearly couldn't react as she stared blankly at Yuan Venerate Shengyu, who was leaving. In fact, what really troubled her was how she should treat Luo Yunyang now. Luo Yunyang was actually really formidable. It was obviously impossible to treat him like before, but she found it very difficult to change her attitude toward him all of a sudden. "Senior brother Yunyang, you are the one who won the quaking chastised sword for us. I think you should hold on to it," the disciple standing left of Yuan Venerate Huangyu told Luo Yunyang with a smile. As soon as he spoke, someone followed him and said, "Yes, junior brother Yunyang. We have been here for some time and we have gained quite a lot already. Junior brother Yunyang, you just arrived. Since there's only the quaking chastise sword left, you should take it. Although a longsword is not suitable for you now, swords arts are still basic skills, so you will definitely find a use for it in the future. The quaking chastise sword is broken, but its foundation is still intact. You will certainly improve it in the future, junior brother. Ha ha, you might even make the quaking chastise sword dazzle and shine in your care." Yuan Venerate Huang Yu's face darkened as she watched her comrades. All her companions were prideful people, so it was nearly impossible for them to flatter someone else. Now, they had disregarded their own dignity and were scrambling to fawn over Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Hunag Yu understood that this was not only because they had requests for Luo Yunyang but also because of the strength that Luo Yunyang had exhibited. With sufficient strength and power, one would have the right to be respected by others no matter where they were. Luo Yunyang had given Yuan Venerate Shengyu such a harsh beatdown that he had not even had any strength to fight back, so it was evident that his strength was way above hers and everyone else's. Perhaps even Zheng Rulai might not necessarily be stronger than Luo Yunyang. While this sort of person was nothing outside of boundless Taishu, his status inside it was extremely powerful and everyone had to show him respect. Junior brother Yunyang, consider it your obligation and do not refuse. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu felt very uncomfortable saying this, she still said it in the end. Upon noticing Yuan Venerate Huang Yu's uneasy expression, Luo Yunyang replied, "Since you seniors have modestly declined, I will not stand on ceremony." Then, Luo Yunyang walked toward the broken sword and stretched out his hand to grab it. He steeled his mind completely and was very forceful. However, as Luo Yunyang's palm came in contact with the quaking chastise sword, an image appeared in his mind. It was the image of a finger that sprung out gently. When that action occurred, the extremely sharp, unparalleled quaking chastise sword shattered and broke into two. Although this image appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind for only a moment, it felt as though his mind had been pounded heavily by a huge hammer. Luo Yunyang had only one thought at that moment. He was wondering what would happen to him if he were in that situation. All his various nomological laws, his attribute regulator, and even his different abilities were taken into consideration. In the end, he realized that it would be impossible to resist that attack. Luo Yunyang believed that he could never withstand such a technique even if he gave it his all. He thought that he should be able to face the impending era-destroying being if his cultivation could reach the extent of power shown in that image. "Junior brother Yunyang, what's the matter?" Yuan Venerate Huang Yu watched Luo Yunyang with concern, making Luo Yunyang shudder. He looked at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and said heavily, "I saw the quaking chastise sword get shattered. I am a little shaken. Junior brother, the quaking chastise sword must have been damaged by the Sacred Venerate. You were very lucky to see Lord Sacred Venerate's attack." The first man who jumped out had been the first to agree that Luo Yunyang should take the quaking chastise sword. He now continued flattering him. Although Luo Yunyang did not like his bootlicking actions very much, he still smiled to express his gratitude to the man. After storing the quaking chastise sword away, Luo Yunyang took one last look around the tattered palace before leaving with Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and the others. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and the others were very proactive in inviting Luo Yunyang to go with them, perhaps due to the strength he had displayed. Luo Yunyang, who believed that it would be difficult to find any good things on his own, immediately agreed. Although the team of 5 was still led by Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu could feel that Luo Yunyang's status in the group was becoming increasingly special. Originally, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu had still had some doubts about Luo Yunyang's strength. However, now that Luo Yunyang had shattered a monster formed via a supreme treasure into pieces, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu began to treat him with more respect. The 5 of them managed to obtain a handful of good things by joining forces. There was even a large piece of Sky Law fragment, which had exceeded Luo Yunyang's expectations. One day, Luo Yunyang was scouting the void ahead of him when he suddenly felt the nomological law fragments around him surge frantically. In an instant, Luo Yunyang saw a dragon with its head cut off, a huge golden tiger with only 2 remaining legs, and an enormous divine rock without wings. Various images flooded the void. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was drowned in ecstasy as she told Luo Yunyang, "Boundless Sky Palace has appeared." "Ha ha ha, Boundless Sky Palace has appeared." Only one of the other 3 disciples of the Taishu sect was smiling, while the other 2 disciples appeared sad. Boundless Sky Palace was considered the final battle place of the few top supreme beings who had fought against the sacred venerate. According to legend, these beings had been buried in Boundless Sky Palace. Those who had entered this place before had gained a lot of benefits inside Boundless Sky Palace. Now, they were also about to enter this sacred place. Unfortunately, without a Sky Seal Jade Plate, one was unable to enter Boundless Sky Palace. Let's go into Boundless Sky Palace first and join senior brother Zheng Rulai. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu knew how the 2 Yuan Venerates who had not obtained their Sky Seal Jade Plates were feeling, she still said with determination, maybe senior brother Zheng Rulai has a few more Sky Seal Jade Plates with him. Although the 2 Taishu sect disciples believed that this was unlikely, they were still hopeful. Little did they know that they would meet Zheng Rulai and his party before they even arrived at Boundless Sky Palace. Furthermore, Zheng Rulai and his party did not even have a single Sky Seal Jade Plate. Chapter 1167, Extremes. Zheng Rulai was fuming. Boundless Sky Palace was his goal for entering Boundless Taishu. Furthermore, he did not feel that there was any difficulty in entering Boundless Sky Palace this time. In his opinion, it was really simple for him to obtain a Sky Seal Sky Plate. Although there were not many Sky Seal Sky Plates available, there was absolutely no shortage for him. However, his overconfidence in himself made him suffer, and the one who caused this mishap was Yuan Venerate Kongjing, the leader of the Dekongfan sect. Compared to Zheng Rulai's status in the Taishu sect, Yuan Venerate Kongjing's name wasn't that well known. It could even be considered relatively unknown. However, this time, Yuan Venerate Kongjing had actually made Zheng Rulai suffer. This wasn't because Zheng Rulai's cultivation wasn't as good as Yuan Venerate Kongjing's cultivation. It was hard to decide which martialist was stronger by comparing their cultivation. After all, Zheng Rulai had been dedicatedly nurtured by the Taishu sect and was no pushover. The reason wasn't only that Yuan Venerate Kongjing had a very good helper known as Yuan Venerate Kongwu, who was acclaimed to be unrivaled in speed within the Dekongfan sect, but also because Yuan Venerate Kongjing was willing to splurge and pay to bring in many lone martialists comparable to the ones from the Sacred Emperor Palace. Their purpose was obviously to prevent Zheng Rulai from entering Boundless Sky Palace. Zheng Rulai was very prideful and arrogant. In the beginning, he hadn't thought highly of these lone martialists, but he had realized that he had made a fatal mistake when a Sky Seal Jade Plate had been taken from him. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he realized this. How many Sky Seal Jade Plates have you got? Zheng Rulai asked Yuan Venerate Huang Yu unhappily. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu knew what Zheng Rulai was going to do next, she still answered honestly, Senior brother Zheng, we have 2. The 2 Sky Seal Jade Plates were fewer than the 6 or 7 pieces the Taishu sect had been able to obtain in the past. Although Zheng Rulai was disappointed, he also could not blame Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and her party. After all, he hadn't even obtained a single piece by himself. The other Taishu sect core disciple holding on to a Sky Seal Jade Plate became extremely gloomy. Zheng Rulai hadn't gotten any, so they should at least contribute a Sky Seal Jade Plate. Whose Sky Seal Jade Plate was the most suitable? Definitely not the one belonging to Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. After all, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu had much stronger cultivation than him, and she even had many formidable supporters. It would be difficult even for Zheng Rulai to take away her opportunity. Zheng Rulai turned toward this core disciple in a very natural manner. Eventually, the core disciple gritted his teeth and said, since senior brother does not have a Sky Seal Jade Plate, I will give this piece to senior brother. It had to be known that Zheng Rulai was also a man of great dignity. He was really unwilling to take this opportunity from this junior brother. However, he was more reluctant to give up the opportunity to enter Boundless Sky Palace just like this. After all, this concerned his future achievements. As he hesitated, a man beside him said, Senior brother Zheng, you should not refuse. Junior brother Qin would most likely be killed by the scumbags from the Dekongfan sect and get left there without obtaining anything if we were to allow him to enter. Senior brother, if you were to go in, even Kongjing would not dare to provoke you. You might even obtain an opportunity greater than Kongjing and compensate junior brother Qin adequately afterward. Junior brother Qin became even more sullen when he heard this, but he also did not dare refuse. Hence, he muttered, Senior brother Li is right. Senior brother Rulai, please do not decline. Only then did Zheng Rulai take the Sky Seal Jade Plate he was handed. Meanwhile, the others following behind Zheng Rulai turned to look at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. In the past, they definitely would not have dared to even think about taking advantage of Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. However, given the opportunities before their very eyes, it was unavoidable that they would be tempted. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was no pushover, it was necessary sometimes to provoke others for one's own benefit. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu also noticed the shifty glances shot at her. However, she wasn't junior brother Qin, so making her hand over her jade plate would be wishful thinking. She ignored the looks of these people and acted as if she couldn't be provoked. However, although her method might have worked in the past, things were different now. The man addressed as senior brother Li coughed softly and said, "This trip to Boundless Taishu concerns the Taishu sect's reputation. While we were outside Boundless Sky Palace, we did not pay attention to the scheme of Yuan Venerate Kongjing and we suffered a huge loss. At times like this, we have to send our strongest forces into Boundless Sky Palace. I felt very good when junior brother Qin gave the Sky Seal Jade Plate to brother Zheng just now." He then turned to Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and asked, "Junior sister Huang Yu, do you think what I just said is right?" Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was furious. This guy was clearly using righteousness as an excuse to take her Sky Seal Jade Plate. He was clearly robbing her, so why was there a need to praise himself in such a high-sounding way? She was not like junior brother Qin, so upon hearing what he said, she smiled faintly. "I totally agree with what senior brother Li said. I will definitely fulfill my responsibility and do my best with this Sky Seal Jade Plate." Senior brother Li started fuming when he received this reply. He eyed Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and said, "Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, do you really think that you are the strongest among us? Even if I am not the strongest among us, senior brother Li is not the strongest amongst us after brother Zheng either." Yuan Venerate Huang Yu knew that she wasn't stronger than senior brother Li, so she simply changed the topic. Zheng Rulai did not speak. Although he knew that it would not be good for their team if this continued, he had just taken something that wasn't his, so it was best not to further suppress others. After all, this wasn't an honorable move and he still couldn't bear to act righteously after taking things that belonged to others by force. However, Zheng Rulai still valued senior brother Li more than Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, as senior brother Li had been able to assist him more when they'd entered Boundless Sky Palace. "Junior sister, you said that I am not the strongest among us. Do you think there is anyone better than me among the other junior brothers?" Senior brother Li smirked as he replied sardonically. He did not glance at the other disciples, but these words weren't overly offensive either. "I'm not as strong as senior brother Li," an honest-looking man who ranked third in terms of cultivation among the disciples said softly. He was inferior to senior brother Li, so he had chosen to take a step backward when senior brother Li had mentioned taking Yuan Venerate Huang Yu's Sky Seal Jade Plate. Since Yuan Venerate Huang Yu wanted to cause trouble, he obviously had to distance himself. Senior brother Li was very satisfied, but what delighted him was that several other junior brothers also stepped forward and said that they weren't as good as him. Senior brother Li glanced at those who offered to withdraw and smirked. "Junior sister, what else do you have to say?" Luo Yunyang could sense Yuan Venerate Huang Yu glancing over. He did not want to participate in such a dispute, but Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was obviously trying to drag him in. "Junior brother Yunyang is better than you." Yuan Venerate Huang Yu glanced at Luo Yunyang and spoke firmly. "Ha ha ha." Senior brother Li guffawed as he pointed at Luo Yunyang and said, "Junior sister Huang Yu, if you said you were better than me, I might still take some time to think about it. But you are saying that junior brother Luo is better than me. Are you trying to sow discord between me and junior brother Luo?" Junior brother Luo came here just to find himself a suitable piece of Sky Law fragment to form his Tao energy. "Ha ha ha, it's hilarious of you to say that he is better than me." The three Taishu sect disciples following Zheng Rulai also burst into laughter. In their opinion, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu had just cracked a huge joke. Luo Yunyang had relied on his father's prestige in order to obtain a slot to enter Boundless Taishu. It was an indisputable fact that everyone was unwilling to offend him, but saying that he was stronger than senior brother Li. How could that ever be possible? Unfortunately, their laughter did not last long, as they realized that Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and her party did not react to this funny joke. They actually looked serious. Senior brother Li naturally noticed this too. He turned to look at Luo Yunyang and said, "Junior brother Luo, has your cultivation base really improved? Could you fight it out with me now?" Before Luo Yunyang could speak, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu interrupted him. Junior brother is already very strong to begin with. It's just that he was suppressed by the vast sky sacred realm because he does not have Dao energy. In boundless Taishu, however, there is no suppression from the 9 sky laws. Therefore, junior brother Luo can fully utilize his abilities. Since junior sister Huang Yu has so much confidence in junior brother Luo should challenge me. If he loses, the Sky Seal Jade Plate will belong to me. After he said that, senior brother Li stared at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and added, Junior sister Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, don't tell me you do not have the guts. What's so difficult about this? Since you said so, let's invite junior brother Luo to challenge senior brother Li. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu replied right away after seeing senior brother Li act the way she had hoped. Luo Yunyang glanced at senior brother Li and sneered, there are plenty of Sky Seal Jade Plates outside. We can steal other people's Sky Seal Jade Plates. What's so impressive about stealing our own? Senior brother Li's face immediately flushed, and even Zheng Rulai's expression darkened. While Zheng Rulai's Sky Seal Jade Plate had been offered willingly by junior brother Qin on the surface, it had, in fact, still been forcefully snatched. Junior brother Luo, you don't have to be sarcastic. I will only be convinced if you really obtain a Sky Seal Jade Plate out there. Chapter 1168. Insane Speed. Luo Yunyang grinned when he saw that senior brother Li did not believe him. Senior brother Li, you have a great plan. You are just saying you want a Sky Seal Jade Plate. How about you choose every opportunity before me if we enter the Boundless Sky Palace? Senior brother Li was about to say something but immediately changed his tune when he glanced at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang did not say anything right away. His eyes were fixed on Zheng Rulai. It was better to solve everything than having a bet with senior brother Li. Zheng Rulai had believed that Luo Yunyang was merely a burden before entering Boundless Taishu. Not only had Luo Yunyang been useless, but he'd also needed to take care of him. Ever since Yuan Venerate Kongjing and his group had stifled him, Zheng Rulai had been very sullen and was no longer in any mood to look after Luo Yunyang. Thus, he was very surprised to discover that Luo Yunyang had become a powerhouse inside Boundless Taishu. Luo Yunyang actually wanted to seize a Sky Seal Jade Plate judging by the way he stared. It even seemed like Luo Yunyang was provoking him. Although he disliked Luo Yunyang's attitude, he hesitated for a moment before he said softly, I can also promise to let you choose first as long as you produce a Sky Seal Jade Plate. Well, let's make a deal then. After he said that, Luo Yunyang turned to look at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. Although he said nothing, this still made Yuan Venerate Huang Yu very uncomfortable. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu could no longer withstand Luo Yunyang's gaze and was ready to make her own promise. However, before she could speak, Luo Yunyang turned to senior brother Li and said, Senior brother, why don't you come with me to have a look so there won't be any misunderstandings after I obtain it and you won't accuse me of not relying on my skills. Senior brother Li scoffed, since junior brother Luo says so, I will accompany him. After he said that, the two men took flight into the distance. Whatever Yuan Venerate Huang Yu had wanted to say had been held back, as she felt extremely uncomfortable. Actually, Luo Yunyang's actions, which were even more uncomfortable, had led her to retract her words. This clearly meant her promise did not matter, as she was not capable of challenging Luo Yunyang at all. Ha ha ha, isn't this senior brother Li? After Luo Yunyang and senior brother Li flew thousands of miles in the direction of Boundless Sky Palace, a voice echoed in the void. Senior brother Li's expression darkened when he heard the voice, as he didn't just recognize it. He was actually very familiar with this person. It could even be said that this person had taught him a big lesson previously. He was on the verge of blowing his top when he heard this voice. Although common sense told him to calm down, his murderous rage intensified. It's you, Yuan Venerate Kongwu. Yuan Venerate Kongwu was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. His looks were average, and he seemed rather scrawny compared to other disciples of the Dekongfan sect. Ha ha, senior brother Li, I am very happy to see you. Yuan Venerate Kongwu said with a smile. If you guys hadn't let us win, I wouldn't have gotten 6 Sky Seal Jade Plates. In combination with what my junior brothers obtained, we will all be able to enter Boundless Sky Palace. This is all thanks to senior brother Li. Senior brother Li grimaced, as this humiliation was one of the most unforgettable feelings he had ever experienced. When Zheng Rulai had been engaged in battle with Yuan Venerate Kongwu, the task to obtain Sky Seal Jade Plates had naturally become the responsibility of senior brother Li and Yuan Venerate Kongwu. Although their cultivations were comparable, Yuan Venerate Kongwu was way faster than senior brother Li. Thus, senior brother Li had always been one step slower. In the end, he had not even obtained a single piece of Sky Seal Jade Plate. As a result, figures like Zheng Rulai had no Sky Seal Jade Plates and he'd had to borrow a Sky Seal Jade Plate from junior brother Qin. Although Zheng Rulai had not reprimanded senior brother Li, this was still a disgrace for senior brother Li. It could even be said that senior brother Li was rather furious about this. Now, Yuan Venerate Kongwu was simply adding salt to his wound. Just as he was about to shout back in retaliation, he heard Luo Yunyang ask, "Does he have a Sky Seal Jade Plate with him, senior brother Li?" "Yes, of course, at least one," senior brother Li said through gritted teeth. Luo Yunyang nodded his head before looking back at Yuan Venerate Kongwu like a rascal and demanding, "Give me your Sky Seal Jade Plate and you can leave." Luo Yunyang said this in a righteous, bold manner. However, Yuan Venerate Kongwu smirked upon hearing what Luo Yunyang said. Even senior brother Li felt a little ashamed. Luo Yunyang was sick. What a disgusting ability to brag. He had originally thought that Luo Yunyang was going to use some clever tricks, but he had never thought that Luo Yunyang would be so unexpectedly straightforward. "Ha ha ha, senior brother Li, the friend you brought sure knows how to talk." Yuan Venerate Kongwu then added in a provocative manner, "Junior brother, what if I don't hand it over?" "Well, in that case, I shall knock you dizzy and take it myself." Luo Yunyang said solemnly, "You should know that if someone knocks you out and takes your stuff, he might not necessarily leave anything for you." Yuan Venerate Kongwu looked at Luo Yunyang and quickly compared him to the mental list of people that he needed to be wary of, only to find that this young man was not one of them. In other words, this fellow was simply pretending to be someone he wasn't. "Ha ha ha, if you can knock me out, you can take me away, let alone the things I have with me." After he said that, he glanced at senior brother Li and said, "Senior brother Li is eager to try again. I can also let senior brother Li join you and attack me just to avoid people saying that I'm a big bully." Senior brother Li gritted his teeth. He had fought and lost many times to Yuan Venerate Kongwu, so he was nearly on the verge of blowing his top after the nonchalant remarks of Yuan Venerate Kongwu. His rationality was no match for this guy. Or rather, he simply could not catch up to Yuan Venerate Kongwu. He pondered hard before saying icily, "I will not take part in this. This is a fight between you and junior brother Luo." Yuan Venerate Kongwu guffawed and did not pester senior brother Li. Instead, he turned to Luo Yunyang and said, "Junior brother, you really want to challenge me? You should know that you can't catch up. I am quite fast. You'd better run first," Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly. Yuan Venerate Kongwu sneered, "Since you say so, brother Luo, I'll go first and we'll meet outside Boundless Sky Palace. Who knows, maybe you can catch up to me and see me off while I enter Boundless Sky Palace." Senior brother Li was eyeing him closely, so Yuan Venerate Kongwu did not want to be caught up between the two of them. That was why he chose to leave first. In an instant, Yuan Venerate Kongwu had already flown thousands of miles away. In the vast sky sacred realm, his speed would definitely be faster, as his speed relied on the various nomological laws around him and the sky law he controlled. "I think I ran a little too fast for them. Seems like I'll have to wait for the two of them outside Boundless Sky Palace." Yuan Venerate Kongwu mumbled to himself and slowed down subconsciously. However, as he was slowing down, a voice said, "Senior brother Kongwu, why are you slowing down? Are you afraid I won't catch up?" Yuan Venerate Kongwu felt his heart sink the moment he heard this voice. He didn't even think of wasting another second to ponder. Instead, he quickly accelerated. He couldn't let a junior catch up, or he would be a laughing stock. However, the faster he went, the louder the voice echoed in his ears, as though Luo Yunyang was approaching. Yuan Venerate Kongwu used all sorts of speed techniques and arrived at the outermost region of Boundless Sky Palace in the snap of a finger. It seems that Yuan Venerate Kongwu's speed is only average. How disappointing. Luo Yunyang's voice was heard once more. Yuan Venerate Kongwu felt imminent danger the moment he heard the voice. It was a sense of danger that made his hair stand on end. However, just as he finished using a technique to protect the vital areas of his body and searched around him with his spirit consciousness, a stone rod struck him hard on the head. The speed at which the stone rod struck wasn't too fast, but Yuan Venerate Kongwu was immediately knocked to the ground when he was hit. He had been knocked out by Luo Yunyang before the defensive projection formed by his technique had the time to put up any force of resistance. He instead fainted with a loud thud. Senior brother Li was chasing him non-stop. Although he felt that it was unlikely that Luo Yunyang would catch up to Yuan Venerate Kongwu, he still came over, as he couldn't ignore Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang was still a disciple of the Taishu sect. To his disbelief, when he arrived, he saw Luo Yunyang squatting on a stone as though he was looking at something interesting. When he approached, he realized that Yuan Venerate Kongwu was like a dead dog lying on the ground silently. Although he felt delighted, he also found this situation utterly unbelievable. Is this really Yuan Venerate Kongwu? Senior brother Li's voice trembled. Senior brother Li, why don't you punch him to feel if it's really him? As Luo Yunyang was speaking, 2 more sky seal jade plates appeared in his hand. Not too shabby. He actually had 2. Seems like we're going to be rich. Senior brother Li remained silent and gawked at Yuan Venerate Kongwu, who lay there motionlessly, for a long while before walking over. Chapter 1169. Half a ring. Senior brother Li stared at the fallen Yuan Venerate Kongwu while lost deep in thought. In the past, he had hated Yuan Venerate Kongwu to the core. He would definitely have made Yuan Venerate Kongwu beg for mercy if he had been the one to defeat him. Now, he suddenly had no idea how to act upon seeing Yuan Venerate Kongwu in such a sorry state. His resentment for Yuan Venerate Kongwu had disappeared completely. Yuan Venerate Kongwu would never recover from this loss, and Luo Yunyang would become a shadow in his heart. If Yuan Venerate Kongwu had known earlier, he might not have challenged Luo Yunyang no matter what. Junior brother Luo, what shall we do next? Senior brother Li, who stopped staring at Yuan Venerate Kongwu, asked Luo Yunyang solemnly. Luo Yunyang toyed with the Sky Seal Jade Plate in his hand and said, "We have obtained the Sky Seal Jade Plate, so we'll head back." After a moment's hesitation, Senior brother Li asked, "Junior brother Luo, since you're so fast, why don't you help us get more Sky Seal Jade Plates? Firstly, your fellow disciples will be very grateful to you if they can enter Boundless Sky Palace, and they will owe you a big favor. Secondly, although there are many opportunities in Boundless Sky Palace, these opportunities are extremely concentrated. Those that have an advantage are usually the sects that send the biggest number of people into Boundless Sky Palace. In the past, we and the Dekongfan sect shared the lead, but Yuan Venerate Kongjing did not play according to the rules this time. As a result, we will be at a disadvantage if we enter." Luo Yunyang was moved by the second point made by senior brother Li. Even though he felt that he would suffer a lot if he entered Boundless Sky Palace on his own, what senior brother Li had said was spot on. It was very appropriate to strengthen the Taishu sect when the Dekongfan sect was obviously stronger than them. After all, this wasn't too difficult, and it could guarantee that he would have the biggest advantage after entering Boundless Sky Palace. Am I doing too much for this? Although Luo Yunyang had made a decision, he did not want to offer his services right away. Certain things should not be agreed hastily, as they would be taken for granted. People would only appreciate something after suffering enough. Senior brother Li wasn't an ordinary person, so he could tell from Luo Yunyang's hesitant attitude that his suggestion was promising. Thus, he straightforwardly said, "Junior brother, I knew you wouldn't believe me without proof. How about this? After you obtain the extra Sky Seal Jade Plates, you can even hold an auction inside the Taishu sect. This way, you will not only receive favors from others but also extra benefits." Luo Yunyang was impressed by senior brother Li. The man was smart enough to know what he was thinking. Thus, his impression of senior brother Li became much better. Senior brother Li felt that it had been no burden to come up with this idea. On the contrary, he believed that the disciples who had the chance to bid would thank him. If he hadn't persuaded Luo Yunyang to obtain more Sky Seal Jade Plates, the other disciples would not even have been able to enter Boundless Sky Palace. Luo Yunyang continued to hesitate for some time before he finally agreed to senior brother Li's request. After having the experience of dealing with Yuan Venerate Kongwu, their plan went very smoothly by relying on Luo Yunyang's extraordinary speed. Because they didn't want to fall out completely with the Dekongfan sect, Luo Yunyang merely knocked out the disciples of the Dekongfan sect before stealing everything they had on them. Zheng Rulai and others were anxiously waiting for the return of Luo Yunyang and senior brother Li. They were actually feeling pretty relaxed when both Luo Yunyang and senior brother Li left. After all, most of them had nothing to do with this. They all knew that they were not destined to enter Boundless Sky Palace. Although they were somewhat unwilling to accept this fact, they had no way of changing the situation. Even junior brother Qin's good mood returned after a short while. Why aren't they back yet? Zheng Rulai was very worried, as he could already sense through the Sky Seal Jade Plate in his hand that the opening time of Boundless Sky Palace was imminent. If Boundless Sky Palace opened before the two of them returned, he would have no choice but to enter Boundless Sky Palace with Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu's cultivation wasn't weak or bad, Zheng Rulai still hoped that he could enter Boundless Sky Palace with senior brother Li, who was the strongest among the other disciples. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was at a loss. Although she felt that Luo Yunyang wouldn't fail, she was also hoping that senior brother Li and Luo Yunyang wouldn't return. She would be entering Boundless Sky Palace with Zheng Rulai as long as those two did not return on time. However, she felt a faint longing for Luo Yunyang, who had given her so many surprises, to enter Boundless Sky Palace. After all, Boundless Sky Palace wasn't Boundless Taishu. It wasn't so big, and all the supreme treasures would need to be contested. They would be at a serious disadvantage if only she and Zheng Rulai entered Boundless Sky Palace. Boundless Sky Palace will open in 15 minutes. Zheng Rulai glanced at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. Junior sister, get ready. Zheng Rulai made a decision after he realized that senior brother Li was not going to make it in time. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu nodded. Right now, she felt that nothing she might say would sound good. Just as the surrounding atmosphere became tense, two figures emerged from the distance and rushed toward them. At the front was Luo Yunyang, but both his and senior brother Li's expression seemed a little odd. How was it? Yuan Venerate Huang Yu felt her heart squeeze a little when she saw senior brother Li and Luo Yunyang return. Hence, she sounded anxious when she asked this. Senior brother Li ignored Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and instead glanced at Zheng Rulai before speaking. Senior brother Rulai, what would you offer in exchange if you were given a Sky Seal Jade Plate? Zheng Rulai was stupefied. He already had a Sky Seal Jade Plate, so why would he need more? However, after recalling how he had obtained his Sky Seal Jade Plate, he hesitated for a second before replying, I'd exchange it with my best treasure, of course. When Zheng Rulai answered, senior brother Li looked over to junior brother Qin and asked, what about you, junior brother Qin? Junior brother Qin had been very sad to give away his Sky Seal Jade Plate. He had just accepted this fact, so it was akin to rubbing his wound when he was asked this question. Hence, he replied vaguely, if I could, I'd exchange it with all I have. Senior brother Li, can you exchange it with me? Junior brother Qin regretted saying this immediately. After all, his Sky Seal Jade Plate had been given to Zheng Rulai. Speaking this way was as good as offending Zheng Rulai, wasn't it? However, this had already been said, so he could only bear the consequences, no matter how regretful he was. Instead of getting angry, senior brother Li beamed. Awesome, since junior brother Qin said so, that would be great. After he said that, he turned to the others and asked, do all of you also agree with what junior brother Qin said? All the core disciples immediately realized something fishy was going on but were very eager to enter Boundless Sky Palace. After hearing what senior brother Li said, they all said the same thing. We share the same sentiment as junior brother Qin. Zheng Rulai and Yuan Venerate Huang Yu both glanced at senior brother Li at the same time. They wanted to know exactly what senior brother Li was up to. If all of you say so, then I shall not stand on ceremony, senior brother Li said with a laugh. You will all give everything you obtained after entering Boundless Taishu to junior brother and then go collect your Sky Seal Jade Plate from him. Junior brother Qin had said those things in a fit of pique, as he did not think that he could really exchange anything for a Sky Seal Jade Plate. Hence, he was delighted right away when he heard senior brother Li's words. Senior brother Li, are you kidding me? Why would I joke about something like this? This time, junior brother Yunyang and I did a great deal of work. We actually obtained 8 Sky Seal Jade Plates. Senior brother Li was excited as he spoke and even said in admiration, Junior brother Yunyang also took great risks, so I think we must not shortchange him after receiving such a great opportunity. Although senior brother Li said this in a very righteous manner, everyone present could see his intention to please Luo Yunyang. Zheng Rulai understood senior brother Li personally. Although senior brother Li had been close to him all along, he had never seen senior brother Li try to please him by making a great effort. If Luo Yunyang hadn't made senior brother Li a significantly large offer, then Luo Yunyang must have done something to force senior brother Li to change his attitude. Could Luo Yunyang truly be that incredible in the realm without sky and Dao laws? However, Zheng Rulai did not think too much about this. Instead, he was the first to reply. Junior brother Qing gave me his sky seal jade plate. I will buy it for him in return. After saying that, Zheng Rulai waved his sleeve and a universal storage bag flew toward Luo Yunyang quickly. Inside the universal storage bag, Luo Yunyang could sense a dozen pieces of sky law fragments. These fragments were much more powerful than those obtained by Luo Yunyang himself. However, what shocked Luo Yunyang the most was not the fragments, but a worn-out ring that was half intact. Although the ring did not seem to have changed in any particular way and half of it had been lost, Luo Yunyang had a strange feeling when he looked at it. This feeling was very vague, but it made Luo Yunyang feel that he had seen this ring before in the past. Unfortunately, he did not know when or where he had come across this ring before. Or rather, the half-intact ring had an aura that was very similar to something else. While he was pondering this, other disciples of the Taishu sect also began to bring their loot over to Luo Yunyang. In their opinion, the Sky Seal Jade Plate was much better compared to what they had obtained. It was worth trading everything to get a Sky Seal Jade Plate. Luo Yunyang took out a stack of Sky Seal Jade Plates and distributed them after conveniently storing away all the Sky Law fragments he had received. When the last disciple received their Sky Seal Jade Plate, they were astonished to see that Luo Yunyang still had two. Chapter 1170. 108 Dimensions, there are still 2 pieces of Sky Seal Jade Plates. Junior brother Qin exclaimed while everyone present had a puzzled look on their faces. What were the Sky Seal Jade Plates? They were priceless treasures that had nearly caused a fight to break out between them a while ago, when there had been insufficient pieces. Who would have thought that, even after distributing a piece to each person, there would still be 2 extras? The others, who already felt deep respect for Luo Yunyang, now seemed to revere him more than ever. Especially Zheng Rulai, who had understood that Luo Yunyang had already improved his status so much that he simply couldn't be overlooked. He also felt that Luo Yunyang's place in the hearts of the others was already higher than anybody else's. If Luo Yunyang were to coagulate his Dao energy there, an extraordinary existence would appear in the Taishu sect. Junior brother Luo, it is about time. Why don't we head to the Boundless Sky Palace? Zheng Rulai asked solemnly. In the past, he used to make decisions on his own for all major matters. However, right now, he felt as though he had to take into account Luo Yunyang's opinion. Of course, this was naturally based on the strength Luo Yunyang had shown. Luo Yunyang did not have any interest in fighting with Zheng Rulai over the leadership of the people of the Taishu sect. What he wanted most was to acquire the best resources and have the strength to fight off the entity capable of destroying entire eras when he returned to his own realm. While Luo Yunyang's loot now might seem fairly significant, he did not seem content with it, except for the ring he couldn't really see through. While the pieces of fragmented sky laws were strong, they could at most allow him to master 1 layer of the sky laws. There were 9 layers of sky laws in the lands founded by the Sacred Venerate. The Sacred Venerate not only had full control of the 9 sky laws, but also had the ability to combine them into one. Although Luo Yunyang could not simply compare the strength of the era-destroying entity who was bringing about the apocalypse with the strength of the Sacred Venerate, he knew that this being was a formidable opponent. That entity would definitely control more than 1 sky law. Otherwise, countless experienced and battle-hardened martialists would not have lost their lives during the previous apocalypses. While Luo Yunyang might have already settled down nicely in the vast sky sacred realm, he knew that he would have to return eventually. There were people he cared about in the 36 great cosmoses, and he also had to return because of his chaotic 4-origin beast clone embodiment. Leaving behind his chaotic 4-origin beast clone embodiment would mean that he was giving up about half of his current strength. Senior brother, I will follow your lead, Luo Yunyang replied without engaging further in this discussion. There were many possible meanings behind this reply. Zheng Rulai studied the serious expression on Luo Yunyang's face before heaving a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Luo Yunyang would not agree with his arrangements and would instead try to take away his right to lead just to show his disagreement. However, Luo Yunyang's tactful response allowed Zheng Rulai to lower his guard. Since disciple Luo has no opinion on this, let us make our way there. As soon as he said that, Gen Rulai soared into the air and headed in the direction of the boundless Sky Palace. The boundless Sky Palace was about 100,000 miles away from Luo Yunyang and the rest. In the vast sky sacred realm, someone with the abilities of Gen Rulai could easily cover that distance in just an instant. However, making use of any instantaneous teleportation techniques in boundless Taishu was tantamount to suicide. After all, space worked in a different way over there, and it was hard to quantify the spatial and boundary requirements for making such a trip. Hence, even top-grade Taichu Yuan venerates would not dare to take such a risk. In just 15 minutes, the boundless Sky Palace had already appeared before Luo Yunyang and the others. Although Luo Yunyang had learned a lot about the boundless Sky Palace during his time in the repository of the Taishu sect, he was still amazed when he finally got the chance to see it with his own eyes. The boundless Sky Palace is split into a total of 108 dimensions. You can even say that the current boundless Sky Palace you are looking at is not a single block but a total of 108 blocks, Gen Rulai told Luo Yunyang. According to my mentor, the boundless Sky Palace used to be a single block when the sacred venerate defeated the enemies. However, over the course of the battle and due to the usage of various major powers, the boundless Sky Palace was fragmented and split into various different dimensions. Gen Rulai, who was explaining the situation of the boundless Sky Palace to Luo Yunyang, did not really understand it himself either. The explanation he gave Luo Yunyang was basically a regurgitation of whatever his mentor had told him. Luo Yunyang stared at the boundless Sky Palace, which seemed to have countless overlapping images. From the looks of it, it seemed as though these boundless Sky Palaces were able to each exist on their own. However, there seemed to be something that bound them all together. The looming, solemn gates of the boundless Sky Palace stood at 1,000 meters tall without any engravings or inscriptions on them. From the looks of it, the boundless Sky Palace did not resemble a mansion. It looked more like a massive city with extensive walls. People were beginning to gather on the public square outside the boundless Sky Palace. This group of people was led by a well-built, strict-looking young man. Another man amongst them seemed to be complaining loudly. The sound of his voice was loud and filled with agitation. However, the most obvious thing about him was the big bump on top of his head. 19th Prince, the Dekongfan sect will get to the bottom of this. The person who tried to sneak an attack from behind will pay the price. The well-built young man said with firm resolution. Gen Rulai glared at the young man angrily. Senior brother Li and the others were also glaring at him. Long time no see, Yuan venerate Kongjing. Gen Rulai enunciated each word slowly. Oh, it is brother Gen. Looks like you acquired a Sky Seal Jade Plate. I wonder which unlucky junior brother ended up giving up their chance for you, Yuan venerate Kongjing said when he saw Gen Rulai and the others. Junior brother, if you are willing to step forward and identify yourself, I promise to bestow unto you a gift from the boundless Sky Palace, Yuan venerate Kongjing said with a smile. These words would definitely have thrown Gen Rulai into a state of panic if everyone present hadn't already owned a Sky Seal Jade Plate. However, Gen Rulai remained composed and even grinned now. What is this? The 19th Prince asked as he noticed the 6-dragon sun-striking bow Luo Yunyang was holding. Although he did not have much of a recollection of the object that had hit him before he'd fainted, he now had a faint memory of it upon looking at the 6-dragon sun-striking bow. You are the one who launched a sneak attack on me. The 19th Prince shouted furiously. As the 19th Prince of the Sacred Emperor Palace, he had always had a lofty attitude around everyone. However, he had just been assaulted unknowingly by a rod in boundless Taishu. What had been stolen from him wasn't important. He had failed to get rid of the bump on his head, which seemed as though it was still growing. How was he supposed to lift his head high in the future if this carried on? Dear junior brother, would you please care to explain yourself? Yuan venerate Kongjing glared at Luo Yunyang. Although the sky laws were not present at that point in time, Yuan venerate Kongjing still behaved as though he was the law. Gen Rulai would definitely have stepped in if Yuan venerate Kongjing had behaved in this manner around the other disciples. However, since it was Luo Yunyang he was treating this way, he decided to just stand back and enjoy the good show. While he was uncertain of Luo Yunyang's capabilities, judging from the way he had been able to seize the Sky Seal Jade Plates, Gen Rulai was certain that Luo Yunyang was too far off from his own level of strength here. Are you asking about this? This is the 6-dragon sun-striking bow. The reason I struck you was because your head was uneven. I was just trying to help you out. Please do not misunderstand. Luo Yunyang grinned. The 19th prince was infuriated. He had vowed to make the perpetrator pay for everything he had done once he woke up from his blackout. However, he felt uneasy while looking at the 6-dragon sun-striking bow Luo Yunyang was holding. He could not simply step forward and launch an attack. Senior brother Kongjing, you must redress this injustice. A familiar voice pleaded from afar. There was a surprised look on Yuan Venerate Kongjing's face when he heard that familiar voice. The voice belonged to a junior brother from the Dekongfan sect that he was close to. That junior brother had begun looking for opportunities the moment he'd acquired the Sky Seal Jade plates. Based on his estimations, he should have been there 15 minutes ago. However, his junior brother had never arrived, and Yuan Venerate Kongjing had not had the time to search for him either, as he had been busy engaging with the 19th prince. He finally understood what his junior brother was pleading for upon seeing the bump on his head. His gaze once again returned to Luo Yunyang. Senior brother, my Sky Seal Jade plate has been stolen. The junior brother said as he noticed the similar bump on top of the 19th prince's head. Have you been attacked as well? The 19th prince immediately looked relieved. He had been really worried about being embarrassed, as he'd looked like the only one who had been attacked. Senior brother Kongjing, my Sky Seal Jade plate has been stolen as well. There is definitely a thief amongst us. You have to get to the bottom of this. Yet another person pleaded. Kongjing felt his blood boiling as he saw a bump on the head of yet another junior brother. Senior brother Kongjing, it was Luo Yunyang who stole my Sky Seal Jade plate. You have to be wary of this person, shouted yet another man in the crowd as Kongjing turned to face Luo Yunyang. Chapter 1171. Deterring everyone with a single shot. 1, 2, 3. Yuan Venerate Kongjing felt his heart tremble as his fellow disciples appeared one by one in front of him. Those who could follow Yuan Venerate Kongjing into boundless Taishu were all elite martialists of the Dekongfan sect. Although their cultivation was not as good as Yuan Venerate Kongjing's cultivation, there wasn't that big of a gulf. Now, these fellow disciples had not only lost their Sky Seal Jade plates but had also been knocked unconscious and acquired bumps on their heads that would last for a while. While staring at Luo Yunyang, Yuan Venerate Kongjing got angry at first. However, his rage quickly cooled off. While Yuan Venerate Kongjing himself could seize a Sky Seal Jade plate from one of his peers, it was impossible for him to seize the Sky Seal Jade plates of so many people and knock them out so casually. What sort of strength did this guy possess that made him so fearless? Although he could not let this matter rest, Yuan Venerate Kongjing couldn't act too rashly without thinking either. When he thought of this, Yuan Venerate Kongjing looked at Zheng Rulai. Zheng Rulai, the Taishu sect must give the Dekongfan sect and everyone present an explanation. Otherwise, we will not agree to this. The 19th Prince of Sacred Emperor Palace was very keen on tearing Luo Yunyang into pieces. After hearing what Yuan Venerate Kongjing said, he felt that this approach was a little soft but still agreed and said, Sacred Emperor Palace will not agree to it either. We won't agree either. Although most of the people Luo Yunyang had robbed of their Sky Seal Jade plates were from the Dekongfan sect, there were also many lone rangers like those from Sacred Emperor Palace. Many of them were unable to enter Boundless Sky Palace, yet most of them had been integrated and become part of the Dekongfan sect. Otherwise, Zheng Rulai would not have been defeated so miserably. Zheng Rulai had a slightly inexplicable look of delight on his face as he listened to the angry protest. It could be said that he hadn't taken this unrest to heart at all. Instead, he laughed in response. So what if you don't agree to it? Or all of you going to beat us up? After he said that, he pointed at the 19th prince and the rest. Let me tell you something. Junior brother Luo is already going easy on you guys. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive? The 19th prince and the rest went silent when they heard this. They instantly cooled down as well. Luo Yunyang could knock them out, which also meant that he could have killed them. If Luo Yunyang had indeed acted ruthlessly, they would have lost even more than what they had gained by entering Boundless Taishu, even if they had the means to preserve their lives thanks to their respective sects. It would then be more difficult for them to enter Boundless Taishu again. Senior brother, Yuan Venerate Kongwu rushed over quickly. After casting a glance at Luo Yunyang, he whispered to Yuan Venerate Kongjing, Luo Yunyang should be the strongest person among us. It would be best not to become enemies with him for now, or our trip to Boundless Taishu will end in complete annihilation. Yuan Venerate Kongjing had originally been delighted to see that Yuan Venerate Kongwu had arrived. However, after listening to what Yuan Venerate Kongwu had said, he realized that things were far worse than he had imagined. Is Luo Yunyang really so strong? Yuan Venerate Kongjing asked with a hint of doubt. I didn't believe it at the time either, but when I challenged him, I had no idea how I lost. Furthermore, the Sky Seal jade plates I had with me were also taken by him. Yuan Venerate Kongjing grimaced. He immediately calmed down when he saw the disappointment on Yuan Venerate Kongwu's face. A flux of emotions went through his mind as he looked at his fellow disciples and Zheng Rulai, who was smiling smugly. Luo Yunyang is too much. Everyone, let's team up and take back our Sky Seal jade plates. The 19th prince, who had been observing Yuan Venerate Kongjing, shouted first after seeing that Yuan Venerate Kongwu was about to take a step back. He hated Luo Yunyang, who had knocked him out and robbed him of his Sky Seal jade plate. How could he choose to retreat now? However, right after he shouted, a deep sense of fear suddenly crept into his heart. This trepidation was so oppressive that he felt like he could not breathe. He looked in the direction the oppressive fear came from and saw that a six-colored bowstring had appeared on the stone rod that Luo Yunyang was holding. Luo Yunyang began to draw the bowstring slowly when it appeared. When the bowstring was half drawn, a six-colored arrow appeared. An arrow that seemed like it was capable of capturing and destroying a soul. The oppressive trepidation that was sending chills down the spine of the 19th prince was indeed coming from that arrow. The 19th prince wasn't the only one feeling this way. Other people present also felt this strong pressure and they all went silent immediately. Some of those who had incited the rest to seek revenge against Luo Yunyang previously took a step back very carefully. A six-layered Sky Law Supreme Treasure. Yuan Venerate Kongjing watched as the six-dragon sun bow was drawn and spoke hoarsely. He had been hesitant to attack Luo Yunyang. However, he had now truly understood that he wasn't even qualified to attack Luo Yunyang. He would be the one to die horribly if he did attack him. Although he had brought along a supreme treasure when entering Boundless Taishu, this treasure had been given to him by his sect and it was only a four-layered Sky Law Supreme Treasure meant for self-defense. His treasure was too inferior to the stone bow with the six-layered Sky Laws that Luo Yunyang possessed. Furthermore, based on the way Luo Yunyang had conjured his bow with six-layered Sky Laws, Yuan Venerate Kongjing could feel that there was a big gap between him and Luo Yunyang in terms of cultivation. Thus, the desire to fight disappeared completely after he considered these factors. 19th prince, how about an arrow? Luo Yunyang drew his six-dragon sun bow even more tightly as his massive killing intent locked down on the 19th prince. The 19th prince's face turned from red to black before becoming ashen. He knew that Luo Yunyang wanted to crush him with his might, but he told himself that he shouldn't be afraid of someone else's might in a situation like this. However, although that was what he thought in his heart, the arrow that contained six-layered Sky Laws was really frightening. Even though the power of Sky Laws was greatly reduced in Boundless Taishu, the power of the six-dragon sun-striking bow still rendered him unable to breathe. No, I admit defeat. The 19th prince felt humiliated after he spoke. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, an arrow flickering with six-colored lights was hurtled at him. The arrow was as graceful and swift as lightning. The 19th prince felt his heart shaking in the face of this arrow. It could even be said that his entire body was trembling in fear. He wanted to resist, but all his thoughts seemed to freeze up when the arrow arrived. He could not muster up any form of resistance at all. In an instant, the arrow had nearly reached the 19th prince, while the two companions beside him looked on in disbelief. Yuan Venerate Kongjing watched silently from the side and made some calculations swiftly when the arrow was close to the 19th prince. Although the arrow was as fast as lightning, it would not cause any insignificant injuries to the 19th prince. Even so, he had a solemn expression on his face because he realized that he would not be able to withstand that arrow either. The arrow light cut through the void and disappeared without a trace. It hadn't hurt the 19th prince at all, but it had still frightened him to death. The people who had been trying to provoke Luo Yunyang shut their mouths. They too had been intimidated by this arrow. You. The 19th prince gawked and stammered. He disliked losing face, but he was helpless at this moment so he could not control his own emotions. Yuan Venerate Kongwu nodded at Yuan Venerate Kongjing before speaking to Luo Yunyang. Senior brother Luo, I'm utterly convinced this time. Although Yuan Venerate Kongwu was not Yuan Venerate Kongjing, he also represented the entire Defengkan sect. Yuan Venerate Kongjing did not step forward as the leader of the Dekongfan sect this time, but Yuan Venerate Kongwu was, in fact, representing him. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Kongwu and nodded. Then, a small gap opened in the gate of Boundless Sky Palace, which had originally been closed. Boundless Sky Palace was opening, so many people's attention had turned to the gates. They were really relieved upon seeing that the gates were opening up. The arrow unleashed by Luo Yunyang had put them under too much pressure. Zheng Rulai watched Luo Yunyang gravely. He had originally thought that a big battle was going to happen in order to settle the conflict caused by the appearance of the 19th prince in his party. Unexpectedly, Luo Yunyang had merely used an arrow to successfully deter all the powerhouses of the Dekongfan sect. The arrow had also intimidated Zheng Rulai. If he had been shocked when Luo Yunyang had taken out a pile of sky seal jade plates earlier, then he was utterly afraid of Luo Yunyang now. He was actually really formidable when there weren't any sky laws. Senior brother Yunyang, after you. Yuan Venerate Kongjing suddenly walked over and gestured to the gate of Boundless Sky Palace as Zheng Rulai was mulling this over. Senior brother Yunyang, after you. Yuan Venerate Kongwu also stepped forward and made the same gesture, inviting Luo Yunyang to go first. Senior brother Yunyang, after you. A man from Sacred Emperor Palace also said in earnest. Senior brother Yunyang, after you. Said senior brother Li. Upon watching the gestures of the others, Zheng Rulai also walked forward slowly and said, Senior brother Yunyang, please go ahead first. Luo Yunyang took one look at Zheng Rulai and the others before strolling into the wide-open gates of Boundless Sky Palace. Chapter 1172. A Finger of Destruction. When Luo Yunyang stepped in front of the gateway to Boundless Sky Palace, he felt as though there wasn't only one gateway but hundreds of different gateways. Every gateway led to a different Boundless Sky Palace. When he stepped toward the gateway, the sky seal jade plate in his hand suddenly lit up. The light wrapped around his body and carried him toward the Boundless Sky Palace. In an instant, Luo Yunyang had entered a massive palace. Upon seeing that Luo Yunyang had entered Boundless Sky Palace, Zheng Rulai also took a step forward in the direction of Boundless Sky Palace. However, after he took this first step, Zheng Rulai shouted to his fellow disciples, Junior brothers, follow me. The disciples of the Taishu sect followed him after hearing the command of Zheng Rulai, and they all walked toward Boundless Sky Palace together. Some disciples of the Dekongfan sect were seething. They had no choice but to let Luo Yunyang go first. They could also only accept that Zheng Rulai had entered before Yuan Venerate Kongjing. However, this situation, Yuan Venerate Kongjing was upset as well, but he eventually waved off the angry disciples. Senior brother. Some disciples of the Dekongfan sect expressed their dissatisfaction. However, Yuan Venerate Kongjing gestured. Let them go first. Yuan Venerate Huang Yu followed senior brother Li, feeling at a loss. She had never thought that she would have such a day. Based on her cultivation, she should still be at the rear of the queue while waiting for others to finish making their selection, even if she could enter Boundless Sky Palace. It was also very likely that a space that was most suitable for her would be chosen by someone else. This was something that had happened before. Thus, those martialists were basically making a wasted trip. They would not get to choose a suitable space for themselves. Now, by following her fellow disciples to enter first, she was right at the front of the queue, so she should be able to choose the most suitable space for herself. The reason she could enjoy this was solely because of Luo Yunyang's contribution. This made her feel rather uncomfortable. However, this discomfort was only temporary. Luo Yunyang did not care what people like Yuan Venerate Huang Yu were thinking, as he was only focusing on the palaces in front of him. All the palaces had the same gateway, and there were 108 overlapping spaces, each representing a Boundless Sky Palace. Each Boundless Sky Palace contained a sky law of a supreme being. However, one would need exceptional capabilities to enter these sky palaces. The weaker martialists would be thrown out by the power of the Boundless Sky Palace upon stepping into it. Based on his previous experience in the Taishu sect, Luo Yunyang first used his mind power to try and see into the spaces and find out which sky law was the most suitable for him. He was cultivating the Obliteration Great Path Nomological Law, so he naturally chose the Obliteration Great Path Nomological Law when he had to pick his sky law. Although the 108 spaces looked dense and felt messy, they were actually arranged in an orderly manner. The weaker sky laws were at the bottom, while the stronger sky laws were located at the top. Luo Yunyang's Obliteration Great Path Sky Law ranked 4th among all 108 levels of Sky Laws. During his cultivation journey, Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking technique had always triumphed over his opponents in an overwhelming fashion. However, his Obliteration Great Path actually didn't rank first among the 108 levels of boundless sky palaces. The auras exuded from the first 3 sky palaces were massive. One of them was filled with boundless vitality, another had the convergence of endless space and time, and the one at the top of every other sky palace exuded something that even Luo Yunyang couldn't identify for sure. It was really powerful, extremely majestic, very. After collecting his thoughts, Luo Yunyang strolled into the Obliteration Great Path Boundless Sky Palace. The moment he stepped into the Boundless Sky Palace, a powerful, incomparable force surged at him like a violent storm. This force was insanely and overwhelmingly strong. In the face of such a force, Luo Yunyang felt like he was facing an all-out blow from a Tai Yuan Venerate. He was a Taichu Yuan Venerate, so his best choice of action when facing a Tai Yuan Venerate was to retreat rather than fight. If a Taichu Yuan Venerate fought a Tai Yuan Venerate head-on, it would be akin to suicide. Even the most ordinary Shintian Tai Yuan Venerate was too much for a Taichu Yuan Venerate. However, Luo Yunyang realized that he had to face off with this force. He would be blown out of the Boundless Sky Palace by the mighty force if he chose to dodge it. Although there was no time for him to use his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang still mustered up whatever he had in him and executed the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes. After executing his move, he felt as if he had crashed into a mountain, as his body was involuntarily pushed 7 steps back. When he steadied himself, the crazy power that surged at him quietly dissipated. It was only then that Luo Yunyang was able to look around him peacefully. This palace did not look very huge. However, the structure was made up of numerous black boulders. After carefully surveying the palace, Luo Yunyang saw that there was nothing inside it. What he could see were only pieces of broken debris, desks, and chairs. There was nothing else. Had this palace been ransacked by people before? However, even if people had ransacked it, there should have been some items left behind. After all, some items were not supreme treasures and were not valuable enough to be collected by Taichu Yuan Venerates. Luo Yunyang was ready to leave and proceed further inside after thinking about it. However, just as he was about to leave and walk further inside, the force that obstructed him appeared again. This time, it wasn't as strong as before, but it was full of destructive intent. Luo Yunyang used his mind power to investigate this aura immediately, but was astonished when his mind power came in contact with the aura. He actually saw a finger. A finger was pointing forward gently without any variations. As it tapped forward, the endless heaven and earth began to shatter at once. The might of the finger covered the entire space of the Boundless Sky Palace, and Luo Yunyang was situated on the fringes of the finger's range of power. This finger was the relic left behind by the Obliteration Great Path Nomological Law in Boundless Sky Palace. Everything that had been left behind in Boundless Sky Palace had been shattered by this finger. After this revelation, Luo Yunyang sat down on the floor and began to comprehend the sky laws surging in his surroundings quietly. This sort of comprehension did not require strength or physicality, as it involved only the mind, which was strong enough to support the comprehension of the Obliteration Great Path Nomological Law. After an unknown period, Luo Yunyang pointed his finger gently at the void. When he extended his finger, the Obliteration Great Path Nomological Law that had originally been suspended in the void shattered in an instant. Luo Yunyang stood up without feeling surprised. In the process of comprehending the finger, he had managed to gain a very deep understanding of the situation of this finger. Although it seemed that he could use this finger, he could only control just a tiny bit of the power that the original finger he had seen was capable of. During the time he had spent comprehending the finger, he had divided the finger into different levels according to his own feelings in the power of the finger. In his opinion, the Obliteration Great Path Sky Law contained in the finger could be separated into 9 levels. However, he had only attained the first level, which was the equivalent of an Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerate. If one were to consider the Boundless Sky Palace a circle and the finger was in the center of the circle, then the area where Luo Yunyang was now was the perimeter. If he wanted to continue to comprehend it, he needed to go to the central region of the circle, which was also where the finger was executed. That was the place that contained the strongest nomological laws of the finger. Luo Yunyang did not fear moving toward the center of the circle. What worried him was how much his mind power could support him. second level, third level, fourth level. Luo Yunyang walked past several palaces and arrived at the location of the fifth level eventually. By now, he had already activated his attribute regulator to transfer all his attributes to his mind. This adjustment allowed Luo Yunyang's mind power to surpass the mind power of an ordinary Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate by far and even get close to the level of a Xuantian Tai Yuan Venerate. Unfortunately, doing so only allowed Luo Yunyang to reach the fifth level. The power of the fifth level finger had already benefited Luo Yunyang a lot. Now, he had a strong feeling that he would immediately become a Tai Yuan Venerate once he left Boundless Sky Palace. He would not just be an ordinary Tai Yuan Venerate, but a Xuantian Tai Yuan Venerate. However, Luo Yunyang was unwilling to accept this. There were still 4 more levels in front of him, which was an irresistible temptation that made him struggle to give up. Unfortunately, his mind power could only support him to this point. His mind would collapse if he took another step. Luo Yunyang felt like he had seen a massive treasure vault, yet he could take only one treasure from that vault. He was extremely unwilling to give up, but at the same time, he was full of awe for the supreme being that used the finger. He also thought of the sacred Venerate, who had managed to trap powerful supreme beings inside all those boundless sky palaces. How powerful could his cultivation base have been? Chapter 1173, Perfect Combination 6th Level. Opportunities are hard to come by. I must at least enter the 6th level. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, the power difference between the 5th and 6th level should be at least 10 times as big. Luo Yunyang was yearning for the power of the 6th level after experiencing how strong the 5th level was. However, just as his body was about to enter the range of the 6th level obliteration Great Path Sky Law, a force capable of crushing anything and everything nearly shattered Luo Yunyang's body into pieces. His mind also felt like it was about to crumble at any moment. Retreat. I can continue. Although Luo Yunyang wanted very much to move forward, the surging force was clearly warning him that he would run out of luck if he continued to forge ahead. Although the attribute regulator had many uses, it was unable to perform in this situation. This wasn't because the attribute regulator was unable to do so, but because Luo Yunyang's attributes were lacking. If he could become a Tai Yuan Venerate, especially a Xuantian Tai Yuan Venerate, he should be able to enter the 6th level. Or even the 7th level. However, according to the rules of Boundless Taishu, Tai Yuan Venerates couldn't enter. This also proved that the sacred Venerate who controlled Boundless Taishu did not want anyone to inherit the power of the Boundless Sky Palace. The reason the sacred Venerate did not want anyone to inherit the powers was crystal clear. Although the sacred Venerate had won during the final battle, he clearly did not want any more opponents to reappear. Even though Luo Yunyang was unwilling to accept this outcome, he still gradually backed down. It was no longer within his ability to decide. Hence, he could only choose to back down under the circumstances. However, just as Luo Yunyang was reluctantly falling back, a worn-out half-ring suddenly surged forth from his body. This half-ring was part of the items used in an exchange by Zheng Rulai when they'd bought the Sky Seal Jade plates from him. Luo Yunyang had been given a strange feeling when he'd first seen the worn-out ring. Unfortunately, he had not known what it was. He had eventually stored the ring away and decided that he would study it in depth when he had the time in the future. He had never expected that the half-ring would surge out of his body now. The 6th level void, which felt like a wall of iron steel to Luo Yunyang and made it difficult to even step forward, was gently shattered by the small ring. Not only did the ring break the void to the 6th level, but it also shattered the void of the 7th and 8th level as it shot straight toward the finger. Luo Yunyang immediately felt that this half of the small ring must have a special connection with this void. However, after the small ring flew off in that direction, it was beyond the control of Luo Yunyang. All he could do now was wait. After a quarter of an hour, the ring came flying back. Although this half of the ring was the same exact half that had flown away from Luo Yunyang, it had seemingly darkened considerably. Luo Yunyang instinctively reached out with his hand toward the ring when it got near. As the ring came into contact with Luo Yunyang, he heard some cracking sounds come from his body. This was the sound of his bones, inability to bear the pressure of the ring. Luo Yunyang hastily doubled his constitution attribute with his attribute regulator before breathing a sigh of relief. Then, he carefully observed the ring and a finger was projected in his mind. That finger could shatter heaven and earth. There were 4 halos around the finger that corresponded to the 4 states of Boundless Sky Palace. While watching the finger that shattered heaven and earth, Luo Yunyang quickly used his spirit consciousness to scout out the void in front of him. The void, which had originally contained the power of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level of the finger, was now empty. The finger Luo Yunyang had sensed using his spirit consciousness and the power of the 6th level to 9th level nomological law had all disappeared completely. Luo Yunyang was surprised by the situation. He mulled it over for a moment before turning around to observe the area of the 5th level. The power of the 5th level was present, and so were the powers of the 3rd and 1st level. In other words, the 5 levels of sky laws that Luo Yunyang had comprehended still existed, while those that Luo Yunyang had not comprehended had been completely absorbed into the half-ring. Although it seemed like this method of absorption was not complete, this was considered the best scenario. Given Luo Yunyang's situation, with the ring in his hand, Luo Yunyang wanted to try comprehending the 6th level of the finger. However, as he sent his spiritual consciousness into the ring, he suddenly realized that while the 4 levels were contained inside the ring, the conditions required to comprehend those levels remained unchanged. This meant that it was still impossible for Luo Yunyang to comprehend the remaining 4 levels. Luo Yunyang did not continue trying to do so. In his opinion, it was already an unexpected surprise that he had brought back the remaining 4 levels. After carefully storing away this half-ring, Luo Yunyang continued to move toward the center of the Sky Palace. Although he found nothing while using his spirit consciousness to search the center of the Sky Palace, the restriction of the 4 levels had been lifted, so he decided to continue exploring. Luo Yunyang soon arrived at the center of Boundless Sky Palace. Like his spirit consciousness had told him, there was nothing left there. Unwilling to accept this, Luo Yunyang searched around Boundless Sky Palace again with his spirit consciousness. After realizing that there was indeed nothing, he was ready to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the central hall, he suddenly discovered a word written above Boundless Sky Palace. This word was not used in the 36 great cosmoses or vast sky sacred realm. However, upon seeing this word, Luo Yunyang immediately understood what it meant. The word was hate. It was a character filled with endless hatred. Luo Yunyang felt like his spirit consciousness was going to be swallowed up by the hatred contained in the word the moment he saw it. The hatred was overwhelming. This word must have been left behind by the Supreme Being who used the destructive finger, as Luo Yunyang could sense a familiar aura coming from the word. As for who the word had been written for, although Luo Yunyang had a vague feeling, he was unwilling to continue making guesses. He was unwilling to allow himself to get entangled in this endless hatred regardless of who had left the finger behind. After all, the person targeted by this Supreme Being was not an average person. After stepping out, Luo Yunyang was prepared to search the surroundings of Boundless Sky Palace. However, his body was immediately enveloped by a very strong force. He was taken and sent out of the Obliteration Great Path Boundless Sky Palace before he could even put up a struggle. Luo Yunyang found himself on the platform outside Boundless Sky Palace when that force disappeared. By then, there were already more than a dozen people waiting on the platform. "Greetings, Senior Brother Luo." A Taishu sect martialist hurriedly paid his respects to Luo Yunyang upon seeing him. After exchanging pleasantries with that martialist, Luo Yunyang saw that 6 of the disciples from the Taishu sect who had entered Boundless Sky Palace had returned. There were 7 of them present, including him. Those who had not returned were Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, Senior Brother Li, and Zheng Rulai. "Senior Brother Luo, I'm really lucky to benefit from you this time. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Southeast Wind Great Path Boundless Sky Palace and obtain a supreme treasure," the first disciple of the Taishu sect, who had thanked Luo Yunyang, said with sincere gratitude. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. He wouldn't have gotten a Sky Seal Jade Plate at all without Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. Furthermore, you exchanged something equal in value for my Sky Seal Jade Plate. Senior Brother Luo, I understand that the reason you are saying this is because you do not want us to feel too indebted, but I will never forget your great kindness." The Taishu sect disciple felt even more grateful upon hearing Luo Yunyang's response. The core disciple of the Taishu sect, who was known as Junior Brother Qin, also stepped forward. He did not say much to Luo Yunyang. He merely cupped his fists and said, "Senior Brother Luo, thank you for your kindness." After several other disciples of the Taishu sect also expressed their gratitude to Luo Yunyang, someone said, "Senior Brother Luo, based on your cultivation base, you shouldn't have come out earlier than Yuan Venerate Huang Yu and the rest. Luo Yunyang understood what the man was implying and immediately smiled casually. You'll naturally come out when the opportunity arrives. As Luo Yunyang continued chatting with junior brother Qin and the others, senior brother Li also came out along with another martialist of Sacred Emperor Palace. Both of them looked a little stunned when they saw that Luo Yunyang was already outside. They were obviously surprised to see him there. They were not the only ones to feel this sentiment. Other martialists that came out of Boundless Sky Palace were also surprised to see that Luo Yunyang was already outside. However, these people were not very familiar with Luo Yunyang, so although they were surprised, they couldn't say so out loud. Senior brother Li opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Finally, Zheng Rulai, Yuan Venerate Huang Yu, and Yuan Venerate Kongjing emerged from Boundless Sky Palace. The one who came out last was Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Yuan Venerate Kongjing, who was towering to begin with, had a golden light halo hovering over his head when he walked out. With the golden light halo hovering over him, it felt as though Yuan Venerate Kongjing was even more majestic and extraordinary than ever, as if he was a deity that had descended. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang, who had been outside for a long time, Yuan Venerate Kongjing couldn't help but whistle. Chapter 1174. Great Dragon Mammoth. Yuan Venerate Kongjing was the #1 martialist of his generation in the Dekongfan sect. He was also supposed to be a very prideful person. This time, he had entered Boundless Taishu by suppressing Zheng Rulai, and his performance had been nothing short of amazing. It could even be said that he had performed perfectly. His status in the Dekongfan sect would only improve as long as his dazzling performance continued. However, the emergence of Luo Yunyang was a nightmare that made him feel deep frustration and humiliation. Not only did he have to humble himself, but he had to humble himself before someone who had stolen the Sky Seal Jade plates of his fellow disciples. This humiliation caused the number of Dekongfan sect disciples entering Boundless Sky Palace to dwindle from 8 to 3. While choosing their respective Boundless Sky Palaces, he'd even had to allow the people from the Taishu sect to choose first. This itself was a lingering humiliation. Yuan Venerate Kongjing would hurt a lot whenever he thought of this. However, things had changed now. Thanks to the protection of his ancestral master, he was actually able to enter the Great Dragon Mammoth Sky La Boundless Sky Palace that possessed exceptional powers. Not only was the Great Dragon Mammoth Sky La a perfect fit for his cultivation path, but it also improved his cultivation significantly. He could immediately become a Tai Yuan Venerate once he left Boundless Taishu and could even be a Xuantian innate Tai Yuan Venerate. The golden light halo behind him was also a supreme treasure called the Great Mighty Sky Halo. It was a supreme treasure left by a supreme powerhouse who had died in Boundless Sky Palace. Although this supreme treasure was half intact due to excessive damage, it was a treasure that could double the cultivation of Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Luo Yunyang had come out earlier than him. What did this mean? It meant that the opportunity he had obtained was far better than Luo Yunyang's. Zheng Rulai was as good as he was, but this was to be expected. While gloating, Yuan Venerate Kongjing turned to look at Luo Yunyang. He didn't think he was a narrow-minded person, but not venting his frustration would have a great impact on him. Not only would he be unable to move on, but his cultivation would also be greatly obstructed. There had once been an almighty in the Dekongfan sect who had said that anything that hindered one's cultivation had to be eliminated. Without a doubt, Luo Yunyang was exactly the person who hindered his cultivation and had even planted an evil obstruction in his mind. Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Kongjing's voice sounded like a giant bell resounding throughout heaven and earth. His voice intimidated everyone around him. Some people had thought that the relationship between Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Kongjing was going to fall apart after Yuan Venerate Kongjing returned. This was because the aura exuded by Yuan Venerate Kongjing had become much stronger and greater. He was like a god of the realm, so Yuan Venerate Kongjing's voice made the 9 skies shudder. Around his great might sky halo were countless dragons and mammoths that were all roaring out at the same time. Zheng Rulai focused his attention on Yuan Venerate Kongjing as soon as he came out. Although Zheng Rulai had obtained his own nomological law in his Boundless Sky Palace, he had to admit that his aura and other aspects were inferior to Yuan Venerate Kongjing. It could even be said that Yuan Venerate Kongjing was no longer in the same league. Yuan Venerate Kongjing, what do you want? Zheng Rulai knew that Luo Yunyang had come out earlier than him. Thus, he felt that Luo Yunyang might not have gained more than him. Upon seeing the situation, he stepped forward almost immediately. At the same time, a silver axe appeared in his hands. It was a massive axe with a big crack in the center. The inscriptions on the axe were dazzling and gave off obliterative intent. The pure sun-violet thunder axe was the treasure obtained by Zheng Rulai in his boundless sky palace. Although the supreme treasure had some defects that were difficult to repair, it was sufficient to be the foundation of Zheng Rulai's future advancement to the Tai Yuan Venerate. Zheng Rulai, you are no match for me. This is between me and Luo Yunyang. I shall eliminate the root of my hindrance and advance straight into the Tai Yuan Venerate level today. After Yuan Venerate Kongjing said that, his air of arrogance increased. Although you obtained a pretty good opportunity, you are still a long way from challenging me. From now on, the two of us will no longer be rivals. The way Yuan Venerate Kongjing said this made Zheng Rulai's face darken. Being unable to become a worthy opponent was much more unacceptable than failure. Zheng Rulai bellowed in frustration when he saw how high-spirited Yuan Venerate Kongjing was and rushed forward with his massive pure sun-violet thunder axe, aiming a cleave straight at Yuan Venerate Kongjing's head. Good timing. Yuan Venerate Kongjing did not dodge. His body did not even move an inch as he merely threw a punch. This punch felt as though the deities from heaven had descended on the mortal realm. The blow was followed by a very powerful and majestic aura that came from the fist of Yuan Venerate Kongjing. In an instant, the massive axe, which contained thunderous intent, was knocked away. A larger crack had appeared on the body of the axe. Zheng Rulai had been defeated. Utterly defeated. Like Yuan Venerate Kongjing had said, he was truly no longer a match for Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Zheng Rulai turned pale as he watched the massive axe get blown away. Although he was not someone who would lose all his fighting spirit after one defeat, this battle still made him very uncomfortable. It made him truly understand the gulf between him and Yuan Venerate Kongjing. This disparity was difficult to even out. The disciples of the Taishu sect quickly took out their weapons. Even though they had also realized what the gap between them and Yuan Venerate Kongjing was, this was no reason for them to stay idly around. Regardless of whether they owed Luo Yunyang a favor because they were disciples of the same sect, they could never turn a blind eye to a situation like this. When Luo Yunyang saw that Zheng Rulai was about to continue attacking, he stepped in front of Zheng Rulai and said, "Let me handle this." Zheng Rulai wanted to talk Luo Yunyang out of it, but upon seeing how relaxed Luo Yunyang was, he pondered it for a moment before saying, "He is very strong. Even a Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerate isn't a match for him. Although he hasn't reached the last step, I feel that he is at least comparable to a Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate." Luo Yunyang smirked lightly. "I know that, but he is going to pay for his recklessness in a minute." As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang took out his six-dragon sun-striking bow once again. Those that had been watching the commotion and feeling emotionally stirred up while Yuan Venerate Kongjing intimidated everyone became very nervous all of a sudden. Even the likes of the 19th Prince and other Lone Ranger martialists who were determined to stay out of the commotion became very tense. Before they'd entered Boundless Sky Palace, Luo Yunyang had managed to intimidate everyone by simply drawing his bow. Now that Yuan Venerate Kongjing had come out of Boundless Sky Palace, could he deal with an arrow shot from this bow? Senior brother Kongjing, a disciple of the Dekongfan sect addressed Yuan Venerate Kongwu in an apparently hesitant tone. Although the disciple did not complete his sentence, Yuan Venerate Kongwu knew what he was implying. Yuan Venerate Kongwu hesitated for a moment before replying gravely, "Senior brother Kongjing has obtained a massive opportunity in his Boundless Sky Palace. You should know Yuan Venerate Kongjing's personality. Do you think he would do such a thing if he was unsure?" The few disciples of the Dekongfan sect smiled at the same time. They believed what Yuan Venerate Kongwu said and, of course, they also trusted Yuan Venerate Kongjing very much. However, Yuan Venerate Kongjing himself was not particularly calm. Although he had convinced his junior brothers, he found it hard to convince himself. Yuan Venerate Kongjing's cultivation had improved greatly and had even reached a point where he felt peerless. However, he also knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't an average Joe. Although Luo Yunyang had come out of the Boundless Sky Palace way before him, the six-dragon sun-strike bow in his hands. A bowstring made of a six-colored luster appeared on the frame of the stone bow at the command of Luo Yunyang. When the bowstring appeared, a six-colored arrow appeared. When the arrow was placed on the bow, everyone was immediately intimidated. Although this wasn't the first time that everyone present sensed the power of the six-colored arrow, many of them still trembled in fear. Even those that felt that their cultivation had improved greatly after they'd entered their respective boundless sky palaces felt any thoughts of wanting to challenge Luo Yunyang disappear for good. Only Yuan Venerate Kongjing was calm. He had a smile on his face while his body floated in midair with the great might sky halo around him. Whoosh! Luo Yunyang released the bowstring arrow right away, sending the six-colored arrow straight at Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Although Yuan Venerate Kongjing seemed like he wasn't concerned about Luo Yunyang's attack on the surface, he was actually really wary of Luo Yunyang. After all, he was the one who had started this. He clearly knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't an ordinary person. Although Luo Yunyang had not obtained more than him in Boundless Sky Palace, he still needed to deal with Luo Yunyang with a cool head. Great mighty dragons and mammoths shall shake the heavens. Everyone present could feel themselves shuddering when Yuan Venerate Kongjing said these words. However, that sentence was nothing compared to the move that Yuan Venerate Kongjing was about to execute next, as the great might sky halo suspended high above Yuan Venerate Kongjing began to illuminate brightly. The world around Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Kongjing turned completely golden wherever the light hit. Inside this majestic golden world, a golden dragon and a black mammoth were formed almost at the same time. Their powers were infinite, as if they were as mighty as heaven. The might of the dragon and the trunk of the mammoth struck heavily the six-colored long arrow that was developed within the golden world. However, the six-colored arrow turned black just before colliding with the mighty, earth-shaking attack. It was pitch black, as dark as night. Chapter 1175. Feudal opportunities. Those watching the crowd felt that victory was certain the moment the giant dragons and mammoths formed in the surrounding sky. Even Gen Rulai and the disciples of the Taishu sect were not confident that Luo Yunyang would emerge victorious. It seemed to them as though it would very likely be hard for him to escape entirely unscathed from this. While the six-colored arrow was full of power and might, it was unfortunately used against the wrong opponent. From the looks of it, it did not seem possible for the six-colored arrow to penetrate the golden dragons and giant mammoths that had already surrounded Yuan Venerate Kongjing. There was, however, a very strong possibility that Luo Yunyang's arrow would be destroyed by these giants. The golden dragons soared into the sky while the giant mammoths secured the land. Nothing seemed to change much, but many people realized that the six-colored arrow had disappeared. There had been no catastrophic collisions, so most people did not even realize how it had disappeared. He obviously has a death wish if he's trying to challenge senior brother Kongjing to a battle with his current level of strength. A disciple from the Dekongfan sect said snidely. Of course, the main reason he said so was because he resented Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang had not sneaked an attack and stolen his Sky Seal Jade Plate, he would have entered the Boundless Palace for sure. While he may not experience a transformation like Yuan Venerate Kongjing, he must have certainly experienced a massive increase in strength. The person behind this whole thing was Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Kongwu frowned. As much as he would have liked to see Luo Yunyang fall after the first blow, he knew that it was not that easy to deal with him. Luo Yunyang's standards shouldn't be far behind, as he had been able to single-handedly deal with all those people before Boundless Sky Palace, which had led to him acquiring a large amount of resources. Thus, he shouldn't be entirely helpless against Yuan Venerate Kongjing. However, Luo Yunyang's performance here had been very average. So average that it felt unreal. Yuan Venerate Kongwu had a bad feeling, as he couldn't believe that this display could really be that average. Yuan Venerate Kongjing, who had acquired the Great Might Sky Halo Sky La, was definitely not going to be defeated by Luo Yunyang. The majestic golden dragons and giant mammoths circling the skies and the land broke up all the distracting thoughts Yuan Venerate Kongwu had. How could the powerful Yuan Venerate Kongjing lose? The golden dragons and black mammoths continued to encircle the sky, but that was all they did. They did not make an attempt to charge over at Luo Yunyang. This continued for a while, and there was an increasingly ominous vibe amongst the disciples of the Dekongfan sect, who were waiting to see Yuan Venerate Kongjing defeat Luo Yunyang. Suddenly, a noise was heard. It sounded like a shattering glass resounding through the sky. The source of this noise were the golden dragons, the mammoths, and the great might sky halo on top of Yuan Venerate Kongjing's head. The dragons and mammoths had been shattered. The great might sky halo had been destroyed. Yuan Venerate Kongjing was livid as he glared at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. Yuan Venerate Kongwu had not seen the black arrow of light, but Yuan Venerate Kongjing had. He had even tried stopping the black arrow with his great might sky halo as it had approached him. As far as he recalled, he was sure that Luo Yunyang's black arrow could not break his Great Might Sky Halo. While the Great Might Sky Halo might have been damaged, it was still a treasure left behind by a sacred being. What he had not expected at all was that the black arrow wouldn't just have the might to break the Great Might Sky Halo, but it could even shatter the Great Might Sky Halo to bits. The Great Might Sky Halo's destruction meant that Yuan Venerate Kongjing had lost most of the loot he had acquired from Boundless Sky Palace. How could you have possibly destroyed the Great Might Sky Halo? Yuan Venerate Kongjing screamed hysterically. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Kongjing, who was going berserk, and chuckled. You aren't the only one who acquired opportunities from Boundless Sky Palace. What I have acquired seems to be stronger than what you have. Yuan Venerate Kongjing pointed at Luo Yunyang with the intention to say something in retaliation. However, he coughed out blood instead. The power of Luo Yunyang's arrow had already rushed into his body with the collapse of his Great Might Sky Halo Sky Law. While it was not enough to kill him, Yuan Venerate Kongjing had lost most of his cultivation base. Mr. Yunyang, I will represent the Dekongfan sect and concede this time, Yuan Venerate Kongwu said as he rushed forward to support the already collapsing Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Kongjing. He was about to reply when a surge of force began to envelop them. This force dispelled Luo Yunyang's thoughts of killing Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Killing Yuan Venerate Kongjing and the rest would entail a great amount of risk, so Luo Yunyang would have to ponder this hard. Boundless Taishu was about to send the rest of them out of this space. Thus, he simply didn't have any time to get a hold of Yuan Venerate Kongjing and the others and do anything to them. In that case, please remember what you just said, Luo Yunyang replied as his body was warped out of Boundless Taishu by that force. It was hard even for someone of Luo Yunyang's level to withstand this force. In a moment, he realized that he had reappeared in the vast sky sacred realm. One-armed Xuantation eyed Luo Yunyang suspiciously as he appeared. Luo Yunyang looked ridiculously strong. He had not even been that strong back when he had entered Boundless Taishu. He had initially thought of Yunyang as a good-for-nothing wastrel who only relied on his father for everything. Gen Rulai and the others arrived as well shortly, but their expressions surprised Xuantation. Gen Rulai and the 9 other core disciples who had entered Boundless Taishu were now respectfully standing behind Luo Yunyang. These actions represented the attitude the strongest core disciples of the Taishu sect had toward Luo Yunyang. Why were Gen Rulai and the rest treating Luo Yunyang like this? Was Luo Yunyang actually that exceptional? As Xuantation pondered this, he noticed Xiaofanju rushing toward a disciple from the Dekongfan sect who was collapsing. The disciple he was rushing toward was Yuan Venerate Kongjing. The Taishu sect knew Yuan Venerate Kongjing as the strongest martialist of the younger generation of the Dekongfan sect. He could even be considered equal to Gen Rulai. Had this genius been defeated by Gen Rulai? If that was truly the case, then the Taishu sect would definitely have an advantage when it came to nurturing disciples in the future. While Xuantation wondered, Xiaofanju's gaze turned to Luo Yunyang. Who would have thought that you'd be able to destroy the great dragon mammoth with just an arrow? Xiaofanju said, sounding full of contempt. Are you aware of the implications of your arrow shot? Luo Yunyang did not reply. Instead, he turned to Xuantation. While he might not lose to Xiaofanju, it would be foolish of him to engage in battle when someone as skilled as Xuantation was protecting him. As expected, Xuantation had already taken a step forward and leapt toward Luo Yunyang. Xiaofanju, I think that we should properly exchange pointers. Xiaofanju's expression darkened. While he was not afraid of Xuantation, he did not feel capable of beating him in battle. Brother Xuan, I am not trying to avenge Kongjing. According to the rules established between the two sects, the result of any battle that takes place in Boundless Taishu should be decided based on the merits of each fighter. Luo Yunyang defeated Yuan Venerate Kongjing because he was stronger. The reason I am seeking out Luo Yunyang is to ask if it was him who nearly attacked me with the 6-dragon sun-striking bow some time ago. Xiaofanju said. It was embarrassing for Xiaofanju that he had cowered in fear so much back then that he had been unable to retaliate. Staring at Luo Yunyang reminded him of the same incident that had happened to him in the past. He had previously thought he had felt this way upon finding out that Yunyang was the son of Luo Judian. However, he had been gravely mistaken. The fear and trepidation he experienced had been brought about by Luo Yunyang himself. It is not important whether it was him or not. What is important is that he is now my honorable disciple. If you were hoping to find someone to duel with, be my guest. Xuanming interrupted him without even waiting for Luo Yunyang to speak. Xiaofanju hesitated for a moment before heading back with Yuan Venerate Kongjing and the rest. Luo Yunyang looked on as Xiaofanju departed. He was ready to thank Xuanming when he felt a force drawing him out. This force wasn't very strong, but it surprised him. The suctioning force came from the human race's divine ancestor, who was summoning him. Chapter 1176. Body Clone Sky Talisman. Luo Yunyang had been given the duration of a year by the human race's divine ancestor, but it was a year in terms of time in Tianding realm. Hence, Luo Yunyang had been carefully waiting for the time to return. Now, the time had come. Although the power sent from the human race's divine ancestor now was still insufficient to open a channel for him, Luo Yunyang knew that it would not take long before the channel opened fully. The power would dissipate eventually if he chose not to leave. In the vast sky sacred realm, Luo Yunyang had seen a realm far beyond his 36 great cosmoses and had also experienced the crushing, overwhelming strength of the Taishu sect, which could destroy Tianding realm. His future would be promising if he cultivated here. However, Luo Yunyang still believed that he could leave behind everything he had and stay here forever. He had always known that a martialist should sever his ties with all insignificant things, but doing it was really not as simple as saying it. It should not harm him to stay behind in vast sacred sky realm. After all, he had Luo Judian behind him and had even become a disciple of the Taishu sect. But what if he left? Luo Yunyang did not know exactly how terrifying the being back in his own realm was. However, according to his estimations, he reckoned that the being must be at least stronger than an innate Tai Yuan Venerate. This sort of existence must have schemed for eons and would be extremely hard to stop. However, when Luo Yunyang thought of Yunxi and all the friends who had followed him for many years, he couldn't bear to see them die just like this. Ever since he had started his cultivation journey, Luo Yunyang had known that he couldn't be a truly noble person but also could not bring himself to be a selfish, vile being. Hence, his final decision was to return. While Luo Yunyang pondered this hard, Xuanming brought him and the rest away with a flick of his sleeves. Xiaofanju watched coldly as Xuanming and the others left. In the end, he said nothing else and just left with Yuan Venerate Kongjing and his fellow disciples. The 19th prince and the rest of his party were unable to accept their failure, but they still couldn't see themselves seeking revenge against Luo Yunyang after seeing the way he had fought against Yuan Venerate Kongjing. Or rather, they knew deep down that it was nearly impossible for them to become enemies with Luo Yunyang. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang and the rest arrived at the Taishu sect. Xuanming shot a glance at Luo Yunyang before saying faintly, "You'll be dismissed here." Usually, the elders would ask what they had obtained and how their cultivation had benefited from the trip. However, one-armed Xuanming wasn't interested in any of the disciples except Luo Yunyang. "Junior brother Yunyang, I'll head back to train in seclusion first. Let's talk when I'm done." Zheng Rulai greeted Luo Yunyang and left quickly. Everyone who had entered Boundless Sky Palace had improved considerably. They were now very eager to combine their gains with their cultivation techniques. However, even though they were in a hurry, they all still came one after another to say goodbye to Luo Yunyang, including Yuan Venerate Huang Yu. Although Yuan Venerate Huang Yu was not willing to get too close to Luo Yunyang, she knew that her reputation would be ruined if she did not show due respect to him. As a promising disciple of the Taishu sect, it would be almost impossible for her to rise in the future if her reputation was ruined. Luo Yunyang nodded at Yuan Venerate Huang Yu before leaving. He did not head back to train in seclusion. Instead, he returned to Luo Judian's place and spent his time playing with his son and keeping his mother and sister company for a few days. Luo Yunyang explained to them that he would be going into seclusion for a period before developing his Tao energy. Before heading to train in seclusion, it was only natural that he would relax a while. Luo Donger, who was attentive, seemed to sense something, but she did not ask about it. "Prince, His Majesty the War Emperor is asking you to make a trip over." A reserved middle-aged man with a quiet face said respectfully. The middle-aged man's cultivation was also at the peak Taichu Yuan Venerate, and he was Luo Judian's right-hand man. In the past, he had shown Luo Yunyang enough respect, but that had been just a form of courtesy. Now, he respected Luo Yunyang sincerely. This was because Luo Yunyang's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. Luo Yunyang nodded his head in acknowledgement. After sensing that the power of the human race's divine ancestor calling for him to return was getting stronger, he felt that it was time for him to have a nice discussion with his father. At the very least, he should let his father know that he was leaving. Luo Yunyang wasn't in his War Emperor palace. He was drinking tea leisurely at the foot of the mountain behind the palace. After the middle-aged man left, only Luo Yunyang and Luo Yunyang were left in this void. Luo Yunyang did not have a deep impression of his father. Although he had been old enough to remember things when his father had left, he did not know why, but his memory of Luo Yunyang was very faint. "When are you leaving?" Luo Yunyang asked suddenly. Luo Yunyang was not that surprised that Luo Yunyang could read his mind. Given Luo Yunyang's abilities, it would be a joke if he did not know that Luo Yunyang was going to leave. He hesitated for a moment before he said truthfully, "Probably today." "Have you really decided to leave?" "I am aware of the situation there. That place has been sealed off by a desolate force." Luo Yunyang put his cup down gently and said, "I felt that power as well when I left. It is not something you can fight against. Unless I am wrong, that realm is a cultivation ground for a supreme being who can at least control 3 levels of sky law. You need to be at least on par with the 12 Yuan sages to break that realm apart." Luo Yunyang also thought that the person behind the scenes had to be very formidable. His own guesses were not as precise as Luo Yunyang's, however. After mulling this over, Luo Yunyang asked, "Can you ask one of the 12 Yuan sages to subdue the person behind this? I don't have any kind of relationship with the Yuan sages. Furthermore, the 12 Yuan sages of the Taishu sect have opened their own realms. How can they have time to take care of such a small issue?" Luo Yunyang said with a hint of self-mockery. Luo Yunyang knew in his heart that there was nothing wrong with what his father had said. To him, this matter was of great importance, but to the 12 Yuan sages, it was nothing significant. It was something that could even be ignored. The birth and death of the human race in that realm had nothing to do with the 12 Yuan sages. How could they go to that realm, which they considered dead, when it had nothing to do with them? "Your best option is to stay here," Luo Yunyang said heavily. "Although my cultivation is far worse than the cultivation of the Yuan sages, our family can remain comfortable in the vast sky sacred realm as long as the Yuan sages do not interfere. It might be possible for you to kill that existence if you return, but the likelihood of that happening is incredibly minute. That's all I have to say. Stay behind." Luo Yunyang watched the solemn expression of Luo Yunyang. For a moment, he felt his father's solicitude. Although Luo Yunyang had spoken very little to him during his time there, he had to admit that his father had been watching out for him. "Father, I don't want to leave either." Luo Yunyang looked straight at Luo Yunyang and said, "But there are too many things in that realm that I cannot let go of. After all, it is impossible for me to cut off everything I have." Luo Yunyang sighed as he glanced at his son for a long while. "I knew that you wouldn't be able to let it go, but I couldn't help but hope to persuade you." After he said that, Luo Yunyang produced a piece of paper with a mysterious golden tint. Although there were no inscriptions on the piece of paper, Luo Yunyang was still shocked when he saw it. The Body Double Sky Talisman. Luo Yunyang had read about the Body Double Sky Talisman in books. According to the books he had read, one would be able to form a body double after using the Body Double Sky Talisman. Not only was that body double capable of combat, but it could even cultivate. Thus, the Body Double Sky Talisman was extremely precious. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and said, "This is not the Body Double Sky Talisman. It is the Body Clone Sky Talisman. This talisman can split your body into 2. Although that will affect your cultivation, you can recuperate from it in 10 years. Since you want to leave, let the other half of you go back. You can return through the connection between the 2 bodies if you succeed, but you will not die if you fail in the end. When your clone leaves for your realm, you can go train in seclusion." Although the Body Clone Sky Talisman was not the same as the Body Double Sky Talisman, it had to be just as precious. Luo Yunyang did not take the Body Clone Sky Talisman right away. Instead, he said heavily, "Father, this Body Clone Sky Talisman. Enough. I've already taken out the Body Clone Sky Talisman. I can't take it back even if I want to. Use your remaining time and form your clone with this Body Clone Sky Talisman properly. I don't want you to die in that hopeless realm so soon after our family reunited." Luo Yunyang gestured with the talisman in his hand and spoke resolutely. Then, he took a step and left right away. A deluge of thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind as he held the body clone sky talisman in his hand. Although he did not know where his father had obtained this body clone sky talisman, he knew that the person who had given it to his father had to be extraordinary. The price of such a supreme treasure was unimaginable. In the end, Luo Yunyang didn't ask anything else. He just carefully put the body clone sky talisman away. Since it was difficult for him to reject the offer, he would make use of the body clone sky talisman to become stronger. Chapter 1177. After a year, greetings, fellow Taoist. A Luo Yunyang dressed in green greeted and smiled at another Luo Yunyang, who was in the same exact outfit. There were two Luo Yunyangs who weren't just alike appearance-wise. This other Luo Yunyang was an exact replica. As they stood side by side, their expressions were also indistinguishable. Luo Yunyang had made a clone of himself before. His chaotic four-origin beast had been with him for years. However, no matter how much his chaotic four-origin beast changed, it was still only a clone embodiment. These two bodies felt exactly the same to Luo Yunyang. Or rather, both of them felt exactly like each other. It was as if he had split himself into two. Although the two of them had identical expressions and thoughts, this still felt very awkward to Luo Yunyang. The body clone sky talisman was indeed extraordinary. It could split a person into two directly, and there was no clear distinction between which was the primary or secondary Luo Yunyang. In other words, if the Luo Yunyang who returned to the human race died there, he would still be able to survive in the vast sky sacred realm and would not need to bear the brunt of his clone's death. He could just continue to live happily. This was, of course, very beneficial to Luo Yunyang. Without waiting further, he turned on his attribute regulator and was delighted to see the changes. Luo Yunyang 1. Power, 7,642 Speed, 7,563 Constitution, 8,214 Mind, 9,012 Bloodline, 9.8 Luo Yunyang 2. Power, 7,642 Speed, 7,563 Constitution, 8,214 Mind, 9,012 Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, Power, 7,541 Speed, 6,382 Constitution, 6,784 Mind, 7,598. After he adjusted the various attributes with the aid of his attribute regulator, his eyes lit up even more. Although the body clone sky talisman was very good, it would divide the power attributes into two and distribute them evenly between the two bodies. Ordinary martialists found dividing their power attributes into two disastrous. After all, they could not simply combine their power attributes back. A Taichu Yuan Venerate could decimate hundreds of Taishi Yuan Venerates with a snap of his finger just like this. This was exactly the reason that deterred people from using the body clone sky talisman, even though it was exceptionally precious. However, this fatal flaw was non-existent in Luo Yunyang's case. With the help of his attribute regulator, he could adjust and move his attributes between his two bodies freely and could reach a peak status in an instant. With this extra body, Luo Yunyang would have much less to worry about in the vast sky sacred realm. After he left his secondary body behind in the vast sky sacred realm, he returned to Tianding realm when the power calling him to return on the human race's divine ancestors' behalf reached its peak. Tianding realm was the sacred land of the human race, but Luo Yunyang, who came back from the vast sky sacred realm, no longer considered Tianding realm a sacred land. His respect for the human race's divine ancestor had decreased because he had come across too many Tai Yuan Venerates. Greetings, human ruler. While Luo Yunyang was checking out his surroundings, a boy approached him and greeted him respectfully. The boy was no stranger to Luo Yunyang. It was Red Moon Child. Luo Yunyang had been led by Red Moon Child to the Nine Cauldron training ground a couple of times, so he still had a rather favorable impression of it. Oh, it is Red Moon Child. Where is the divine ancestor? Luo Yunyang asked calmly. Red Moon Child with a smile. Lord Divine Ancestor is currently training in seclusion, so he is not free to meet with your majesty now. He said your majesty is free to do your thing and he will ask you to come over to talk once he is done with his seclusion. Luo Yunyang did not feel too surprised that the human race's divine ancestor was training in seclusion. After all, the human race's divine ancestor spent most of his time doing that. He already knew what had happened to the human race after he had left by using his chaotic 4-origin beast clone embodiment. Hence, he was ready to go back and plan his next steps. The being behind the scenes was even scarier than he had thought. Although he had left behind a clone in the vast sky-scared realm, Luo Yunyang still wanted to be absolutely safe. Uncle Master Luo, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky said that if you have time, would you please come to his Flowing Sky training ground to have a talk? Red Moon Child said just as Luo Yunyang was about to leave. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, Luo Yunyang scoffed to himself when he heard this title. How could he not know who this so-called Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky was? Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had become Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky. It seemed like he must have completely digested the sky-wielding crystal Luo Yunyang had given him. The second Divine Ancestor of the human race had even established his own training ground. Although Luo Yunyang did not attach much importance to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, he felt that he should still go and meet the second Tai Yuan Venerate of the human race. Since Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky is looking for me, I will go meet him now. Luo Yunyang told Red Moon Child. However, I'll need your help. I need you to lead me to the Flowing Sky training ground. Red Moon Child appeared worried when he heard that Luo Yunyang had decided to meet Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky. Your Majesty, there is a direct transportation array here that leads to the Flowing Sky training ground. Please feel free to use it, human ruler. After saying that, Red Moon Child was obviously hesitant before he whispered, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky is not what he used to be. Your Majesty should be careful when meeting him. It was obvious that Red Moon Child had steeled his resolve to say that. At the same time, he had also taken a big risk. Luo Yunyang already had some guesses about Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's situation. Thus, he immediately thanked Red Moon Child. Thank you for your advice. I know what to do. Then, he stepped forward in the direction of the transportation array. By the time he arrived at the transportation array, he had already started to adjust his attributes. The transportation array in the Nine Cauldron training ground was very useful. In an instant, Luo Yunyang had arrived at the Flowing Sky training ground. The Flowing Sky training ground was different from the Nine Cauldron training ground. It was mainly black and white. The surging pure yang energy and pure yin energy interlaced with one another, making the place feel as though it was filled with boundless vitality. Although it felt as if the Flowing Sky training ground was grand, Luo Yunyang believed that it was merely an upstart development. It seemed as though the Flowing Sky training ground had been constructed to match the Nine Cauldron training ground but was vastly lacking in foundation compared to the Nine Cauldron training hall. The set Sky Nine Cauldrons of the human race's divine ancestor wasn't something that the supreme treasures in Flowing Sky Dao Hall could compare with. Who might this newcomer be? A cold, dignified voice spoke behind Luo Yunyang before a group of soldiers in armor approached. The leader was actually a Taichu Yuan Venerate from the Dongfang family. Luo Yunyang, who did not have much of an impression of the Taichu Yuan Venerate, glanced at him and said, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky sent Red Moon Child to inform me that he would like a meeting. Didn't he let you know about it? The Yuan Venerate from the Dongfang family actually recognized Luo Yunyang the moment he arrived. After all, as the human ruler, Luo Yunyang had an extraordinary status. The human ruler had humiliated them greatly before. How could he not know Luo Yunyang? Your Majesty, even if you are the human ruler and would like to see Lord Divine Ancestor, you must first report to us before waiting for the Divine Ancestor to summon you, the Dongfang Taichu Yuan Venerate said proudly. Does your Majesty not even understand these rules? Upon seeing that the disciple from the Dongfang family had become conceited and arrogant, Luo Yunyang scoffed before saying nonchalantly. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, have you forgotten your old friend after not seeing each other for a year? A bead of perspiration appeared on the forehead of the Dongfang family Taichu Yuan Venerate, who had not expected that Luo Yunyang would speak in such a manner. Ever since his patriarch had become the Divine Ancestor, his prestige and influence had become more dignified than ever. He wouldn't dare anger his Divine Ancestor even though he was a member of the Dongfang family. Human ruler, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you that. Shut up, His Majesty is my guest. Do you think this is the place for people of your status to spout nonsense? Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said icily as he appeared in the void. Almost immediately, all the Dongfang family powerhouses knelt on the ground and said respectfully in unison, Greetings, Divine Ancestor. All of you leave us now. Next time, if you dare to be rude to the human ruler, you will head to the Starry Sky Fortress to join the war. Although Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said all this angrily, he did not punish. them. Obviously, he did not think there was anything wrong with his subordinates. Luo Yunyang watched Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky with a nonchalant attitude. However, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky had a cold expression on his face. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky was still the Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky of the past. However, ever since he had become a Divine Ancestor, he had felt a deep-rooted affliction for the humiliating agreement between him and Luo Yunyang. It was not an easy task to terminate his agreement with Luo Yunyang. In his opinion, he had become a rare commodity. Luo Yunyang would be a fool to give up their agreement. The reason he had asked Luo Yunyang to come over was, in fact, to show off his cultivation and intimidate Luo Yunyang. At the very least, he wanted to make Luo Yunyang understand that he wasn't someone he could restrict at will, even though his lone heart seal was with Luo Yunyang. In the end, they would both meet the same fate if any of them tried to back out. Yunyang, this isn't the place to talk. Let's head to my abode first. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky formed a series of seals using his hands and brought himself and Luo Yunyang to a massive cave abode in an instant. Although Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky's abode was well decorated, it was vastly inferior compared to what Luo Yunyang had seen in the vast sky sacred realm. Yunyang, how did your training in seclusion go? As Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky spoke, he released the aura of a Tai Yuan Venerate at Luo Yunyang. Chapter 1178. You made a mistake by finding me. Not parading one's successes would be akin to celebrating in the shadows. Ordinary folks had this sort of inclination, and so did Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, who had become a Tai Yuan Venerate. He had become one of the Divine Ancestors of the human race. While he could not replace his master as the number one Divine Ancestor, he had already surpassed his peers. It could be said that he was already sitting firmly in second place amongst the entire human race. Under the circumstances, he'd intended to suppress Luo Yunyang when they met. This was not only to show off, but also because Luo Yunyang possessed his lone heart seal. It was also one of his goals to intimidate Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang scoffed at the suppression shown by the other man. After gaining experience while cultivating in the vast sky sacred realm, Luo Yunyang was no longer an opponent of Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, who was merely at the bottom of the sky form Tai Yuan Venerates. Luo Yunyang quickly activated his attribute regulator and adjusted his various attributes to their peak instantly when the aura of Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky appeared and tried to stifle him. After adjusting his attributes, he said confidently, I have gained a lot since we last met and I'm at least stronger than you. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky had already placed most of his attention on Luo Yunyang after exerting pressure on him. However, his expression changed when he realized that his Tai Yuan Venerate pressure had no effect on Luo Yunyang. After all, he had paid a huge price for the opportunity to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Unfortunately, this actually had no effect on Luo Yunyang now, which Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky found hard to believe. He was a Tai Yuan Venerate. A Tai Yuan Venerate that stood alongside the human race's Divine Ancestor. How could a mighty, majestic Tai Yuan Venerate not have an advantage when facing Luo Yunyang? Since you said so, Yunyang, I shall see how much progress you have made. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, who was enraged, threw a fist at Luo Yunyang. Surging black and white auras came barreling at Luo Yunyang like two giant millstones. Luo Yunyang snickered inwardly when he saw the black and white power, and made the decision on the spot to teach Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky a huge lesson. Although he was not a Tai Yuan Venerate, a Tai Yuan Venerate wouldn't pose too big of a threat to him now. Momentarily, Luo Yunyang pointed at the black and white aura and tapped gently. This time, he executed the obliteration finger he had obtained from the Boundless Sky Palace. However, he did not execute the strongest level, which was the 5th level of this technique. Although Luo Yunyang had used his attribute regulator, his power was still a little inferior to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's power, as he was a Tai Yuan Venerate. However, there was a huge gap between Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and Luo Yunyang in terms of their ability to control sky laws. Thus, when Luo Yunyang's finger collided with the black and white aura in the void, the aura collapsed immediately all of a sudden. That wasn't all. Cracks also started to develop on Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky's palm. These cracks spread along Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky's palm and even reached his face. If Luo Yunyang had not merely executed the 7th level of the Sky Law, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky's body would have shattered right away. Besides being terrified, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky felt that the entire situation was unbelievable and could only gawk at Luo Yunyang in fear. How is this possible? How is this possible? Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky stared blankly at Luo Yunyang and said in a frenzy, how can you be stronger than me? I am a Tai Yuan Venerate. I am a Tai Yuan Venerate that controls the sky laws. Luo Yunyang did not take further action against Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, nor did he say anything. He knew that what Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky needed now was to calm down, as he had just suffered a setback. However, as a Tai Yuan Venerate, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky was already very calm. He managed to calm down after a minute or so and quickly activated his cultivation, wanting to expel the nomological law forces acting on his body quickly. Unfortunately, the power of the obliteration great path nomological law Luo Yunyang had sent into his body was too difficult to remove. After making a huge effort, his attempt proved to be futile. Did you give me the sky-weeding crystal because you have been plotting against me for a long time? After taking a deep breath, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky glared at Luo Yunyang and asked him this question. Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and a massive seat appeared beside him. He sat down casually and said, you should have known that yourself. If you hadn't given me your lone heart seal, I wouldn't have given you the sky-wielding crystal. As for the reason I am stronger, Luo Yunyang glared at Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky icily before adding faintly, that's because you are too weak, not because I'm hiding something. Too weak. These two words were like sledgehammers smashing Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky viciously. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky had been a high and mighty figure that overlooked everyone for a long time, as he was the first disciple of the human race's Divine Ancestor. Now, he was actually considered weak after becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky finally calmed down after drawing a deep breath. He suddenly realized that his scheme had turned into a mere joke in the face of Luo Yunyang's overwhelming strength. At first, he had thought that even though Luo Yunyang possessed his lone heart seal, he should still be able to retaliate against Luo Yunyang with his superior strength and make the two of them equals. The improvement of his cultivation would make Luo Yunyang more tolerant of him, which would in turn make him the true superior person between the two of them. Unfortunately, he had been beaten into a sorry state right after making his first move. Your Majesty, I have to admit that you are the strongest genius I have seen in many years. I am not better than you. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky finally said after calming down. Luo Yunyang glanced at Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, whose position had been completely reversed, and said with a smile, Divine Ancestor, you are flattering me. The rest can address me as a Divine Ancestor, but I hope your Majesty can give me some face. In front of you, how can I be worthy of being addressed as a Divine Ancestor? Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said with self-mockery. I just disgraced myself. Luo Yunyang didn't stay on the same topic. After chatting with Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky about what had happened during his absence and the overall situation regarding the human race, he turned and left. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky escorted Luo Yunyang out of his palace and quickly returned to his cave abode. Although he had acted like a gentleman in front of Luo Yunyang, he now had a brutal look on his face. In an instant, everything within his palace was turned into ashes. After flying into a rage out of humiliation, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky slowly calmed down upon venting his intense anger. He pondered to himself for a while and then sent a letter to the human race's Divine Ancestor. Naturally, the letter was about Luo Yunyang's strength. Luo Yunyang did not care about what Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky was doing. After he left the cave abode, he flew straight ahead to his own imperial palace. The imperial palace was still full of people. After seeing Luo Yunyang return, his clone embodiment, which guarded over the imperial palace, hurriedly came over to welcome him. As the two bodies merged into one, Luo Yunyang felt as if he had never left the imperial palace. The forces of the imperial palace had undergone a significant improvement in the past year. However, Luo Yunyang had expected this improvement and was rather disappointed that there had been no massive leap in their improvement. After his father had estimated the cultivation level of the being in the shadows, although the human race seemed very powerful now and could sweep aside opponents such as the mysterious underworld race, Luo Yunyang still felt that this wasn't good enough. No, it was far from enough. His own strength was only part of the puzzle and, more importantly, Luo Yunyang felt that he should nurture some Tai Yuan Venerates himself. In this realm, those that wanted to become Tai Yuan Venerates had to obtain the sky-wielding crystal. However, After reading numerous ancient books and records in the Taishu sect and especially after comprehending the obliteration finger in Boundless Sky Palace, Luo Yunyang had discovered that this restriction was an intentional attempt by someone who wanted to lead the human race cultivation path in the wrong direction. This misleading guide was planted right at the beginning of a martialist's cultivation. The human race had produced countless geniuses throughout numerous great eras, but those geniuses only ended up losing. Luo Yunyang would have fallen into this plight if he hadn't entered the vast sky sacred realm. Although he might not necessarily have been unable to break through his cultivation forever, he would definitely have been a lot weaker than he was now even if he'd managed to break through. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Da Qian master and the rest greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully. However, they looked keener to ask questions. Luo Yunyang, who was the human ruler, had summoned them anxiously. Could something have happened? Luo Yunyang looked at the Da Qian master and the others. "I have called you here because there is something I need you to do. Da Qian Hall, send a decree down immediately, saying that I'm imparting the cultivation path to attain the Tai Yuan Venerate. Anyone who is willing to be my disciple can enter the imperial palace and listen to my teachings in 10 days. The Da Qian master was stupefied, and so were the Zanpin Sacred Hall master and the rest. After they exchanged a glance with one another, the Da Qian master spoke out again. "I believe that many people in this realm would be willing to become your disciples if you're going to impart the cultivation path to become a Tai Yuan Venerate, Your Majesty." The Da Qian master phrased this in a very indirect manner, as he was reminding Luo Yunyang that there was something wrong with his words. He should be imparting the way to become a Taichu Yuan Venerate. "Da Qian master, I am talking about imparting the path to become a Tai Yuan Venerate." Luo Yunyang glanced at the Da Qian Hall master and spoke seriously. Chapter 1179, Is This For Real? The human ruler was imparting the cultivation path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. As soon as the news came out, the Riternese and Taichu Yuan Venerates in Tianding realm were stunned and dumbfounded. How difficult was it to become a Tai Yuan Venerate? Those half-step Tai Yuan Venerates would know best. 5 of the 6 joint heavenly emperors had been cultivating hard for years to become Tai Yuan Venerates. However, they were still only half-step Tai Yuan Venerates. Only Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, or rather, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, had managed to become a Tai Yuan Venerate after obtaining Luo Yunyang's sky-wielding crystal. If anyone were to feel upset about Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate, it would be his fellow disciples, who were the remaining 5 heavenly emperors. This was rather rational. Most people would be more envious and jealous of the sudden rise of someone close to them rather than the success of a stranger. Although Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky had maintained a low profile since becoming a Divine Ancestor and had not shown off too much in front of his fellow disciples, the gap between them still upset them very much. Most of them had regretted not offering more to Luo Yunyang for the sky-wielding crystal. Now, even if they wanted to come up with an offer that Luo Yunyang could not refuse, it would still be extremely hard to find a sky-wielding crystal. The human ruler is imparting the path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. Has he gone crazy? Even our master did not offer to impart the path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate before. The Southwest Heavenly Emperor said in disdain. In the Southwest Heavenly Ruler's opinion, only their master, the human race's divine ancestor, was qualified to impart the path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. Even Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky, who had become a Tai Yuan Venerate, was not qualified to teach the path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. He had just become a Tai Yuan Venerate and did not understand much, so how could he be qualified to teach others? The mysterious water heavenly ruler scoffed, "Senior brother, you're right. I think the human ruler really does not know his limits. How dare he make such daring claims? Could he think that the path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate is so simple?" The mysterious water heavenly ruler resented Luo Yunyang very much. He would have been destined to become a Tai Yuan Venerate if Luo Yunyang had not handed the sky-wielding crystal to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and allowed Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Now, Luo Yunyang was actually going to impart the path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. It was really, "Senior brothers, I think we should still believe some of the words of the human ruler. After all, he is the human ruler," said the Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler before he added in all seriousness, he definitely would not jeopardize his reputation by making a joke out of this if he wasn't sure. The words of the Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler calmed the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler instantly. They weren't ordinary beings. The reason they had not believed Luo Yunyang's words initially was because they resented Luo Yunyang. They also believed that becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate was too difficult. However, after hearing what the Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler said, they also felt that Luo Yunyang would never jeopardize his reputation by making such a joke. While Luo Yunyang's status was not as reputable as the human race's divine ancestor, he was not inferior at all compared to a divine ancestor like Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky. How could such a person jeopardize his reputation by spouting nonsense? Momentarily, they all started to have a thought that they had not believed initially. Could Luo Yunyang indeed possess some sort of technique to make someone a Tai Yuan Venerate? If he did, they couldn't miss this opportunity. We will go see if it's true or not for ourselves. If Luo Yunyang is talking nonsense, we will leave. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler had originally wanted to say that he would teach Luo Yunyang a lesson, but he eventually swallowed what he had been about to say when he recalled how Luo Yunyang had fought against the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. Luo Yunyang's cultivation was definitely way higher than theirs, as he had been able to defeat the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler and take his supreme treasure. Wouldn't he become a laughing stock if he tried to teach Luo Yunyang a lesson? Senior brother is right, we'll just go listen to what he says. Although the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler felt that Luo Yunyang was most likely lying, he still decided to go and listen for himself. There was nothing wrong with going to listen, but he would lose too much if he really missed the chance to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. On the Flowing Sky training ground, martialists from the Dongfang family had reported the decree issued by Luo Yunyang to Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky very quickly. Although Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky had suffered a significant setback against Luo Yunyang previously, he still held on to his pride as a Divine Ancestor. He glanced at the juniors and said casually, "What do you think of this?" "Divine Ancestor, I think that this is just nonsense. The human ruler is probably just campaigning for himself. The human ruler would have already become a Tai Yuan Venerate if it was so easy to become one. He would not have been a Taichu Yuan Venerate like he is now," the Taichu Yuan Venerate of the Dongfang family said respectfully. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky nodded. "I know how hard it is to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang must be delusional if he's using such excuses to accept disciples. This is simply ridiculous. You guys don't have to pay attention to him." Although the Taichu Yuan Venerates of the Dongfang family wanted very much to see what Luo Yunyang was advertising, they did not dare say anything after hearing what their patriarch said. However, there was still a hint of regret in their hearts. The martialists of the Dongfang family aside, most of the interest generated by what Luo Yunyang had said still came from the returning martialists. Their purpose for coming back from their doomed great eras was to find opportunities. They did not just want to become Tai Yuan Venerates. They also wanted to contribute to stopping the impending calamity that the human race was going to face. However, they would prefer to get the opportunity to become Tai Yuan Venerates more than contributing to fight in the impending war. Unfortunately, it was not easy to obtain the opportunity to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Although I admire the human ruler, I don't think that he really has a method that can help us become Tai Yuan Venerates, a man with a towering golden body said doubtfully. Even though the white-silver deity, who stood beside him, did not say anything, the disgust on his face was a clear indication of what he thought. He did not believe that Luo Yunyang had such a method either. Standing beside the two men was the Bronze Monarch. Although the Bronze Monarch had an extra scar on his face, it made him look more frightening than ever. I admire the human ruler very much, but I don't think he has this kind of ability. After all, we all know what sort of process is required to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. The Bronze Monarch's words immediately calmed the powerhouses that had been discussing amongst themselves. They knew very well how the elders of their respective great eras became Tai Yuan Venerates. It was really difficult to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. There was simply no way for one to become a Tai Yuan Venerate unless one had the sky-wielding crystal. The human ruler is not a liar. A powerhouse with 12 pairs of black wings said softly. It seemed as though what he'd said was indeed a fact, so his words made everyone present look more solemn than ever. Let's go and hear what he says. We'll know if we can become Tai Yuan Venerates then, won't we? The man with the 12 pairs of black wings spoke again. But the human ruler said that you must become his disciple if you want to learn this path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. Are we really going to become his disciples? The white-silver deity snapped arrogantly. The golden deity and the white-silver deity were known for their pride. In their opinion, it was simply impossible for them to become disciples of Luo Yunyang. While the rest continued to share their opinions, Yuanzi strolled over to join the discussion. Although the powerhouses present were very lofty and proud, they all stood up hurriedly when they saw Yuanzi. Even the golden deity and the white-silver deity bowed respectfully before Yuanzi and said, "Greetings, Brother Yuan." The reason Yuanzi could intimidate those powerhouses wasn't because of his status but because he was the strongest returnee. A fist spoke louder than words. When those powerhouses greeted him, he acknowledged them casually and said, "There's no need for formalities, everyone. Brother Yuan, what do you think of the human ruler saying that he can impart the path to becoming a Tai Yuan venerate Yuan?" The golden deity was the first to ask Yuanzi a question. "I'll go and listen," Yuanzi said firmly. "After all, the human ruler is one of the few people that I respect in this great era." It was not easy to be respected by Yuanzi. Although Yuanzi was an extremely easygoing person on the surface, almost everyone who came into contact with him knew how proud he was. Even divine ancestor Flowing Sky, who had just become a Tai Yuan venerate, had been rejected when he had tried to make Yuanzi his subordinate. Although divine ancestor Flowing Sky had been very upset about this, he had eventually let the matter rest because he was wary of Yuanzi. This alone was enough to prove how proud Yuanzi was. "Brother Yuan, could you really think that the human ruler has a method to become a Tai Yuan venerate and is willing to share it with us?" The bronze monarch asked doubtfully. "You can choose not to go." Yuanzi smirked as he remarked nonchalantly. The body of the bronze monarch was completely bronze, so nobody could see that his expression had changed. However, he was rather upset about being brushed off so rudely by Yuanzi. "Then, we shall wait and see. I'll be waiting to hear that Brother Yuan has become a Tai Yuan venerate," the bronze monarch said in disdain. Chapter 1180. The training ground of Donglu Town. Countless human race martialists at once flocked to hear the human race's divine ancestor speak about his views on cultivation. Luo Yunyang had not attended the session previously, as he had been in the vast sky sacred realm. However, all sorts of martialists, including Yuanzi, the returning martialists, and those from Tianding realm, quickly gathered to listen. Luo Yunyang would be talking about the cultivation path of a Tai Yuan venerate, so this became the subject of discussion amongst many people. In the blink of an eye, the day came. Even though he was the human ruler, Luo Yunyang had not chosen to give his lecture in his imperial palace. This wasn't because the palace was not spacious enough, but because he felt that the vibe was just not appropriate for a lecture like this. The place he chose instead was a small school in Donglu Town, located in the heartland of the Da Alliance. His choice of location surprised many people. Where on earth was Donglu Town? Nobody had even heard of the Da Alliance. Even most people in the Divine Union and the areas around it had never heard of such a place. It was not a famous mountain, nor a victorious battleground or sacred land. Instead, it was a small school. The human ruler's choice of venue was indeed this. "This is the Da Alliance." A young man scorned in disbelief. His cultivation level was at the peak Taichu Yuan venerate, and he was strong enough to destroy the chosen venue just by shuffling his feet. However, he would certainly never do that because he was afraid. This place was human ruler Luo Yunyang's venue of choice after all. On the other hand, he was just someone in the crowd and he could not afford to offend the human ruler here. "Brother Mingxin, I heard that this is the place where the human ruler rose to power." His companion, who was a dark-skinned man, said. The Yuan venerate, who was also known as Mingxin, had a deep level of respect for his companion. While they were travel companions, the cultivation level of this dark-skinned man was much higher than his own. The difference between their standards was just too great. Although Mingxin could be touted as a genius amongst geniuses, he still felt massive respect for this companion of his. Did the human ruler really rise to power in this place? He asked with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. From Mingxin's point of view, the strongest person in the human race right now was the human race's divine ancestor, followed by the human ruler. While divine ancestor Flowing Sky was also a Tai Yuan venerate, he definitely could not be compared to the human ruler. At the very least, deep down, Yuan venerate Mingxin respected the human ruler more than divine ancestor Flowing Sky. That is absolutely correct. The human ruler rose to prominence in this place. Although the spiritual influence of this place is weak, it helps because it draws the best of the best out of this environment, the dark-skinned man replied with a smile. The two men quickly headed for Donglu town as they were speaking. In the small province of Donglu town, a crowd of people was quickly gathering. Someone quickly came forward and welcomed the duo. "I would like to check why the two of you are here." The martialist who had approached them had a nebula-grade cultivation base. This level of cultivation was completely insignificant to the two men. However, they did not dare behave pompously when they saw the statue standing tall in the middle of this small town. After all, this was the place where the human ruler had first risen. They had seen firsthand how the human ruler had challenged the supreme incarcerate ruler to battle. While they were unsure whether the human ruler had actually broken through to the Tai Yuan Venerate, they had seen his cultivation level back then. They knew for certain that they were no match for Luo Yunyang. Hence, they had no choice but to abide by the rules. "We are here to listen to the human ruler's talk," Yuan Venerate Mingxin replied with a friendly smile. While he was only a nebula-grade martialist, the man attending to the duo still confidently and respectfully ushered the two of them into a modern-looking school. Upon entering the school, Yuan Venerate Mingxin saw a few familiar faces, including the Golden Deity and Yuan Zi. Although most of them were visitors and people were trying to unite amongst the returnees, Yuan Venerate Mingxin knew very well that there were differences between them. The most obvious of these differences was the difference in their cultivation levels. "Brother Tai, it is indeed crowded. Looks like the lecture of the human ruler has attracted many Taichu Yuan Venerates as well," Yuan Venerate Mingxin said with a faint lament. The human ruler's scope of influence cannot be matched by many people. The dark-skinned man nodded in agreement. But with so many people listening, the pressure. The dark-skinned man trailed off. Although he did not finish his sentence, it was obvious that if Luo Yunyang did not have anything significant to say about the cultivation path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate, then he would surely become a laughing stock. Luo Yunyang's prestige and reputation were also on the line. Thousands of floor mats had been laid across the school field. Yuan Venerate Mingxin realized that there was not enough space for any other mats in the space they were assigned to and decided to remain standing with the dark-skinned man. Around them were martialists of Taichu Yuan standards, and they were familiar with quite a number of them. "Look, the mysterious water heavenly ruler is here," someone shouted in surprise. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was accompanied by 5 of the 6 heavenly rulers. All of them were half-step Tai Yuan Venerates and direct disciples of the human race's divine ancestor. Hence, they were allocated the mats at the forefront of the field. 5 of the 6 heavenly rulers have come. This is like the time when the human race's divine ancestor shared his views. Mingxin exclaimed, "Here comes another divine ancestor." The dark-skinned martialist spoke up. Yuan Venerate Mingxin felt a wave of pressure as a dazzling array of black and white lights burst into the sky nearby. Yuan Venerate Mingxin felt his eyes get slightly blinded under the influence of this force. He was a really broad-minded person, but witnessing the current situation made him feel even less respect for divine ancestor flowing sky. Looks like this lecture won't be finished so easily. The divine ancestor can substitute for him as well, the dark-skinned man said with a hint of mockery. However, everyone around him could tell that this wasn't really what he meant. "Our respects, senior brother." The 5 other heavenly rulers rose up to greet divine ancestor flowing sky. "My fellow junior brothers, please dispense with the formalities. I am also here to listen to what the human ruler has to say about the cultivation path of a Tai Yuan Venerate," divine ancestor flowing sky said as he gestured for them to sit. "While I may have already become a Tai Yuan Venerate, what I know regarding the laws and path of a Tai Yuan Venerate is merely the tip of the iceberg. I hope that this will be a fruitful trip that will help me deepen my knowledge." Divine ancestor flowing sky's voice was loud and crisp. Even the Flame Emperor and the others also clearly heard what was said. Right now, the people who were the most loyal and faithful to Luo Yunyang were probably the Flame Emperor and the human tribe of the Da Alliance. It could be said that they owed everything they were enjoying right now to Luo Yunyang. If they wanted to carry on enjoying life as it was, then they certainly had to keep Luo Yunyang as their closest backer. While divine ancestor flowing sky looked as though he was yearning to learn, his actual purpose was to ruin the session. Although Luo Yunyang had never once disappointed them, this was a golden chance, as the place was now filled with countless top-grade martialists who were there to hear him out. One wrong move and his many years of hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. Just as the Flame Emperor and the others started worrying, a loud chime echoed throughout the sky and Luo Yunyang arrived. There was nothing grand or spectacular about his arrival, with the exception of his gradual descent from the sky. Everyone, today, I will be sharing a little insight into how I managed to break through and become a Tai Yuan Venerate. I hope that everyone can listen carefully to the cultivation technique I will be explaining, Luo Yunyang said as he addressed the crowd. Yuan Venerate Mingxin had always felt a high level of respect for Luo Yunyang, especially since he had rescued the human race from an imminent crisis. However, hearing Luo Yunyang's first sentence made him feel as if he might have misjudged Luo Yunyang's character previously. Luo Yunyang was simply too. Wasn't this absurd? Who did he think he was to actually make everybody present carefully understand his cultivation method? Did he not realize that everyone was a genius in their individual world? The cultivation techniques that everyone used were simply the best that their eras had to offer. No matter how strong he was, he should still have mentioned that everybody needed to learn from each other, rather than try to lecture everybody in this manner. Still, he kept his cool and continued listening. There is no point in listening to the insight of the human ruler. I thought he was going to exchange pointers with us. Who would have thought that he wanted to impart to us his cultivation method? The mysterious water heavenly ruler said as he got up. No, your cultivation is just too sophisticated for me to learn your cultivation technique. Please pardon me, farewell. The mysterious water heavenly ruler turned and left after saying that. Many people from Tianding realm also decided to leave upon seeing the mysterious water heavenly ruler take his leave. Nothing had even happened, yet the session had been ruined. Chapter 1181, Resentment. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was full of resentment for Luo Yunyang. Even the significant contributions made by Luo Yunyang to the human race and Tianding realm were not enough to stop the mysterious water heavenly ruler from hating him. The reason for his hatred was that Luo Yunyang had bestowed the sky-wielding crystal unto Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky rather than him previously. Seeing Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky advance and become divine ancestor Flowing Sky had further cemented his hatred for Luo Yunyang. That was why he was bent on making things difficult for Luo Yunyang during the speech. His opportunity came when he heard Luo Yunyang's opening sentence. He was going to use his strongest move to get to him. Human ruler, we are not sophisticated enough for this talk either. Farewell. A few other Taichu Yuan Venerates who were followers of the mysterious water heavenly ruler stood up and left as well. A number of Taichu Yuan Venerates from major families of the Tianding realm followed them. While they had never been given explicit instructions by the elders of their families, the words of the mysterious water heavenly ruler represented their own clans' decisions. Naturally, they would leave with the mysterious water heavenly ruler. They were not going to listen. Luo Yunyang watched the mysterious water heavenly ruler depart with an indifferent look in his eyes. It was laughable that people were openly indicating their disinterest in the topic when he was going to impart everything he had learned from the vast sky sacred realm at no cost. Anyone else who wishes to leave with the mysterious water heavenly ruler may do so right now. Luo Yunyang said callously as he watched the leaving martialists, who seemed as though they were going to break into laughter. The southwest heavenly ruler and his followers stood up as well. While he may have been interested in Luo Yunyang's insight, he felt that his ties to the mysterious water heavenly ruler were more important. Farewell, human ruler. The actions of the 5 heavenly rulers seemed to dictate the actions of the entire Tianding realm. Even some of the Taichu Yuan Venerates of the Dongfang family started getting up. The families of the 6 heavenly rulers of Tianding realm were connected by marriage. Many of these ties and connections were thus often stronger than even family relations. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky remained seated and calm. He was not going to say anything. The argument between Luo Yunyang and his younger brothers was a show one had to watch. It did not matter who won or lost. Everyone. How can someone who never became a Tai Yuan Venerate even attempt to speak about the cultivation path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate? Instead of staying here and sitting like his students, why don't you follow me and gather in the better world, where we ourselves will forge our own path to the Tai Yuan Venerate? The mysterious water heavenly ruler asked the martialists present just before departing. The words of the mysterious water heavenly ruler roused many hearts. After all, one of the 6 heavenly rulers was already a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Although one had to rely on a sky-wielding crystal to become a Tai Yuan Venerate, they felt that getting insight from the 6 joined heavenly rulers was an equally rare opportunity. In an instant, 1/3 of the returning martialists present stood up as well. The Southwest Heavenly Emperor kept his eyes on Luo Yunyang and noticed that Luo Yunyang was exceptionally calm. It seemed as though everything unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Luo Yunyang did not seem to care about the mysterious water heavenly ruler stirring trouble, nor did he care about the increasing number of martialists who were leaving. His actions puzzled the Southwest Heavenly Emperor. Did Luo Yunyang really have a way to become a Tai Yuan Venerate? The number of Taichu Yuan Venerates was down by half, and just a few moments after, the total number of Taichu Yuan Venerates was down to 1/3 of the original number. While Luo Yunyang showed no anxiety, the Daqian Hall Master's expression was fluctuating. He was unyieldingly loyal to Luo Yunyang. However, he felt greatly for Luo Yunyang when he saw the poor response to him. Unfortunately, he was limited by his cultivation base and was unable to do anything. The Flame Emperor and Lu Qubing were extremely close to Luo Yunyang. "Yunyang, should we make any changes given the current situation?" the Flame Emperor asked as he observed the situation. "It is all right, let those who want to stay do so. Those who want to leave may do so as well," Luo Yunyang said while looking at the Taichu Yuan Venerates who were leaving. Although the Flame Emperor wanted to give him further advice, he realized that it did not seem like the best time to do so. Eventually, the crowd was reduced to less than 1/3 of the original crowd and the remaining people were sparsely seated all over the field. Leaving this place will be their greatest regret. The remainder of you who chose to stay will find out eventually that this is the best choice you have ever made in your life, Luo Yunyang said, addressing the remaining people. The Flame Emperor really wanted to advise Luo Yunyang against addressing these people so politely when he heard this. However, he had no idea why Luo Yunyang was so polite. Later, he was going to share how he had managed to acquire the cultivation path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate in the vast sky sacred realm. These cultivation techniques were not readily accessible at any moment. However, to help combat the impending calamity the human race would face, Luo Yunyang had been kind enough to provide these cultivation techniques for free. The Flame Emperor would not have done the same in Luo Yunyang's shoes or asked him to do the same. Luo Yunyang had given everyone the opportunity to stay and the freedom to leave if they wanted to. Nobody else left the field, as all those who considered Luo Yunyang a fraudulent cheater had already left. Those who remained sincerely believed in what he had to say. The Flame Emperor felt a sense of relief after seeing that nobody else intended to leave. Enough with the chit-chat. It is not early anymore. Let us start from the beginning, Luo Yunyang said. The Tai Yuan Venerate is a blockade that stops countless talented people from advancing. From this aspect, it seems as though one can only become a Tai Yuan Venerate by using the sky-wielding crystal. However, I would like to add that the sky-wielding crystal is not a good treasure. If you just rely on it alone to become a Tai Yuan Venerate, you will have to pay a heavy price. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky started to look uncomfortable. He was the only one amongst the crowd who was a Tai Yuan Venerate. Furthermore, he had relied on the sky-wielding crystal bestowed by Luo Yunyang to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Although he was uncomfortable, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky kept this to himself and said nothing. After all, he had his own worries about Luo Yunyang's current cultivation base. How should we become Tai Yuan Venerates without relying on the sky-wielding crystal? By using our cultivation bases, of course. That is the wrong turn that is preventing many geniuses just like you from breaking through. Or rather, one could say that all of us have taken the wrong turn right from the beginning of our cultivation journey. When we make such a mistake, how should we? The Taichu Yuan Venerates who were listening had solemn looks on their faces. Some people even began to activate their own methods as Luo Yunyang pointed out their mistakes. As unbelievable as Luo Yunyang's words were, the martialists at the Taichu Yuan Venerate were all smart people. After analyzing and digesting what he had said, they fully agreed with him. Yuan Zi had the best aptitude and foundation among them. Thus, he understood best what Luo Yunyang was saying. However, he was using his might to suppress and prevent a breakthrough. It wasn't just Yuan Zi. Even the Golden Deity was suppressing his cultivation. Although they wanted to break through, they knew very well that it would not be the best choice for them to immediately go for a breakthrough. The faster they broke through, the less they would absorb Luo Yunyang's speech, which would cause their future developments to be stunted as well. Yuan Zi and the rest were able to resist the temptation. However, when Luo Yunyang reached the part about the finest cultivation techniques he had acquired in the vast sky sacred realm, some martialists could not withstand the temptation any further. One of them was Yuan Venerate Mingxin. Ha ha ha, I understand, I finally understand, Yuan Venerate Mingxin shouted gleefully as a sky law rushed up from within him and enveloped the boundless sky and land. He was a Tai Yuan Venerate. He was floating in the sky above now that he had finally attained the Tai Yuan Venerate and could destroy the sky around him if he wanted to. The energy exuded from Yuan Venerate Mingxin made Yuan Venerate flowing sky extremely uncomfortable. Although he too fully understood the speech given by Luo Yunyang, he was greatly limited by the sky-wielding crystal he had used previously. Upon seeing someone so insignificant surpass him in just a moment, Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky felt very depressed. As soon as Yuan Venerate Mingxin shouted, 7 to 8 more Taichu Yuan Venerates screamed out loud joyously as well. Although they were also aware of the consequences of breaking through so quickly, they could not resist the temptation of advancing straight from the Taichu Yuan Venerate to the Tai Yuan Venerate. This breakthrough caused them to improve their cultivation vastly and even allowed them to control major laws and develop their nature. Millions and millions of miles away in Tianding Realm, the mysterious water heavenly ruler and a few of the best martialists who had followed him were busy trying to find ways to break through and become Tai Yuan Venerates. Each of them had their own understanding of things, which made their exchange of pointers easy and beneficial for everyone. However, it was just impossible for them to become Tai Yuan Venerates. While the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest were talking, they sensed a boundless aura. It was the aura of a Tai Yuan Venerate. Had somebody become a Tai Yuan Venerate, that should be the aura of Senior Brother Flowing Sky. Other than him, the mysterious water heavenly ruler laughed as he spoke. While they were laughing and chatting, new auras began popping out. Chapter 1182. We have no relationship. In the Nine Cauldron training ground of Tianding Realm, the human race's divine ancestor was deep in meditation with a large circular bowl in front of him. The circular bowl was black and did not change form regardless of the methods the human race's divine ancestor used. The human race's divine ancestor opened his eyes in disbelief as he made half a hand sign. 6 Tai Yuan Venerates. No, 8 Tai Yuan Venerates. How is that possible? As the only Tai Yuan Venerate of the human race for a long time, the divine ancestor knew fully well the difficulties of becoming one. Even though this was the human race's last great era and the training methodologies and efficiency of the human race were at an all-time high, there would at most only be 7 Tai Yuan Venerates according to his estimations. Therefore, while there were plenty of outstanding geniuses in the human race's divine ancestor had only accepted 7 disciples. However, he did not know the definite date when they could advance to the Tai Yuan Venerate. The only thing he could do was wait. Now, there were suddenly 8 Tai Yuan Venerates. What exactly was going on? Just as the human race's divine ancestor was about to check things out, the developments surprised him even more. The number of Tai Yuan Venerates had increased from 8 to 10. How was this possible? The seemingly always calm and unperturbed human race's divine ancestor could not sit still any longer. He wanted to find out what exactly was going on. In a flash, the human race's divine ancestor had arrived in the divine union void. The spiritual influence of that place was extremely low. Although many people had tried to improve the environment of this region, it still seemed shoddy to the divine ancestor. Given his current status, this was a place he would never visit. If his spiritual consciousness had not sensed something different, he would never have made a trip down there. Whoosh, shoosh, shoosh. The familiar sound of breakthroughs came from afar. He immediately felt his 5 disciples making a mad rush toward the area. The disciples, who used to be poised and composed, were now activating all the cultivation techniques they knew to get there as quickly as they could. They were pushing so hard that it seemed as though something was chasing them and stopping would only result in serious consequences. Junior Brother Mysterious Water, this is all your fault. If it weren't for your unhelpful comments, we would have sat there to listen and would very likely have been one of those who ascended to the Tai Yuan Venerate. Heavenly Ruler Scarlet Fire cussed angrily. Speed had never been the forte of the mysterious water Heavenly Ruler, and he was currently lagging behind as the other 5 rushed over. The mysterious water Heavenly Ruler was feeling particularly vexed, as he felt that he was going to be blamed for missing out on that opportunity. The opportunity to become a Tai Yuan Venerate had been lost. Just thinking about it made his heart ache, as they had been struggling so long to become Tai Yuan Venerates. However, just as they had been so close to success, they had thrown away an opportunity to achieve it. Even thinking about it made him feel extremely depressed, or extremely angry. Senior Brother, the choice not to listen to Luo Yunyang's speech was mine alone. When did I ask you to leave? The mysterious water heavenly ruler retorted angrily. As one of the heavenly rulers, can't you make your own judgment instead of following your junior brother around? In the past, the mysterious water heavenly ruler used to give in to scarlet fire heavenly ruler during their disputes. However, missing out on the opportunity to become Tai Yuan venerates was just too much of an issue, and the mysterious water heavenly ruler just did not want to be responsible for it. While they were speaking, yet another wave of sky laws of new Tai Yuan venerates enveloped the area. This energy infuriated the scarlet fire heavenly ruler even more. What did you say? I meant that if your incessant and redundant words had not influenced us to leave with you, we would all have become Tai Yuan venerates by now. The scarlet fire heavenly ruler said scornfully. The southwest heavenly ruler, as well as everyone else who was heading with them to Donglu town, would have pulled the two of them apart by now if this had happened in the past. They were fellow disciples, so nothing good would come out of a dispute between any of them. However, nobody was willing to step in to break up the dispute between them. The southwest heavenly rulers and everyone else's priority right now was to go and listen to Luo Yunyang's insight to become Tai Yuan venerates. Anything else could wait. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was not a person who enjoyed suffering. He glared at the southwest heavenly ruler and others, including his juniors, who were making a mad dash back to where they had come from. In any case, this animosity between the two of them would have to wait. Given their speed, it was easy for them to get to Donglu town, so they were there in just a jiffy. There was no chaos or any special changes to the environment in the area. While they were unable to hear any insight, the various energies emitted from the sky laws filled the whole place with immense pressure. Even the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest were filled with trepidation while standing on the outskirts of Donglu town, even though they were already half-step Tai Yuan venerates. They found it hard to even keep their composure. What can I do for you all? A nebula grade martialist asked as he hurriedly went forward to attend to the group. This nebula grader was completely insignificant compared to the likes of the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest. In the past, they would have obliterated this man instantly. However, they could not do the same right now because they needed to listen to what Luo Yunyang had to say. We are here to listen to the insight into the path of becoming a Tai Yuan venerate. Will you move aside? I am the mysterious water heavenly ruler. The nebula grade martialist who was guarding the entrance knew very well the difference in standards between him and the mysterious water heavenly ruler. However, as a disciple of the Da Alliance, he knew that he could only trust Luo Yunyang. I am sorry, but the human ruler has requested that nobody enters Donglu town until the talk is over. These words made the mysterious water heavenly ruler fidgety. Nobody had dared to speak to him in this manner ever since he had been accepted as a disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. Who would have thought that a mere nebula grade martialist would be blocking his way to advancement now? The very thought of this infuriated him. I will pulverize you if you do not let me in right now. Don't you believe me? The mysterious water heavenly ruler shouted in outrage. Heavenly ruler, I know that you have the means to kill me if you want to, but I would like to remind you that you are in Donglu town. The nebula grader replied anxiously. The human ruler is currently sharing his insight. If you dare cause trouble here, I am sure that he will not take this lying down. The mysterious water heavenly ruler's face darkened. If this place wasn't Donglu town, he would have instantly pulverized this insignificant being. However, he was helpless against this despotic, insignificant being. As the mysterious water heavenly ruler made a mental note of this person's features to take it out on him one day, the southwest heavenly ruler spoke. Could we please trouble you to inform the human ruler that we have arrived? I believe that the human ruler would grant us access. Young brother, you should be aware of our status. Even if you cannot make a decision about this, you could surely inform him so that he can make the decision. The southwest heavenly ruler said with a smile. While direct orders had been issued to the nebula grader, he still felt afraid to go against those top Taichu Yuan venerates. Furthermore, now that the 5 heavenly rulers were pleading him for assistance, it really was not up to him to make a decision anymore. I will go and inform the human ruler since that is what you ask of me, sir, he finally replied after hesitating. He then quickly whipped out his communication device and sent a message. While the mysterious water heavenly ruler really had the urge to go forward and attack to appease his resentment, he had to admit that the southwest heavenly ruler's method of asking was much better. Anyway, it was easy to pulverize that guy but difficult to deal with him. Nothing else mattered as long as they could get this message to Luo Yunyang. I am sorry, Fellow heavenly rulers. The human ruler has said that he has no relation to you. I suggest that you all return. The Nebula Greater replied after checking the message he had received. What did you say? The mysterious water heavenly ruler was fuming. A frantic, rising energy was emitted from his body when pressure from an even stronger energy enveloped the surroundings of the mysterious water heavenly ruler. This was a pressure imposed by the sky laws. Under this massive pressure, it became hard for the mysterious water heavenly ruler to breathe. This was a Tai Yuan Venerate's doing. Judging from the energy type of this sky law, this was a newly minted Tai Yuan Venerate. Someone not even worthy of a glance in the past was now mounting a pressure so strong that he was unable to stand it. This made the mysterious water heavenly ruler very uncomfortable. However, he had no other choice. What are you all doing here? Someone asked just as the mysterious water heavenly ruler was about to lose his patience. The mysterious water heavenly ruler felt like sobbing upon hearing these words. His master had arrived. Chapter 1183. Missed opportunities are hard to come by. Again, the mysterious water heavenly ruler had always had an immense amount of respect for his master, but feeling like tearing up upon seeing him was a first. They had a chance now that their master had arrived too. Greetings, master. The mysterious water heavenly ruler immediately bowed. The human race's divine ancestor nodded in acknowledgement. I would like to meet with the human ruler, he said while turning his attention to the Nebula Grade Martialist who was guarding the entrance. No matter how hard the Nebula Grade Martialist tried to maintain his composure upon meeting the human race's divine ancestor, there was still trepidation in his heart. You are the divine ancestor. Please wait a moment while I relay your message, he stammered. Even Luo Yunyang was not comparable to the position of the human race's divine ancestor in the human race. He was, after all, the strongest Tai Yuan Venerate in the human race. How audacious! You dare make our master stand here and wait? Aren't you going to get Luo Yunyang to come and welcome us quickly? The mysterious water heavenly ruler ordered the Nebula Grade Martialist. He had already lost his cool upon seeing so many people advance and become Tai Yuan Venerates. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at his disciple in disappointment. Mysterious water, stand down, he snapped, looking at the mysterious water heavenly ruler. These words were like a bucket of cold water doused over the mysterious water heavenly ruler. He had rightfully defended his master's authority, yet he had been chided instead. This showed the dissatisfaction his master felt for him. If his master was not going to bring him into Donglu town, then he would lose the opportunity to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. If he was unable to become a Tai Yuan Venerate, then his position as a heavenly ruler. Lu Qubing pays his respects to the divine ancestor. A clear, crisp voice spoke. It was Lu Qubing, whose cultivation base had already reached the 8th level heavenly venerate, who had come to welcome the divine ancestor. While Lu Qubing had considerable status in the Da Alliance, as his influence grew more, he rarely appeared in public. His main responsibility was to manage the affairs in the Divine Union Void. Although you don't have a high cultivation, you have a solid base. You will have a bright future ahead of you if you follow the human ruler and train carefully. The human race's divine ancestor nodded at Lu Qubing. Lu Qubing, who had immense respect for the human race's divine ancestor, was well informed of the happenings in the 36 great cosmoses of the human race and also knew very well what the human race's divine ancestor had accomplished. It elated him very much to hear someone he held in such high regard say such a thing. Thank you, divine ancestor. Please come this way, Lu Qubing told respectfully the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor stepped forward to take the lead while the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest confidently followed. While it was slightly embarrassing for them to follow the human race's divine ancestor around this small area of Donglu town, they were very eager to hear the cultivation insight the human ruler was sharing. After all, it had allowed more than 10 people to advance and become Tai Yuan Venerates. Keeping their dignity was nothing compared to this. I am sorry, everyone, but the human ruler has only permitted the divine ancestor to enter. Since the rest of you already entered Donglu town earlier, you may not do so again, Lu Qubing said while shooting a glance at the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest. The mysterious water heavenly ruler had never expected to be stopped at this point. He felt utter disbelief. He could not believe what he had heard, as he was tagging along with someone as honorable as the human race's divine ancestor. Luo Yunyang was actually stopping a disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. Exactly what was Luo Yunyang treating him like? How audacious of you to speak to me in this manner. Do you really think that I cannot kill you? The mysterious water heavenly ruler thundered. The human race's divine ancestor looked uncomfortable as the earlier incident appeared in his mind. Even though he was certain that his disciples hadn't handled this matter well, they were still his disciples after all. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. He was even willing to forego his dignity if he could give this opportunity to his disciples. Mysterious water heavenly ruler, the human ruler did give everyone an equal chance to attend this session. However, you were the one who felt that this session was beneath you. Now, you wish to return and participate after seeing several people advance and become Tai Yuan venerates. Who would make such a good offer in this world? Luo Yunyang answered matter-of-factly. The mysterious water heavenly ruler's face darkened. He had just begun to rebuke Luo Yunyang when the human race's divine ancestor cut him off. Keep your mouth shut. Even though he appeared high and mighty, the mysterious water heavenly ruler did not dare disrespect his master in any way. Upon hearing that, he stayed silent and said nothing else. Mr. Lu, I understand the full context of this situation. Could you please ask the human ruler to grant me some understanding and also allow my disciples to partake in this session to gain insight into the cultivation path to becoming a Tai Yuan venerate? The words of the human race's divine ancestor were calm but steady. Luo Yunyang did not dare make a decision. Although he had vast experience from working in the Da Alliance, he still had to consider the significance of the human race's divine ancestor's status. However, he did not dare disobey Luo Yunyang's orders either. Furthermore, he did not have a favorable impression of the mysterious water heavenly ruler upon seeing him have a complete change of heart after his rash, rowdy behavior earlier. The human race's divine ancestor appeared not to react to what Luo Yunyang had said, as if this was justified. However, the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest were infuriated. They did not think highly of Luo Yunyang, who hadn't even reached the Yuan venerate level, and felt that even having such a person as their disciple was beneath them. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang was a completely insignificant being that could be easily pushed around. However, it was unthinkable that this insignificant being was now preventing them from improving their cultivation base. Do you know who you are talking to? The Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler stepped forward angrily. If I were a disciple of the Divine Ancestor, I would bear the full consequences of my actions and not make things difficult for the Divine Ancestor, Luo Yunyang replied apathetically. These words provoked the Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler even more but also left him at a loss for words. He did not dare to try anything funny in front of his master. Furthermore, he could feel his abilities weakening due to the presence of the energies of 10 other Tai Yuan venerates. It could even be said that their position was threatened. I am sorry, Divine Ancestor, but I just conveyed your interest to the human ruler. Unfortunately, he declined and only invited you to enter instead, Luo Yunyang said regretfully. The human race's divine ancestor sighed. Luo Yunyang had indeed ignored his plea for his disciples. However, Luo Yunyang's earlier words made sense. It was indeed his disciples' fault for rejecting the initial goodwill of Luo Yunyang. Thank you, Mr. Lu, the human race's divine ancestor replied as he followed Luo Yunyang. The mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest, as well as the hundreds of other Taichu Yuan venerates who had followed them here, were all stunned. Many of the Taichu Yuan venerates were extremely unhappy about this. While it was true that they might not become Tai Yuan venerates even after listening to Luo Yunyang's insight, this was still an extremely rare opportunity. If they lost this opportunity, they might never get to become Tai Yuan venerates. Hence, this was an opportunity they did not want to let go. Now, even the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest had been denied access. What should they do? I shall see who will dare to stop me, a grandson of the mysterious water heavenly ruler's first wife said as he advanced toward Donglu town. Every member of the human race should have an equal opportunity to listen to the human ruler's insight. Anyone who dares to stop me shall die. This powerhouse was at the top level of the Taichu Yuan venerate, so his level of cultivation was way higher than that of Luo Yunyang. He made a dash for Donglu town as he spoke. Even though Donglu town was guarded by a large number of martialists, a small group of Taichu Yuan venerates could still force their way in if they wanted to. After all, the martialists on guard were limited by their cultivation bases and were unable to stop Taichu Yuan venerates. Although the human race's divine ancestor was not supportive of this behavior, these people were still the sons and relatives of his disciples, so he hoped that they would eventually have the opportunity to become Tai Yuan venerates. That was why he chose to stand back and do nothing after hesitating for a moment. Despite the suppression of the waves of sky laws, this disciple still made a beeline for the entrance of Donglu town. He was just a step away from entering Donglu town. However, just as he started celebrating his successful entrance, a massive force acted on him and kicked him right out of the entrance just like a ball. Scram! The human ruler is sharing his insight in Donglu town. This is not a place you can enter at will, said a tall, well-built man who was now standing at the entrance of Donglu town. The mysterious water heavenly ruler knew that man very well. It was the Da Qian master. How audacious of you, Da Qian master! How dare you! However, his words were cut short, as he was amazed by the Da Qian master's changes. Chapter 1184. The 99th Tao. In the eyes of the mysterious water heavenly ruler, the Da Qian master was merely a junior even though he was at the helm of all matters in Da Qian Hall. He was a junior so insignificant that he was no bother. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was one of the founders of the 6 sacred halls, whereas the Da Qian master was only his junior of many generations later. Their lack of achievements was the reason the 6 heavenly rulers did not put too much emphasis and attention on these juniors. However, right now, the mysterious water heavenly ruler was simply dumbfounded. This situation had developed completely differently from what he had expected. Or rather, he simply could not believe the Da Qian master's state. This junior had already attained the cultivation level the mysterious water heavenly ruler had always dreamed of achieving. You are a Tai Yuan venerate. The mysterious water heavenly ruler exclaimed in astonishment. The Da Qian master looked unsympathetically at the look of disbelief all over his face. Although the mysterious water heavenly ruler had been one of the founding masters of the 6 sacred halls, their ties had been virtually cut ever since he'd chosen to abandon the 36 great cosmoses and enter the Tianding realm. Despite the current situation, the relations between the two parties would still have been poor because the 6 heavenly rulers bore a grudge against Luo Yunyang. As the head of the 6 sacred halls, the Da Qian master had experienced his fair share of ridicule and mockery from the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the others. Seeing their stares of disbelief gave him a sweet sense of satisfaction. I have just become a Tai Yuan venerate with the help of divine blessing. He chuckled while eyeing the mysterious water heavenly ruler. These words infuriated the mysterious water heavenly ruler and made him feel extremely ashamed of himself. He had only reached the half-step Tai Yuan venerate, yet someone like the Da Qian master had become a Tai Yuan venerate. Forget about Luo Yunyang. He now wasn't even comparable to Luo Yunyang's subordinate. This whole incident was a blatant slap to his face and it left him red with embarrassment. Da Qian master, are you intending to prevent us from entering? The Southwest Heavenly Emperor asked while the mysterious water heavenly ruler was stunned. He was hoping to make use of his status as the founding master of the Da Qian Hall to exert some pressure and gain entry. Southwest Heavenly Emperor, it is hard for me to defy orders issued from above. Please do not make things difficult for us, the Da Qian master gently replied, as he still felt some basic respect for his founding master. And if I still insist on going in? The Southwest Heavenly Emperor asked relentlessly. Then you will have to forgive me for turning nasty. You should be aware that while I was not a match for any of you in the past, none of you are a match for me today, he said resolutely. The Southwest Heavenly Emperor glanced at his master. The human race's divine ancestor had a calm expression on his face, as though he hadn't witnessed anything. These circumstances had greatly disappointed the Southwest Heavenly Emperor, as he was now aware that he would not be getting any assistance from his master. Even so, he was not ready to give up just yet. Since even someone like the Da Qian master could become a Tai Yuan venerate, people like them, who had a good mastery of the nomological laws, should have to spend minimal effort to become Tai Yuan venerates as long as they listened to Luo Yunyang's insight. They would certainly be in a better position than most ordinary people once they ascended to the Tai Yuan venerate. Okay then, let me see how strong a newly minted Tai Yuan venerate like you can be, he said after some hesitation. Upon saying that, the Southwest Heavenly Emperor made a quick hand seal and a yellow pagoda that emitted boundless magnificence appeared before him. The mysterious water heavenly ruler and the 4 others also charged forward. Although there was some disagreement between the 5 heavenly rulers, they still rallied together and entered the battle at full force. After all, this situation concerned their future prospects. However, as soon as they wielded their strongest techniques, the Da Qian master reacted as well. He had mastery and control over the sky laws, so he gently palmed the sky. This palm might have seemed gentle, yet it caused the might of the Southwest Heavenly Emperor's pagoda to crumble. It also managed to dispel the attacking forces of the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and everyone else. This was the difference between a Tai Yuan Venerate and a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler looked at the Daqian Master in disbelief. He had never imagined that he would be completely helpless against the Daqian Master. There is pressure from the presence of nearly 20 sky laws over here, and you guys can display 30% of your full strength in this place. That explains why you were beaten with a single move. The voice of the human race's divine ancestor was heard. However, you would not be a match for the Daqian Master and his friends even if you were not here. All you would be able to do is prolong the battle before facing an ugly defeat. Their master's words did not make the Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the rest feel any better, as they only comforted them slightly. Divine Ancestor, this way, please. The human ruler is awaiting your presence, the Daqian Master said respectfully even though he was joyfully celebrating inwardly. Yes, I would like to listen to the insight of the human ruler. The human race's divine ancestor nodded. Master, this is an important chance for us. Please ask the human ruler to permit us to enter and listen. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler knelt to the ground and pleaded. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler felt extremely uncomfortable watching the actions of the Southwest Heavenly Ruler. However, he also knelt down after some consideration. Then, all 5 heavenly rulers and the disciples following them knelt down as well. While a Tai Yuan Venerate like the Daqian Master was guarding the entrance, the only way to enter Donglu Town was by pleading with the human race's divine ancestor. There was absolutely no possibility of them forcing their way through. Watching the plight of the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and the others saddened the human race's divine ancestor. While the whole incident appeared to be their fault, they were still his disciples. How could he, the teacher of these disciples who had followed him for many years and were now kneeling on the floor, turn a blind eye to everything that was happening? Get up, I will ask the human ruler later, he finally said. However, you must all repent. Not in front of me, but before the human ruler. You must ask him to forgive your ignorance. It would be extremely embarrassing for the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler to lower his head before Luo Yunyang in front of so many people. However, as much as they did not like the current situation, they had to accept it. If they chose not to accept it, they would very likely see the likes of many others just like the Daqian Master advance way ahead of them in terms of cultivation. Then, the positions of the 6 heavenly rulers might even be assumed by others. I will definitely repent and ask the human ruler for forgiveness. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler said plainly, as he knew the situation wasn't favorable for him. The human race's divine ancestor didn't say anything else. Instead, he continued walking into the training ground of Donglu Town. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and the rest were full of anticipation as they watched him leave. Suddenly, a terrorizing energy surged forward like rushing waters. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and the rest, who wanted to stand up in a panic, were instead forced to continue kneeling. Yet another person had attained the status of a Tai Yuan Venerate. This was their last chance to break through and attain that status. They would definitely regret it if they lost that opportunity. Anger was brewing amongst some of the Taichu Yuan Venerates of the Tianding realm who had followed the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and the others. They'd initially intended to listen to what Luo Yunyang had to say when they'd first come to Donglu Town. After all, the cultivation path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate was simply too difficult and it would not hurt them to just listen to what Luo Yunyang had to say. However, the sudden departure of the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler before the speech had made them follow suit, as they did not want to offend the likes of him. Instead, they had lost the golden opportunity of a lifetime as a result. Foolish. That had been absolutely foolish of them. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler had begun to feel the discontent rising amongst the people behind him. He would not have let that pass in the past, but he was now going to endure it even if he was the object of ridicule. Actually, he was already feeling a deep sense of regret, which was why he had rushed back to Donglu Town like mad. He really hoped that his teacher would be able to use his relations to grant him re-entry. As they were eagerly anticipating this, the human race's divine ancestor reached the training ground of Donglu Town. There were already 10 people there who had broken through and become Tai Yuan Venerates. The energies emitted from them were all-encompassing. It was not easy even for someone like the human race's divine ancestor not to feel intimidated with all these auras around. However, the gaze of the human race's divine ancestor was on Luo Yunyang instead of the other Tai Yuan venerates. Luo Yunyang appeared extremely calm and was entirely focused on talking about the boundless nomological laws. As he spoke, various mysteries related to these laws were imparted to these Tai Yuan venerates. Although Luo Yunyang still seemed to remain at the peak level of the Taichu Yuan venerate, the human race's divine ancestor felt a surging, rising energy being emitted from him. The 99th Tao. Was this the 99th Tao? As the human race's divine ancestor thought to himself, his interest was immediately piqued. Chapter 1185, Divine Troops, the 99th Tao. It is indeed the 99th Tao. This voice breaking the intense silence made it seem all the more terrifying. Despite the contrast of that shriek amid the silence, what truly horrified everyone present was the figure that looked like half an open palm, which was fully stretched out. The palm was white jade, ghastly, and seemed to resemble death to a certain extent. The 99th Tao was a standard that the ignorant came up with. In reality, we can also say that they are Shantian Tai Yuan venerates. A penetrating voice spoke. The owner of this acute voice was the index finger of the white jade-like palm. The finger was speaking. Whatever you call it isn't important. What matters most is that there are people in the human race that can once again pose a threat to us. Yet another voice interjected. How exciting. This voice, which had sounded normal initially, was now shrill once more. The one making the different sounds was the ring finger of the jade palm. Why are you still uttering rubbish? This is not the place for you to be speaking. The index finger chided the other finger. Why am I not allowed to speak here? Are you saying that we do not own a part of this body? I am telling you that it's impossible. The ring finger was incensed as murderous intent filled its surroundings. It was obvious that the two fingers were unable to get along with one another, even though they had spawned from the same palm. All right, that is enough. The thumb spoke calmly. Its manner of speech was low and majestic, and it was obvious that it was the elder. The current great realm is the last realm of the human race, and its existence is of great significance to us. We can only achieve unification after we have successfully eradicated this final great era and finally returned to our bodies to seek revenge on the sacred venerate. Therefore, we must not bungle this great era. The ghastly old voice immediately silenced the squabble between the two fingers. The mysterious underworld race is such a letdown. Who would have expected that it would be annihilated by the human race? The index finger said after a lapse of silence. Out of the 4 races we have been protecting, we are now only left with the Star Sky race. The Star Sky race has never been strong and it will be almost impossible for them to beat the human race given their current standards, let alone try to kill the members of the human race who have attained the Shantian Tai Yuan venerate status. Even though the mysterious underworld race is a letdown, the divine incarcerate race is no better. After all, it was also annihilated by the human race, the ring finger added. Oh, maybe I should just rush out and kill those damned humans. The ring finger shook erratically as a wave of murderous intent rushed out. Just as he was about to charge out, a crack appeared in the ground the palm was on. The shaking ring finger did not move the grounds the palm was on, but a crack still ended up forming. Quieten down. Unless you are intending to let all our years of hard work and efforts go to waste, you jerk. The volume of this voice was extremely loud and clear, and it resonated across the lands in a chiding manner. The middle finger of the palm was shouting. The ringer finger fell silent but then hissed icily, if we were not refining this treasure of ours, I would definitely leave to kill those humans right now. As much as we would like to annihilate the human race in this final great era, their leader is too strong right now. We need to exercise restraint, the middle finger said. As a safety measure, I would rather allow the strength of this ultimate treasure to weaken rather than risk something unforeseen happening. Otherwise, the joke will be on us if we end up letting the humans turn the tides during the final great era. Or perhaps we would become a great laughing stock if the sacred venerate caught wind of it. You all have a point there. All of us are immobile right now, and the Star Sky race is not capable of beating the human race. The only thing we can do is activate the divine troops. The forefinger said solemnly. In that case, let us just activate the divine troops. Didn't we develop those troops years ago just for this day? The middle finger said resolutely. Right now is the time for these divine troops to finally display some of the power they have been holding on to. In that case, let us activate the divine troops and eliminate the Shantian Tai Yuan venerates of the human race first. The training ground in Donglu town was simple and unadorned, but there were streaks of sky laws that belonged to various Tai Yuan venerates. The sky was constantly fluctuating. Bolts of lightning flashed wildly, and sun rays shone through dark clouds. The admiration of the human race's divine ancestor turned to respect and then to astonishment. The human race's divine ancestor had never really respected Luo Yunyang much up until he had defeated the supreme incarcerate ruler. It was only then that he'd acknowledged the strength of Luo Yunyang and admitted that he was the strongest martialist in the entire human race. However, watching Luo Yunyang making use of the 99th Tao right now made the human race's divine ancestor feel as though Luo Yunyang was not inferior to him in any way. This sort of transformation should be considered amazing news for the human race. Because Luo Yunyang was already so strong even without advancing, he would improve by leaps and bounds should he break through. Quite a number of people had already become Tai Yuan venerates amongst the crowd. Their gazes immediately fell on the human race's divine ancestor when they saw him enter. Some of them even seemed to intend to battle with the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor understood the thoughts and intentions of the newly minted Tai Yuan venerates. He gave them a casual smile and looked at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded at the human race's divine ancestor in acknowledgement. From his point of view, the human race's divine ancestor might have been slightly biased toward his own disciples, but he was always clear-headed when it came to making major decisions. Furthermore, he had been able to enter the vast sky sacred realm only because of the favor granted by the human race's divine ancestor. Although this favor had cost him his sky-wielding crystal, it had still allowed him to massively improve, and Luo Yunyang was still grateful for that. Human ruler, a few of my disciples have acted in ignorance and may have offended you. I plead with you to please give them a chance, the human race's divine ancestor told Luo Yunyang. There were hints of respect in his tone. Luo Yunyang knew what had happened outside Donglu town. He glanced at the divine ancestor and sighed. It would be better if we did not talk about this matter. This cultivational method of becoming a Tai Yuan venerate is what I have cultivated over many years with hard work and difficulty. I have already done what I could to contribute to the human race. They are free to choose not to believe me and even denounce my words, but how is it fair for me if they do that and scramble here again after seeing people advance and become Tai Yuan venerates? If you don't want something when it is first offered, then it might not be available when you finally decide you want it. Luo Yunyang said. His words made perfect sense to the human race's divine ancestor. However, his disciples were being denied entry. Human ruler, I still hope you can give them a chance. The human race's divine ancestor implored after hesitating for a moment. They may have been wrong in the past, but I hope that you will take into account that they are the cream of the crop of the human race and you will give them a second chance. As the strongest martialist in the human race, it had been years ever since the human race's divine ancestor had begged someone. Hence, he felt slightly uncomfortable when he said these words. Luo Yunyang could understand the thoughts of the human race's divine ancestor. Divine ancestor, I cannot deny your request since you have made a personal plea on their behalf, he replied. However, you should be able to look into the past to get a glimpse of the situation back when they left. Right now, it does not matter whether or not I give them this chance, as they will certainly bear a grudge. I believe that there are many geniuses within the human race. With this cultivation technique, we will have no shortage of Tai Yuan venerates. Why would you want to waste any more of your time on them? These words showed Luo Yunyang's stance toward this incident. The human race's divine ancestor was not able to comment further, even though this situation made him feel uncomfortable. Divine ancestor, we are at a critical part of the talk and we hope that you will allow our train of thought to carry on flowing, said someone from the crowd. The speaker was the earlier dark-skinned martialist. His cultivation base had already attained the Tai Yuan venerate level. The aura emitted from his body didn't seem in any way inferior to the aura of the human race's divine ancestor. This situation made the human race's divine ancestor even more uncomfortable, yet he had to admit that Luo Yunyang was handling things correctly. He would have done the same thing if he had been in Luo Yunyang's shoes. It would be too good if Luo Yunyang were to still impart the cultivation laws to the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the others despite the ruckus they had caused. However, those were his disciples after all. In that case, would you mind if I sat in to listen to your insight into the cultivation path of a Tai Yuan venerate? The human race's divine ancestor said after some hesitation. Of course not, Luo Yunyang answered with a smile. He knew what the human race's divine ancestor intended to do. However, he was sure that the human race's divine ancestor would not be able to yield the same results. This was because Luo Yunyang's insight into the Tai Yuan Venerate cultivation path had different effects on different martialists and targeted an individual's cultivation nature. What the human race's divine ancestor learned from this session would not be of any use to anyone else. Outpouring energies from the newly minted Tai Yuan Venerates, sky laws shot up into the sky once again as Luo Yunyang continued his talk. Chapter 1186. Hoofbeats in the Starry Sky. The human race already has 99 Tai Yuan Venerates. How is that even possible? The Sea family patriarch asked in horror. This was immensely terrifying. Although the ancient 6 families had already been brought away, the Sea family patriarch still felt that he needed to annihilate the human race. The Sea family patriarch believed that the human race had peaked when it had gone up against the mysterious underworld race with 4 Tai Yuan Venerates. They had eventually been defeated even though they had someone as formidable as the human race's divine ancestor. That was why he strongly believed that the human race would still eventually face total annihilation because of the impending great calamity. However, these thoughts of his slowly dissipated as waves of sky laws that originated from the various human race Tai Yuan Venerates rose into the sky. How strong were the 99 Tai Yuan Venerates? The reason the human race had suffered minimal losses the last time Luo Yunyang had assembled the 5 sacred halls to attack the ancient 6 families was because they'd had a Tai Yuan Venerate divine ancestor backing them. The human race had 99 Tai Yuan Venerates right now. What is going on in the human race? The voice of the Yun family patriarch rang out. I do not know for sure what is going on with them, but one thing is certain. If they continue to get stronger, the ancient 6 families will be annihilated for sure, the Sea family patriarch replied with a shake of his head. Do not forget that the human race hates us the most. The Yun family patriarch did not reply. He was facing immense pressure at that moment. He was from the top family of the ancient 6 families, so he had to respond well to the current situation. However, he really had no idea how to react to this. Once a certain level was attained, no amount of underhanded plots would have any effect. What else can we do? Although a few of our elders are deep in hibernation, we will most likely not be much of a threat to the human race even if they were to fully regain their strength. What I intend to do now is ensure that our hideout is thoroughly concealed so that nobody will be able to find it, the Yun family patriarch said dejectedly. Otherwise, nobody might be able to save us. The Sea family patriarch would have mocked the Yun family patriarch if he had heard these words in the past. However, the energies radiating from the 99 Tai Yuan Venerates left him with nothing to say. The strength of these Tai Yuan Venerates terrified them. Suddenly, what sounded like hoof steps echoed from the distant void. Thanks to his keen sense of hearing, the Sea family patriarch immediately detected that the sound was coming from the sky above him. Why would there be hoof sounds when there were no roads in the sky? The Yun family patriarch looked on suspiciously while the Sea family patriarch began doubting his own hearing. What was that? Did I mishear? Sounds of hoofs were coming from the sky above. The 2 patriarchs turned their eyes to the sky above as they saw a cavalry troop breaking through the void and coming their way. White heavenly armored Pegasuses that were standing at about 10 meters tall and had scales like dragons were currently making their way across the 9 heavens. Although there seemed to be only about 1,000, their grandeur and poise made it seem as though there were tens of thousands of them. It could even be said that these troops appeared to be unrivaled. Are these the martialists of the human race? The Sea family patriarch asked in trepidation as he looked at the towering troops from below. If these were the troops coming to attack the ancient 6 families, then they would have absolutely no chance of defending themselves against them. The Yun family patriarch was speechless. He really hoped that these troops were not there to get them, but their appearance sent shivers down his spine. They are not here to deal with us. A mellow voice rang in the ears of both patriarchs. They turned around but did not see anyone. However, they immediately recognized the voice. Our respects, first ancestor. Enough with the formalities. These divine troops can destroy anything before the great calamity. Anyone who stands in their way will only be obliterated, he said leisurely. Their appearance symbolizes that the great calamity isn't far off. The Sea family patriarch and the Yun family patriarch looked at each other in mutual understanding. First ancestor, besides us, are there still other loyal? The Yun family patriarch hesitated for a while but ended up not completing his sentence. They are not humans, the voice replied. They have the strongest bodies. The Yun family patriarch was not satisfied with the answer he received. However, just as he was about to ask another question, the cavalry troops swept past them. The explosive might of these towering figures made them cower in fear. Although the masters of these horses did not display any kind of laws or might, their majestic poise had caused them to lose confidence in their ability to go up against a foe like that. Do these divine troops have any weaknesses? The Xi family patriarch asked discreetly after watching the divine troops go far away. Nobody responded to his question. The cold wind blew past, causing the peak Taichu Yuan venerate Xi family patriarch to shiver in fear. They are absolutely perfect. They are undefeatable. The voice was heard once again just as the Xi family patriarch thought that the first ancestor's spiritual consciousness had left them. Undefeatable. This word caused indescribable terror. The two patriarchs were also afraid. While they were replaying what they had seen earlier, another pair of eyes in the distance had also witnessed the entire happening. The owner of this pair of eyes was hiding in the hideout of the ancient six families. She breathed in lightly as she saw the divine troops cross over. A howl resounded through the sky, coming from a peak. Taichu Yuan venerate galactic star beast. The galactic star beast, which was a Taichu Yuan venerate, was one of the reasons the ancient six families were able to keep their hideout a top secret. That was because their hideout was in the domain of the galactic star beast, which meant that it was a blind spot for the human race's search. However, as the divine troops crossed over, the galactic star beast felt threatened and released a loud howl. The divine troops did not stop moving despite the loud howl. Still, the last troop of the formation did turn around and shoot an arrow in the direction of the howling galactic star beast. The instant this seemingly normal arrow was released from the bow, the howling beast was split into two. Its body and soul were completely decimated by the blow of a single arrow. The divine troop eliminated the Taichu Yuan venerate beast as though nothing had happened and continued advancing forward. The legends are true. These divine troops can eliminate anything that goes up against them. Their appearance means that divine punishment is impending. Who will be the target of their divine punishment this time? The person hiding mused as she took out a small jade talisman and transmitted what she had just seen. The sky laws of the 99 Tai Yuan venerates circulated the sky over the field of Donglu town. Due to the presence of these sky laws, even Taichu Yuan venerates would find it hard to activate their laws. Yuan Zi was sitting in a lotus position on a mat. He had not broken through to the Taichu Yuan venerate, but the energy that radiated from him was even more powerful than that of a Tai Yuan venerate. While he looked calm on the exterior, his heart was beating excitedly as he looked at Luo Yunyang with sincere respect. Nobody left the field, even though Luo Yunyang had ended his talk a long time ago. Although there was a large number of people who had not broken through to the Tai Yuan venerate, they were still excitedly meditating. They had already found the path to becoming Tai Yuan venerates. All they had to do was follow the path they had set themselves up for. As long as they followed through, they would surely be able to get through and become Tai Yuan venerates eventually. Yuanzi did not want to take any of the messages that were sent to him, but the special message sent via the jade talisman made him change his mind. Yuanzi's face was filled with disbelief when he read the contents of the message. Divine troops. Yuanzi was no stranger to these words. He had previously heard his master say these words and read them in some ancient books. If the great calamity was a single existence's doing, then these divine troops were its right-hand men. There weren't many records of the divine troops acting in the many times great eras had been obliterated, but every single time they did, it meant that a top-grade martialist of the human race would surely be killed in action. Today, they had finally shown themselves again. Human ruler, I just received some urgent news. The divine troops have appeared. Yuan Zi said as he activated the jade talisman that showed the location of the divine troops. Luo Yunyang was in the process of reviewing his insight into the Tai Yuan venerate cultivation path. He too had benefited greatly from engaging in the talk he had given. He definitely would not have any difficulty breaking through to the Tai Yuan venerate if he wanted to. However, he felt that the time was not right yet. Divine troops. Luo Yunyang's gaze instantly fell on the map showing their whereabouts. The martialist in control of the front stallion suddenly looked in that direction. His eyes darted over quickly with murderous intent. Chapter 1187. Chapter 1187 Head-on retaliation. A pair of murderous eyes gazed across 100,000 miles. While following that intense gaze, Luo Yunyang felt the sky around him break up into countless cracks as though it was going to collapse at any moment. The terrorizing gaze of that pair of eyes was sufficient to kill any martialists below the Yuan venerate level. However, these eyes did not have much of an effect on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the image on the map indifferently as he activated the powers of his destructive engulfing finger sky law. At the activation of those powers, the divine troops immediately began falling through the cracks in the sky. All the divine troops were engulfed by the vortex of cracks in the sky as they were broken up by the powers of the countless laws now circulating in the area. Kill. The sound of streaks of blade rays filled the air as the surrounding sky and land began crumbling into many pieces. The white-armored cavalry continued marching onward despite the crumbling sky around it. It seemed as though the cavalry was not affected by everything that had just happened. Are those the divine troops? Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky asked with a look of terror as the image disappeared from the screen. His confidence had been boosted greatly ever since he had become a Tai Yuan Venerate and he had started to adopt a lofty attitude toward his lifestyle. However, the earlier image of the magnificent divine troops threatened him greatly. Judging from the might of the divine troops, he felt as though he would be instantly killed and broken into a million pieces if he were to go up against them. They are indeed the divine troops. My master has read about their presence previously in an ancient book. There was only one line describing them in the entire records, the Iron Deity said as he stared blankly at the screen that had shown that terrifying image. They only charge forward, they never falter, and they cut down everything in their path. Although the Iron Deity paled in comparison to the Bronze Monarch and the others, he was still among the top 10 martialists who were present. Even people as accomplished as the 6 heavenly rulers wouldn't dare go overboard against a being like the Iron Deity. However, right now, there was a hint of fear in his voice. My master also had a past encounter with these troops. Luckily for him, he was not their target. Yuan Zi spoke up. Their target was my Grand Master, who was a peak Tai Yuan Venerate back then. Many people who knew his standards at the time said that if he was able to continue growing, then his strength would eventually peak out and he would one day save everyone from damnation. However, he was tragically killed at the hands of the divine troops. What Yuan Zi had said was shocking. After all, he wasn't just an insignificant figure in this big crowd of extremely talented people. When he informed everyone about the situation his Grand Master had encountered, everyone felt even more nervous. What shall we do then? One of the Tai Yuan Venerates asked after a moment of silence. Everyone turned to Luo Yunyang and the human race's divine ancestor. Their target is the human ruler this time, the human race's divine ancestor said resolutely. This means that the huge transformation of this place has already been noticed by that existence. The words of the human race's divine ancestor sent shudders down the spines of those listening. They knew very well that these words were very likely the truth. Our future depends on the human ruler. I believe that the human ruler should find a place to lie low for now, Yuan Venerate Mingxin said while shooting a respectful glance at Luo Yunyang. It might be a good idea to hide from them for now. I have explored many areas during the many years of my training. And I know a good hiding spot. Human ruler, you might want to consider it if you do not mind the current situation. The human race's divine ancestor nodded in agreement. Many of the people present also began sincerely advising Luo Yunyang to seek a temporary hideout. Luo Yunyang felt uncomfortable seeing all these people advising him to hide, but he knew that they only meant well. He also knew that they were terrified at the prospect of having to fight against the divine troops. Why should I hide? They are only the divine troops, not the actual being responsible for the great calamities. How long would we need to continue hiding if I did so? Luo Yunyang said resolutely. Even if I were to hide from the divine troops, we would all still eventually perish when the person responsible strikes. What we have to do is not cower anymore but destroy these divine troops. We should meet them head-on and destroy them. There was absolute determination in Luo Yunyang's voice as he looked at the human race's divine ancestor and the rest of the martialists present. The human race's divine ancestor looked on doubtfully. Intellectually, he knew that the words of Luo Yunyang made sense. If they were to hide from the threat of the divine troops, then how were they going to fend for themselves when the great calamity finally arrived? However, based on what he had seen in the ancient records and the abilities displayed by the divine troops, he strongly felt that the human race should continue to refine and hone its strengths. The human race's divine ancestor pondered over the 2 suggested plans and found it hard to make an actual decision on what should be done. Both suggestions had their own benefits. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky and the rest were hesitant as well. Even the Daqian Master seemed solemn, although he had been jubilant after reaching the Tai Yuan Venerate level recently. They also knew that hiding was only a temporary solution. However, Upon witnessing the might of the divine troops and hearing the legends, they still felt that it would be better to hide. Everyone had many different thoughts on their minds, and nobody was able to make a decision yet. Those who are willing to join my fight against the divine troops, come with me. Those who are unwilling may stay behind, Luo Yunyang said decisively, addressing the hesitant martialists. Even someone of Luo Yunyang's caliber might not be guaranteed victory in combat against the might and prowess of the divine troops. However, he knew very well that now was not the time to cower in fear and hide. The human race would definitely lose its confidence in combat the moment he chose to retreat. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the over 100 Tai Yuan venerates he had nurtured painstakingly would be severely weakened. The ancient records have always portrayed the vast might and powers of the divine troops. Today, I shall see whether they are true for myself. Luo Yunyang heard the Daqian master announce this as he took to the sky. Ha ha ha, I do not believe that a Tai Yuan venerate like myself would be scared stiff so easily. Shouted Yuan venerate Mingxin as he rose to the sky. Yuan Zi hissed loudly without saying anything as he did the same. 10 of them, 20 of them, 30 of them. The number of people following Luo Yunyang increased as they trailed behind him toward the boundless sky hurriedly. The human race's divine ancestor looked on excitedly while he saw Luo Yunyang and the rest charging into the boundless sky. Although he intuitively knew that there was a significant chance of this operation failing, he still had the urge to join this battle. Why are you not going along? Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky heard his master's voice ring out beside him. I cannot simply agree to Luo Yunyang's rash actions. Even if we were to choose to face the divine troops in battle, we should be planning this carefully and not simply charging head-on, he said solemnly. Doing this might make victory even harder. I have always considered you a level-headed person who will eventually go on to accomplish great things, but it looks like I was wrong about you, the human race's divine ancestor replied. Although you need to be level-headed to accomplish great things, you also need to know when it's not the right moment to hold back. Divine Ancestor Flowing Sky looked embarrassed upon hearing that. However, he could not say anything else, as he was unable to match the cultivation and status of the human race's divine ancestor. Forget it, said the human race's divine ancestor as he turned away, even though he had initially intended to address the other disciples after talking to him. Seeing him leave made divine ancestor Flowing Sky understand better the intentions of his master. However, even though he understood, he still could not quite trust Luo Yunyang's impulsive decision to directly rush into battle. When it came to the looming threat of this great calamity, he felt that one's best chance would be to grow and nurture their own strength steadily but surely. As they broke through the sky hastily, Luo Yunyang covered a total of 1,000,000 miles. Although he already had a battle plan, it was no longer relevant, as the people traveling with him had already increased their willpower and strengths greatly. Furthermore, this plan was almost insignificant in the presence of such a strong fighting power. The presence of the Tai Yuan martialists meant that their spiritual consciousness was strong and that they were even more adaptable to making battle plans on the move. That was why Luo Yunyang's first response when he faced the threat of the divine troops was to fight. Against the looming threat of this great calamity, cowering would mean certain annihilation for the human race. The people he had nurtured did not disappoint. As these thoughts were racing through Luo Yunyang's mind, he caught sight of the mounted troops galloping through the sky. The commander of the troops saw him as well. Chapter 1188. Heaven and earth are eternal, like an inextinguishable soul enemies were meeting head-on a narrow path. This expression could be used to describe the scenario between the martialists led by Luo Yunyang and the divine troops. The divine troops didn't stop at all. They continued striding forward like machinery. Although the human race powerhouses all seemed to be in high spirits as they charged over with Luo Yunyang, the atmosphere instinctively turned solemn when they saw the divine troops, who were like machines that showed no signs of fear. These martialists instinctively looked at Luo Yunyang as well. Inferno Realm. A shout echoed amongst the Tai Yuan venerates as countless blazes surged up into the void. These blazes had many different colors. In the eyes of the many Tai Yuan venerates, these surging blazes were individual nomological sky laws. It could be said that even the most supreme treasures would be burned to a crisp in the face of these surging flames. However, the divine troops didn't make any moves when they faced these blazes. They continued cantering forward as if those blazes didn't exist. The flames caught onto their bodies, their mounts, and even their weapons. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to be effective. The divine troops that trampled through the flames appeared to be envoys of hell. The person who had used the Inferno realm was a returnee martialist that had recently ascended to the Tai Yuan Venerate. He was totally stunned when he saw that his ferocious attack had absolutely no effect. He couldn't believe that his attack would just end up merely being a background. The bodies of the divine troops are refined and made from the strongest Tai Yuan Venerate martialists. Furthermore, each of them has Tai Yuan Venerate sky laws carved into them. Yuan Zai said, most attacks, especially those with a wider scope, will basically be ineffective against them. We should assume that each of them is a Tai Yuan Venerate. Furthermore, they are Tai Yuan Venerates who aren't afraid of dying and would very willingly be taken down if they could drag us down along with them. Yuan Zi didn't lower his voice, but what he had just said made many of the Tai Yuan Venerates feel frightened. Luo Yunyang had a cold glint in his eyes. The instant these divine troops had appeared, he had already sensed a wave of power controlling the troops. This power seemed to be everywhere, and Luo Yunyang had no way of investigating its source. Perhaps he could find the true source of this power by obliterating the divine troops. As he had that thought, the six-dragon sun-striking bow appeared in Luo Yunyang's hands. The six-dragon sun-striking bow had intimidated everyone in the vast sky realm and become Luo Yunyang's iconic weapon. However, he had still brought the six-dragon sun-striking bow along when he had returned here. There was only one reason he had brought it back: to preserve his own life. Although Luo Yunyang still hadn't broken through to the Tai Yuan Venerate, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds after he had shared his insight. As long as he wanted to, breaking through to the Tai Yuan Venerate wouldn't be too difficult. When Luo Yunyang took the stone bow out, the divine troops charging through the Inferno realm reacted. The foremost commander of the divine troops now raised the sword in its hand. Meanwhile, the flying steed it rode increased its speed. In just an instant, steed and rider seemed to have turned into a streak of light that cut a swatch through the void, charging straight ahead. There were entities amongst the Tai Yuan Venerates whose specialty was their speed. However, when these people saw the streak of light, they felt really frightened. They weren't slow, but when they saw the speed of this streak of light, they realized the gulf was just too great. In just an instant, this streak of light was already right in front of them. When this streak of light that was the divine troops' commander rushed within 1,000 miles of Luo Yunyang released the bowstring of his six-colored bow. The bow let out what sounded like a thunderclap. When the bow was released, its thunderous roar made everything seem to freeze up. Yuan Zi and the others standing around Luo Yunyang felt their mental state shake. The divine troops' commander, who had charged over at Luo Yunyang, remained stagnated mid-void. One moment was a really short time for ordinary beings. However, for peak Tai Yuan Venerate entities, a split second could decide one's fate. The instant the divine troops' commander stopped, Luo Yunyang's arrow was already bearing down on it. The arrow, which contained a boundless might, sparkled with 6 different sky laws. If it exploded, it could definitely cause an expanse of space to shatter. The commander of the divine troops, who had already been targeted, simply had no possible way of evading this. As the arrow was about to strike, it swung the sword in its hand forward. This move caught the attention of all the martialists watching. The divine troops only charged forward, never faltered, and cut down everything in their path. Their only weapons were the swords in their hands, as the swords they wielded gave them an unrivaled reputation. Now, the target this sword was being swung at was the arrow shot by Luo Yunyang. As the sword slashed, the 6-colored arrow light was broken down its center. While the sword swept through, even the void was soundlessly cleaved apart. Yuan Zi and the others stared in disbelief at the arrow that had been snapped in two. Based on the power emanated when Luo Yunyang had shot that arrow, they had all believed that Luo Yunyang's arrow shouldn't be this weak. However, before they could even say anything, the remaining half of the severed arrow had almost reached the divine troops' commander. The tip of the arrow penetrated him 5 inches deep. Cracks started to appear on the body of the divine troops' commander. These cracks made the divine troops' commander look like chinaware. As countless cracks appeared on its body, that powerful body that seemed capable of even slaying a god shattered. The divine troops gradually halted. Their machine-like demeanor finally seemed to show a hint of emotion. Heaven and earth are eternal, like an inextinguishable soul. The divine troop's second person in charge slowly raised the sword in its hand as it chanted these words in a machine-like voice devoid of any emotion. As these words were said, the other fighters of the divine troops behind him raised their swords simultaneously. When they two chanted these words, a figure instantly appeared within the void. It was the figure of the commander that had been shattered by the arrow shot of Luo Yunyang's six-dragon sun-striking bow. He was tall and mighty with eyes burning like torches. The ice-cold sword in his hands was overflowing with power and a terrifying aura was exuded from him. How is that possible? His soul has already been destroyed. How can he be so easily resurrected? This is impossible, the Battle Hall Master exclaimed in disbelief. The Battle Hall Master had also become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Although he was the most ordinary Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerate, his cultivation base and perception had both improved tremendously. However, the situation unfolding in front of him had shocked him greatly. After all, even a Tai Yuan Venerate would simply be destroyed when shattered by such an arrow. They have some peculiar array formation. Let's put it this way, if they aren't all wiped out in one fell swoop, they can use some special methods to resurrect their fallen comrades. Yuan Zi frowned before adding, this is perhaps the reason the divine troops were able to overwhelm everyone. An opponent that could not die. This was the sort of opponent nobody was willing to face. The Battle Hall Master and the others looked even more panicked when they heard Yuan Zi's explanation. Yuan Zi, what should we do then? A returnee Tai Yuan Venerate asked. Perhaps we must all attack together and slay all the divine troops in one go. Yuan Zi nodded. That is the only solution I can think of. I just don't know if His Majesty the human ruler has any other. As Yuan Zi said this, the six-dragon sun-striking bow in Luo Yunyang's hand was drawn again. Meanwhile, a magnificent aura once more gathered in Luo Yunyang's hands. The divine troops commander who had charged at Luo Yunyang previously seemed to have already suffered. Therefore, it no longer charged over recklessly at Luo Yunyang. Instead, it just raised its sword. The speed at which it raised the sword seemed somewhat slower this time. As the sword was raised, a flowing power surged forth from the martialists behind him. In an instant, the aura emanated from the commander had reached a state that made the hearts of the others turn cold. Although its cultivation base appeared to still be at the Tai Yuan Venerate, the Daqian Master and the others, who were at the Tai Yuan Venerate level 2, felt that they didn't have the slightest ability to deal with it. Their power can be gathered as a whole, Yuan Zi said loudly. The possibility of beating them head-on is low. Your Majesty should back off. As Yuan Zi said this, Luo Yunyang released the bowstring and the thunderclap was yet again heard as an arrow hurtled toward the divine troops commander. Die! As the commander hissed, the sword in its hand once again cleaved at the arrow shot by Luo Yunyang. However, the entire strength of the divine troops was concentrated in it this time. Chapter 1189. Breaking through Xuantian Tai. It could be said that Luo Yunyang was already well versed in using the six-dragon sun-striking bow. As he pulled the bowstring, Luo Yunyang used the attribute regulator to concentrate all his power. He hadn't yet stepped into the Tai Yuan Venerate level, but this arrow had already achieved Tai Yuan Venerate prowess in terms of both the power and nomological law it contained. This show could take down suns and moons. Meanwhile, the sword remained steady in the hands of the divine troops commander, whose power level had intensified multiple times. It could even be said that the trajectory of this arrow wasn't any different from the previous one. Arrow and sword light collided in the void once again as if it was a repeat telecast. Luo Yunyang's six-colored arrow was again cut in two. Just like the previous experience, the people watching Luo Yunyang's arrow get cut still seemed rather calm. All the powerhouses present knew that this was merely the start. The might of Luo Yunyang's six-colored arrow was still to come. The six-colored arrow had penetrated the commander's body, which was many times larger than its previous iteration. Everyone's focus was on the might of this arrow. However, only one crack appeared on the body of the commander this time. Furthermore, it very quickly disappeared after appearing. As the crack appeared and disappeared, the divine troops commander reached out and pulled the flickering six-colored broken arrow out of his body. While the arrow head was pulled out, a hole appeared on the body of the divine troops commander. As it appeared, practically all the divine troops fighters behind once again raised their swords. Heaven and earth are eternal, like an inextinguishable soul. When these mechanical voices rang out, the wound flickering with 6 different lights vanished completely. Luo Yunyang had a grave look on his face as he watched the divine troops commander recover rapidly. He didn't say anything, but while he stayed silent, he once again drew the bowstring of his six-dragon sun-striking bow and released another shot. This time, the commander didn't even use his sword to block it. He allowed Luo Yunyang's six-colored arrow to pierce his defense. Because the defensive ability of his body was really powerful, the six-colored arrow wouldn't be able to cause any major damage even if it penetrated his body. The Divine Troops commander once more charged over at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was wielding a bow. Everyone watching thought that if the commander made its way over, Luo Yunyang would lose. The instant that the Divine Troops commander came rushing over, the Daqian master and the others took to the sky and charged over at the commander. They were already Tai Yuan venerates. Even though they were rather apprehensive of this commander, they couldn't allow anyone to close in on Luo Yunyang. The Daqian master put his hands together and countless nomological sky laws formed a star spear within the void. In the past, the Daqian master had also been able to form a star spear. However, his star spears at the time had used Great Path nomological laws as a foundation, whereas this star spear had a basis of sky laws. In terms of might, it was several hundred times stronger. The instant the star spear was formed, the Daqian master acted like the boundless world was within his grasp. The star spear in his hand was thrust toward the Divine Troops commander. Although the Daqian master knew that defeating this commander wouldn't be easy, he still had absolute confidence as he thrust his spear forward. He was a Tai Yuan venerate who wielded sky laws. He might not necessarily be defeated in this battle. However, as his star spear was about to thrust at the Divine Troops commander, the commander once again swung his sword. When the sword, which appeared like it didn't contain any nomological laws, came into contact with the star spear, it seemed to sweep the star spear aside and caused it to break in two. It wasn't the star spear that was damaged. The Daqian master felt that the sky laws he controlled were swept aside by that sword. This sword strike made him feel extremely miserable. He even felt an impulse to cough out blood. Fortunately, as the sword was rushing toward him, Yuanzi stepped forward. Yuanzi was wielding a golden tri-pointed, double-edged blade. As he waved it, 3 different sky laws that seemed to contain boundless might were infused with it. Even so, the tri-pointed, double-edged blade was easily deflected when it collided with the commander's sword. Yuanzi hadn't yet broken through to the Yuan venerate. However, his foundation was at least 30% better than the Daqian master's foundation. When the treasure he wielded was deflected, he immediately started to evade his opponent. Luo Yunyang's gaze turned even sterner as he watched Yuanzi and the others engage in battle in front of him. The Divine Troops were rushing over at him. Battling the Divine Troops had been his suggestion. If he was trounced by the Divine Troops, then whatever courage the human race had gained would be completely lost. While Luo Yunyang would still have one body in the vast sky realm if this realm was destroyed, all the people he cared for in this realm would be buried along with it unless he could once again create another channel and bring all these people to the vast sky realm. He couldn't be defeated. He absolutely couldn't be defeated in this battle against the Divine Troops. This was the decision Luo Yunyang made with gritted teeth. He had suppressed his breakthrough all this time because he only wanted to break through naturally when his cultivation base recovered completely. Now, these Divine Troops weren't giving him the chance. Relying on the 6-dragon sun striking bow to suppress the Divine Troops was extremely difficult. Thus, what he could do now was break through to the Tai Yuan venerate. This sort of breakthrough might have some deficiencies, but there wouldn't be a problem as long as he used the attribute regulator to make up for it. Break. Without any extra preparations, Luo Yunyang broke the restraints on himself when he raised his attributes to the peak. These restraints had originally been added by him. During Luo Yunyang's sharing session, the restraints had started to stir. Now that Luo Yunyang had chosen to break these restraints, the suppressed power of destruction law flowed into Luo Yunyang's body. Although the people standing around Luo Yunyang were all Tai Yuan venerates, as these powers completely overflowed Luo Yunyang's body, the Tai Yuan venerates all felt as though their mental state had been struck by a hammer. They looked at Luo Yunyang fearfully. It could even be said that they now felt that they were looking at the true king among all of them and they would never have any intention of rebelling. Naturally, they didn't know that the sky laws Luo Yunyang congealed weren't the Xingtian sky laws most of them congealed but actually the rare Shantian sky laws that very few people condensed within the vast sky realm. Shantian sky laws, master of all laws. As this flurry of energy filled his body, Luo Yunyang gripped the 6-colored bow once again. While he gathered his power, the bow that was flashing concurrently with 6 colors instantly condensed into a pure black bow. It wasn't just the bow that turned black. Even the arrow produced by the bow had turned completely black. Although this arrow didn't look as majestic as the 6-colored one, its formation still produced a chilling sensation. During the fight with this power, the divine troops commander, who had once more been rushing up to Luo Yunyang, quickly halted. His sword was once again raised high. The soldiers of the divine troops behind him once again channeled their power via the array formation into their leader. As this wild power gathered, the already tall commander doubled in size. The godly divine troops commander didn't wait for Luo Yunyang's black arrow to be released before he charged and cleaved in Luo Yunyang's direction. The slash was silent, but whatever the sword light touched, including the vast expanse of void, was split in two. As the sword light descended upon Luo Yunyang, the black arrow was released. The bow vibrated and countless black ripples appeared, causing the void to shatter. The black arrow and the sword light that cut through everything clashed in the void. An ear-splitting explosion suddenly ensued. Following the sound of the explosion, the commander's sword started to crumble. That wasn't all. The huge body of concentrated power of all the divine troops was starting to crumble as well. What is this?" the commander exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, his eyes, which already contained resignation to death, flashed with an extremely clear and sacred glow. It seemed as if the commander's soul had been saved and awakened. His body rapidly shrank. In an instant, it had shrunk to the size of an ordinary human. Then, he ripped through the void, fleeing a million miles away. The other powerhouses of the divine troops started coughing out blood when their leader's body started crumbling. Although they were strong, possessed a Tai Yuan venerate level of cultivation, and had an array formation that rendered most damage useless, it seemed like they had stumbled this time. "Kill them," the Da Qian master shouted when he saw the circumstances. Chapter 1190. Like a dream, the divine troops did not have a leader. The loss of their commander caused them to further suffer from poor coordination, eventually leading to a huge deterioration of their battle prowess. Following this defeat, the next thing the godly divine troops did was quickly fall into their individual battle formations. The battle plan of the divine troops was very simple. They would basically corner all the races in this realm and pressure them. If Luo Yunyang had not entered the vast sky sacred realm, didn't possess the attribute regulator, and had not obtained items like the six-dragon sun-striking bow, the human race would not even have stood a chance against the destruction of the divine troops. However, the appearance of Luo Yunyang has caused these divine troops to lose their best fighter and leader. This loss reduced their fighting efficiency by about 50%. The Tai Yuan venerates who were with Luo Yunyang quickly activated their individual sky laws to construct individual realms and drag the divine troops within. Luo Yunyang, who had been forced to become a Tai Yuan venerate, watched the bewildered expression of the commander of the divine troops. By right, he should have killed the commander the moment he had a chance to. However, as he was about to do so, he intuitively felt that something did not seem quite right. Or rather, this commander had a somewhat peculiar expression that Luo Yunyang found strange. That was why Luo Yunyang did not kill him right away. Instead, he used his mind power to envelop the commander. "Which great era is this?" the commander asked hoarsely with a certain level of agitation in his voice. Luo Yunyang, who had reached this level of cultivation, could tell that his opponent's expression was genuine. "The last one. Does this mean that its plan is going to be successful?" the commander of the divine troops asked in alarm. "No, it has not succeeded yet. Since you were able to defeat me, this means that you still stand a chance of preventing him from carrying out the next phase of his plan." "Sir, don't you think that you owe me an explanation?" Luo Yunyang asked. "I have no idea where to start," the commander replied hesitantly. "If I told you that this body does not belong to me, would you believe me?" "I would believe you." Luo Yunyang glanced at the commander, who seemed to have calmed down. "Thank you for that. As unreliable as this sounds, it is still the truth." The commander smiled. "This body really isn't mine." The commander stared blankly as though he was deep in thought. I believe that I was captured. I have no idea what happened after I was captured. Regardless of whether you can recall what happened, you are still an opponent of mine, so I hope that you will allow yourself to be captured," Luo Yunyang replied. "Otherwise, I will have to get rid of you right now." While he felt that the commander was lying, he still wanted to make sure that he was in control. Otherwise, he would rather ensure the elimination of this threat immediately. There was a faint look of annoyance on the commander's face. It was pretty obvious that he had also been a lofty, proud individual back when he'd existed. Ultimately, his silence replaced his annoyance and he replied, "All right, I am prepared to be captured." I have been defeated after all. However, I still hope that you will give me a chance to restrain my subordinates myself. They are a bunch of pitiful people as well. Alright, I will give you a chance to reign in your subordinates, but I would like to remind you that even at your strongest form, you were no match for me, Luo Yunyang replied matter-of-factly. Right now, you do not even stand a chance. 99th Dao, I am no match for you indeed. It looks like the destiny of this world is going to depend on the last generation, the commander said as the energy of sky laws surrounded him. Instantly, the divine troops who were isolated for single battles were quickly expelled from the various separated people with dazed looks on their faces. The commander looked at Luo Yunyang after summoning his isolated subordinates. It was obvious that he was looking at Luo Yunyang to check if there were any opportunities for a counterattack given the increased number of aides in battle. To his surprise, Luo Yunyang did not even flinch as a mounting surge of energy began pressuring him. The man before him was not someone he was capable of stopping. Yuanzi and the rest also quickly returned from the individual realms they had constructed and stared at the commander warily. Do not attack, Luo Yunyang commanded Yuanzi and the others, who were ready to pounce. Yuanzi and the rest immediately halted upon hearing his command. However, their spiritual consciousness had been locked on their opponents since earlier. Now that your subordinates are fine, it is time for you to keep your promise. Luo Yunyang said as he activated the great extinguishing black hell portrait and enveloped the divine troops and their commander. There was no form of resistance from the divine troops or their commander, but just as the portrait was about to engulf them, his gaze fell on one of the returning troops. Although this person had already attained the status of a Tai Yuan Venerate, he was only a mid-tier martialist and he appeared extremely ordinary. After listening to the lecture given by Luo Yunyang earlier, he had immediately broken through and become a Tai Yuan Venerate, instantly becoming one of the most well-known figures among this group of martialists. You must be Ying Shengping, right? The man known as Ying Shengping looked surprised. This was because before coming, he had only been known as Sage Ying. Ying Shengping was a name he had not used for many years. The only ones who knew his actual name were the people who were close to him in his own world. How could the commander of the divine troops know his real name? He had not observed the commander in detail ever since the battle had started. However, even after doing so, he still concluded that he had not seen him before. How could someone he was not even acquainted with know his name? Who are you? How do you know the name I used to have in the past? He asked the commander suspiciously. I not only know the name you had in the past, but I even know how you obtained your apprenticeship with your master. Do you still remember that it was drizzling back then? The commander asked gleefully. Sage Ying would never forget that it was drizzling that day. That had been, after all, the day when his master had accepted him as a disciple. Only one other person besides him and his master knew about this matter. While he had never actually seen for himself his master pass on, he had felt his presence waning away. This meant that only the other person could know this. After all, it had happened long ago. Didn't you go missing? Back then, the master even tried estimating your whereabouts, but it was to no avail. Ying Shengping said in utter disbelief. Of course it was to no avail. He had been taken away by those that destroyed the great eras. Your master would never have been able to locate him regardless of how strong he was. I can't quite consider myself to be alive right now. What is speaking to you now is what's left of my spiritual consciousness, the commander said. This body does not belong to me. We have been put together using the best weapons and we are nothing but an integrated weapon suite, the commander said without any emotion. Tell me, how has my family been ever since I disappeared? He asked. Ying Shengping had not expected such a question from him. Sky Spirit Monarch, you shouldn't ask me this since you already know what my answer will be, he replied hesitantly. Many years after you went missing, your relatives continued to do well under the protection of my master. The mouth of the commander twitched slightly, and it seemed to Luo Yunyang as though he was going to smile. However, his expression still looked downright evil. I wish to thank your master. It's such a pity that he will never get to hear my words of gratitude. Human ruler, could you release me now? He then turned to Luo Yunyang. While Luo Yunyang believed that the words of the commander were true, he still insisted on keeping the restraints on him. After all, he did not know what exactly was going on with this guy. No way. Even if your spiritual consciousness has been awakened slightly, I still have to restrain your body. You can blame me for not trusting you, but you cannot change my mind, Luo Yunyang replied indifferently. The Sky Spirit Monarch's glare got more intense but eventually died down. He was aware that he was not going to win even if he opposed Luo Yunyang directly. Hence, there was only one thing he could do: act the way Luo Yunyang wanted. I would like to know the whereabouts of the being responsible for all this, Luo Yunyang told the Sky Spirit Monarch, whose body was almost completely restrained by various seals. Chapter 1191. 7 Extinction Grounds. Origin intent. The impending calamity of the current Great Era was like a looming dark cloud within the hearts of everyone in the human race. Both the returnees and the powerhouses who lived in this Great Era, like the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master, were depressed due to the looming calamity. Although they knew about the Great Era calamity, they did not know anything about the existence that would cause the Great Calamity because all those who had seen that being were dead. The Grand Commander of the Divine Troops, the Sky Spirit Monarch, had regained his will and should know exactly where this being was. If the being responsible for the impending calamity could be slain before this Great Era fell, then they might be spared. The Sky Spirit Monarch could see all the curious, burning looks on him, which placed immense pressure on him. After pondering this for a moment, the Sky Spirit Monarch said, "The space where the being lives is called the 7 Extinction Grounds. If he didn't receive them, even a Tai Yuan Venerate would be decimated upon entering the 7 Extinction Grounds. I've been to the 7 Extinction Grounds once, but I don't know if anything has changed." After saying that, the Sky Spirit Monarch hesitated for a moment before adding, "I don't know if that being is injured or is refining some treasures and, as a result, can only hide within the 7 Extinction Grounds before he accomplishes what he wants." Naturally, the 7 Extinction Grounds had to be a place that not anyone could enter freely if it had become the hideout for an existence that could cause a great calamity. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a moment and asked, "Do you have any idea how to get to the 7 Extinction Grounds?" "Vaguely, but we should be able to enter the 7 Extinction Grounds if I lead the way." "It's just that." The Sky Spirit Monarch looked back at Luo Yunyang and said, "Although your forces are formidable, I still think that you're far from able to challenge that being. Have you ever seen what that existence looks like?" Luo Yunyang, who did not dwell on the topic, asked the Sky Spirit Monarch directly. "It's not just one being. I think there are at least 4 of them. I know this because when I was being refined into the Grand Commander of the Divine Troops, I heard 4 beings speaking." The Sky Spirit Monarch touched his forehead almost instinctively and added, "The 4 of them were very noisy." Those standing behind Luo Yunyang, like Yuan Zi, were already looking very concerned since this matter was related to the person capable of causing the Great Era calamity. After discovering that there were 4 such beings, they all felt even more depressed. They could not even cope with just one person, so after learning that there were now 4 of them, they all felt that it would be impossible for them to cope. Luo Yunyang had not expected that there would be 4 of them either. He hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Besides you, what other subordinates are there?" No matter what the Sky Spirit Monarch said or Luo Yunyang estimated, he knew that it was not an easy task to defeat those beings. It was better to focus his attention, improve his force cultivation, and deal with the subordinates of those people rather than put all their energy into defeating these existences right away. For example, subordinates like the Divine Troops should be eliminated as soon as possible. They seem to be very confident in themselves, so they do not have many subordinates. Except for the Divine Troops, the rest are 4 major races such as the Mysterious Underworld race. The Mysterious Underworld race and the Divine Incarcerate race had been destroyed. Luo Yunyang had also nearly killed the Star Sky Supremacy of the Starry Sky race, who had not fully recovered. In addition, there were also the 6 ancient families. However, since the ancient 6 families had gone into hiding, he had not been able to discover their whereabouts. Luo Yunyang mulled this over and made a decision in a bit. "Although you have returned to normal, these are merely words," Luo Yunyang, who looked at the Sky Spirit Monarch, said firmly. "Therefore, I need to put some seals on you and your subordinates." The Sky Spirit Monarch was seething in anger. He had been controlled by those people for many years and felt extremely humiliated to be sealed up. Thus, after hearing Luo Yunyang's request, he replied coldly, "What if I don't agree? I can only kill you all then. After all, I do not know what other methods those people used on you and your subordinates. I cannot allow someone to do more harm to us while we are fighting against them." Luo Yunyang's tone was firm and unquestionable. The Tai Yuan Venerate named Ying Shengping wanted to say something but did not do so in the end. The people that could become Tai Yuan venerates naturally knew the purpose behind Luo Yunyang's decision. Like Luo Yunyang had said, he could never allow his own safety to be determined by the Sky Spirit Monarch and his subordinates. The Sky Spirit Monarch eyed Luo Yunyang before his fury dissipated and he eventually turned decrepit. I will agree to let you place a seal on me. The Sky Spirit Monarch was struggling to speak. However, you must promise in front of everyone that you will not make us do things against our will. Luo Yunyang looked straight into the Sky Spirit Monarch's eyes and agreed. You have my word, human ruler. Do you think your seal is going to work if those people have already placed their seal in my body? The Sky Spirit Monarch immediately regretted saying that. Apart from provoking Luo Yunyang, there was nothing more his words could do to him. This might even intensify the killing intent Luo Yunyang had for him. However, the Sky Spirit Monarch still said his piece while Luo Yunyang was about to place a seal on him. Luo Yunyang eyed the Sky Spirit Monarch and said indifferently, my seal may not be as refined as that being's seal, but I'm certain of one thing, you will all perish as long as the two seals clash against each other. Nothing will be left of you. Since the Sky Spirit Monarch had been chosen by that person to lead as the Grand Commander of the Divine Troops, his will was exceptional. However, what Luo Yunyang said still made him feel rather frightened. The human ruler was not going to control them by placing his seal but would eliminate them if they went out of control. Your Majesty, I have nothing else to say, but I believe our performance will make you value us, the Sky Spirit Monarch said after hesitating for a moment. When the seal was placed on the divine troops and the Sky Spirit Monarch, they followed Luo Yunyang and marched toward Hongmeng's sacred hall. As for Yuan Zi and the rest, who had yet to break through and become Tai Yuan venerates, they had to continue working hard. Those that had already become Tai Yuan venerates would have to return and stabilize their cultivation in seclusion. After arranging their next meeting with Luo Yunyang, they all returned to their abodes and the ruined void went completely silent again. In the 7 extinction grounds, an extra inch of the palm could be seen now and had become paler than before. Damn it, the Sky Spirit Monarch has recovered his will. My seal actually failed. Arg, I'm going to kill him. An ear-piercing roar that was emitted from the ring finger shook the surroundings. However, there were no other life forms in this space except for them, so only the other fingers could hear the ear-piercing roar. Shut up, the voice of the index finger snapped. It seems like obliterating the final great era will be more difficult than I expected. Could the origin intent of this realm be resisting? The words of the index finger made the ring finger even crazier. He nearly shouted, that stupid origin intent should have been shattered by us long ago. No, we have shattered them time and time again. If it wasn't still useful to keep them around, I would have torn them to pieces. No, I would have turned them into ashes so they would never be able to reincarnate. How can they still resist? Did they still dare resist us? The voice of the thumb was old and mellow, but its tone had an unquestionable majesty. Is it worthwhile for the two of you to quarrel like this just because of some trivial matter? Although the origin intent has been scattered by us again and again, we have not completely exterminated it. After all, we would have no way to refine this realm anymore and harvest the power of the Great Era obliteration if we did eliminate them. I have always sensed that the origin intent, which has been scattered by us over and over again, is actually hiding some secret backup plan. In the past, they knew that we were difficult to fight with, so they accumulated strength. Now, knowing that this is their last chance, they will definitely fight to their death with us. However, even if the origin intent possesses some other methods, it will only add to our harvest this time. After saying that, the thumb added resolutely, since the divine troops have been destroyed, it will be difficult for the arrangements we have made outside to cause any significant damage to the human race. What we can do now is do our best to refine and improve our ultimate treasure to the next level. When the time comes to wipe out the Great Era, we will obliterate everything else along with it. The thumb spoke with great confidence and the other 4 fingers agreed quickly. At the same time, the deathly 7 extinction grounds became gloomier and colder than ever. Chapter 1192, Returning to Tianding Realm, 9 Cauldron Training Ground. The human race's divine ancestor was giving a lecture in the extravagant establishment littered with golden lotuses. Many martialists listening to his lecture felt as if they had attained rare enlightenment. However, just as the human race's divine ancestor began to talk about the essence of his lecture, someone suddenly exclaimed, "It doesn't work." Why is it not working? The voice was loud, and it even sounded like the person was snarling. The sudden rude interruption drew glares among those listening to the lecture of the human race's divine ancestor in an instant. However, as those people realized who was exasperated, they all started to feel awkward. That was someone they couldn't afford to offend. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was seething in anger, and his eyes were burning as he glared at the human race's divine ancestor doubtfully. In the past, although the mysterious water heavenly ruler used to have a high status, he had always treated his master with respect. Now, the mysterious water heavenly ruler had cast aside all the respect and fear he had for his master and was glaring at the human race's divine ancestor as if his emotions were on the verge of boiling over while he ranted. Master, what you said was wrong. Completely wrong. Not only did I fail to improve, but I nearly lost control of my cultivation. Are you afraid that I will surpass you cultivation-wise? Is this why you are explaining such great insight in this lackluster manner? The Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler and the rest said nothing but also eyed their master with doubtful gazes. Even the Taichu Yuan venerates who belonged to the 6 major families were also casting doubtful glances at the human race's divine ancestor. At least 100 people had immediately become Tai Yuan venerates when they'd listened to Luo Yunyang's insight. However, the human race's divine ancestor, who should be better than Luo Yunyang, had given a lackluster lecture. How could this sit well with them? Some people even suspected that the human race's divine ancestor might have some hidden secrets and was deliberately holding those secrets back. The human race's divine ancestor merely glared coldly at his disciples. He turned to the mysterious water heavenly ruler and said lightly, "My lecture itself has already integrated my path. Although your cultivation path is very similar to mine, there is still a significant gap. The human ruler's lecture is aimed at everyone's shortcomings. After listening to the human ruler's lecture, I can mend the flaws of my cultivation path and improve further. But your cultivation path is different from mine. After listening to my lecture, not only will you find it difficult to improve further, but it may even complicate your cultivation path." Today's lecture ends here. The words of the human race's divine ancestor left the Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler and the others ashen-faced as they hastily pleaded. "Master, the mysterious water heavenly ruler is just feeling anxious, so he misunderstood. Please forgive him this once. I'm afraid we will never become Tai Yuan venerates without Master's guidance. Master, please be merciful. Ancestral Master, please be merciful." The disciples of the 6 major families also knelt down when they saw that the others were doing so. Their plea was sincere. After all, their status would be in jeopardy if they could not become Tai Yuan venerates. The 6 major families of Tianding Realm occupied all the cultivation resources in Tianding Realm, and it could be said that they had always dominated the realm. The reason they were able to do so was because of the protection of the human race's divine ancestor. In addition, their forces were so powerful that Luo Yunyang would not be able to compete with them even if he recruited the returnees. However, with Tai Yuan venerates popping out one by one and Luo Yunyang himself also becoming a Tai Yuan venerate, these people felt an immense pressure to improve. If they couldn't become Tai Yuan venerates, they would have to give up a large chunk of resources in Tianding Realm. They might even face problems establishing themselves in Tianding Realm in the future. The human race's divine ancestor felt sorry for his disciples, who were kneeling down before him. Although he was very upset by what the mysterious water heavenly ruler had said just now, that was still his disciple. A disciple that he had trained and nurtured for years. How could the human race's divine ancestor not know what the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest were worried about? Even he felt a sense of urgency. The human race's divine ancestor had sensed that his rule over the human race was going to change greatly ever since 100 Tai Yuan venerates had appeared in the human race. Although he did not want this change to happen, he had no other choice. "Get up, I'm not angry with you. It's just that you will not benefit at all if you continue listening to my lecture. Only getting the human ruler to share his insight again could make all of you Tai Yuan venerates." The human race's divine ancestor waved his sleeves and his disciples, who were kneeling on the ground, stood up involuntarily. He looked at his disciples and said, "My insight isn't useful to any of you." Although the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest were back on their feet, they all remained silent. They had already realized that their master's insight was not suitable for them while the lecture was happening. However, they had no other choice, so they were determined to continue listening to the lecture. Now, their master had said so himself. As a result, they could not deceive themselves anymore. After a moment of reflection, the Southwest Heavenly Ruler said, "Master, we have overestimated ourselves and offended the human ruler. I hope you will come forward and help us mediate. We will agree to any conditions as long as the human ruler can share his insight with us again." The human race's divine ancestor looked at the southwest heavenly ruler and shook his head gently. "I have already pleaded with him on your behalf. He said he will not agree to it and will never change his mind. It would be better to return and cultivate on your own if you really want to become Tai Yuan venerates. Maybe you will find enlightenment and become Tai Yuan venerates." The faces of the disciples fell as soon as these words were uttered by the human race's divine ancestor. The mysterious water heavenly ruler and the others had cultivated for years by themselves without attaining enlightenment. It would still be a futile attempt if they continued to do so. They would never become Tai Yuan venerates. During the suffocating silence, someone suddenly pointed at the mysterious water heavenly ruler and lamented. "Mysterious water heavenly ruler, it's all because of you. If you had not made a scene there, I would never have left Donglu town. Given my aptitude, I would have become a Tai Yuan venerate long ago. It's all because of you." The speaker was a Taichu Yuan venerate from the Scarlet Fire Heavenly Ruler's family. In the past, this Taichu Yuan venerate had been very respectful to all the 5 heavenly rulers. However, he was now acting hysterical as he continued his onslaught of criticism. The mysterious water heavenly ruler's face twitched as his junior spoke so audaciously to him right in his face. In the past, his temperament would have made him immediately crush this junior who was talking back. However, he did not dare to do so now because he had already sensed the angry glares directed at him. These angry glares came from both his senior brothers and the disciples of his own family, who were looking at him angrily. They also resented him greatly. He would be cut off from the pack if they followed suit and reproached him. "It was my own choice to leave at the time. I didn't ask you to leave. It was your choice. You are not kids anymore, and you should know that you will have to pay for your decisions." The mysterious water heavenly ruler took a deep breath and added, "What has your decision got to do with me?" "Everyone," he said, "this has nothing to do with him. He caused us a delay and is now saying that he isn't responsible for it. This is utterly disgusting." The Taichu Yuan venerate erupted with rage after hearing the mysterious water heavenly ruler's words. The words of the Taichu Yuan venerate were like sparks landing on kindling, instantly igniting the fire in everyone's hearts. Immediately, someone shouted angrily at the mysterious water heavenly ruler, "This has nothing to do with you. Say that again. What an irresponsible scoundrel. Everyone, we should teach him a lesson and show him that he cannot make irresponsible remarks about certain things. Beat that nonsense babbler up." Upon hearing the tumultuous crowd getting stirred up, the human race's divine ancestor frowned. He was just about to speak out when someone suggested, "It was the mysterious water heavenly ruler who offended the human ruler. The human ruler will definitely let bygones be bygones if we bring him to the human ruler to make amends." Yes, the mysterious water heavenly ruler was the only one in the wrong. Our families cannot be stained by him. The juniors of the mysterious water heavenly ruler stayed silent. While they were relatives of the mysterious water heavenly ruler, they also harbored some resentment for the mysterious water heavenly ruler. While the mysterious water heavenly ruler was livid, someone suddenly reported, "His Majesty the human ruler is here to call upon the human race's divine ancestor." This sentence created hope in many people's hearts. They turned to look in the direction of the person speaking and saw a line of people entering the 9 Cauldron training ground in a grand fashion. The person right at the front was actually Luo Yunyang, who they had been longing for. The human race's divine ancestor was slightly pissed when he saw Luo Yunyang arrive. Naturally, he wasn't angry because Luo Yunyang had come but because of these disciples' ethics. The behavior of his disciples had been atrocious. Although Luo Yunyang was far away, he believed that he must have witnessed it. After some hesitation, he rose and greeted Luo Yunyang. "Greetings, human ruler." However, when he approached Luo Yunyang, his attention was focused on the machine-like party behind Luo Yunyang. These people were riding huge Pegasuses, and their movements seemed extremely stiff and machine-like. Despite their lack of vitality, they still gave off an astounding, threatening aura, especially the person right at the front, who made the human race's divine ancestor very wary. It seemed like this person's cultivation was above the human race's divine ancestor, so he might not be able to win if they were to fight. The mysterious water heavenly ruler glared at Luo Yunyang hatefully. It was understandable that he would react in this manner, but he had been looking forward to Luo Yunyang sharing his insight again deep down. Luo Yunyang smiled at the human race's divine ancestor and responded, "Divine ancestor, there's no need for such formalities." While Luo Yunyang was exchanging greetings with the human race's divine ancestor, the Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the rest exchanged a glance before bowing respectfully in front of Luo Yunyang and greeting him in unison. "Greetings, human ruler." In the past, the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and the rest had not been very polite to Luo Yunyang and had never ever bowed before him. However, Luo Yunyang was now in control of the situation, so even though they were proud and lofty, they still had to greet him. Furthermore, the aura emitted by Luo Yunyang this time frightened them even more. Luo Yunyang looked at the Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the others who greeted him and gestured with his hand. "Let's skip the formalities. Congratulations, human ruler, for becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. Your cultivation will be the strongest in this realm from this day onward," the human race's divine ancestor said after studying Luo Yunyang for a moment. Luo Yunyang had become a Tai Yuan Venerate and was now even a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. Although his cultivation had reached the Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate level after listening to Luo Yunyang's lecture, there was still a huge gulf between him and Luo Yunyang. Thus, the moment he saw Luo Yunyang, he had a feeling that he no longer had a chance of surpassing Luo Yunyang in this life. "Divine Ancestor, thank you. The human race is stronger now, but we are also at the most critical juncture. After all, there will not be another great era after this one. If we cannot stop the impending calamity, I'm afraid the entire human race will vanish from this realm." The human race's divine ancestor nodded and said, "You're right, human ruler. Don't hesitate to let me know what I can do to help since you have come to my 9 Cauldron training ground." As soon as the human race's divine ancestor finished speaking, someone suddenly fell on his knees and pleaded, "Human ruler, I listened to the slanderous calumny of the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler and doubted your generous offer. I hope you are willing to give me another chance in light of my sincere plea. I will undoubtedly follow you unswervingly and fight alongside you when the impending calamity comes." The person who spoke was the Taichu Yuan Venerate who had just blasted the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler. He had unceremoniously pushed all the responsibility on the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler was upset, but he did not dare defend himself in front of Luo Yunyang. Plus, he had no chance to defend himself. After that Taichu Yuan Venerate spoke out, the other Taichu Yuan Venerates of Tianding Realm followed suit and stood out one by one to express their resentment for being led astray by the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler while also seeking the human ruler's forgiveness. Momentarily, the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler had become the target of scorn. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler couldn't help turning to look at his master, as he felt extremely wronged. However, the human race's divine ancestor merely sighed when he saw how the situation was unfolding. He was also going to abandon the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler. It would be worth it if Luo Yunyang agreed to the request of his disciples. "I am not here to talk about this." Luo Yunyang scanned the disciples kneeling on the ground as he spoke indifferently. Chapter 1193. I have no time for this. Luo Yunyang's arrival ignited a light of hope in the jaded hearts of the human race's divine ancestors' disciples. They sincerely hoped that their opportunity had come once again. At the same time, they also made up their minds. No matter how tough or humiliating Luo Yunyang's request was, they would endure the humiliation and plead Luo Yunyang to share his insight again. After all, this would determine whether they could become Tai Yuan Venerates. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang's words were like a smashing blow to their heads. Luo Yunyang hadn't come here because of them. They had not regarded Luo Yunyang as someone important when the Tianding realm had surfaced. However, Luo Yunyang had now become an existence they could only look up to. It could even be said that the gulf between them and Luo Yunyang now was greater than ever. They actually had no bargaining power when dealing with Luo Yunyang. "Your Majesty, I was foolish for a moment and I was victimized by a crafty scoundrel. Please have mercy, Your Majesty, and give us a chance to mend our ways." After feeling dejected and shocked for a moment, the first Taichu Yuan Venerate stood up and spoke sincerely. Victimized by a scoundrel, the Taichu Yuan Venerate had said these words in a very determined manner, and the scoundrel he was referring to was naturally the mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler. The mysterious Water Heavenly Ruler was enraged. He gnashed his teeth but eventually did not come forward to object. He knew that he should not impede others even if he could not listen to Luo Yunyang's insight. Otherwise, he would really be hated by everyone in Tianding Realm. The human race's divine ancestor did not speak out or comment on the internal conflict among his disciples even though he was feeling very uncomfortable with it. He also understood that at times like this, it was difficult to go against the will of the masses. The only reason the mysterious water heavenly ruler had assumed this burden was because he had spoken out the most. Luo Yunyang looked at that Taichu Yuan venerate and said, "I have already said that I am not here for this. This matter is trivial. Don't offend me next time if you feel that you have offended me. There is no need for you to feel so sad." Luo Yunyang added coldly, "Don't worry, I'm not a narrow-minded person either. Since this is over, let bygones be bygones." How could he let it go that easily? Everyone felt their hearts tighten when they heard Luo Yunyang casually disregarded this matter. He even sounded as if he was too lazy to care. "How can we ask for your insight if you don't accept our apology? How can we become Tai Yuan venerates if we don't ask you to give us a lecture?" However, that Taichu Yuan venerate knew that it was no use to come forward again. Hence, he looked at the 5 heavenly rulers. Or rather, he started at the mysterious water heavenly ruler. The mysterious water heavenly ruler was an arrogant man, yet he could not help humbling himself under the watchful stares of the masses. After pondering this for a moment, he knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Your Majesty, I'm a knave who projected his own shortcomings on others and has become a laughing stock. I seek your forgiveness, Your Majesty, and I hope that you can share your insight into becoming a Tai Yuan venerate once more." The mysterious water heavenly ruler had no choice but to make this decision. His family and friends would turn against him if he did not make such a decision now. Luo Yunyang frowned as he eyed the mysterious water heavenly ruler, who was kneeling on the ground, before saying casually, "Mysterious water heavenly ruler, I have already said that this is over. I will not hold you accountable for anything, but I will not share my insight again either. I have nothing to do with what you guys want, and I don't want to know anything about you." These words made the mysterious water heavenly ruler's face darken. He was angry at first, but he immediately felt disheartened. Although Luo Yunyang's words were very simple, he was actually telling him they were not worthy of Luo Yunyang spending any time or effort on them. Or rather, they were not qualified to be considered important by Luo Yunyang at all. "Human ruler, we are all Taichu Yuan venerates. I believe we can also become Tai Yuan venerates if we listen to your lecture," the Southwest Heavenly Ruler said, unwilling to accept Luo Yunyang's rejection. "This way, our race can also improve its fighting forces. What the human race needs is core capabilities." Luo Yunyang smiled at the Southwest Heavenly Ruler and replied nonchalantly. While Luo Yunyang was speaking, the boundless power of the Sky Law within the Sky Spirit Monarch's body also erupted through the roof. The Sky Spirit Monarch wasn't much weaker than Luo Yunyang as far as fighting capabilities were concerned. The power he showed now was capable of crushing the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor looked closely at the aura emanated from the Sky Spirit Monarch before letting out a deep sigh. His expression showed his helplessness and sentiment for his inferiority against the Sky Spirit Monarch's abilities. Luo Yunyang could sense that the human race's divine ancestor was disheartened. He harbored no malice for the human race's divine ancestor, but there was something he had to do for him to come this time. Besides accomplishing this, he also had to do it well. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the others shifted their attention to the Sky Spirit Monarch and his subordinates. They immediately felt the huge gap between them and those people through the aura they exuded. These are the divine troops. Luo Yunyang didn't hide anything either. He looked at the human race's divine ancestor before adding, "Now, they belong to the fighting forces of the human race. The human ruler's ability to subdue the divine troops is a great thing for the entire human race, and I am much more confident about facing the impending Great Era Calamity now," the human race's divine ancestor replied heavily. Luo Yunyang smiled slightly. "Divine ancestor, apart from discussing something related to the Great Era Calamity, I have come to talk to you regarding something related to Tianding Realm." The Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the rest, who already looked pale, knew immediately what Luo Yunyang was thinking the moment he mentioned Tianding Realm. Tianding Realm had always belonged to them exclusively. Even after Luo Yunyang had become the human ruler, they had never allowed him to dip his hands into Tianding Realm. Now, Luo Yunyang was actually going to discuss Tianding Realm in front of them with the human race's divine ancestor. Although they were enraged, they dared not say anything. The gulf in their strength deprived them of the ability to object. Hence, they all turned to look at the master at the same time, hoping that the human race's divine ancestor would object. After all, Tianding realm had been founded by the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor should have the last say in anything that was related to Tianding realm. Tianding realm is a part of the human race. This old man will approve of everything the human ruler has planned, the human race's divine ancestor replied without any hesitation. Initially, Luo Yunyang had been slightly worried about persuading the human race's divine ancestor. Although he had made up his mind, he was still unwilling to completely fall out with the human race's divine ancestor. Since the divine ancestor said so, I won't beat about the bush. Tianding realm is more suitable to cultivate than the 36 great cosmoses, so I hope to construct an academy in Tianding realm to nurture top powerhouses. Luo Yunyang said seriously as he looked at the human race's divine ancestor. By using the resources of Tianding realm, we can nurture more powerhouses for the human race. Tianding realm was vast and boundless. A college should not occupy much space. The mysterious water heavenly ruler and the others felt really relieved to hear that. Before they could completely loosen up, they heard Luo Yunyang say, the cultivation of talented people often requires a large amount of resources. Tianding realm's resources shall be consolidated and allocated by the academy. I wonder what the divine ancestor thinks of this. The human race's divine ancestor was aware of Luo Yunyang's intention. He wanted to make sure that Tianding realm would not become an area he could not control. The human race's divine ancestor did not think that there was anything wrong with Luo Yunyang's actions. If he was in Luo Yunyang's position, he would do the same and consolidate all the variable factors before reorganizing them. I agree. After saying that, the human race's divine ancestor pointed to the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest and said, I hope that the human ruler can give my disciples a proper place to stay. Naturally, their families can still live in Tianding realm, and they can also be given 1/10 of the resources in Tianding realm, Luo Yunyang said with determination. We will treat all the students of the academy equally. That's good. The human race's divine ancestor smiled and said, is there anything else, human ruler? Luo Yunyang ignored the mysterious water heavenly ruler and the rest, who were looking at him in fear and anger, and replied heavily, there are still some important matters to discuss with you, divine ancestor. Let's find a place to have a nice talk. The human race's divine ancestor knew immediately that this had to be very serious when he saw Luo Yunyang's solemn expression. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang would not have spoken in such a grave tone. Your Majesty, please follow me, the human race's divine ancestor said as he gestured. After Luo Yunyang and the human race's divine ancestor arrived at a palace, Red Moon Child served tea and left respectfully. Without wasting any time, Luo Yunyang asked the Sky Spirit Monarch to tell the human race's divine ancestor everything he knew before asking, Divine Ancestor, do you know where we can find this realm's origin intent? The human race's divine ancestor hesitated for a moment before answering, I have come into contact with this realm's origin intent once, but it is helpless on its own. It can't provide us with much help. To be honest, it is not easy for it to continue supporting this realm. Luo Yunyang had already speculated about the state of the realm's origin intent. After hearing the human race's divine ancestor actually use the word, supporting, Luo Yunyang knew that the origin intent had to be in a dire state. Divine Ancestor, what is actually going on with the realm's origin intent and where is it? Chapter 1194, Yuan Sage Jinlao, it is only left with some instinct. The human race's divine ancestor said dejectedly after hesitating for a moment. Only left with some instinct. If a human were described in this manner, it would be akin to saying that this person was basically crippled. If the origin intent was left with only some instinct, it would not be useful at all. Luo Yunyang had also read some things about the origin intent in the records found in the scripture hall of the vast sky sacred realm. There were many records that showed that although the origin intent did not have much influence on the space where it was located, the wisdom of the origin intent was not inferior to anyone else's. When any destruction took place in the realm led by the origin intent, it would respond immediately. However, the origin intent of this realm only had some basic instinct left now. This sort of origin intent would naturally be unable to provide any help to the human race. I can bring you to see the origin intent, but it is. The human race's divine ancestor gently shook his arm and expressed his opinion. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment and then said, let's go and have a look then. Since the human ruler wants to see it, let's head over now. After he said that, the human race's divine ancestor waved his sleeve and said, human ruler, please come with me. It was effortless for Tai Yuan venerates to teleport. In the blink of an eye, the human race's divine ancestor took Luo Yunyang into a void. After the human race's divine ancestor made a series of hand seals, a string of portals began to show up in the void. When they entered those portals, a mist of primordial chaos appeared all around Luo Yunyang. The primordial chaos mist drifted in the void, moving constantly in the small space. While the mist continued its motion, Luo Yunyang suddenly had a feeling that this primordial chaos mist actually contained infinite nomological laws. This is the origin intent. The human race's divine ancestor paused for a moment after saying that and added, or perhaps I should say that this is part of the origin intent. This is part of the origin intent belonging to the realm where our race resides. Luo Yunyang was about to speak when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Big brother, let's play together. This voice was sweet and intimate, making Luo Yunyang's hair stand on end. Is this the origin intent of the realm that he resided in? Why is Big Brother ignoring me? I like playing with my big brother. The voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears again. Luo Yunyang had a thought at that moment. He felt that his own plan would be impossible to execute. Why is the origin intent like this? Luo Yunyang took a deep breath and threw whatever thoughts he'd had before asking the human race's divine ancestor aside. To tell you the truth, I don't know either. I was sent here when I discovered the set sky 9 cauldrons. At the time, it seemed to have a higher intelligence. Luo Yunyang found it ridiculous that the origin intent and intelligence were mentioned in the same sentence. However, at the same time, he also felt sad about this fact. Still, regardless of whether he found it ridiculous or sad, it could change the state of the origin intent. To be honest, Yunyang, I have also thought of many ways to improve the origin intent's condition, but it was all wasted effort. It seems like someone has sealed up the origin intent by not only splitting it into 7 or 8 parts but also causing each part of its intelligence to gradually collapse. I guess it has a lot to do with the being that is going to cause the Great Era Calamity, the human race's divine ancestor said helplessly. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Only the being who would cause the Great Era Calamity could split this realm's origin intent in this manner. Big brother, let's play together. The voice of the origin intent spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears. Luo Yunyang felt like puking when he heard this voice. Human ruler, there are still several origin intents that are located within the territories of the mysterious underworld race and other races. The human race's divine ancestor sighed and said, the parts that were separated from the origin intent are in a much worse condition than this origin intent. The origin intent was very important to a realm. If one could receive aid from the origin intent, it would be akin to receiving help from all lifeforms of heaven and earth. Although the current condition of the origin intent was not helpful for Luo Yunyang, it could still hinder and delay the impending calamity if it was intact. It could even pose a huge threat to the people responsible for the Great Era Calamity. Luo Yunyang mentally went through the sorts of books he had read in the Taishu sect. Unfortunately, he did not find a way to fix the origin intent. He was unwilling to accept this outcome but was equally helpless. After observing the origin intent with the human race's divine ancestor, Luo Yunyang left the location where the origin intent resided. In the vast sky sacred realm, Luo Yunyang sat in the scripture repository of the Taishu sect, flipping through books rapidly but unable to find a lead. There were not many books that explained the origin intent in the Taishu sect to begin with, let alone some that explained an uncommon event like restoring the origin intent. After mentally going through the last book on the origin intent, Luo Yunyang knew that it would be difficult for him to find a method to restore the origin intent simply by looking at ancient records. He would still need to consult people that were likely capable of restoring an origin intent. Although Luo Yunyang's body had not broken through to the Tai Yuan Venerate, his exceptional performance had made him a well-known figure in the Taishu sect. Even some of the 12 Yuan sages had begun to pay attention to him. Luo Yunyang had always maintained a vigilant attitude towards such attention. After all, it was better if fewer people knew his origins. However, the origin intent had become too important to ignore. He would lose more than half of the battle against the being behind the Great Era Calamity if he could not find a way to restore the origin intent. Senior brother, please send a message on my behalf and say that I want to see you on St. Jinlao. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Yunyang reached a seemingly ordinary mountain gate and respectfully spoke to the middle-aged man guarding the gate. Although the middle-aged man was guarding the gate, his cultivation was actually at the Tai Yuan Venerate level. He watched Luo Yunyang with a hint of mockery. Even people like you want to meet the Yuan sage. Do you know that even a Tai Yuan venerate of the sect would not be able to meet the Yuan sage that easily? I think you should go back where you came from. Luo Yunyang eyed the middle-aged man guarding the gate and calmly said, Senior brother, I know that I will be able to see the Yuan sage as long as I can defeat you before becoming a Tai Yuan venerate. That's right, if that happens, you wouldn't just meet Lord Yuan sage. You could even exchange pointers with him. Are you really sure that you can beat me? The middle-aged man smiled sarcastically. I have been guarding this gate for many years. I have met many people that think as highly of themselves as you do. Unfortunately, after those guys fought with me, their cultivation and mind both suffered greatly. Luo Yunyang didn't say much. In a split moment, he quickly activated his attribute regulator and transferred all the power from the body in the 36 great cosmoses into his own. Then, Luo Yunyang threw the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes at the middle-aged man. The Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes was not considered a top-level technique in the Taishu sect. However, Luo Yunyang's power had already surpassed the middle-aged man's. The moment the middle-aged men felt that things were bad, the punch blasted by Luo Yunyang arrived right in front of him. Desperate, he could only take Luo Yunyang's punch head-on. However, the result of taking it head-on was obvious when he was sent flying into a nearby mountain. Why is your power so much stronger? The middle-aged man could not believe this. Although he was only a gatekeeper for a Yuan sage, not anybody was capable of assuming the position of gatekeeper. Luo Yunyang didn't want to waste too much time explaining to the gatekeeper, who had been all smug and arrogant moments ago. Hence, he merely smiled faintly and said, It's not that I am too strong. It's just that you're too weak. Luo Yunyang didn't leave the gatekeeper any dignity. When he heard what Luo Yunyang had said, the man's eyes reddened. He was too weak. In the end, the gatekeeper understood the gulf in strength between him and Luo Yunyang and did not stop Luo Yunyang any further. He instead allowed Luo Yunyang to enter the cave abode of Yuan sage Jinlao. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang exited the cave. However, there was a flustered look on Luo Yunyang's face now. Young lad, it is not easy to benefit from the Yuan sage. The middle-aged man, who saw how distraught Luo Yunyang was, grinned happily. Luo Yunyang sobered up from his worries as he turned to look at the gatekeeper and said, No wonder you have been stagnant for so many years. It is because you're a narrow-minded person. That's why your patriarch only made you a gatekeeper here. Upon saying that, Luo Yunyang turned away, ignoring the angry middle-aged man and walking far away. The middle-aged man's eyes were set ablaze, but he did not dare to rush over at Luo Yunyang because he knew that he was not Luo Yunyang's match. Luo Yunyang was in no mood to pay attention to the middle-aged man either, as all he was thinking about was the solution he had gotten by imploring Yuan sage Jinlao. The solution seemed a bit too dangerous in theory, but it was the only feasible method Luo Yunyang had at the moment. One would fight desperately in the face of mortal danger. With these words in mind, Luo Yunyang returned to his cave abode. Meanwhile, the Luo Yunyang in the 36 great cosmoses fell deep in thought while muttering to himself after receiving the solution from his body in the vast sky sacred realm. It wasn't that he did not believe Yuan sage Jinlao. This way was just too terrifying to be true. Chapter 1195. Destroying the origin intent. Why is the human ruler gathering everyone right now? The two Tai Yuan venerates standing side by side outside Hongmeng's sacred hall asked. They couldn't care less about the crowd who respectfully bowed. Who knows, maybe he wants to equally divide up the resources of Tianding realm. The other Tai Yuan venerate said with a frown. However, he didn't really believe what he had said to be true. There was no need for the human ruler to gather so many people around, even though there were vast resources in Tianding realm. Why do you even care so much? We'll know later when the human ruler tells us himself. Another Tai Yuan venerate who came walking from behind laughed. That is right, we never need to worry about decisions made by the human ruler, the first Tai Yuan venerate said as he laughed along. They only felt that things were different when they finally gathered in Hongmeng's sacred hall in front of the human ruler. Within that hall were over 100 Tai Yuan venerates. One could say that the entire population of Tai Yuan venerates of the human race was gathered there at that moment. Amongst them were also the extremely accomplished martialists who had not yet broken through to the Tai Yuan venerate but had the capabilities to be just as strong. These martialists were also a force to be reckoned with. One such example was Yuan Zi. While he still had some way to go before becoming a Tai Yuan venerate, there was nobody in that hall who would dare underestimate his prowess. The crowd gathered with doubtful looks. It was obvious that nobody knew what to expect from the gathering. "Divine Ancestor, do you know what we were summoned here for?" One of the martialists asked the human race's divine ancestor as he arrived. The human race's divine ancestor took a good look at the people who were surrounding him. Seeing so many Tai Yuan venerates around him made him feel a little joyful deep down, but at the same time, it also made him feel a sense of loss. He had unknowingly lost his status. He was no longer able to rule over the human ruler like before. Now, he was just another individual standing in the crowd. "My fellow martialists, we have the same cultivation base now. Please call me Yuanrui instead," he replied with a faint smile on his face. "I am not sure why the human ruler instructed us to gather here either." The humble attitude of the human race's divine ancestor won over the hearts of many people around him. Those who had become Tai Yuan venerates were mostly returnees. These returnees were lofty and highly accomplished individuals in their individual eras. It was fine that they had been respectful to the human race's divine ancestor in the past, as they used to have a lower cultivation base. However, given that they had the same cultivation base as the human race's divine ancestor now, they no longer needed to continue being as respectful as they used to. Still, the sincere request of the human race's divine ancestor, who wanted them to address him by his name, made them change their minds once again. "Since you have requested this, I shall go ahead and do it. I am currently refining a valuable treasure of mine that is on the verge of success. If not for the instructions given out by the human ruler, I would have finished tempering it before coming over," the Tai Yuan venerate who was standing nearby replied. Yuanzi remained calm and undisturbed during this intense discussion between the crowd. While his cultivation still had not broken through to the Tai Yuan venerate, the aura emanating from him was way stronger than that of a full-fledged Tai Yuan venerate. While he too was curious about the reason they had gathered, he continued to sit in a lotus position with an outwardly calm expression. He decided that he would know eventually when Luo Yunyang came around. Luo Yunyang walked into the hall accompanied by the left hall master and other subordinates. Everybody stood up respectfully as they entered even though the hall was filled with Tai Yuan venerates. That was not only because Luo Yunyang was stronger than them, but also because they were grateful to him for his teachings. Without him, who knew how long it might have taken them to attain the Tai Yuan venerate level? Or rather, it could even be said that a large number of the people present would never have attained such a level. "Our respects to you, human ruler. Please dispense with the formalities. I have asked everyone to gather here because I would like to ask a favor." Luo Yunyang addressed everyone in the hall. "We will do everything within our means to accommodate any requests the human ruler might have." When one person took the lead, more than 100 people nodded in agreement. While the human race's divine ancestor was seated in the number 1 seat in this great hall, he felt that it would be almost impossible for him to move against Luo Yunyang under the circumstances. "I would like to refine some treasures and I want to enlist everyone's help," Luo Yunyang said as some images appeared. Amongst the items Luo Yunyang was refining were flags and banners of various sizes. There were about 100 items, but the item which stood out the most was a giant banner that stood at nearly 300 meters. The giant banner was black in color and there were no inscriptions on it. However, seeing it made the human race's divine ancestor feel as though his mind was seized. The human race's divine ancestor felt apprehensive about that giant banner. "What is this?" he asked in full seriousness. Yuanzi and the rest also felt that there was something peculiar about this banner but did not question Luo Yunyang further out of respect. "The sky-breaking banner," Luo Yunyang said without holding anything back. "This divine banner is used for the destruction of the origin intent." The destruction of the origin intent was almost the equivalent of the Great Calamity. Without the support of the origin intent, the sky laws in the world would just be thrown into complete chaos. When that happened, the sky and land would crumble and the sun and stars would collapse. Yuanzi and the rest were unsure how to react to Luo Yunyang. Seeing him trying to bring about the great calamity even though the actual person responsible had not even acted was not what they had envisioned when they had gathered there. "Human ruler, you intend to destroy the origin intent. How is that even possible?" asked the human race's divine ancestor. Even though he had decided to pledge his allegiance to Luo Yunyang, he could not just go about doing so blindly. He had decided that he would support Luo Yunyang so long as the things being done did not go against his moral principles. However, he could not do so this time. For example, his intention to destroy the origin intent was absolute nonsense from the perspective of the human race's divine ancestor. That was, after all, the origin intent of the realm. Luo Yunyang was not at all surprised by the reaction of the human race's divine ancestor. Divine ancestor, you have seen the situation regarding the origin intent. How long do you think it can last if we let it carry on like this? It should not be a problem. For at least the next 1,000 years. The human race's divine ancestor estimated after a slight pause. In the span of these 1,000 years, the origin intent will still have to revolve around the trajectory set for it by others, Luo Yunyang replied. When the great calamity looms over us, this origin intent might not only hinder us but it could even cause us quite a bit of trouble. By suggesting to destroy it, I am not talking about complete destruction. What I intend to do is remodel it. It is only through the destruction of the origin intent of the sky and land that I will be able to remodel a completely new origin intent. Yuanzi and the rest, who were each incredibly accomplished individuals in their respective eras, had also seen their fair share of valiance amongst their groups of friends and seniors. However, listening to Luo Yunyang's plan still left them in disbelief. Destroying the origin intent and then remodeling it was almost comparable to a fantasy saga. It was the first time they were hearing that the origin intent of the sky could be completely remodeled. Human ruler, are you certain that this method will work? The human race's divine ancestor asked. Luo Yunyang knew what the human race's divine ancestor was hoping for. I would like to believe so, he replied after a slight pause. There was a pause before Yuanzi and the rest began discussing the situation. At their cultivation levels, even if everyone present were to exchange opinions and comments, not a single sound would be made. However, a din was caused by their intense exchange of opinions. Luo Yunyang did not stop this from happening. He had expected what would be coming after he made the announcement. The current situation was exactly what he had expected. Destroying the origin intent of the sky was not a trivial thing to speak of on a whim. There was even a possibility that the sky and land would crumble along with the destruction of the origin intent. This was akin to moving forward the great calamity they were trying so hard to stop. I cannot guarantee a 100% success rate, but I do feel that it is worth a try, Luo Yunyang said, addressing the crowd once again. Otherwise, all we can do is slowly wait for the impending great calamity. Without the support of the origin intent of the sky and land, our chances of being defeated are also very high. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at Luo Yunyang with uncertainty. He was the one who had the best knowledge regarding the origin intent, so only he knew best the current state it was in. The origin intent of the sky and land would crumble. It was only a matter of time. However, Luo Yunyang's actions were indeed very risky. There were over 100 Tai Yuan venerates in the human race and even more would be trained in the next 1,000 years. It was hard to say, but even Luo Yunyang and Yuanzi might break through and suddenly achieve overwhelming success. That was the most reliable plan. This was why he had made that decision after taking all these factors into account. Human ruler, I acknowledge that you have made an undeniable contribution to the human race and I truly respect you for that. I have even decided to obey your decisions ever since you shared your insight. However, I just cannot agree with you on this matter. While it would be extremely advantageous for us to remodel the origin intent of the realm, I think that carrying out this task will be extremely difficult. Who knows if the realm might crumble when we destroy the origin intent? The great calamity might instead happen sooner. This issue is just too risky. I believe that it would be best for us to slowly develop our capabilities and use them to our best advantage when the great calamity finally befalls us. The words of the human race's divine ancestor strongly resonated with the other people present. Human ruler, destroying the origin intent is a big matter. Hence, I agree with the divine ancestor on this, the Daqian master said as he stood up. The Daqian master had always been the most ardent supporter of Luo Yunyang. However, he too made his own decision this time. The Daqian master felt that he had been extremely close to Luo Yunyang. The two men were not only close buddies, but Luo Yunyang was also his benefactor. However, given the situation, the Daqian master still made the decision to oppose Luo Yunyang on the destruction of the origin intent, as this idea was simply too crazy. Although the success of such a plan would bring about extremely great benefits for the human race, the failure of its execution would also bring about a great calamity. That was why, just to be on the safe side, the Daqian master chose to support the human race's divine ancestor. Luo Yunyang was not angry about the Daqian master's decision to support the human race's divine ancestor. His ability to attain the Tai Yuan Venerate had also been greatly influenced by his own capabilities, and Luo Yunyang felt that he should not impose his will on other people. The Tai Yuan Venerates of the human race have all gathered here. Why doesn't everyone express their views too so we can make a collective decision on whether to destroy the origin intent? Luo Yunyang said after seeing the resolute response of the Daqian master and the human race's divine ancestor. There was a look of disappointment on the face of the human race's divine ancestor when he realized that he had failed to convince Luo Yunyang. Since the human ruler has asked for everyone's input, then maybe it would be good if everyone present shared their opinion regarding this matter as well, he said. If the majority is in favor of destroying the origin intent, then I will not object either. Yuan Zi and the rest were lost deep in contemplation. Countless thoughts were running through their heads as they were thinking about the various options presented by Luo Yunyang earlier. In their opinion, the cases presented by the human race's divine ancestor and Luo Yunyang had their own merits, except that each plan was extreme in its own right. I am in favor of Yuanrui's plan. There are over 100 Tai Yuan Venerates amongst us, and this number is definitely going to grow even more in the next 1,000 years. Until then, we might just be a force to be reckoned with when the great calamity finally dawns on us. That is why I still believe it would be better to stay on the safe side. A Tai Yuan Venerate stood up and expressed his stance respectfully. This is, after all, the only chance we have. Over 10 more Tai Yuan Venerates stood up afterward, also expressing similar views against Luo Yunyang's plan. Luo Yunyang continued to have a calm expression on his face as he quietly observed the reaction of the people around him. Yuan Zi stood up right at that moment. I support the human ruler because I trust him. Chapter 1196. Bloodstains on the Ancestors Tablets 1, 2, 3. The human race's divine ancestor slowly became disappointed. Although he was extremely unwilling to go ahead with Luo Yunyang's plan, he gradually got upset when people stepped forward to support Luo Yunyang's decision one by one without any valid reasons, just because they trusted Luo Yunyang. It seemed that the position of the number one martialist in the human race was Luo Yunyang's to keep, and he no longer had the ability to challenge it. Even the supreme beings wiped out by their individual great eras would not have much influence on Luo Yunyang's position if they returned. It was all because Luo Yunyang's contribution and merits had benefited too many people in the human race. While the human race's divine ancestor was thinking to himself, he suddenly heard someone say, 83 in favor, 27 against. The human ruler's proposal has passed. The announcement made the human race's divine ancestor come back to his senses and look at Luo Yunyang. Human ruler, I should feel dejected to hear the result, but at the same time, I am also very glad to have you be the human ruler of our race, who can lead us in the present situation. After he said that, the human race's divine ancestor added solemnly, however, there's one thing I still want to say. Destroying the origin intent comes with enormous risk. Human ruler, you must think twice before you do this. Luo Yunyang looked at the human race's divine ancestor with a straight face. Divine ancestor, I understand what you are saying. It's just that our odds of winning will be really small if there is no origin intent to support us. Instead of waiting all this time and losing in the end, we might as well march forward and be proactive so that we can have a glimmer of hope. The human race's divine ancestor stopped talking after listening to what Luo Yunyang said. He then returned to his seat slowly, thus indicating his stance. Luo Yunyang was not prepared to argue with the human race's divine ancestor either. Seeing that the human race's divine ancestor had sat down, Luo Yunyang smiled and said, everyone can start to collect the items that they can refine. I will handle the sky-breaking banner. Yuan Zi and the others were aware of the importance of this matter, so none of them dared to be lazy. In an instant, all the items waiting for them to refine them had been distributed. However, in the end, they realized that several items were too difficult to refine. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at these items and said, the mysterious shattering gem can be replaced by the bracelet of the three-eyed stone being of the ancient six families. As for the other items, some of the supreme treasures of the starry sky race can be used as substitutes. As far as the sky massacring thunder pool is concerned, there is a race hundreds of millions of light years away from us. To my knowledge, they are called the Four Sky Race, and they should have the supreme treasure called Sky Thunder Pool. We will be able to refine the Sky Massacring Thunder Pool if we borrow the Sky Thunder Pool from them. Luo Yunyang had still been worried initially about looking for these items. After listening to what the human race's divine ancestor said, he suddenly lightened up greatly. He smiled and said, "The ancient six families fought against the human race. They are traitors. I'll handle them on my own. I failed to kill the ancient six families last time, so I'll make sure I turn them into ashes this time." Among everyone present, the one who harbored the greatest resentment for the ancient six families was definitely Luo Yunyang. It would be no exaggeration to say that Luo Yunyang had made up his mind to obliterate the ancient six families last time. In the end, the appearance of the three-eyed stone being had almost allowed the ancient six families to slaughter the five sacred halls instead. If the human race's divine ancestor had not intervened, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base would have suffered a major setback even though he had escaped. Now, things were different. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base hadn't just reached the Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate level. He also commanded more than 100 Tai Yuan Venerates. Furthermore, he possessed the divine troops, who were experts in obliterating anything that stood in their path. With the human ruler in charge, the destruction of the ancient six families will be easily accomplished. The human race's divine ancestor was also fully confident in Luo Yunyang. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "I have some ties to the leader of the Four Sky race. Let me handle getting the Sky Thunder Pool from the Four Sky race then." Luo Yunyang was very satisfied with the suggestion of the human race's divine ancestor. With the two of them taking the lead, the distribution of all kinds of necessary materials was completed very quickly. "Your Majesty, do you know where the six ancient families are located now?" Yuanzi walked to Luo Yunyang's side as everyone started to get busy. Luo Yunyang, who appreciated Yuanzi very much, smiled and replied, "The divine troops saw the activity of the ancient six families when they came over. I believe that they will not be able to escape if I search for them." Yuanzi naturally did not doubt Luo Yunyang's capabilities. After pondering it for a moment, he finally asked, "Human ruler, I have something in mind and I was wondering if your Majesty can help me." "Don't hesitate to speak your mind. We are friends," Luo Yunyang answered generously. "The ancient six families deserve to be killed. However, not all the members of the six ancient families are sinners. Feng Feifei and I used to be good friends, so I hope the human ruler can let her off this time." Yuanzi was good friends with Feng Feifei. Although Luo Yunyang did not know what was going on between these two, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple if Yuanzi was sounding off personally. Luo Yunyang smiled and replied, "This is not a big deal. Furthermore, I met Feng Feifei before and she indeed isn't like the other members of the ancient six families." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty success." Yuanzi drifted away after he cupped his fists and saluted Luo Yunyang. After Yuanzi left, Luo Yunyang summoned the Sky Spirit Monarch. The Sky Spirit Monarch had reported the location of the ancient six families before, but Luo Yunyang and the rest had been forced to consolidate their cultivation, so they'd had no time to bother. Now, they had to destroy the ancient six families, regardless of whether it was for the bracelet or any other reasons. Some time ago, Luo Yunyang had assembled the five sacred halls to destroy the ancient six families, which was considered an impressive, majestic feat. However, he had only brought with him the divine troops now. The ancestral mountain of the ancient six families was still floating in the crevice of the territory that belonged to the galactic star beast. However, the aura that surrounded the ancestral mountain this time had changed and become denser than before. "The divine troops aren't the only subordinates for our Lord. Our Lord has destroyed countless great eras. He must have many more invincible soldiers. Why is he not dealing with Luo Yunyang and has instead chosen to watch on as the human race flourishes right under his nose?" The Sea family patriarch stood in the great palace of the ancestral mountain and rambled before his companions. The Yun family patriarch was considered the head of the patriarchs of the ancient six families. Although he was dissatisfied with the Sea family patriarch's behavior, he did not stop him. In fact, the Sea family patriarch's opinion was the same as his. Why was the being that had obliterated the great eras standing idly when the divine troops had fallen? The threat of the human race would be non-existent if the being that had obliterated the great eras were to act personally. They felt like they were suffocating every time they thought of the threat that the human race posed to them. Or rather, they were afraid. As the human race and Luo Yunyang grew stronger, they began to feel increasingly more uneasy and frightened. Would they still have a safe place to live if the human race continued to grow stronger? The Lao family patriarch, who loved to give the Xi family patriarch a hard time, had nothing to say in rebuttal this time. In the Luo family patriarch's opinion, although he was not willing to agree with the Xi family patriarch, it was also difficult for him to object. Amid the suffocating silence, the Luo family patriarch raised his head. Before he could speak, he realized that bloodstains had appeared on one of the spirit tablets in the middle that belonged to an ancient ancestor of the ancient 6 families. "Look, what's going on?" The Luo family patriarch panicked when he saw the bloodstains and shouted. Although they were not Tai Yuan venerates, the patriarchs of the ancient 6 families were still peak Taichu Yuan venerates. In the past, they had been nearly in control and had dominated the 36 great cosmoses. However, the situation had changed dramatically for them now. The human race had become so terrifyingly powerful that even though they were hiding in this safe location, they were still frightened easily by the slightest anomalies. They all turned to look at the spirit tablets of the ancient 6 families. Their expressions changed drastically when all of them saw the bloodstains on the spirit tablets. "We have never encountered such a situation with the ancient ancestors' spirit tablets before. Does this mean that something major has occurred?" The Xi family patriarch said fearfully. The Yun family patriarch was the leader of the ancient 6 families and he knew he should calm his people down. However, he was also very nervous. How could he calm the others down? After thinking it through quickly, he said heavily, We should ask the ancestral master." The Xi family patriarch and the rest of the patriarchs had also thought of this solution. In such a crisis, the 3-eyed stone being was the only one they could rely on. A short while later, they arrived at the cultivation grounds of the 3-eyed stone being. Given the status of the 3-eyed stone being, the ancient 6 families were ready to send their core disciples to become servants. However, they were all rejected. "What are you all doing here?" The 3-eyed stone being's voice was stiff, yet it was like a divine melody when it echoed in the ears of the patriarchs of the ancient 6 families. "Ancestral Master, bloodstains have just appeared on the ancient ancestors' spirit tablets on Ancient Ancestor Mountain." The Xi family patriarch, who had not considered that he would snatch the limelight from the Yun family patriarch if he reported this matter first, told the 3-eyed stone being directly. The Yun family patriarch did not care about such insignificant things either. His eyes were tightly glued to the 3-eyed stone being, patiently awaiting his answer. The 3-eyed stone being mulled it over for a moment before forming a series of hand seals rapidly. In an instant, his third eye began to flash blood red. "A catastrophe is imminent. This is definitely a catastrophe." A trace of urgency and panic could be heard in the tone of the 3-eyed stone being. "Someone is trying to destroy my ancient 6 families. Ancestral Master, what should we do?" The Yun family patriarch asked with urgency. The 3-eyed stone being shook his head as he faced the Yun family patriarch and said, "It is impossible to avoid this calamity. Now, we can only place our hopes on the preservation measure left behind by the ancient ancestors and hope it will be useful." Chapter 1197. Times and people have changed. 2 men from the ancient 6 families were sitting opposite each other outside the ancestral mountain gate. A black and white chessboard was between them. The cultivation of these 2 men was only at the universe grade, and they were considered average among the disciples of the ancient 6 families. They had one task, and that was to guard the gate. Although no one would come to look for the ancient 6 families in such a remote place, it was still necessary for the ancient 6 families as a sovereign force to employ guards as lookouts. The 2 of them were the hapless guards chosen. They normally lazed around all day doing nothing, and this boring chore had exhausted the vigor and vitality of the 2 men. Thus, they had started to play chess to kill time. Even though the senior officials of the ancient 6 families were well aware of this, no one cared too much about it. "Back then, we could make the 36 great cosmoses of the human race fear us, but look what we have become now." The man with the gloomy face on the left said unhappily. "We are like stray dogs residing in a place like this. Brother Yun, we can talk about this in private, but don't say this in front of others. If the elders get wind of this, you must be aware of the consequences." The man seated on the right had a gentle demeanor and gave off a pleasant vibe. However, his expression had become very stern. "I know, you're the only one I can complain to." Brother Yun, who was gloomy, lamented. "It's best not to say anything and bottle it up, but I will feel very uncomfortable if I don't say it out loud." The gentle-looking man smiled once again. "Brother Yu, I know you're feeling uncomfortable with this. In fact, many more people in our 6 families are uncomfortable too. Those days, we were not just alone. We also enjoyed rich cultivation resources. Even the 36 great cosmoses had to send offerings to us every 100 years. The people in the 36 great cosmoses would even follow us around like dogs when we headed out to travel, as if they were afraid that we might not be satisfied with the things going on. But what about now? Everything has changed. It seemed as though these words contained boundless power, and the conversation between the two of them came to a sudden halt. Lao Jin, do you think our ancient 6 families will regain their former glory one day? The mellow-faced man asked faintly. Obviously, he already had his answer to this question, but he was unwilling to accept the truth, so he asked anyway. Why can't we? The gloomy man called Lao Jin replied. The Great Era calamity is just around the corner. Once the calamity arrives and the Great Era is wiped out, this realm will still belong to our ancient 6 families. Luo Yunyang will surely die. Luo Yunyang's name was like a taboo among the ancient 6 families. Although countless people in the ancient 6 families wished to shred him into pieces, many more people were afraid of facing him. Luo Yunyang was feared like a god of death by many of them. If Luo Yunyang hadn't invaded the ancient 6 families, why would they have been reduced to such a pathetic state? Look, who's that? Lao Jin said fearfully as he pointed in the direction ahead of them. The man known as Brother Yu widened his eyes in shock as soon as he saw the person that had arrived by ripping the void. Luo Yunyang. He had actually seen Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who had arrived unexpectedly, was followed by over 100 others who were each riding a massive Pegasus. Although he could not guess the cultivation base of these people, he felt as though he was an ant watching a group of divine beings descend upon them the moment he saw the group of soldiers. This frightened them even more. Luo Yunyang is here. Luo Yunyang has arrived. Brother Yu, please delay them for a moment and I will report this right away. After saying that, Lao Jin took flight and rushed toward the center of the ancestral mountain. The two of them were no fools, as they were universe-grade powerhouses of the ancient 6 families. How could Lao Jin not know what had happened upon seeing his friend flee? That despicable, shameless coward. How dare he escape first in such a righteous manner? The fact that his companion had run away meant that he would be left alone to deal with Luo Yunyang. After thinking about it, the gloomy man had an urge to kill Lao Jin immediately. Just moments ago, the two of them had still been confiding in each other like friends. Now, he had disappeared in an instant. Naturally, Luo Yunyang had seen Lao Jin escape but didn't really care about what had happened. This was because Lao Jin did not deserve Luo Yunyang's attention at all. He eyed the ancestral mountain of the ancient 6 families while recalling how he, the Daqian Hall Master, and the rest had attacked the mountain in the past. Back then, Luo Yunyang had not paid much attention to the ancestral mountain that acted like a natural barrier. Human ruler, the ancient 6 families have already retreated to this wilderness. Are you trying to annihilate the ancient 6 families by chasing us incessantly? The voice of the Yun family patriarch echoed in the void a short while later. Although the Yun family patriarch sounded enraged, he was only appearing fierce on the surface. He was timid deep down. In fact, he even sounded like he was pleading Luo Yunyang not to annihilate them. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Yun family patriarch and said dully, "Get the 3-eyed stone being to talk to me." As the leader of the ancient 6 families, the Yun family patriarch despised Luo Yunyang and the other sacred hall masters of the human race, as he thought they were just average at best. However, Luo Yunyang had actually come and said these words. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry, but Luo Yunyang's words had somewhat liberated him. Luo Yunyang's cultivation had surpassed his by far, so much so that he was extremely afraid to question Luo Yunyang. Hence, what he wanted most now was to avoid confronting Luo Yunyang directly. "Your Majesty, since you have asked for me, I'll come over and talk to you." While speaking in a calm and stiff voice, the 3-eyed stone being appeared in the void. Although the 3-eyed stone man was extremely calm, the entire ancestral mountain seemed to have become one with him the moment he'd appeared. An invisible pressure also made all the disciples of the ancient 6 families feel like they had witnessed the arrival of a god. It could be said that all of the powerhouses of the ancient 6 families had the same thought. They had at first been frightened out of their wits when Luo Yunyang had arrived, but their fear had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Luo Yunyang stared at the 3-eyed stone being in silence before the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. This smile was rather strange and even caused a crack to appear on the body of the 3-eyed stone being. The crack was not too big, but the moment it formed, a crack also appeared on the massive ancestral mountain. The Yun family patriarch and the other powerhouses felt frightened once again. While some of them might not be afraid of death, what Luo Yunyang had done now was simply too terrifying. Was this the power of Luo Yunyang? Your Majesty, the ancient 6 families have no intention of continuing the dispute with the human race after leaving the 36 great cosmoses. Are you really going to exterminate our ancient 6 families now that you have come? The three-eyed stone being spoke again, but his words were a lot more complicated this time, as he did not get straight to the point. A hint of fear could be seen in the Sea family patriarch's eyes. He clearly knew what making such a decision meant for the three-eyed stone being. Although he did not say he was surrendering, the ancient 6 families had, in fact, begun to beg Luo Yunyang for mercy. One would only say such words if one felt inferior to the opponent. But how long had it taken Luo Yunyang to achieve such terrifying prowess? Ha ha, are you quitting? Luo Yunyang looked at the three-eyed stone being and said casually, your people clearly know what all of you have done for the human race during these countless great eras. I am not going to say anything to you this time. I just want to accomplish one thing, and that is to smash certain things that should never have existed into ashes again. Luo Yunyang said this indifferently, but there was unquestionable arrogance in his casual words. The three-eyed stone being almost went crazy when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. Human ruler, do you really think that our ancient 6 families have no means to stop you? I'm not afraid to tell you that the ancient 6 families must have their own capabilities since they have survived so far. You will be suffering in the end if you really want to go all out against us. Human ruler, we just don't want to pay the price to do so. Luo Yunyang eyed the three-eyed stone being and said, I know what you said is true, but I will still annihilate you all. Annihilate your so-called secret backers. Annihilate everyone who is a part of the human race but has always plotted against their own race. I have been pissed with you guys for a long time. After saying that, Luo Yunyang turned to look at the Sky Spirit Monarch, who was already itching to make a move. The Sky Spirit Monarch rose up in the air and cleaved heavily in the direction of the ancestral mountain with his sword. The three-eyed stone being sat high above the ancient ancestor mountain. He had the chance to stop the Sky Spirit Monarch when the sword moved but was too frightened by the sword light, so he did not try to stop it. The sword light landed on the ancestral mountain, splitting it in two. The moment the ancestral mountain was cut in two, a completely black portrait rose up to the sky. There were countless ferocious beasts and evil demons in the black portrait. In the middle of it sat a man who wore a crown as he overlooked everything below him. Although he was in the portrait, his eyes were staring coldly at Luo Yunyang and the vast realm. The Yun family patriarch could not believe it when he saw the portrait. His voice became extremely horrified as he cried out, Ancient Ancestor. Just as his words left his mouth, 5 more portraits rose from the ancestral mountain almost at the same time. Chapter 1198. Era obliterating 3 sacred arts. 6 portraits hung high above the ancestral mountain. These 6 portraits were like 6 different realms. Some of them were filled with divine qi and protected by divine beings. Some had divine beasts dancing inside, while 5 colored divine lights illuminated the realm. However, there was also a realm that was filled with martialists clad in unsightly scales who had deformed faces. They were engaged in a massacre as bodies filled a river of death. They were either bleeding profusely or had been severed in half, but their battle continued like an unstoppable wildfire. There was also a realm filled with an endless land of the dead and even freezing purgatories coinciding with burning cells as endless deathliness engulfed the realm. There was also a calm, smoothing land with all sorts of disputes and killings, where the roars of countless beasts sounded throughout the realm. 6 portraits, 6 realms. In the middle of each of the 6 different realms stood a figure wearing the crown of a king who exuded an immense aura of majesty. These 6 figures looked extremely faint, but all of them exuded an aura that could dominate everything in a realm. Although there were also 6 heavenly rulers, they were vastly inferior to the figures standing in the portraits. It could even be said that the 6 heavenly rulers would merely be like children wielding knives before these 6 true generals. However, what really attracted Luo Yunyang's attention was not the scenes in the 6 portraits. What he noticed was the connection between the 6 portraits. The 6 portraits felt like a single entity beaming with vitality from the first to the last. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, every portrait contained a world, or rather, a realm. However, to Luo Yunyang's surprise, he had a strong premonition that the 6 portraits seemed to be somewhat connected to him the moment he first saw them. Unfortunately, this connection wasn't very strong. Greetings, ancient ancestor. The Sea family patriarch looked at the portrait filled with deities and spoke emotionally. At the same time, he fell on his knees while his body trembled slightly. The patriarchs of the other families were also very emotional when they looked at the portraits of their ancient ancestors with a frenzied glimmer in their eyes. The three-eyed stone being bowed respectfully in front of the 6 portraits before turning to look at Luo Yunyang again. Human ruler, I said I don't want any major conflicts with you, but you did not listen to me. Now that things have come to this, it is no longer my decision even if you want to back out. Human ruler, you're on your own. Luo Yunyang ignored the pompous three-eyed stone being as he turned to look at the 6 ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families standing in their respective portraits. He could sense that the 6 ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families were all alive. They were definitely looking at him. Are you Luo Yunyang? Said the king that stood in the portrait filled with deities. He glanced at Luo Yunyang and remarked casually, I really didn't expect that you would still be a 3rd-level samsara general. 3rd-level samsara general. The term caused Luo Yunyang's eyes to light up immediately, as he suddenly vaguely understood why he felt a close connection to the 6 portraits. He understood what each of the 6 portraits represented. In the past, Luo Yunyang had made use of the samsara wheel and entered 10 cycles of samsara. However, he had never come into contact with the samsara wheel again after the end of his 10 samsara cycles. Luo Yunyang had stopped researching the samsara wheel during his rise. However, most of the information on the samsara wheel stopped after the samsara generals were mentioned. If becoming the samsara controller was a cultivation path, then it would be broken when one became a samsara general. Although Luo Yunyang could not accept this outcome, he still had many other opportunities. Hence, he did not pay much attention to the broken cultivation path of a samsara general. Now, he had finally seen the portraits controlled by the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families. 6-path samsara portraits. I also didn't expect that all of you would actually control the power of samsara. Luo Yunyang looked at the ancient ancestors in the 6 portraits and said coldly, it's a pity that none of you have become the samsara controller. Luo Yunyang's words caused the expressions of the 6 ancient ancestors to darken. There was no doubt that what Luo Yunyang had mentioned was indeed their sore spot, and Luo Yunyang was deadly accurate. We can still kill you even though we did not become samsara controllers. The ancient ancestor in the purgatory portrait wearing a blood-red crown snapped. However, just as he was about to take action, the ancient ancestor who stood in the blooming, flourishing realm replied indifferently, 3rd brother, why are you so impatient? Let me persuade the divine troops first. After all, we have fought side by side and made great contributions to our Lord. The Sky Spirit Monarch's face went rigid. He knew exactly what these people were plotting, and they definitely wanted to sow discord. They were sowing discord in his relationship with Luo Yunyang. Just as the Sky Spirit Monarch was about to speak, Luo Yunyang went ahead and spoke first. It seems that there must be a reason you all failed to become samsara controllers. You can't even see what state the Sky Spirit Monarch is in now. Although all of you have eyes, you're still blind. You must have a death wish. The king who stood in the endless sea of blood was enraged as he roared, causing blood waves to surge and flood the sky and earth. He stood in the sea of surging blood waves and sent a heavy punch toward Luo Yunyang. In the sea of blood, countless powerhouses roared hysterically like asuras in the void. They were like gods and demons raging in a terrifying way. Good timing. Although the Sky Spirit Monarch knew that Luo Yunyang would never listen to his opponent's claims, he still felt a sense of urgency to prove himself. After all, his fate was now in the hands of Luo Yunyang. He had to do his best to prove it, and only showing off his strength was the best method to erase any doubts Luo Yunyang had about him. The earth-shattering sword surged ahead without stopping, heading toward the king who stood in the midst of the bloody sea. The punch that contained infinite power collided with the sword light in the void. The blood sea that engulfed the sky was slashed heavily by the sword directly. Although the sword light did not completely cut through the blood sea, the asuras still came to a halt at once. In the time it would take one to snap a finger, countless asuras in the blood sea began to collapse. However, as the blood sea that was separated by the sword light congregated, all the asuras began to recover and they appeared in the blood sea again. This is the great commander of the divine troops indeed. You really have not disappointed us. 3rd brother, come join me. The king who stood in the portrait that looked like a divine realm shouted at the king who stood in the blood sea. The powerhouses of the ancient six families were staring very closely at the battle. While they were secretly rejoicing in the fact that their ancient ancestors were strong enough to protect them, they were also very glad. If their ancient ancestors had not helped them with the fight, they would definitely have been defeated and most of them would have lost their lives. Disregarding Luo Yunyang for now, the Grand Commander of the divine troops was already overwhelmingly strong. They would have no chance of retaliating, let alone fighting against him. 3 Samsara Sacred Arts, obliterate. The king who stood in the portrait that looked like the endless purgatory shouted while waving his palms, sending forces of the nomological laws forward to gather crazily in the void. The other 5 kings also started conjuring their techniques. Momentarily, a hexagonal light wheel began to form in the void and immediately moved in the direction of Luo Yunyang and his party to envelop them. The light wheel looked very ordinary at first glance, but the moment the light wheel moved, everything that was enveloped by the light wheel became deadly still. Cleaving sky, obliterating earth. The sky spirit monarch also felt the immense pressure of the light wheel as he shouted. Right afterward, the powerhouses of the divine troops around him began to tether their powers to him. As a result, the body of the sky spirit monarch swelled 100-fold. Instantly. Meanwhile, the sky spirit monarch was looking like a huge deity who was wielding a sword and slashing at the light wheel. Boom! The sound of heaven and earth shattering echoed through the void as the body of the sky spirit monarch and the light wheel that contained 6 different sky laws collided. It seemed as though the exchange was a draw, but Luo Yunyang knew very well that the sky spirit monarch had lost this time. The ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families who occupied the portrait still had enough strength to continue the battle, but the sky spirit monarch did not. Although the sky spirit monarch still seemed like he had the ability to fight, he had actually lost the battle. The divine troops you have are indeed very formidable. However, we will have to end the next part of this boring battle if you only have these puny tricks, the ancient ancestor who stood in the flourishing portrait said indifferently, as if he was fully confident about winning. The sky spirit monarch raised the sword in his hand again. Although he knew that he would die if he continued to fight, Luo Yunyang had not asked him to step down. Luo Yunyang would not tolerate it if he gave up just like this. Hence, he had to continue fighting even though it felt really unbearable. Luo Yunyang tapped the sky spirit monarch on the shoulder and said, "I'll take care of this." Upon saying that, Luo Yunyang took a step forward and added, "I want to know what is one level above the Samsara General." Above the Samsara General is the Samsara Divine King, and above that are the Samsara Divine Emperor and the Samsara Controller, the ancient ancestor who stood in the humanity path said with a smile. The conversation between them felt very friendly, as though they were good friends instead of foes. Luo Yunyang chuckled lightly in response. "It seems like I missed out a lot then. This sort of thing is a matter of luck to begin with. It is normal for the human ruler to miss out on this fortune." The ancient ancestor then added with an icy tone, "Although our strength is somewhat inferior to the human ruler's strength, we are not inferior to anyone in terms of fortune. The human ruler is doomed to fail this time." Luo Yunyang smiled lightly. "Naturally, I would have turned to leave if any of you had become Samsara controllers. Unfortunately, none of you have. Comment, furthermore, if I've guessed right, your master should be unaware that you are residing in the 6th-path Samsara realms. Do you think he will let you guys hold on to such a great opportunity if he finds out about it?" Luo Yunyang's words caused the expression on the faces of the ancient ancestors to change greatly. Although they had no choice but to rely on the being that destroyed great eras, the thing they wanted the most was, in fact, to stop being under the control of that being. Fortunately, their prayers had been answered by the heavens, as they had managed to obtain the 6 divine portraits during a great opportunity. Furthermore, they had also become beings that were second only to a Samsara controller. Still, because they knew that they were no match for the being that destroyed great eras, they dared not act rashly. If Luo Yunyang hadn't knocked at their door this time and they'd had a place to hide instead of having to surface and fight, they wouldn't have brought out the 6 divine portraits. You are very clever, but most of the time, cleverness overreaches itself. The cleverer you are, the earlier you die. Luo Yunyang, you can die now. The king who stood in the portrait surrounded by ferocious beasts suddenly blasted out a punch. At the same time, the king who stood in the realm of the sky path mumbled, 3 Samsara Sacred Arts, life. When that king shouted out this command, another hexagonal light wheel began to form. Although this light wheel was no different from the previous ones, the surrounding atmosphere was filled with vitality. Luo Yunyang immediately felt that the pressure around him had increased tenfold in an instant before even coming into contact with the light wheel. Luo Yunyang had tried this sort of technique before when he had executed the samsara palm, but it was very inferior to the three samsara sacred arts, which was a life technique. He made a decision immediately when he sensed the mighty force of vitality. He raised his finger and gently pointed at the void in front of him. This was the finger Luo Yunyang had obtained in the vast sky sacred realm, which contained the endless power of obliteration. It was because the light wheel formed by the power of vitality was so overwhelming that Luo Yunyang was forced to execute this finger technique. In the eyes of those watching the battle below, the finger and the light wheel were executed almost simultaneously, and both techniques frightened the sky spirit monarch. The patriarchs of the ancient six families were all trembling severely. They were all glad that their ancient ancestors had surfaced. Otherwise, they would really have died horribly. Chapter 1199. Eternal Samsara. It's actually the Samsara Wheel. The Samsara Wheel. In a desolate void, the oppressive voice of the ring finger echoed again. Ah, I told you long ago, didn't I? The human race cannot be trusted at all, but you still felt that it would be good to take in 1 or 2 human slaves. Now, look at what you have done. These human slaves have hidden the Samsara Wheel. We would have finished refining our supreme treasure long ago if we had the Samsara Wheel and would not have needed to stay here. Trash, traitor. A frenzied roar resounded throughout the void. While the other 4 fingers did not speak, a terrifying energy shook the entire void. The Samsara Wheel, which should have been theirs, had actually been hidden by their own slaves cautiously. This was an utterly heinous crime, an unforgivable one. Although they were lofty and proud masters, they had actually been fooled by their own slaves, which made them feel extremely infuriated. At the same time, they were very helpless because they were already at the most critical juncture. Thus, they could not obtain the Samsara Wheel even if they wanted to. What the heck are you crying out for? An angry voice spoke in the void. It was the index finger, which said coldly, so what if they have the Samsara Wheel? In the end, he will still present it to us obediently on the day of the calamity, right? I'm going to say what I want to say. Do you think this is a place where we should continue to dwell? Don't you know how long we have stayed here just because of the petty tricks of those lowly creatures? Ah, I'm going crazy. A crazy roar reverberated across the void again before the thumb, which had a raspy old voice, spoke to quell the dispute. Enough. The Samsara Wheel will eventually become the icing on the cake for us. Shut your mouths. Although the ring finger was extremely angry, he was suppressed by the authority of the thumb. However, before silence took over the atmosphere, he mouthed some bitter words again. They will die. All of them will die. The ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families did not know that their secret about possessing the Samsara Wheel had been exposed. They were currently conjuring their 3 Samsara sacred art, which was clashing with Luo Yunyang's obliteration finger. Luo Yunyang could only execute the 5th level of his obliteration finger. Because of the might of the 3 Samsara sacred art, Luo Yunyang executed his 5th level obliteration finger without any hesitation. The power of desolation and vitality clashed in the void. In an instant, the earth-breaking energy began to spread violently in all directions. Crack, crack, countless cracks appeared on the ancestral mountain. Along with the emergence of the cracks, the ancestral mountain began to collapse while several powerhouses of the ancient 6 families who were swept away by the aftershock also perished. Luo Yunyang felt extremely uncomfortable because of the force of vitality entering his body. He even felt like his body was on the verge of collapsing. Similarly, the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families who fought against Luo Yunyang were not doing too well, as several cracks had also started to develop on their portraits. Although these cracks did not necessarily mean that their portraits were going to collapse, it still made them feel extremely pained to see their treasures damaged. Human ruler, you really surprised us. We never expected you to withstand our 3 Samsara sacred art, said the king in the realm of divine beings as he glared at Luo Yunyang with murderous intent. Thanks to the era obliterating 3 sacred arts, each technique was 10 times stronger than the previous one. They were not that surprised that the Sky Spirit Monarch managed to withstand the first technique they executed. After all, the Sky Spirit Monarch was not an ordinary person. However, they found it unbelievable when their second technique was blocked by Luo Yunyang. After all, the Sky Spirit Monarch was the Grand Commander of the Divine Troops, while Luo Yunyang was only a junior. This lad had actually blocked their killer move. Luo Yunyang had not expected that his 5th level obliteration finger would be on par with the attack of the ancient ancestors of the 6 ancient families either. This outcome did not sit well with him. I never expected this either, Luo Yunyang replied casually. I never imagined that people like you guys, who only know how to hide, would have a technique like this. The king standing in the middle of the bloody sea who controlled the Asura path snapped, what are you all hesitating for? Let's do it again. The king standing on the humanity path replied, don't worry, third brother. Let's listen to what first brother has to say to the human ruler before we begin. At the same time, the 3 kings who stood respectively in the purgatory path, the beast path, and the ghoul path were radiating murderous intent as if they couldn't wait any longer to take action. Human ruler, it can be said that you are the most powerful and outstanding person I have met in the human race over the years. It would really be a pity if you were to die like this. I can give you a chance now. Stop at once and I will plead on your behalf with our Lord to spare you from death. You should know that if you can't even defeat us, you can forget about facing our Lord. A dead end will be waiting for you if you continue to press on willfully like this. The king standing on the sky path continued speaking while feeling some pity for Luo Yunyang. I really don't want to see a genius like you die in this manner. Luo Yunyang scoffed, Sir, it's best that you do not play any tricks by using intimidating words in front of me. You should know that it is useless to do so. All of you are willing to become slaves of someone else in order to live a little longer. However, not everyone is like you. Furthermore, as far as I know, this should be the final great era calamity. Luo Yunyang paused for a moment before adding, your master no longer needs obedient minions like you, and I think it's almost time you guys paid for what you did. You will be disposed of once you serve your purpose. That shall be your fate. All the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families were talented people envied by their peers. How could they have no idea about their own fate? After hearing how accurate Luo Yunyang was, they all seemed ashamed. Stubborn fool, don't blame us then, the ancient ancestor standing on the sky path said decisively. Luo Yunyang, remember this, you can blame nobody for seeking your own death. After he said that, his hands moved rapidly to form seals. In an instant, the portrait behind him illuminated brightly before turning into a divine realm. All the disciples of the ancient 6 families had an impulse to rush toward the divine realm when it appeared. However, their years of cultivation allowed most of them to maintain their state of mind. They knew that death would await them if they headed over mindlessly. This strange-looking divine realm was no paradise. The other 5 ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families also began to conjure the realms they controlled. The portraits turned into the realms they represented and descended upon the battlefield one after another. Samsara realm, endless samsara. The crisp, loud voice that spoke contained a trace of murderous intent. Although Luo Yunyang was fully prepared, he still realized that everything around him had changed greatly just as he was about to make his move. He was no longer in the ancestral land of the ancient 6 families, but in a strange realm where there was no heaven, earth, or anything else. Only the force of the samsara was present. His body was changing rapidly and, in an instant, he aged until his youthful looks transformed into a middle-aged man. Luo Yunyang immediately executed his obliteration finger without any hesitation, wanting to break the shackles of this realm. However, the moment he executed his obliteration finger, he realized that the nomological laws and power he controlled had no effect at all. In other words, it seemed as if most of his power had been sealed at that moment. He was akin to an ordinary being in this strange realm, an ordinary being that was constantly growing older, which made Luo Yunyang feel extremely uncomfortable. Although he did not know what kind of situation he was in, he knew that this was definitely one of the offensive techniques of the samsara wheel. Just as Luo Yunyang began to ponder this, he realized that his middle-aged body had turned to the body of an old man and his consciousness had also started showing signs of weakness. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang, who had turned completely gray-haired and old, realized that his body was going through another form of change. His body, which was already occupied by desolate energy, began blooming with vitality in an instant. This time, it turned into the body of a newborn baby. Although his consciousness was clear, he still felt that his reincarnation this time had once again weakened his consciousness slightly. If this continued for a long time, it was very likely that his consciousness would fade off gradually while he was stuck in an eternal samsara cycle. He would finally become a being with no consciousness that was silently assassinated by the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families. What could he do? Would it be useful if he transferred all the attributes to his mind power now? The three-eyed stone being of the ancient six families stood opposite the sky spirit monarch outside the samsara realm that Luo Yunyang was trapped in. Luo Yunyang wasn't the only one missing. Even the ancient ancestors of the ancient six families were nowhere to be seen. Only a light wheel remained between them. Our ancient ancestors must have won this fight. The three-eyed stone being proclaimed confidently while watching the rotating light wheel. Chapter 1200. Samsara Paths. The three-eyed stone being was not too familiar with the techniques of the six ancient ancestors, but the light wheel revolving in the sky overwhelmed him with horror. Nomological laws of life and death interchanged between the revolutions. Each complete revolution signified one lifespan. Although the three-eyed stone being stood a considerable distance away, he was still extremely cautious because he felt as though he could be sucked in at any moment. There was no chance of retaliating. If he was unable to come up with a top technique to break open this light wheel, Luo Yunyang would very likely perish because of it eventually, regardless of how strong he was. Of course, how could it be easy to break out of this light wheel? Within it was the power of six-peak Tai Yuan venerates as well as realms derived from six sky laws. In the three-eyed stone being's opinion, it would be possible to break the light wheel only if the entity that destroyed eras was in Luo Yunyang's place. The sky spirit monarch was totally anxious deep down, even though he appeared calm on the surface. Although he wasn't exactly willing to be subservient to Luo Yunyang's current restraints would eventually threaten the sky spirit monarch's fate. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed as though only Luo Yunyang could lead the human race to survival through the great calamity. Annihilating the ancient six families had originally seemed like a very easy matter. Who would have expected that the ancient six families would still have such deadly backup methods hidden up their sleeves that would catch them unaware? He was unable to rescue Luo Yunyang from the light wheel even if he wanted to. After all, he knew that going close to it would cause his consciousness to be sucked in as well. Even though he had an exceptional cultivation status as well, the Sky Spirit Monarch still felt that it would be almost impossible to escape if his consciousness was drawn into the light wheel. Human ruler, you have to get out of the samsara wheel. The Spirit Monarch did not launch an attack on the three-eyed stone being in the rest, as he was too distracted by the revolving wheel of light. He knew very well that the ancient six families' powerhouses were merely at the mercy of their ancestors. If Luo Yunyang were to prevail, these people would naturally perish as well. However, if Luo Yunyang were to be defeated, then it would make no difference even if he killed everyone present. Within the samsara wheel, Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to the highest level he could. Unfortunately, it was hard for his mind power to keep up with the constant changes happening in his body. His memory and mind power continued to weaken with each cycle of samsara. Luo Yunyang remained calm despite being trapped in the samsara wheel. However, his anxiety and emotions started to increase after a prolonged period inside. This was because he was unable to do much against this strange attack that trapped him there. He could not go on like this. If this continued, he was really going to perish inside. Luo Yunyang had already used all the past techniques he had learned, especially those that used greatly concentrated mind power, but to no avail. What made it worse was that he was unable to make contact with his other clones, especially the clone that was still located in the vast Sky Sacred Realm. The vast Sky Sacred Realm was full of strong martialists. Luo Yunyang had the support of the Taishu sect over there and even had access to methods that could obliterate and remodel the origin intent. Requesting some assistance to break out of this light wheel would not be too difficult. Unfortunately, contact with that clone had been broken. What could he do? How was he going to deal with this rotating light wheel? Was he really going to keep letting himself whittle away and eventually cease to exist in the 36 great cosmoses? He was not willing to resign himself to fate. While the death of this physical body alone was not sufficient to completely destroy him, it would still be a considerable blow to his accumulated strength. However, there was an even more serious implication. Returning to the 36 great cosmoses to defend them against the destroyer of eras would no longer be possible. While he wasn't willing to resign himself to fate, he had no other choice. Even if he were to use the attribute regulator to adjust his mind power to the maximum, it would still be destroyed eventually by each cycle of the wheel. While Luo Yunyang was racking his brains to decide his next move, the ancient ancestors of the ancient six families were using their spiritual consciousness to communicate with each other. The wheel has already gone over 300 revolutions, but we have done minimal damage to him. His mind power is strong indeed. The ancient ancestor on the humanity path said, "What is the point of having strong mind power? If he is unable to break out of the samsara wheel, he will still have to die eventually," the ghoul path ancient ancestor replied. "It would be quite a waste if he died." The humanity path ancient ancestor lamented with a frown. "Die? How can we let him die so easily after all the trouble he has caused us? This wheel has such a strong, explosive power that our Lord will probably get wind of it. We hid this samsara wheel without reporting it. As a result, we do not know what sort of consequences await us. I intend to reduce his body down to the level of an evil spirit that I can order about in the future," the purgatory path ancient ancestor said coldly. "Otherwise, how can the hatred within my heart be resolved? Maybe I should keep his body in the beast path so I can keep transforming him into different beasts so I can resolve my hatred." The beast path ancient ancestor chuckled. "Enough. Luo Yunyang is still a hero of the human race. Even if he were to die, we ought to give him the due respect he deserves." The sky path ancient ancestor interrupted them before they could continue. "Also, you guys should stop this meaningless discussion. It is more important that we carefully observe Luo Yunyang's situation and make preparations for the final part of this battle. If we do not become samsara controllers, we will never take charge of our own destiny." The sky path ancient ancestor was considered the leader of the 6 ancient ancestors. Upon listening to what he said, the other 5 stopped their dispute. It is just not possible to have full control over the samsara wheel. The purgatory path ancient ancestor sounded exasperated. "It is simply useless even if we deduce what we can, as we cannot meet the conditions to have full control over the samsara wheel." His voice was not loud, but his other 5 comrades could hear him clearly. None of them replied. If it were not for the mounting pressure put on them by Luo Yunyang, they would not have chosen to make use of this tribulation to show off this weapon of theirs. However, this extremely testing matter also made them have confidence. Time was passing extremely fast within the samsara wheel. In just a short moment, Luo Yunyang had gone through another 100 full revolutions. Despite how hard he tried to increase his mind power, he knew that certain things he used to be clear about were gradually starting to blur out in his memories. There were even some names that he could not remember clearly. The situation was becoming increasingly frightening, but even Luo Yunyang was unable to reverse this decline. It could be said that he was helpless under the circumstances. He had thought about using the attribute regulator to adjust the attributes of the 6 ancient ancestors. While this idea seemed plausible, he just could not find any data on the 6 ancient ancestors on the regulator. While he was not sure why that was so, he knew very well that this method was not an alternative option. Luo Yunyang had tried all the various strategies he could deploy by using the attribute regulator, but to no avail. As he looked through the dialogue box in his head, a feeling of terror began to cloud Luo Yunyang's mind. He realized that if he forgot how to use the attribute regulator due to the continuous decline of his mind, then these thoughts began to flow through his head as he tried hard to deny them. Luo Yunyang was truly in a state of loss. He had no idea what to do, as he was in denial. Would he really be unable to break out of this wheel? Regulate the samsara wheel, Luo Yunyang commanded furiously in his mind. He did not feel that this command would be of any use. However, after the command was given, a dialogue box appeared within his mind. Sky path, 10,000 humanity path, 10,000 asura path, 10,000 ghoul path, 10,000 beast path, 10,000 purgatory path, 10,000. Luo Yunyang felt a glimmer of hope when he saw these figures. He knew that an opportunity to break out of this situation was finally there. After carefully analyzing these numbers, Luo Yunyang adjusted the attribute of the sky path to 11,000 and lowered the purgatory path to 9,000. The multicolored numbers looked as dazzling as ever to Luo Yunyang. Without any further hesitation, he made another adjustment to the attribute of the sky path. This time, he raised it to 15,000. Conversely, the purgatory path was reduced to only 5,000. Luo Yunyang felt good, even though he could feel the strange powers in his body changing. He could feel that the power trapping him in there seemed ready to crumble. Sky path, 20,000, purgatory Tao, 0. Luo Yunyang had had enough of this strange sensation and was now ready for a big change. He waited silently after making this change. He could already feel the energies around him beginning to crumble. As long as this collapsing force took form, he could completely destroy the force of the samsara that was keeping him trapped. This moment was right before him. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.